I have become Shockwave, awakening the seed analysis system at the beginning. Upon traversing into the form of the Decepticon Commander Shockwave, Ming finds the entire Cybertron enveloped in an enigmatic slumber. As the sole sentient transformer on the planet, he must unravel the truth behind this mechanical apocalypse alone. System, scan the entire planet. His crimson optic flickered with a cold light as he activated the analysis module amidst the slumbering Autobots and Decepticons strewn across the ground. When an ancient Cybertronian call resonated from the planet's core, Shockwave discovered that the original owner of this body had not entirely vanished. From a military commander to the savior of the planet, witness the coldly rational Shockwave as he employs scientific methods to decipher the Cybertronian crisis. As whispers from the core of the Matrix reach him and the system's mission points towards saving an entire mechanical civilization, this solitary exploration shall unveil the deepest secrets of the Transformers universe. With a hard sci-fi atmosphere and the Transformers worldview, embark on the most authentic survival journey on Cybertron. When logic and emotion collide within a mechanical form, who is the true Shockwave? Remember my current appearance. Chaos, tranquility, and a pitch-black void lay before him. Ming had lost count of how many times he had traversed dimensions, yet for some reason, this particular realm seemed disinclined to awaken him. His consciousness was hazy, and he could not genuinely perceive the existence of his limbs, only feeling an overwhelming pain throughout his body. He dreamt, or rather, it felt like a fragment of his memory off being bound by a multitude of robots on what resembled an operating table as they approached him with disturbingly sinister tools. He saw these robots grasping his legs and arms, and peculiarly, his limbs appeared mechanical as well. Fractured circuits dripped blue liquid, while others flickered with electric sparks. Ultimately, the last thing to be removed was his head. Ming recognized it was his head, for his perspective shifted as one of the robots reached out towards it, transitioning him from a supine view to one suspended in midair. He then beheld the entirety of his body lying there at that moment. His limbs had been replaced, and his head followed suit. Unlike the robots beside the operating table, who possessed two eyes, his head appeared particularly rudimentary, featuring a single eye resembling a dim red spotlight. Soon after, a surge of excruciating pain assaulted his mind, and the vision before him dimmed, as if the power had been cut. Ming understood that someone had successfully replaced his head. He did not perceive this as a restorative procedure. The entire ordeal was brutal and agonizing, with the tool-wielding robots occasionally emitting chilling laughter, as if deriving pleasure from the ordeal. Thus, he interpreted this as punishment. He, or rather, the original owner of this body must have committed some transgression to merit such a fate. Otherwise, he would not have uttered to his companions before entering the operating room, "Remember my current appearance." This memory replayed in Ming's mind like a carousel, and each recollection seemed to subject him to the same torment anew. Besides this, there was an endless darkness. "System, hello? System?" After a prolonged silence, no response came. Ming had grown accustomed to this. Although his system typically provided some guidance during each traversal, it seemed to be preoccupied and did not appear until a certain time had passed. Were it not for that disturbing memory, he might have believed himself to be Pangu, waiting to wield an axe and carve open the heavens. However, after countless reviews of that memory, Ming began to grasp the nature of the world into which he had traversed. Among the multitude of robots bidding him farewell before his transformation, there was one that bore a striking resemblance to Optimus Prime from Transformers. Suddenly, warmth surged in his chest, and his mind was filled with cacophony. These jarring sounds, reminiscent of distorted tapes, did not originate from the external world but were generated directly within his thoughts. A wave of elation washed over Ming as he attempted to move his limbs. He soon felt a sensation akin to gears turning reverberate throughout his body. His form initiated operation. Countless intricate and minute components began to function rapidly, akin to workers receiving a wage increase. This sensation persisted for several minutes as he continually endeavored to open his eyes. Finally, as the electrical currents coursed through his chest, his crimson optic emitted a radiant glow. "Greetings, Shockwave." The emptiness before him suggested that this salutation originated from the system. "Hello, system, long time no see." This was Ming's first utterance from within this body. "What did you just call me?" Even among the Autobots or Decepticons from Transformers, once they mastered human language, they exhibited emotions. However, Ming's voice was distinct, cold, reminiscent of iron that had been immersed in liquid nitrogen. "Shockwave, the high-ranking military operations commander of the Decepticons, subordinate to Megatron. Indeed, I have traversed into the world of Transformers. Lu Ming's familiarity with Transformers was limited, having only watched a few films. Thus, he did not possess a strong recollection of his identity as Shockwave. He vaguely recalled that in the third installment, Shockwave appeared alongside his pet Driller, a creature that had once bisected a skyscraper in Chicago, although they were ultimately vanquished by Optimus Prime. With minimal dialogue, as Lu Ming's memories gradually resurfaced, images and videos began to load in his mind. In just a minute, he had reviewed the life of Shockwave. It turned out that Shockwave's journey was quite convoluted. He was once a true Cybertronian, a close friend of Orion, who later became Optimus Prime. Shockwave had provided Orion with considerable spiritual and technological assistance, and both were discontent with the Senate's corruption. During one operation, Orion was grievously injured, and Shockwave not only repaired him, but also installed a chamber in his chest to house the Matrix of Leadership, a relic of the Cybertronian ancestors. Subsequently, the Senate apprehended Shockwave and subjected him to the 5 punishments, which was the very surgery that had replayed in Lu Ming's mind. He had deeply felt the associated agony. Afterward, the Senate attempted to coerce Shockwave, and upon failure, resorted to puppetry, a form of personality rewriting surgery commonly used for political purposes or as punishment. Following this, Shockwave's demeanor transformed drastically, shifting from amiable to cold and calculating. Optimus Prime had once sought to recruit Shockwave into his ranks, yet Shockwave, in pursuit of his own agenda, rejected Prime and allied himself with the Decepticons, becoming Megatron's lieutenant. A headache. Lu Ming instinctively covered his head with a hand, feeling a peculiar sensation at his fingertips, not the softness of flesh, but the hardness of steel. So what is the mission this time? To kill Megatron and become the leader myself? Or to defeat the Autobots and secure a complete victory for the Decepticons? He half-joked as he rose to his feet. Save Cybertron. Goodness, they're asking me to save the world right off the bat, just as Lu Ming intended to jest with the system. The sight before him left him utterly astounded. Desolation, devastation. It appears that there are no other stars surrounding Cybertron, rendering the sky a pitch-black expanse, with only a few distant stars faintly twinkling, soon to be obscured by blood-red auroras. Everywhere lies broken walls and shattered remnants. Fractured circuits are exposed from the metallic structures, and technologically advanced edifices have collapsed in half, with several Decepticon corpses sprawled across their massive cross-sections. The ground is devoid of any intact surface, pockmarked by artillery fire that has left deep craters and long trenches, remnants of ash from unknown sources lingering in the aftermath. Lu Ming felt a peculiar sense of unease, for aside from the grotesquely mangled corpses, many Cybertronians remained seemingly unscathed, yet lay there motionless. No need to look further, the system interjected. You are currently the only one awake on Cybertron. Chapter 2. The Slumber. Am I the only one awake? Indeed, came the system's unexpected reply as Lu Ming approached a Decepticon, gradually kneeling before it. How strange. It appears fine on the surface. Could it be something internal? Skill acquired. Scan. Just as Lu Ming was observing, a mechanical prompt sounded near his ear, and suddenly, his field of vision transformed dramatically. The Decepticon's body seemed to turn transparent, with every internal component laid bare for Lu Ming to scrutinize. Why so generous this time? Lu Ming continued to scan the Decepticon's internal structure while engaging in conversation with the system. Traversing through dimensions can be a solitary experience, yet within the fluidity of realms, the steadfastness of the system persists. Thus, if possible, Lu Ming wished to converse with his system, even if her voice carried no emotion. He recalled a time when he first heard the system's feminine voice, mistaking it for a moment that he had crossed into StarCraft, as her tone remarkably resembled the game's infamous insufficient mineral supply. The system did not respond immediately. In past travels, you only granted me skills when I encountered some fortuitous event or was on the brink of death. Correction. Scan is an elementary skill for Cybertronians, and as a high-ranking military commander of the Decepticons, you inherently possess it. Very well, Lu Ming replied, resigned. After completing the scan, Lu Ming could not help but marvel at the intricate design of the Cybertronians, pondering how the creator could have fashioned such a species. How odd. The internal structure beneath him showed no signs of malfunction, nor any indication of wear in the components. However, the external casing of the spark within the chest was a pale blue, with only a small section faintly emanating a red glow. Memories of Shockwave informed Lu Ming that, under normal circumstances, a Cybertronian spark should radiate a vibrant red light, like a blazing fire. He speculated that he, too, must have been in a similar state before awakening. What could have happened to them? Warning: the cause of the phenomenon must be investigated by the traveler. Successful exploration will unlock relevant information, and no hints can be solicited from the system. If I succeed in my exploration, why would I need you to unlock any information? Lu Ming retorted. The system fell silent. Unlike before, he could no longer sense her presence, and for the time being, it seemed he could not converse with her further. Gone again. After surveying the area to no avail, Lu Ming ascended a nearby hill. The scene before him remained desolate. A nearby open area resembled a battlefield, strewn with numerous broken Autobots and Decepticons, their bodies marked with corresponding insignia. How convenient, Lu Ming mused, as every time he wished to observe a slightly distant location, his vision would automatically crop and magnify that segment of the scene. He clenched his fists. The sound of metal grinding echoed from his joints. It seems I will need some time to acclimate to this body. The task assigned by the system was to save Cybertron, yet such a monumental undertaking could not be accomplished alone, especially since other Cybertronians had succumbed to a mysterious slumber for reasons unknown. Thus, Lu Ming deduced that uncovering the underlying cause was of the utmost urgency. This was a tumultuous era. After expelling the Quintessence, Cybertron had scarcely known a day of peace, with the civil war between the Decepticons and Autobots raging on, both sides suffering tremendous losses. Currently, Megatron and Optimus Prime were on Earth, while Starscream's whereabouts remained uncertain. Before leaving, Megatron entrusted significant responsibilities to Shockwave, yet the Shockwave now inhabiting Lu Ming's form bore a greater mission. Since realizing his transformation into a Cybertronian, Lu Ming had longed to attempt a particular skill. Transform. The signature ability of the Transformers was etched deeply in Lu Ming's mind, the image of Optimus Prime morphing from a massive truck into a titan of steel still vivid in his memory. This was his inaugural attempt at transformation, and excitement welled within him. The metamorphosis commenced. Lu Ming felt his body uncontrollably splitting apart, internal components revealing themselves from beneath the protective outer armor, while simultaneously shifting positions. Yet this process was not chaotic. As each minuscule part adhered to a predetermined order, he felt no pain. Rather, a sense of relief enveloped him. If he could behold his form at that moment, he would be astonished to find himself transformed into a colossal space cannon, its front end almost as wide as a tank's barrel, seamlessly connected to the core reactor within. What craftsmanship could possibly allow cold metal to exude such lethal intent? After becoming the space cannon, Lu Ming's field of vision remained unaffected, and the cannon itself possessed powerful thrusters, making flight an effortless endeavor. Where shall I begin my inquiry? Just as Lu Ming hesitated, a voice began to echo in his mind. What? The voice sounded particularly jarring, consistently repeating a single tone. Lu Ming deduced it must be ancient Cybertronian, and he felt an inexplicable familiarity with it. Though he could not decipher its meaning, skill acquired. Analyze. The cognitive module activated, analyzing each syllable of the ancient Cybertronian language with the assistance of the Cybertronian's formidable capabilities. Lu Ming finally comprehended the message that it conveyed. Come here, Shockwave. Lu Ming was intrigued as to who was calling him. He discerned it was not the system. So who could it be that remained awake when all others had succumbed to slumber? He swiftly pinpointed the sound source, which seemed to be located within Cybertron itself. Initially, Lu Ming suspected he had miscalculated the location, but regardless of how he reset, the source remained unchanged. The Cybertronians had never ceased their exploration of their planet from Shockwave's memories. Lu Ming understood that Cybertron's core resembled a spark source, although its scale far surpassed that of any single Cybertronian spark. This core spark was exceptionally powerful to date. No Decepticon or Autobot had dared to attack it, for beyond its impeccable defensive matrix, it seemed every Cybertronian possessed an innate reverence for it. It is said that the enigmatic magic sphere and the leadership module embedded within the chest of Optimus Prime originated from this very place. The former leader of the Autobots, Master Titanium, once greatly advanced the evolutionary journey of the Cybertronians through his profound research on the magic sphere. From the perspective of Lu Ming, the current state of Cybertron is remarkably peculiar. Despite the presence of soil on the surface, beneath the hard rocks lies a web of intricate circuitry and complex wiring. This suggests that Cybertron itself may be a colossal machine, its interior resembling a labyrinth intricately composed of electronic components. Come here, Shockwave. As Lu Ming approached the energy conduit, he discerned this summons, and at last, he recognized the voice's owner, none other than the very body he currently inhabited, Shockwave. Chapter 3: The Age of Great Shutdown. The pathway leading to the interior of Cybertron lies beneath Iron Fortress. In the form of a space gun, Lu Ming traverses swiftly, surrounded by an array of bizarre electronic components whizzing past him. The deeper he ventures, the more antiquated the designs of circuit boards and matrices become, exuding a sense of simplicity as if they represent the most primordial forms of ancient life on Cybertron. Is this the arcane sphere? Before long, Lu Ming arrives at a place reminiscent of an underground research facility, where a labyrinth of intricate wiring sprawls across the laboratory, ultimately converging upon a central, levitating spherical object. Although referred to as a sphere, it perpetually morphs in shape. Its outer crystalline layer appears fragmented, yet seems held together by an unseen force, revealing its internal structure in full. The activation of the skill analysis necessitates the coordination of the optical components of his eyes. Given that he is not far from the source of sound, Lu Ming transforms once more. A crimson light envelopes the entire arcane sphere. Yet despite his efforts to analyze it, his mind yields no information regarding the sphere. This object has floated up from the depths of Cybertron, and the last Cybertronian to conduct thorough research on it was Master Titanium. Since Master Titanium's return to the Allspark, the entire research process has nearly ground to a halt. It would not be an exaggeration to say there has been no progress whatsoever. Having played numerous single-player games, Lu Ming understands that most games feature both main and side quests. Excluding the intricate side quests, even the main quest consists of primary objectives and numerous sub-objectives. For instance, if one wishes to infiltrate a palace, one might need to locate a servant within to gather intelligence, who in turn may send them a quest to fetch something. At this juncture, the status bar on the right would display the current objective of finding those items, rather than the immediate infiltration of the palace. Lu Ming is confident that this arcane sphere will prove useful in the future, though he has yet to unlock relevant information. His immediate priority is to accomplish the sub-objective of uncovering the reason behind the Cybertronian slumber. As he nears the Allspark, Lu Ming suddenly feels a sense of peculiarity. In his memory, this path should be vibrant with life. Even from a distance, one could sense the inner turmoil. However, this journey has felt desolate, leading him to question whether the sound he heard, the Shockwave, originated from here until he once again heard that call. Before him lies a massive, deep well, surrounded by platforms resembling motherboards. The structure of the Allspark bears some resemblance to the arcane sphere, yet the former is a meticulously crafted cube, its size an unfathomable multiple of that of the arcane sphere. Standing at the edge of the well, Lu Ming can only glimpse one of the 8 corners of the cube, allowing for a mere glimpse of the enormity of the Allspark. The sound of components operating reverberates throughout the subterranean realm, and a faint blue light gradually retraces itself across the surface of the cube. Who could it be? The voice emanating from the vocal apparatus in his throat was remarkably subdued. Lu Ming began to question whether this journey had altered not only his surroundings, but also his very essence. The emotionless tone was peculiar even to his own ears. It seemed as though the spark responded to Lu Ming's inquiry, the blue light on the surface of the matrix of leadership pulsing with greater intensity, revealing illusory images projected before him. The three-dimensional images were neither clear nor stable, warping intermittently like a malfunctioning black-and-white television set. The figure projected appeared taller than the average Cybertronian, at least on par with the leader Optimus Prime. Notably, it bore faintly discernible metallic wings, an attribute not possessed by either Autobots or Decepticons. Lu Ming silently derided the cliché of an ancient figure bestowing wisdom upon him. "Who I am is of little significance," intoned the figure in ancient Cybertronian, though Lu Ming's internal translation system had already rendered it comprehensible. "Are you not curious? My primary concern lies with the current state of Cybertron. You summoned me for this, did you not?" The conversation felt dreadfully dull to Lu Ming, akin to conversing with two machines, which upon reflection, they indeed were. He posed a direct question. Why is it that everyone else is in slumber? They're not asleep. They're in stasis. Stasis? Indeed, we are in an age of great stasis. All life on Cybertron has paused its functions for 10 years, and you are the first to awaken. Lu Ming pondered whether this decade aligned with his understanding of time, but the language system translated it as such. What has caused this phenomenon? Va. You refer to the Civil War on Cybertron? Correct. The Cybertronian known as Steelwing nodded, explaining that the prolonged internal conflict had inflicted significant structural damage to the planet's exterior, while also severely depleting its internal energy reserves. A A wry smile crossed Lu Ming's lips as he grasped the true meaning behind the system's directive to save Cybertron. Is there a solution to this dilemma? The figure did not provide a direct answer. Cybertron's internal energy is still sufficient. Awakening all life on this planet requires the Matrix to be reactivated. Yet, even with its reactivation, how long can Cybertron sustain itself? Indeed, can you propose a permanent solution to the energy crisis? Lu Ming asked forthrightly. Steelwing snorted disdainfully before falling into silence. The circuits on the surface of the Matrix dimmed, and the projection faded, returning the subterranean world to tranquility. What the predicament? At the very least, you could have explained how to restart the Matrix before vanishing. The final words echoed from the perception module, dust to dust. Lu Ming mulled over this phrase, dust to dust, repeatedly in his mind. Before entering the depths of Cybertron, Lu Ming had always perceived that the voice of that individual bore a striking resemblance to that of Shockwave, only to realize moments ago that it was not the sound itself, but rather the tone that was akin. Absent the subjective influence of Lu Ming, the intonation of their discourse was remarkably similar, devoid of any emotion. Gazing at the dormant matrix of leadership and reflecting on the preceding statement, an idea suddenly struck Lu Ming. Transformation. The cold, austere space gun materialized abruptly, its rear thrusters emitting a brilliant azure flame as Lu Ming propelled himself towards the terrestrial realm below. Thus, would he dismantle a Decepticon or an Autobot? Chapter 4. The Celestial Ladder. Lu Ming's contemplation was rather straightforward. He merely intended to disassemble a Cybertronian form and subsequently cast the spark into the vast platform beneath the Matrix, hoping for some form of reaction between the two. However, matters did not unfold as he had envisioned. Initially, he carelessly dismantled a decrepit Autobot by the roadside, yet upon casting the spark into the abyss, it vanished without a trace, causing not a ripple. Must it be a living one? As a non-Cybertronian, Lu Ming's moral compass diverged significantly from that of the inert metallic beings still in slumber. He felt no qualms about dismantling any of them, though other considerations lingered in his mind. If Cybertron were to be salvaged, this protracted civil war must inevitably cease. Otherwise, the next era of great dormancy would arrive even more swiftly. With Megatron far away on Earth, Lu Ming was, in effect, the highest authority among all Decepticons currently on Cybertron, and his every action would sway the trajectory of the civil conflict. Should the Autobots awaken to find their compatriots perish by his hand, the war would likely escalate uncontrollably. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether tossing dormant Autobots into the Matrix would truly reignite its functionality. Yet, within mere minutes, Lu Ming conceived an almost flawless solution. I recall that the sparks of those individuals should possess considerable potency. He accessed the three-dimensional map within his memory module and directed his flight toward the Senate. Although the Senate was composed entirely of Autobots, they were not aligned with Optimus Prime's faction. Their status was exceedingly elevated. Even in the absence of military might, they persisted as political symbols. To illustrate, the Senate resembled the imperial court during a warlord's fragmentation. Though seemingly impotent, every faction sought to curry favor with them. Even the formidable Cao understood the value of holding the emperor to command the lords. Lu Ming was cognizant of this principle, albeit his aim was not to coerce the senators but to dismantle them. Lu Ming was well acquainted with the route to the Senate, having traversed it countless times during his slumber, flanked by several imposing Cybertronians who had escorted him into a laboratory, where he subsequently endured inhumane tortures and puppet shows. Had Shockwave himself embarked on this journey, his motives would not be rooted in vengeance, but rather in the logical conclusion that such an action constituted the optimal solution, and nothing more. However, now his soul has become Lu Ming. As the duration of his possession lengthens, the original character of Shockwave has nearly ceased to affect Lu Ming. As he draws ever closer to the Elders' Council, an inexplicable excitement stirs within him. If he were still flesh and blood, the corners of his mouth would surely be lifted in a smile. As Lu Ming had anticipated, the cowardly old relics were indeed hiding in the depths of the Elders' Council. They were gathered around a vast metallic conference table, seemingly engaged in a conspiracy before succumbing to sleep. Yet their discussions remained unfinished when the great shutdown era abruptly descended upon them. Wait, old relics? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Ah, so that is what old iron signifies. He began to circle the round table, recognizing the visage of each individual present. In that endless dream, some had clutched his arms, others his legs, while one held a cutting tool stained with azure liquid. And seated in the center was the one who held his very head. Lu Ming remembered his name. He was called the Ladder to Heaven. Lu Ming observed the Cybertronians sprawled over the table with keen interest, during which his right hand gradually morphed into a claw-like appendage resembling steel. Oh, how piercing, old iron! Suddenly, Lu Ming's steel claw plunged into the chest of the Ladder to Heaven, the sound of metal grinding accompanied by a shower of sparks. At that moment, the dimness in the Ladder to Heaven's eyes flickered to life. "It's you." His tone and expression were imbued with astonishment. "Ah, we meet again." Lu Ming greeted him with his left hand, while his right claw remained firmly gripped around the spark of life. No, no. The Ladder to Heaven's hands rested weakly upon Lu Ming's right arm, his demeanor frail and devoid of strength. "Are you pleading for mercy?" Initially, Lu Ming was taken aback, for he had not anticipated the Ladder to Heaven would awaken once more. "I beg you, do not proceed this way. I don't wish for this to be so simple." Lu Ming had expected some resistance from him. "Killing me brings you no advantage. I do not engage in actions devoid of benefit. You comprehend my meaning, do you not?" Lu Ming chuckled softly, then gradually withdrew his right hand from the Ladder to Heaven's chest. Seeing that Lu Ming showed no inclination to relent, the Ladder to Heaven's demeanor shifted from pleading to fury. "You will pay for this. TSK, can you offer something novel?" With that, Lu Ming extracted the spark of life from the Ladder to Heaven. "They will not spare you," he uttered with his final breath, collapsing weakly to the ground, his eyes dimming once more. "They?" Lu Ming did not perceive the Ladder to Heaven's words as mere intimidation. After all, they were his last words. However, he remained perplexed regarding the identity of they. Even if civil war were to erupt anew, the Decepticons would still hold a significant advantage. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Ming dismantled all the elders surrounding the table, both to prevent their awakening and to ensure that the energy for reigniting the spark was sufficient. As Lu Ming prepared to depart from the council with the embers in hand, he was once again captivated by the metallic table before him. Its surface was not smooth, but rather inscribed with intricate ancient Cybertronian script, and the entire table was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed familiar to Lu Ming. The source of ember? His deduction was not erroneous. These patterns mirrored those found at the source of ember deep within Cybertron, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. It appeared capable of channeling energy. Lu Ming placed his hand upon the round table, and the crystalline energy flowing from the embers instantly converged along the fine grooves to the center of the table. Soon after, a pale blue 3D apparition materialized in midair. Not again, thought Lu Ming, scrutinizing the ethereal figure. He discerned that it was markedly different from the one at the source of ember. Although that Cybertronian possessed a pair of metallic wings, its general form still bore resemblance to either the Autobots or Decepticons, both featuring legs and feet, and most importantly, just one face. Before him, however, this newly manifested apparition was surrounded by 5 metallic faces. Chapter 5, The Quintessence. The Quintessence. Lu Ming instantly recognized the true identity of this robot. Its visage was deeply etched into the minds of every Cybertronian, whether Autobot or Decepticon, who harbored an intense disdain for this race. No one knew when they first settled on Cybertron, but with the birth of each small Cybertronian, the notion was instilled that these 5-faced beings were their rightful masters, their status and power far surpassing that of any Cybertronian. Lu Ming glanced at the metallic insignia upon himself, deep in thought. This was the Decepticon emblem, one possessed by every Decepticon, while the opposing Autobots bore a similar insignia. His memory module began to fervently extract corresponding information, for he vaguely recalled that it was these quintessence who initially forced the primitive Cybertronians into military and civilian divisions, sowing the seeds for a future civil strife. At that time, the majority of Cybertronians were civilian, as the military was merely a tool wielded by the quintessence to maintain their dominion, thus limited in number and of lower status, with many noble civilians looking down upon these modified abominations. The rationale behind the quintessence's invasion of Cybertron was simple. The Cybertronians of that era had yet to fully evolve, their physical capabilities and cognitive abilities remaining relatively primitive. Consequently, these superior beings enslaved the ancestors of Shockwave to indulge in their opulent lifestyles, escaping all forms of labor. However, as time progressed, the inhabitants of Cybertron gradually awakened to the truth of their subjugation. and the seeds of rebellion quietly took root. Led by the Master of Titanium, who assumed the role of chairman of the ancient organization's secret council, aiming to overthrow the Quintessence's reign. Yet, this insurrection was swiftly quelled. Due to differing divisions of labor, the military and civilian factions, later known as the Decepticons and Autobots, have long failed to achieve collaboration. The Quintessence exploited discarded machinery to create war machines of formidable destructive power, albeit devoid of intellect, leading to heavy casualties among the resistance. Many believed this war would end in defeat until the establishment of a clandestine alliance. The leader of the civilian faction managed to persuade former military robots who had once served the Quintessence, causing Cybertronians across various regions to gradually unite. Even some reclusive, noble civilians took up the banner of rebellion, joining this revolutionary cause. Thus, a grand independence war erupted. The Quintessence ultimately lost their dominion over Cybertron, fleeing in disarray back to their home planet of Quintessa, never to return. In the aftermath of the war, the inhabitants of Cybertron regained their freedom, electing a commander from the civilian faction as their leader. They retained certain systems from the Quintessence regime while laying the groundwork for a nascent republic. Henceforth, the civilian faction referred to themselves as Autobots, while the military faction adopted the name Decepticons, coexisting in relative peace. During this period, Cybertron experienced significant technological advancements, with the Autobots acquiring much of the technology left by the Quintessence, although most of it originated from the internal matrix of Cybertron. However, the initial harmony was short-lived, as the antiquated perceptions of Autobots as nobles and Decepticons as mercenaries remained uncorrected, leading to persistent minor skirmishes across the globe. Accumulated historical tensions ultimately ignited a civil war, which continues to this day. Ming recalled that in Transformers, The Last Knight, the Quintessence had appeared as antagonists, portrayed as diminutive beings, roughly the size of an ordinary human, incongruous with the colossal Transformers. In that portrayal, the Quintessence was named Quintessa, yet the faint blue apparition before him was of considerable size, leading Ming to suspect that it may indeed surpass Optimus Prime in height. Despite its metallic exterior, the intricate components manifested 5 distinct facial expressions. Curiously, how could the Council of Elders be connected to the Quintessence? With this question lingering in his mind, Ming intensified the energy output from his right hand. The three-dimensional illusion became more defined, and he sensed a powerful signal emanating from somewhere along the metallic table. 2 seconds later, the Quintessence's holographic form turned toward him. Indeed, it was a communication device, Ming remarked. "Who are you?" The inquiry clearly aimed at him. "Shockwave," Ming replied, while 3 of the Quintessence's faces, 6 eyes all fixed on him, each displayed different expressions, sending a shiver down Ming's spine, though he had no spine. "It seems you are a military Cybertronian," the Quintessence observed, noting the metallic insignia on Ming. "Long gone are the days when military and civilian matters were distinctly separate." "I'm a Decepticon," Ming asserted. "A Decepticon?" The other party let out a cold, inexplicable laugh, seemingly confirming what others had said. Yet at the core, "You are merely creations of mine. I am the creator of you all." A liar. In the film, Optimus Prime returns to his home planet, only to discover that Cybertron has long since become desolate. It is during this time that he encounters Quintessa, who informs him that she is the creator of this planet. In fact, hints about the creator were planted during the 4th Transformers movie, and at that time, Ming firmly believed that someone had indeed created the beings on Cybertron. The term creator, when interpreted through a human lens, equates to a deity, whether it be Nuwa or Adam. Both are exalted figures within their respective mythologies. Thus, Ming has always been perplexed as to why, if Quintessa is the god of Cybertron, the 13 knights sworn to protect her would steal her scepter and flee to Earth, subsequently telling Optimus Prime that Quintessa is the great deceiver. Now, with the memories of Shockwave, Ming has finally unraveled the truth. Life on Cybertron was not birthed by the Primes. They emerged from the planet itself. After the Primes invaded this land, they merely modified its inhabitants, and the notion of the creator is nothing but a blatant falsehood. "You are quite clever," the Primes remarked. "I think of you as a starfish. However, this is of little consequence, for your rulers are soon to return." "You amuse me," Ming retorted. The Primes clearly did not comprehend Ming's words. "We drove you away once, We can do so again. But should you return, it will not be as simple as merely banishing you. Well, it appears you're not as clever as I thought. Her eyes intentionally swept over the old comrades Lu Ming had previously pierced. Since I am to return, I must be fully prepared. I knew these old relics were up to no good. Lu Ming kicked aside the corpse of the towering figure, its broken parts strewn across the ground. Chapter 6. Rising Tide. Your eyes are quite distinctive. The primes leaned closer to Shockwave. I could disassemble them and use them as my decorative pieces. Thank you for the compliment. Your 5 faces are rather unique as well. Lu Ming shot back, though they are all rather grotesque. I had initially intended to mount them after disassembly, but I feared they would frighten the newly emerged mini-cons. The other party scoffed. Yet being a race of advanced intellect, they did not allow Lu Ming's words to incite their anger. We shall meet again, Shockwave. I shall remember your name. The pale blue specter gradually faded, and the entire council chamber sank back into silence. The elders' corpses sprawled upon their metallic chairs, surrounded by emptiness and void. It seems that being the great savior of Cybertron is no easy feat mission. Investigate the reason for the slumber of the Cybertronians. Achieved. A mechanical voice, tinged with a hint of humanity, resonated near his ear. The response time is rather sluggish, isn't it? Lu Ming expressed his frustration towards the system's sluggish prompts. Hadn't I already clarified this task at the Ember Source? The system replied. The core mission of the Traveler remains the salvation of Cybertron, during which no additional or side missions will be issued. However, if the Traveler uncovers certain hidden elements during exploration, the system will provide corresponding prompts. I understand now. Essentially, there are no other tasks, but if I wish to save Cybertron, I must complete these, correct? Not quite. The system corrected him, stating that the world the Traveler inhabits is a perfect replica of the original world, typically incapable of achieving 100% exploration. Some elements affect the final mission, while others do not. Regardless, as long as the Traveler discovers and accomplishes them, the system will provide appropriate prompts. Is there any reward upon completion? For instance, gear? You mentioned I'm a Traveler, so I ought to have some advantage, right? None. What use is this completion prompt then? Lu Ming complained with irritation. The Traveler may choose to disable the prompts. Henceforth, until the goal of saving Cybertron is achieved, the system will remain silent. Wait, why are you sulking now? Lu Ming hastily pleaded. Could you please provide prompts? Fine. TSK, such its Sunder's system. In truth, Lu Ming rather enjoyed this mode of exploration. There's only one main quest, yet multiple unknown paths to reach it, paths the system would not disclose, allowing him to avoid becoming a mere tool of the system and to fully unleash his potential. Although the system had not informed him of the upcoming hidden elements, Lu Ming was already aware that the attack from the Quintessence was imminent on Cybertron, and he needed to prepare himself adequately. However, the pressing question remained. Why would the Senate of Cybertronians conspire with the Quintessence? This question was not difficult to ponder. Lu Ming quickly deduced that, regardless of whether the Autobots or Decepticons triumphed in the Civil War, the Senate had already lost its dominion and had merely become a political symbol, a predetermined reality. Having endured such a prolonged loss of power must be quite unbearable. Moreover, the Decepticons held overwhelming superiority in this civil war, once it concluded. Even if Megatron wished to spare them, his subordinates might not share that sentiment. He had previously heard that Soundwave intended to dismantle these old relics and reassemble them into mechanical hounds. Thus, it was likely that these old beings had secretly forged some agreement with the Quintessence, ensuring that when the Quintessence returned to Cybertron, they would still retain their noble status, with everyone on Cybertron revering them. As Lu Ming analyzed this, he casually twisted off the head of the Tower of Babel, swiftly reviewing the information contained within its memory module. Indeed, it was as he suspected, Tisk conspiring with a tiger for its skin. The information he obtained aligned closely with his deductions, although it seemed to also involve the Quintessence military provisions. What a waste! I remarked on the audacity of that unsightly creature, surmising that perhaps it was you who lured the adversaries here. It turns out that the Senate not only sought assistance from the Quintessence, but also provided them with some of the Autobots' research findings accumulated over the years. The Quintessence possess remarkable learning capabilities, swiftly utilizing this information to assemble an army on the planet Quintessa. The sheer number of this army surpasses the combined forces of all Autobots and Decepticons on Cybertron, and even summoning Optimus Prime and Megatron's troops from Earth may not suffice. Hey, system, Lu Ming called out in exasperation. Yes, came the reply. How do I fight this? Warning, solutions must be explored by the traveler. Relevant information will be unlocked upon successful exploration. No hints are to be solicited from the system. Before Lu Ming could utter another word, the system interjected. Mission, uncover the Senate's conspiracy has been completed. Could I at least receive a hint? He implored, but the system fell silent once more. In truth, Lu Ming did not harbor any real expectation of receiving guidance. Throughout his numerous traversals across dimensions, the system had provided hints on only a handful of occasions. He merely yearned for some semblance of conversation. All right then. Lu Ming cast the head of the Titan down upon the ground and subsequently collected the sparks of these elders. I could have figured it out myself, even without your input. Once he secured the sparks, he transformed into the form of a space gun and activated his thrusters, soaring toward the heart of Cybertron while singing, "Unity is strength. Hey, unity is strength." The cold intonation juxtaposed with Lu Ming's fervent passion created an indescribable sensation. It seems that this civil war can only be concluded by my hand. Empowered by the sparks of the Senate's elders, the long-dormant matrix of Cybertron finally began to stir. The vibrations coursed from Lu Ming's feet through his entire being, the mechanical roars resonating throughout the subterranean expanse. The patterns on the matrix became increasingly distinct, and a blinding blue light surged forth. Within the colossal cube, a form of fusion was occurring, and Lu Ming could distinctly sense the planet gradually awakening. "Hello, venerable elder. Are you present?" Lu Ming called out to the Cybertronian with metallic wings who had previously appeared in a phantom form. He was unaware of the entity's name and thus referred to him as Venerable Elder, akin to a protagonist in a martial arts novel. Yet, despite his calls, no response emanated from the Matrix. Lu Ming had speculated on this individual's identity. His memory module contained information about Master Titan's return to the Matrix, suggesting that this winged figure may have undertaken similar endeavors. However, he was likely not Master Titan, as he bore neither the Decepticon insignia nor that of the Autobots, and his appearance deviated significantly from both factions of Cybertronians. Chapter 7. Civil War. Fear not, I shall ascertain your identity. Suddenly, a circuit board above Lu Ming's head collapsed, sending sparks from the entangled data lines racing across the ground. Dust began to stir, and even the operation of the Matrix seemed momentarily disrupted by this commotion. Pausing for a fraction of a second, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming understood the situation at hand. Surely, it was too soon for this. He emitted a resigned sigh before accelerating back to the surface, transforming as he did so. As he emerged from the Iron Fortress, the devastating scene unfolded before him. Cybertron had resumed its operations, and all inhabitants of this planet had awakened, only to confront the enemy before them. War had reignited. This was not mere skirmishing of primitive tribes, but a clash infused with intellect and technology. Lasers, missiles, any conceivable weaponry was unleashed without restraint. Transform. Just as an Autobot prepared to fire, his right arm was severed cleanly by a Decepticon wielding a high-temperature cutting blade, the severed edge smooth and the metallic rim glowing red from the intense heat. He swiftly transformed into an armored vehicle, equipped with a payload of missiles reminiscent of a Patriot system. Once distanced from the Decepticon, the armored vehicle elevated its formidable weaponry, akin to a cobra poised to strike its prey. Whoosh! The thick smoke was torn apart, as the missiles erupted with searing flames, unleashing a torrential barrage upon the Decepticon encampment, rendering evasion impossible. Cease fire. At this critical juncture, Lu Ming intervened. His back housed a nuclear reactor, and his right hand, armed with a light gun connected to this formidable energy source, gathered a soft violet glow at the muzzle before releasing a beam reminiscent of a cataclysmic wave. In a tumult that threatened to shatter the audio components, the incoming barrage exploded midair before it could even descend, igniting a series of fiery blossoms around the missiles. All combatants on the battlefield were captivated by this transformation, as Lu Ming floated above, surveying the chaos with his body, Shockwave. "Boss, you finally made it," exclaimed a Decepticon, adorned with green fibers from the ground. Lu Ming recognized him as Mohawk, a diminutive yet nimble figure known for his incessant chatter, who transformed into a motorcycle laden with firearms. "All Decepticons," Mohawk proclaimed loudly, "our commander, Lord Shockwave, has joined the fray. Let us dismantle these Autobots to smithereens. Transform." With that, Mohawk morphed into a motorcycle. However, just as he prepared to charge toward the enemy lines, he was met with a sudden, deep purple beam, which left a profound chasm before his front wheel. A chill ran down Mohawk's spine as he grasped the sheer terror of that beam, even without direct contact. The heat had already warped his tire. Startled, he swiftly lifted his front wheel, resembling a frightened stallion, before transforming back into his humanoid form. "Boss, what are you doing?" Indeed, the recent attack was initiated by Ming, who nonchalantly blew at the muzzle of his weapon, despite the absence of any smoke. "You are aware that I am your commander. Why then did you not heed my instructions before taking action?" The Mohawk was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, the gazes of all Autobots and Decepticons converged upon Shockwave, driven by curiosity about his intentions, as well as trepidation at the thought of provoking a catastrophic response. "Is it time for a speech?" Ming had already mentally prepared his oration. "All Cybertronians, I implore you to momentarily cease hostilities." Upon uttering this, discussions erupted among both factions, particularly with the Decepticons whose voices grew louder. "Shockwave, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" The speaker was a seasoned Decepticon, emboldened to address Shockwave by name. Ming recalled this individual as Static Shock, a purple-decorated fighter jet with close ties to Starscream and Thundercracker. "Of course, I'm fully aware," Ming reiterated. "I said, cease your actions. Have you lost your mind? These Autobots are on the brink of our annihilation, and you dare to suggest we halt?" Static Shock's tone dripped with provocation. "I ask, have you betrayed us?" His words were insidiously persuasive, and in an instant, all eyes turned to Ming. Though he was well prepared for the scrutiny, in a heartbeat, Ming soared from the air to confront Static Shock directly, demanding respect. Static Shock attempted to retort, but found his visage aligned with Shockwave's cannon, compelling him into silence. The surrounding Decepticons, intimidated by Shockwave's might, fell silent as well. Ming was acutely aware that mere force was insufficient to garner trust. However, when necessary, it must be wielded. Once he confirmed Static Shock's compliance, Ming slowly stepped forth from the throng. "Esteemed comrades, you have recently awakened, have you not?" "Indeed," the elder replied. "Mohawk has only just regained consciousness. Since my awakening, I have been searching for your whereabouts. Thank the stars you remain intact. I would have felt foolish otherwise. I meant to say, I was disheartened not to discover you sooner." "This little one is quite endearing," Ming mused, casting a glance at him, his single eye radiating a crimson glow, prompting Mohawk to scurry back into the crowd. The Decepticons responded in unison. "What is it you wish to convey?" The Autobots could no longer restrain their impatience. "I wish to reveal the true cause behind this great standstill." Ming recognized that this protracted civil war could not be resolved with a mere few words. However, he understood a fundamental truth. To unite two opposing forces is both challenging and surprisingly simple, contingent upon the existence of mutual interests. Ming elucidated the current plight of Cybertron to all present. Upon learning the truth, the Cybertronians were left in astonishment, unprepared for the realization that this internal conflict had drained their home planet. However, this shared interest merely serves to prevent disputes between the two parties. To truly harness the power of the Autobots, Ming articulated a second common threat. "Thus I dismantled the Assembly of Elders, the senators." "What? You actually killed the senators?" The emotions within the Autobot ranks reignited, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 8. "Hot Rod, let us not hastily load our weapons," Ming remarked with an air of nonchalance. "Moreover, you are hardly my adversaries." Observing the Autobots, who were furious yet powerless against him, Ming mused that Shockwave's identity still held some semblance of intimidation. "Do you all remember the Quintessence?" The Quintessence? Why did he suddenly mention the Quintessence? Surely, no one was unaware of them. The Cybertronians lacked textbooks, but their cognitive modules were imbued with certain ideologies from a young age. For instance, every Decepticon believed that the Autobots were misguided, asserting that only through plunder could the life of Cybertron be sustained. Conversely, every Autobot perceived the Decepticons as terrorists who ought to be eradicated. Yet, concerning the Quintessence, their opinions were astonishingly unanimous. This race must never return to Cybertron. The murmurs grew louder than before, and once the tide of discussion subsided slightly, Ming shared his observations with the Cybertronians present. "But why should we trust you?" spoke a red-painted Autobot. "State your name before questioning me. Didn't T-Prime teach you that?" "Prime?" The red Autobot evidently did not realize that Lu Ming was referring to Optimus Prime, yet he introduced himself nonetheless. I am called Hot Rod. Very well, Hot Rod. Lu Ming produced an object from behind him and tossed it to the ground. It was the severed head of Sentinel Prime. You may choose not to believe me, but surely you trust Sentinel Prime? The head rolled a few times before coming to a stop, its eyes and mouth still slightly ajar, suggesting it had met its end most unwillingly. Is this the head of a senator? He truly killed a senator. Shockwave, you will pay for this. Once again, Lu Ming found himself growing impatient with their rhetoric. Before you cast judgment upon me, why not attempt to scan Sentinel Prime's head? You might uncover some unexpected revelations. In fact, prior to Lu Ming's explanation, some had already begun scanning, their expressions shifting to astonishment as murmurs of disbelief escaped their lips. Without needing to think, Lu Ming could surmise that they were undoubtedly whispering phrases like, "Oh no, this cannot be true." In a matter of minutes, news of the Quintessence' impending arrival and the Senate's collusion with external foes spread through the crowd. Lu Ming discerned that most of the Autobots present were largely indifferent to the Senate. Their true concern lay with the Quintessence. What shall we do? Their combat capabilities far exceed ours. Is Optimus still on Earth? When will he return? Shockwave, you must hasten to contact Lord Megatron. Esteemed comrades, allow me to speak. Lumen ascended once more into the air. Regardless of your leader Optimus Prime or our leader Megatron, they are both unable to return for the time being. Yet, this does not imply that you cannot emerge victorious in this conflict. As long as you heed my command, Shockwave, I assure you that I will dismantle those grotesque entities with 5 faces entirely. But can you guarantee that the Decepticons will refrain from attacking the Autobots? Hot Rod inquired skeptically. Certainly, Lumen nodded. With a formidable adversary at hand, I would not wish to diminish our combat strength. Huh? What do you mean by saying you want to attack? Mohawk's impatience grew. He longed to fire his weapon, to kick the Autobots' heads like a ball. Just as Mohawk was poised to continue, his gaze met Shockwave's, whose expression radiated a palpable intent to kill. Ahem, Mohawk was merely jesting. He cherishes peace above all. What is that Earth saying? Love and peace, he declared, making a heart gesture over his chest. That is not Earth language. That is English, you fool. Lumen understood Mohawk's grasp of English, as the location of their descent in the film was indeed America, leading them to believe that all Earthlings spoke in such a manner. It seems I must find an opportunity to enlighten these metallic beings about Chinese, so they may comprehend the profundity of Chinese culture, Lumen mused. I apologize, Mr. Shockwave. After much contemplation, Hot Rod finally spoke. I cannot acquiesce to your demands. What? The purple light gathered at the barrel. Should the Autobots make any sudden movements, Lumen would obliterate the battlefield beneath him. Do the Autobots relish war as well? That is not my intention, Hot Rod clarified. I certainly wish for this war to cease. As you mentioned, our home planet is also on the brink of collapse due to protracted internal strife. However, we Autobots have our own agenda. We cannot submit to your command. Hot Rod's reasoning was sound, yet it was anticipated by Lumen, who had never envisioned such matters to unfold so smoothly. Very well, I am now the highest military commander of the Decepticons, and I hereby declare a ceasefire. In return, I assure you, on behalf of our leader, that the Autobots shall never attack the Decepticons. The two exchanged a symbolic handshake, gesture learned from human society. Before long, the Autobots on the battlefield retreated to their base, as Lumen's formidable presence deterred any Decepticon from pursuing them. Although the Civil War had temporarily ceased, not a single expression on the faces of the Cybertronians reflected ease, for they were acutely aware that a far greater threat loomed on the horizon. The current continued to express dissatisfaction with Shockwave's actions. You will come to regret this, one-eyed monster. With that, he departed with his squadron of fighter jets. Lumen did not wish to take action against him, but the current was not alone. He served as the captain of his squadron, thus preventing Lumen from making a move against him at this time. Has the Civil War truly come to an end? Mohawk, dejected, approached Shockwave, still unable to fathom that the conflict had ceased so abruptly. Certainly not, Lu Ming retorted. His mission was to salvage Cybertron. Yet as long as the specter of war lingered, the onset of another great age of stagnation would be inevitable. And this time, it was uncertain whether anyone would awaken from it. After the initial expulsion of the Quintessence, the Autobots and Decepticons had coexisted peacefully for a time. But what was the outcome? Ultimately, Civil war erupted once more. Lu Ming understood all too well that this peace was merely ephemeral. However, he could not initiate an offensive against the Autobots, for he could not gauge whether such an action would sever the last taut string of Cybertron completely. This was the dilemma he faced. "So what do you mean?" Mohawk inquired. Lu Ming gently patted Mohawk's head, adorned with green fiber optics. "Those not of my kind must harbor different intentions. As long as these individuals bear the Autobot insignia, I shall find no peace. I knew you would disassemble them all." "I like that," Mohawk exclaimed. "No," Lu Ming shook his head. "I intend to transform them into Decepticons." "Transform them into Decepticons?" Mohawk evidently misconstrued Lu Ming's intent. "Are you suggesting we modify them?" "No, that would be uninteresting." Lu Ming's mechanical visage remained impassive, yet within, he reveled in his thoughts. "I want these individuals to willingly join my ranks. Those unwilling will be ostracized by their own kind. By the time Optimus Prime returns, he will discover that he has been abandoned by his allies." This sounds challenging. However, I believe if it were Lord Shockwave, it would surely be achievable, Mohawk chuckled, his metallic teeth clattering. "Indeed," Lu Ming replied with a hint of mischief. "But to accomplish this, I may need to conduct numerous experiments. You know, experiments require subjects." "Naturally, I fully support Lord Shockwave's experiments. You are aware that my loyalty to you is as unwavering as it is to Lord Megatron," Mohawk professed, hesitating momentarily. "Well, to be precise, it is perhaps slightly less than my allegiance to Lord Megatron, but just a tad." After a few seconds, Mohawk finally grasped Lu Ming's roundabout intentions. How could I forget such an important matter? I haven't applied my anti-electrocution oil today. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave now, Lord Shockwave." With that, Mohawk promptly transformed into a motorcycle, the roar of the engine erupting into the air. "Such a delightful little creature. Perhaps it would make a fine pet," Lu Ming mused, watching Mohawk's retreating figure while calculating his next steps. The Quintessent army was poised to descend upon them, and the intelligence gleaned from the head of the Tower of Babel indicated that their forces were vast. Relying solely on the current military strength of Cybertron would prove insufficient. Thus, Lu Ming needed to devise a means to bolster their power. As for the specific methods, Lu Ming has already devised a plan. "All Decepticons, listen attentively." Lu Ming adjusted the volume of the sound component to its maximum, ensuring that everyone could hear him. Each was instructed to return to the base and remain on standby. No one was to cross the Autobots' territory without his command. Those who defied this order would be dismantled on the spot. Yes, the Decepticons responded in unison before transforming, the harmonious sound of metallic friction bringing Lu Ming a sense of comfort. In an instant, various vehicles emerged in the vast battlefield, creating an extraordinarily magnificent scene. Shockwave approached Lu Ming. It's you, Flywheel. What brings you here?" Lu Ming recognized this individual as one of Shockwave's more loyal Decepticons, who transformed into a fighter jet. "Do you have confidence in dealing with the Quintessence attack?" "Not at the moment. I heard you need to conduct experiments." "Indeed, I have such intentions, though I have yet to find a specific approach. I wish to convey that if you lack experimental samples, you may come to me." "Understood." Their conversation was brief, yet effectively addressed Lu Ming's concerns. Such was the mark of an ideal subordinate. "Where are you headed now? Care for a drink?" "A drink?" Lu Ming replied, somewhat bewildered. "What shall we drink? Gasoline? What else could it be?" Flywheel questioned, puzzled. "Never mind. I prefer to indulge in my beloved sugary soda." Lu Ming thought, but refrained from saying, "Perhaps another time. I have pressing matters. Please assist me in organizing the armaments. I shall pay a visit to the Magic Sphere." This marked Lu Ming's third visit to the site of the Magic Sphere since his arrival in this world. Unlike previous occasions, this time the Magic Sphere was finally in a state of operation. It continued to hover in the center of the hall, its external form endlessly shifting while the interior appeared as a nearly perfect sphere, radiating a crystalline blue light. The outer surface of the sphere resembled an irregular matrix akin to tectonic plates, rotating in synchrony with the Magic Sphere, yet not merely adhering to it, seemingly drawn by an unseen force that prevented it from falling. Lu Ming understood that at the dawn of Cybertron's existence, all life on its surface was devoid of intelligence. After the Quintessence successfully dominated Cybertron, they enslaved the indigenous inhabitants, yet over time grew weary of the simplistic tasks these lowly beings could perform, failing to satiate their greedy and indolent desires. Thus, they resolved to amalgamate their vast knowledge with the inherent technology of Cybertron. utilizing the magic sphere to transform these mindless robots, enabling them to undertake relatively complex labor. Subsequently, the first intelligent Cybertronians emerged. Little did the Quintessence realize that their initial act of benevolence would ultimately lead to the downfall of their reign. Therefore, Ming was certain that the secret to enhancing the Cybertronians' combat capabilities lay hidden within this magic sphere. System? Ming called out in his mind. I am here. The arrival of the five-faced monster is estimated to be in 7 days. With time so scarce, Ming suddenly recalled something. Right, I must ask you, why was it that I successfully ended the Civil War, yet received no corresponding notification from your end? Ming had anticipated that after Hot Rod led the Autobots to retreat, the system would inform him that the mission to cease the Civil War had been accomplished. However, nothing came forth. The response was, because Cybertron still harbors the latent risk of civil war. I had a feeling this would be the case. If things continued like this, conflict would inevitably arise once more. This outcome was in line with Ming's expectations. How is the time traveler planning to address the situation? Setting aside the matter of civil war for the moment, I intend to first enhance the transformation speed of the Decepticons. Transformation, as the signature skill of the Cybertronians, is undeniably of paramount importance. The dynamics of the battlefield shift in an instant. For instance, had that missile-laden truck possessed a swifter transformation speed, it could have avoided having its arm severed by the Decepticon. Furthermore, I aspire to create triple changers. Transformers can either assume a single form, that is, humanoid, or possess dual forms, which is a humanoid form augmented by a mechanical mode. Autobots typically take on various vehicles, and after scanning a vehicle type, they can transform into different models, albeit this requires the scanned object to be roughly the same size as their humanoid form. Decepticons, having been created primarily for military purposes, can transform into nearly anything and generally possess flight capabilities. Ming envisioned creating a triple changer that could exhibit terrestrial abilities, have a flight mode, and simultaneously transform into a humanoid form. Chapter 10. Acceleration Plan. Ming vaguely recalled that in the Transformers movie series, he had not encountered any triple changers, though he had indeed seen two in Bumblebee. Ming had always believed that the Decepticons' equipment was far more dazzling than that of the Autobots, boasting everything from aircraft to tanks. If one could merge the modes of an aircraft and a tank, the potential power would be unimaginable. One of the antagonists in Bumblebee, Shatter, was a combination of a sports car and a helicopter. Upon their arrival on Earth, they scanned a nearby vehicle, and initially, Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, as both factions were vehicles, making their battles lackluster. It was only when Shatter scanned a military helicopter that Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Is such a thing possible?" He had initially thought that Shatter had abandoned the sports car form for that of the helicopter, but later realized that this Decepticon could simultaneously possess both forms. Even after transforming into a sports car, one could still discern the concealed structure of the helicopter's rotor at the rear. Double the joy. Given that such technology exists in the films, Ming firmly believed that he could indeed research and develop it. The immediate priority was to decode the secrets of the magical orb. The advanced analytical skill was activated, and the red light emitted from his eyes scanned the ancient relic from various angles. A faint sensation of heat emanated from his eyes, and soon vast expanses of crimson spots began to manifest in Ming's vision. These red blotches spread with a virulent frenzy, accompanied by complex characters hovering before him. They were in the ancient Cybertronian language, signifying error and insufficient permissions. Permissions? In an instant, Ming grasped the underlying implication. Although the Senate ostensibly appeared to be neutral, they were fundamentally of the same race as the Autobots. The last individual to conduct in-depth research on a magical orb was Master Titanium, also an Autobot. Thus, Ming speculated that after Master Titanium entrusted the orb to the Senate, those Autobots covertly modified the program. It was likely that not even the Decepticons, let alone the Autobots, could uncover the secrets of the magical orb without having reached the rank of leader. In truth, among the current Cybertronians, there existed talents on par with Master Titanium across all factions. Yet, the magical orb remained monopolized by the Senate, who were reluctant to relinquish control, thereby stalling developments related to the orb. Fortunately, Ming had anticipated this predicament. He possessed a secret weapon, the head of the celestial ladder. After demonstrating the imminent invasion of the five-faced monster to both armies, Lu Ming retrieved the head of the celestial ladder, using it as a task tool for unforeseen circumstances. Holding the celestial ladder's head in one hand, he directed the scanning beam emitted from the optical component through its eyes toward the magical orb. As expected, the operational mode of the magical orb changed instantaneously. Remarkably, the head of this old ally proved quite effective. In Greek mythology, when mortals sought to combat deities, they often resorted to a shortcut involving Medusa, a once beautiful figure cursed by the gods, whose gaze petrified all who beheld her. Thus, protagonists typically first severed Medusa's head and wielded it in battle. Lu Ming simply followed suit. The information contained within the magical orb was vast, encompassing nearly every aspect of Cybertron. Fortunately, the processing core of Shockwave operated with commendable speed. Soon, Lu Ming retrieved the information he sought. Rare earth metals? The data revealed that the components constituting the Transformers' bodies were a type of rare earth metal, an essential element of the planet Cybertron. Lu Ming was aware of a peculiar phenomenon in physics known as atomic fission. Yet the process of evolution for the components within Transformers was far more intricate than mere atomic splitting, resulting in a highly unstable molecular structure. However, it was indeed controllable. The principle behind this was straightforward. Having evolved to the present day, every Transformer, once endowed with a processing core, became an independent thinking entity capable of directly managing the transformation of its body. This is an utterly astonishing matter. Imagine it. If a human could completely master every organ and even every cell of their body, what would that be like? It's truly marvelous. With this thought, Lu Ming could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The avenues for controlling the bodies of Transformers are twofold. One is instinctual control, an innate ability possessed by every Transformer. The other is external programming. Due to the unique composition of their beings, theoretically, if one were to grasp a certain algorithm, they could reprogram the bodies of Cybertronians. The prerequisite for this step is the rearrangement of the individual S genome to minimize unnecessary time during transformation. This procedure is exceedingly complex, requiring the expertise of biologists within the Transformer realm. Coincidentally, Shockwave is such a biologist. Lu Ming's initial plan unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. He originally sought a clue to optimize the transformation speed of the Decepticon warriors under his command, but unexpectedly, the magic sphere provided him with an open-book examination. In truth, he was unaware that this phenomenon merely appeared simple from his perspective. For Shockwave's intellect is among the foremost on Cybertron. Otherwise, why had the Senate failed to discern anything from the same information? However, the second point yielded no clues whatsoever. The records concerning triple changers within the magic sphere were entirely absent, indicating that no triple changer had ever existed before. Lu Ming pondered this, realizing that possessing the ability to fly was already a remarkable evolution for Cybertronians, and the emergence of triple changers must not be so easily achieved. After exploring the magic sphere for a while, Lu Ming activated his communication device. Mohawk, come to me. The meeting place between Lu Ming and Mohawk was Shockwave's laboratory. Although he had visualized this laboratory in his memories, it was Lu Ming's first time entering. The metallic door scanned Lu Ming's identity ID, while Mohawk stood at the entrance with a sense of trepidation. Lord Shockwave, you summoned Mohawk for what purpose? As he spoke, Mohawk's mechanical hands fidgeted and his eyes darted about. Mohawk, I recall telling you before that in order to fend off external threats, I need to conduct certain experiments. Lu Ming said with a sly smile. I think you will do nicely with your remarkable skeletal structure and handsome appearance. Chapter 11. The experiment. Lu Ming sought out Mohawk because the experiment to optimize transformation speed did not demand high physical qualifications. He planned to enlist Wheeljack when he was ready to create a triple changer. So, you are unwilling? Lu Ming's tone carried an icy edge. Of course I am willing. Mohawk nodded vigorously, uncertain whether turning to flee would result in Lu Ming dismantling him, as remnants of various experiments were scattered throughout the laboratory, and rumors had circulated about Shockwave's penchant for using individuals in his experiments. Gathering his courage, Mohawk dared to ask, does it hurt? Rest assured. Lu Ming patted him on the shoulder, while his other hand transformed into a steel claw, 5 sharp blades glinting ominously. You will not feel any pain. 3 hours later, a cry echoed, Mohawk is dying, Mohawk is failing. Has Lord Shockwave not yet arrived? At that moment, Mohawk was bound to the testing platform. Due to his diminutive stature and the considerable size of the platform, he appeared somewhat comical. Ming connected several wires from the central computation unit, subsequently inserting them into Mohawk's body through a transducer. Initially, Ming had presumed the green optical fibers adorning Mohawk's head were mere embellishments. It turned out that this section of data transmission was the swiftest. To illustrate, it was akin to the distinction between microb and Type-C connectors. Prior to the experiment, Ming had already simulated several potentially effective codes in his mind, and then integrated them into Mohawk's genome using a special algorithm. The initial stages did not proceed smoothly, as the structural intricacies of the Cybertronian body were indeed remarkable. Mohawk, for instance, was not merely a metal framework, but also a supercomputer. The moment Ming connected the data line to Mohawk, he encountered a firewall-like structure. It was hardly surprising. After all, programming a Cybertronian through external means would be problematic without some form of defensive mechanism. This firewall posed no challenge to Ming. The true difficulty lay in the adaptation of the genome. Although Mohawk's body was composed of rare earth metals, or rather, transformative elements, the evolution over millions of years had resulted in subtle differences in the composition of each transformative element. This meant that Ming had to optimize the existing algorithm based on the minute variances of these transformative elements, an undeniably colossal computation. Even the likes of supercomputers, such as Shunwei and Tianhe combined, would likely take several days and nights to accomplish this task. Fortunately, Ming's intellect far surpassed those so-called supercomputers. Finally, the adaptation was complete. Next comes the rewriting, Ming declared. The rewriting was the crux of the matter. For the genetic arrangement of Cybertronians had followed certain patterns throughout their evolution. Currently, the transformation speed of most individuals was just right, satisfying both combat and everyday needs without causing harm to their bodies. However, Ming understood that such a pace was insufficient to confront the quintessence. Thus, his objective was to incorporate elements originally meant to maintain the framework into the optimization process during transformation, while ensuring these transformative elements could stabilize alongside other components during fixed-state combat. Optimizing speed was not particularly challenging. Even if Ming merely used a hairdryer to clear some dust from Mohawk, it would enhance his speed somewhat. Yet, what Ming saw was a qualitative change. Cinematic portrayals often depict Transformers switching forms to engage in battle, yet few possess the skill to wield this technique with proficiency. Ming recalled a time when a Transformer, during a battle against the Decepticons, cleverly evaded a missile by partially transforming into a sports car. His maneuver was remarkable not because he fully became a vehicle, but because he transformed the front half into the car's head to reduce his height while retaining his mechanical legs in the rear. The Decepticons underestimated the Autobots, believing they could not launch effective attacks post-transformation. However, in the blink of an eye, the heat blades on those mechanical legs severed a throat, igniting a shower of sparks. This transformation technique is not commonly mastered. Only seasoned warriors can wield it. Yet, even for those who have mastered such a skill, prolonged use would inevitably impose significant strain on their bodies. To speak of mere physicality, the gravitational acceleration during high-speed rotations would subject components to immense pressure, potentially causing them to dislodge. Hence, Ming's objective was not to create something from nothing, but to enhance what already existed, for energy is conserved. He must enable these transformation elements to switch adeptly between various states, such as high-speed or high-intensity conditions. Though speed and strength may seem disparate, they are not inherently at odds. Maintaining a robust molecular structure during transformation allows for a daring increase in velocity. Consider a racing car. If its tires possess formidable grip, the driver can elevate the speed to a new level. Soon, the experiment approached its climax. If adapting genes felt akin to a needle prick, then rewriting genes was akin to a branding iron's burn. While Cybertronians, with their ironclad bodies, are less sensitive to pain than humans. Mohawk's smaller size compared to other Decepticons made him vocal in his distress on the testing platform. Ming, pondering with his chin in hand, mused, "Should I dismantle your vocal components? No, no, no. Mohawk does not wish to be disassembled. Mohawk enjoys speaking. He cannot remain silent. Please, Lord Shockwave, have mercy." Mohawk lamented, regretting attracting Shockwave's attention on the battlefield. Very well. If you continue to make noise, I shall proceed with the disassembly without consulting you. Mohawk nodded vigorously in fear. As the experiment neared its conclusion, the genetic arrangement within Mohawk was being frantically altered. Every part of him quivered, the sounds of metal grinding piercingly harsh. I cannot endure this any longer. Lord Shockwave, I beseech you, halt. Lu Ming feigned regret. What a splendid vocal component. Such a pity. No, no, no. Please, Shockwave. I promise to remain silent. Mohawk cried out. This is more excruciating than electrocution. No, even worse than water torture. Just as Lu Ming's steel claws were a mere centimeter away from Mohawk's vocal components, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 12. Direct current. Mohawk suddenly broke free from the tangled data lines, an action that seemed less intentional and more instinctive. As his upper body rose from the experiment platform, it seamlessly transformed into a component of a motorcycle. The front wheel, crackling with electric sparks, emitted a resonant hum, operating at a velocity reminiscent of a steel saw. This action appeared to serve as a warning to adversaries not to act rashly. What was happening? Clearly, Mohawk himself was perplexed. Had he transformed? Mohawk had not intended to change form. Or perhaps he did, but the swiftness of the transformation was astonishing. Lu Ming observed Mohawk's reaction with keen interest, choosing not to speak immediately. The Shockwave master, Mohawk remarked, reverting to his original form. I did not wish to defy you. My body simply acted against my will. It seemed that he would require time to acclimate, yet the results aligned closely with Lu Ming's expectations, which left him satisfied. Was Mohawk in danger? Was something amiss? Mohawk meticulously inspected himself, nearly disassembling his own body in the process. Rest assured, everything is fine, Lu Ming reassured. Tell me, were you indeed contemplating transformation just now? While I was, yet it felt as though my body transformed independently of my thoughts. The moment I considered changing, the process was already complete. It was truly astonishing. Ah, I see. Lu Ming clapped his hands together. When a person touches something hot, they instinctively withdraw their hand, a reflex that bypasses the brain, controlled instead by the spinal cord. If one were to wait for the brain to receive the burning sensation before acting, the damage would already be done. Thus, Lu Ming speculated that after re-encoding Mohawk's genes, a similar reflex had inadvertently developed. The underlying principles were undoubtedly different, but the effect was precisely what Lu Ming desired. Mohawk, I wish to conduct a few more experiments with you. Turning around, Lu Ming noticed that Mohawk had stealthily made his way to the door. Oh, are you planning to escape? And no, Mohawk replied, his demeanor betraying guilt. Then return immediately. In the ensuing hours, Lu Ming conducted several transformation tests on Mohawk. The experiment proved entirely successful. His transformation speed had significantly increased, and he had acquired the ability to engage in combat in a semi-mechanical, humanoid form, albeit with some lack of proficiency. Furthermore, there appear to be no adverse effects from Mohawk's current performance. Mohawk is utterly exhausted, he complained, ignoring his grievances. Lu Ming issued a new command, opening all communication channels to ensure every Decepticon could hear. This privilege was reserved for high-ranking commanders like him. All Decepticons, heed my command. Assemble immediately at Armament Zone 3. As soon as Lu Ming issued the order, the roar of engines resonated from all directions. Their efficiency in action was indeed one of the Decepticons' merits. As the formidable sound wave approached, a question arose in his mind. Previously, you expressed a desire to transform the Autobots into Decepticons. Now that you possess such extraordinary technology, wouldn't this be an opportune moment to win them over? A cold smirk escaped Lu Ming's lips. The time is not yet ripe. Observing Soundwave's demeanor, Lu Ming could not help but inwardly lament the cunning of humanity. The Cybertronians were still too naive. Not only the Autobots, but even this small entity before him, quaked in fear at the mere mention of his experimental intentions. Thus, sharing this technology with the Autobots was undoubtedly unfeasible. Furthermore, should the Autobots actually acquire this power, it would only bolster their strength while creating obstacles for himself, an endeavor Lu Ming would never entertain. Yet, at the core of his thoughts, Lu Ming harbored a more astute plan. What could rouse these metallic beings from Cybertron? It was not experiments, but sheer power. When would the Autobots yearn for such strength? The answer lay in the moment of his complete revelation. Soon, Lu Ming commenced a comprehensive genetic rewriting of the Decepticon army. although the outcomes varied among individuals. Each transformed entity experienced an enhancement in speed, elevating the Decepticons' combat prowess to an entirely new echelon. Unbelievable. Lu Ming marveled at the sight of Decepticons reclining in the repair bay of the armament zone. Genetic rewriting, a technology nearly impossible to achieve in humans, was remarkably simpler with the bodies of Cybertronians. Moreover, Lu Ming harbored no concerns regarding side effects, having implemented a program akin to version archiving in each individual. Should any Decepticon's internal system falter, their version would instantaneously revert to a stable state. The first phase had proceeded relatively smoothly, save for the complications with Barricade. For reasons unknown, this aircraft seemed to be at odds with Lu Ming, not only rejecting his modification plans, but also forbidding its fighter squadron from participating in the enhancements. Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. Soundwave. Barricade arrived in the observation chamber, which boasted an expansive view, positioned high above the armament zone, surrounded by vast glass panels. He could clearly observe the condition of every Decepticon below. Pray tell, what schemes am I allegedly concocting? Lu Ming strolled leisurely within the observation chamber, casually inspecting the ongoing modifications below. You seek to usurp power. Barricade's eyes shimmered with a violet hue, reminiscent of an RGB chassis. Do you dare jest with such a notion? Lu Ming exhibited no signs of retreat. Look at the current situation. The entire Decepticon army is under your command, while Megatron is far away on Earth. You claim he has entrusted you with the full authority of our rear operations, but who can attest to that? Lu Ming scoffed lightly. Barricade, have you become too engrossed in your role? What do you mean? Do not feign unwavering loyalty to Lord Megatron in my presence. Who does not know you align with the Decepticon known as Starscream? The character of Starscream is well understood. I need not elaborate further. How dare you insult Lord Starscream? Insult? Lu Ming strode purposefully towards direct current, his metallic footfalls causing the control room to tremble slightly. I am merely stating a fact. Moreover, while Starscream may be a lord to you, he is not to me. Remember, Lord Megatron once remarked that this waste could not even organize a picnic. Chapter 13 You. Direct Current was evidently furious, his right arm's compact submachine gun silently loading ammunition. Do you intend to resort to violence against me? Lu Ming smiled knowingly, a smile that felt foreign to Direct Current, for since meeting Shockwave, this individual had rarely shown such expression. Allow me to remind you, Direct Current. Lu Ming pointed towards the hundreds of Decepticons in Armament Zone 3. These are all my subordinates. At my command, you would be turned into Swiss cheese in an instant. Do not be so pleased with yourself just yet. Direct Current was about to make his exit when Lu Ming blocked his path. What do you intend to do? I simply do not understand why you are so loyal to Starscream. What does he offer you? Lu Ming inquired. Loyalty requires no justification. Ah, what a rare subordinate. Lu Ming scrutinized Direct Current with a singular eye, yet I do not share that sentiment. Were I to be a waste, I would prefer my subordinates to betray me rather than suffer alongside me. Oh, Direct Current caught the undertone of that statement. You wish to win me over. Win over is perhaps too strong a term. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. However, we face a formidable enemy, and as the leader of the fighter squadron, I only ask that you refrain from stabbing me in the back. You can rest assured, such ignoble acts are beneath me. Direct Current feigned disdain, but remember, do not attempt to strike from behind while the quintessence are upon us. Once this crisis has passed, I shall continue to eradicate the Autobots. With that, he turned on his heel and exited the observation room. Ah, how shallow. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Ming could not help but reflect. Little did he expect that under the cunning Starscream, there would exist a subordinate of such integrity to the point of foolishness. The Decepticons in Armament Zone 3 have been fully optimized. Next, it is merely a matter of having the officers apply the same technology in other zones. Lu Ming called for Flywheel through his communicator, as there were less than 4 days remaining until the Quintessence attacked Cybertron, and he needed to expedite the development of the Triple Changers. As he exited the base, a convoy of battle vehicles passed by Lu Ming. Upon seeing their commander, they immediately transformed into humanoid form and saluted in unison. This salute differed from the military salutes of humans, but still conveyed the Decepticon soldiers' respect for Shockwave. What are you all off to? Lu Ming inquired. To Master Shockwave, we are prepared to conduct patrols as per our usual protocol, lest the Autobots seize the opportunity during this temporary ceasefire to launch a surprise attack. The Decepticon responding to Lumen's inquiry is Abyss, the captain of this patrol unit. Oh, how I wish they would attempt an ambush. Then we could dismember them right before the eyes of the Red Square. Mohawk appeared somewhat exhilarated. The Red Square he referred to is none other than Hot Rod. The so-called division can essentially be understood as the demarcation line between the Decepticons and the Autobots. Have all adjustments been made? Yes, Abyss nodded. I now feel as light as a feather. Master Shockwave, you are indeed a genius. Mohawk continued to flatter him. Enough with the compliments. Explode. Suddenly, a previously silent Decepticon spoke up within the patrol, calling for their annihilation. Who is he? Master Shockwave. He is called Ruckus. Abyss quickly introduced, transforming into a tank. He certainly seems rather loud. Lumen discreetly scanned Ruckus's external weaponry, discovering that his power was remarkable, though his intellect exhibited some deficiencies. Abyss, remember to manage your team well, and do not cross the line. Understood. Although unsure why Master Shockwave was so cautious towards the Autobots at this moment, Abyss complied. Very well, proceed with the patrol. Yes. Decepticons, transform. Mohawk relished the role of captain. As Lumen had anticipated, the Decepticons transformed at a significantly faster pace than before. The iron chains behind their heads began to whirl, revealing two pairs of glimmering red compound eyes concealed beneath their visors. The components of the patrol members shifted positions at a speed imperceptible to the human eye, accompanied by a symphony of melodious metallic clinks. Lumen felt somewhat disoriented conversing with these individuals, for in the films, these low-tier Decepticons remained silent from their entrance until they were severed by the Autobots. Yet now they engaged in dialogue as casually as colleagues in a human workplace. Surrounding Cybertron, there were no stars akin to the sun, causing the horizon and the profound cosmos to blur into one. The resplendent blue-green auroras floated gracefully like a goddess's veil amidst the vast sea of stars. And beneath this splendid scenery, the fragmented Cybertron appeared desolate. Can I truly save Cybertron? Lumen murmured to himself, sighing, I suppose I shall give it a try. Before notifying Flywheel, Lumen resolved to conduct his own theoretical research. He first returned to the location of the magic sphere, yet, as before, found nothing. How did the triple changers achieve their transformations? This technology is on an entirely different level than before. It not only involves the optimization of transformation elements, but also the separation and recombination of genetic codes. If enhancing the speed of transformation is akin to enabling a tiger to run faster, then creating a 3-transform warrior is akin to equipping the tiger with wings. Although Transformers are not flesh and blood beings, there undoubtedly exists a conflict between the two types of transformation genes. Nevertheless, I shall attempt to merge them. Since the two genes repel each other, Ming thought to employ a method similar to his previous acceleration technique, rewriting the code of both gene sets without destabilizing the core, thereby minimizing points of rejection. Just as he was preparing to embark on this new experiment, a call signal echoed through the communicator. This was an encrypted channel, typically activated only by the leader of a specific team. Ming swiftly pinpointed the source of the call and promptly exited the laboratory, following the signal. Upon his arrival, he found the Decepticons and Autobots locked in a standoff, each faction occupying its own side. Yet the tension of imminent conflict was palpable. What was happening? Ming's towering figure interposed itself between the two factions, his large crimson eye surveying the surroundings. Chapter 14. Duel. A dent marred the ground, and the noisy cannon still emitted smoke. Ah, Lord Shockwave, you have finally arrived. Mohawk hastened to Ming's side. These Autobots just crossed the line, and had it not been for my quick evasion, you would likely be witnessing mere scrap metal now, and I would no longer be able to serve you. The Abyss. Ming found it hard to believe Mohawk's solitary account. He intended to clarify the situation with the patrol team leader. Is this true? Yes, Abyss nodded, but I intend to blow you all to pieces. The commotion remained as fervent as ever, with his tank mode main cannon now resting on his shoulder, war imminent. Clearly, it was you who deliberately disrupted my meditation. An Autobot could not restrain himself from retorting. Humph, I was just about to test my blade. Come here, big fellow, I shall sever your head. You shall perish from my anti-tank missile double-barrel cannon. The raucous one shot back defiantly. Ming casually glanced at the opposing Autobot. His exterior armor bore a striking resemblance to the traditional Japanese armor of the Warring States period. Gripped in his hand was a long sword. and at his waist hung a shorter blade. A dual-wielding technique? Lu Ming mused. How curious that there are Japanese influences on Cybertron. You speak, Lu Ming commanded, his voice lowering, an aura of quiet authority enveloping him and subduing all present. At that moment, I was meditating. Following an explanation from the Autobot, named Iedo, Lu Ming swiftly discerned the situation. It turned out that while Abyss was leading the patrol, Iedo's squad of Autobots happened to be on their own patrol. Due to Iedo's personal inclinations, he had begun to meditate alone. His method of meditation was rather unique. Instead of quietly closing his eyes, he planted his long sword into the ground, gripping it with one hand, while maintaining an inverted posture and slowly rotating. As he spun, he spoke words reminiscent of a tranquil mirror, while the other members of his team waited silently nearby. Having followed their captain for such an extended period, these Autobots were well aware of his habits. Although the blade was pointed inward, there was a slight brush of the leg during the rotation. What Lu Ming desired was unity between the Autobots and Decepticons. Thus, he hoped to overlook such minor frictions in the interest of greater benefits. Yet his subordinates held a different perspective. While Abyss attempted to convey a sense of retreat through conversation, Mohawk was clearly not one to comply easily. Rather than directly attacking the Autobots, he angled his bullets toward the ground, causing the meditative Ki to lose his balance and fall. This misstep proved inconsequential. Yet Ki's lower half crossed the boundary. Subsequently, Mohawk hid behind Abyss, mimicking the sound of a whistle with the components, feigning that nothing had occurred. However, the noise was another matter. He eagerly welcomed such an occurrence. Upon witnessing Ki breach the boundary, he immediately transformed into tank mode and fired upon him. Though fortunately, Ki's reflexes were swift enough to evade disaster. Lu Ming was unaware that Ki's speed was among the elite within the Autobot ranks, attributable to his unique approach. The saying often circulated among the Decepticons: if you see Ki's blade unsheathed, you are already in two pieces. It seems you should reconsider your meditative position. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee my subordinates will not misfire, Lu Ming remarked. Yet I did not initiate an attack. It is your subordinate Ki who appears quite discontent, came the retort. No need for apologies, Ki responded, brandishing his blade. We are all denizens of Cybertron. Strength is the ultimate truth. His gaze remained fixed on the commotion, brimming with murderous intent. Shockwave, let me fire. The commotion was on the verge of eruption. Oh no, Mohawk seems to have stirred trouble, he muttered, covering his mouth, hoping to remain unnoticed. Do you wish to duel him? Lu Ming inquired. Indeed, Ki nodded confidently. However, I do not believe that hulking brute can survive beneath my keen blade. Even the Decepticons, 10 times more agile than him, would struggle to escape, let alone such a clumsy creature. The taunts from the commotion were blunt, yet they refrained from veiling their words in complexity. Very well, let me serve as the witness, Lu Ming said, intrigued, eager to test the results of his experiment. Given that the adversary was renowned for his speed, it was indeed a fitting match. Commotion, Lu Ming called. Are you ready? Absolutely. The commotion seemed to be drooling with anticipation. May I bombard him now? Step back. Both of you. I will count down. When I say begin, you may commence. Lu Ming directed these words toward the Autobots patrol team, reminding them that they too were witnesses. Should Hot Rod inquire later, they would know how to respond. The commotion and the clash retreated to either side as per Lu Ming's instructions. And soon the onlooking Cybertronians began to murmur among themselves. Abyss let out a sigh, feeling a sense of responsibility for the friction that had occurred. Mohawk, reveling in the chaos, cheered on the commotion while making faces at the clashing duo. The other Decepticon members exhibited similar behavior, as they were, after all, a warlike race. Those nameless Decepticons Lu Ming referred to had already begun placing bets, wagering their lubricants. In stark contrast, the Autobot team remained remarkably calm, or perhaps even secretly pleased. Each of them wore a peculiar smile, as if the outcome of this duel was already predetermined. One couldn't help but wonder if that massive tank had a malfunctioning cognitive module to dare accept the duel proposal from Captain Ki. From his erratic behavior, it was evident that he had not been maintained for quite some time. As one knows, the Decepticons often lack a few crucial wires in their brains. I suspect he must have been recently produced. Otherwise, how could Captain Ki have never heard of him? Even Shockwave might not escape unscathed from this duel, let alone this clumsy giant. If he cannot come to terms with himself, Who can he blame? From the moment he fired upon Ki, he was destined to become a heap of scrap metal. 3, 2, 1. Lu Ming initiated the countdown, followed by a cannon shot that illuminated the sky, signaling the commencement of the duel. Chapter 15. The outcome is clear. Death is a fate that all must eventually confront. Ki's mechanical hand tightened around the longsword, for this was not something one could evade. Lu Ming couldn't help but internally scoff at his demeanor. Prepare yourself. Ki closed his eyes, horizontally positioning the longsword, as the thrusters in his legs erupted with a soft blue flame, emitting a roar akin to that of a racing engine. In the next moment, he vanished. From the moment he began to accelerate to the completion of that acceleration, the entire process took less than 0.01 seconds. Ki's afterimage formed a straight line, and even a sonic cone appeared before him. Bombardment. The Raucous aimed his double-barreled cannon at Ki's trajectory, the elongated barrels gleaming under the auroras of Cybertron, unleashing a torrent of fire akin to falling rain. Ki's dash altered course. He was no longer a singular line, but rather multiple lines in parallel, as Raucous seemed to perceive 5 Autobots wielding long swords charging toward him. Transformation. Turning, rolling, the pre-optimized code began to take effect, with the transformation elements propelling the components with unprecedented speed. His head concealed beneath the chest armor, the main cannon mounted before the artillery, steel treads surged forward. Annihilation. Missiles were loaded into the cannon's barrel and launched forth, the immense recoil causing Raucous' entire frame to retract. Boom! The projectile collided with an unknown object, and from the point of detonation, a tremendous force began to radiate outward. Mohawk clung desperately to the ground, fearing his diminutive form would be swept away. Clouds of dust rose, obscuring the battlefield from view. "Huh, I won the bet. That Autobot is dead," shouted a member of the Decepticon patrol squad. "You all lose. The oil is mine." This only attested to the Autobots' inadequacy, a pity indeed. The clamor remained unabated, though. Despite being part of a team, the Decepticons were inherently combative. And even if the ruckus truly led to someone's demise, it would hardly garner concern. A sudden sound of Iato pierced through the haze, too soon to draw conclusions. In an instant, Iato soared into the air, executing a 180-degree flip before descending with his blades aimed fiercely at the control room of the ruckus. The Autobot, Lumen, had been observing from the sidelines, intrigued. Mohawk and the others might have missed the details, but Lumen's infrared high-speed camera captured every moment. It turned out that just before the projectile collided with Iato, he had deftly thrown a second short knife from his waist, causing the projectile to detonate prematurely. He then harnessed the residual shockwave beneath him and propelled himself into the air, launching a surprise attack at an unexpected angle towards the tank form of the ruckus. The outcome was sealed. The unexpected Autobot continued to be a topic of discussion. At this distance, the tank's speed could not evade the oncoming strike. "Everyone, stay alert to prevent retaliation for the loss of one of our own." Indeed, the Decepticons are known for their treachery. As the long blade descended, a smile crept upon Iato's lips. Yet at that critical moment, the ruckus transformed. Was he out his mind? If he merely accepted the blow, he might only lose a portion of his barrel, but transforming into his humanoid form would undoubtedly be too late. He would be cleaved in half in his half-tank, half-human state. However, did you notice how swiftly this behemoth transformed into a tank? "Ah, I too have observed that," came the reply. "Yet, even so, he won't make it." "Oomph. Your head shall be mine." Iato calmly pronounced the sentence of death to the ruckus. "It will be collected." Meanwhile, the transformation of the ruckus continued. The external armor began to fracture, revealing the internal circuitry and conduits. His feet retained their tread-like structure, while the massive mechanical arms were fully formed. A crisp sound of metal grinding echoed around the vicinity. "I've won," Lumen declared, his expression tranquil. "What? How is this possible?" The Autobots stood agape at the battlefield. "Heavens, Ruckus, are you begging for mercy? You look utterly ridiculous." He caught the blade with empty hands. Indeed, although the raucous entity had not fully transformed into a humanoid form, it clasped its hands together and intercepted the blade of the katana. The long sword firmly lodged between its mechanical hands, unable to advance even a fraction. Fragments of fireworks cascaded to the ground. The shattered, raucous pairs of multifaceted eyes emitted an eerie crimson glow, causing a chill to run down the spine of the katana wielder. Due to its legs still resembling those of a tank, the raucous entity appeared half kneeling on the ground. which led the other Decepticons to jest that it was pleading for mercy. However, everyone understood that the outcome of this duel had already been determined. The main cannon on its back reverted to its shoulder during the transformation process. The dark barrel aimed directly at the face of the katana wielder. My life is forfeit. The katana wielder believed his demise was imminent. Yet in the next moment, a barrage of bullets, akin to shooting stars, was projected around him. The explosion, grinning with mirth, shattered the surrounding earth, forcing the two individuals at the epicenter of the blast to separate. Cease at once. A sports car approached the battlefield at an extraordinary speed, soaring into the air before completing its transformation just before landing. Shockwave, what is happening? Ah, I just arrived myself, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. You might want to inquire with those Autobots. Lu Ming had merely intended to test the raucous entity's capabilities, and now that the duel had commenced, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. However, with Shockwave's arrival, it provided the katana wielder an opportunity to salvage his life. Raucous, let us return. Lu Ming approached the raucous entity, not wishing for the situation to escalate unfavorably. Yet it was still alive. Being alive was not a bad thing. Fine, I understand your penchant for combat, Lu Ming reassured him. But as you can see, this individual is clearly not your match. He is far too weak. The emphasis on the word weak was unmistakable. What did you say? The katana wielder was evidently indignant. Since its inception, it had rarely encountered a worthy adversary, let alone one faster than itself. The fact that a tank-like heavy Decepticon had triumphed through agility was undoubtedly a source of humiliation. That was merely an error. If a rematch were to occur, I would certainly. Enough. Shockwave was on the brink of fury. Was it not humiliating enough? The Autobot Patrol had already briefed him through the communicator on the events that transpired, revealing that the Autobots were not entirely in the right. Listen closely. Lu Ming turned around. Raucous was not always this formidable. It is my enhancements that have made it so. I can see that you too seek power. If one day you come to a decision, come to me, and I will grant you what you desire. Chapter 16. No overlap. This minor skirmish thus reached a conclusion, the outcome surpassing Lu Ming's expectations by a significant margin. He had been troubled about finding an opportunity to test before the arrival of the five-faced monstrosity, for pure training would yield less accurate data than a genuine clash between two forces. Ironically, the Autobot named Katana Wielder had crossed the line. Certainly, Lu Ming remains unaware that the transgressions of the adversary are linked to Mohawk's subtle maneuvers. Regardless of the underlying motives, Lu Ming has attained his desired outcome. He is now resolute in his belief that his research on acceleration has yielded impeccable results, having boldly showcased his prowess before the Autobots. Although his original intention was to demonstrate his strength in the presence of the Autobots while combating the five-faced monstrosities alongside the Cybertronians, the premature reveal has proven to be fortuitous. Even in his humanity, Lu Ming possessed a keen sense of observation. He was all too familiar with the glimmer of longing in the eyes of the combatants after today's duel. That particular gaze spoke of an intense yearning for something that only this high-ranking Decepticon military operations commander could provide. Others, be it Hot Rod or Optimus Prime, were simply incapable of such offerings. As Lu Ming made his way back to the laboratory, he encountered numerous Decepticons, all brimming with excitement, which was hardly surprising given their recent adjustments. The metallic clangor resonated around him, punctuated occasionally by a rogue Decepticon firing off a few rounds. The projectiles soaring like comets wreathed in smoke, only to be obliterated by the hail of bullets from heavy machine guns. It resembled a raucous celebration. However, Lu Ming had grown accustomed to such scenes. Within the memories of Shockwave, these occurrences were mundane for the Decepticons. As long as there were no fatalities, they embraced whatever stimuli came their way. Shockwave. Its flywheel. What transpired at the boundary? Nothing much, just the patrols on both sides engaging in some playful antics. Lu Ming led the way, fortuitously declaring, "Come with me to the laboratory. I have an idea to discuss with you." Okay, puis pour changer? In the laboratory, Flywheel wore a puzzled expression, questioning the feasibility of such an endeavor. It remains uncertain, which is why I summoned you. I am willing to cooperate with the experiment, though I cannot guarantee success. That's fine. You merely need to lie on the experiment table, and I shall handle the rest. Recalling Mohawk's previous distress, Lu Ming cautioned. By the way, this process may be somewhat painful. No matter, Flywheel replied with a remarkably calm demeanor. Lu Ming did not know Flywheel particularly well. Although he was now one of his subordinates, and they had interacted frequently, Lu Ming sensed a veil of inscrutability surrounding Flywheel's thoughts. Whatever the requests, Flywheel accepted them with unyielding compliance and displayed no fluctuations in his expression. Is it sufficient to lie here? Yes, I will assist you in connecting these data lines. While high-level analysis could scan the internal conditions of Flywheel, it only extended to the minutiae of the components. To delve deeper, other instruments were required. Flywheel's physique was considerably larger than Mohawk's, so reclining on the experiment table appeared unremarkable. The numerous data lines suspended above him began to inch closer to Flywheel's body, resembling the venomous tongues of predators discovering prey in a jungle. Flywheel, under whom did you previously serve? I recall you were among the first to join me. At first, the Flywheel hesitated, and I followed the sound wave. Later, he grew weary of my sluggish responses and directed me elsewhere. It is no surprise, for the creations under Soundwave's command are peculiar, such as mechanical birds and robotic dogs. A fighter jet like myself is ill-suited for such company. Ultimately, I merely wished to contribute to the Decepticon cause. The Flywheel sighed. Our home planet can no longer withstand the ravages of war. The process commenced. Electrical currents began to flow, and arcs of light pulsated around the data cables, resembling the incandescent filaments of a light bulb when illuminated. Although the Flywheel remained silent, I could sense his suffering. The initial step of the experiment mirrored previous ones, aimed at identifying a specific pattern in the arrangement of the transformation elements within the individual. Only by comprehensively understanding this pattern could we proceed with appropriate adaptations. Indeed, as I accessed the store data on Mohawk, I discovered that different types of Decepticons possess distinct encoding for their transformation elements. The terrestrial category, for instance, exhibits broadly similar coding among its Cybertronians, albeit with slight variations. Within this broad classification, there exist subcategories such as tanks, combat vehicles, and motorcycles. Only after further subdivision do these Cybertronians' encodings align. However, upon reaching the fighter jet category, any commonality with the terrestrial types nearly vanished. Thus, if I were to continue this research, the most viable approach would appear to be a combination of similar types. For instance, since the Flywheel is a fighter jet, I contemplated merging him with a helicopter, as both belong to the aerial class and would not conflict as tanks and planes do. Yet, I was reluctant to pursue this avenue. If the sole outcome were to enable a fighter jet to transform into a helicopter, what significance would that hold? The true advantage of a triple changer lies in the ability to merge terrestrial and aerial forms, thus enhancing combat versatility and adaptability against foes. The images of the shatter and bounce ball lingered in my mind, solidifying my resolve. The laboratory storage contained numerous discarded bodies. Shockwave had a penchant for collecting the remnants of his subordinates for future needs. Approaching the warehouse door, the metal barrier promptly recognized my identity ID and slid open, releasing a wave of stale air. The warehouse lacked illumination, but for me, equipped with infrared imaging technology, this posed no challenge. Soon I selected a tank, medium-sized and armed with weapons that were not as formidable as the more boisterous variants. It had been humanoid before its demise, so I opted not to utilize the laboratory's transport tools, instead dragging it by its foot into the lab. The tank was placed upon the experimental table beside the Flywheel, and I initiated a scan of its transformation element arrangement before assessing the extent of its damage. Ah, I see now, the cognitive module is malfunctioning. The tank's limbs appear intact, yet remains unresponsive. To illustrate, it is akin to an ordinary human who, during battle, inadvertently suffers a head injury from the enemy, resulting in a state akin to a vegetative coma. The scan results corroborate Lu Ming's earlier assessment. The encoding of the tank's transformation elements bears no resemblance to that of the Flywheel. Chapter 17, Defeat. Are you facing difficulties? Flywheel inquired, enduring the pain. Flywheel. Lu Ming replied solemnly. Are you afraid of death? Yes. You certainly speak candidly. Yet fear not. I shall not allow your demise. However, the scale of this modification will be substantial. Very well, proceed as you see fit. The tri-transform warrior, though possessing 3 forms, is constrained to a singular personality. Thus ensuring that Flywheel's control center can adeptly manage the tank component presents a formidable challenge. Lu Ming resolved to first disassemble the tank into its constituent parts. subsequently devising a method to integrate them onto Flywheel. This endeavor is far from the simplicity of donning clothing, as certain components must reside within him. Shall I assist you in halting operations? That will be acceptable. Lu Ming entered a series of commands into the control panel, and Flywheel subsequently entered a state of dormancy. He gazed quietly at the two Cybertronians lying on the experimental table, reflecting that even if he were tasked with two transforming toy robots, ensuring their disassembly and reassembly while retaining their ability to transform into two distinct forms would be nearly impossible, let alone the intricate task at hand with two Decepticons far more sophisticated than mere toys. The magnitude of this surgical operation is self-evident. Cutters, steel claws, thermal knives, expansion devices, and securing bridges. Almost every tool available in the laboratory was employed by Lu Ming. Wires, rare earth metals, and an array of complex components emerged incessantly, sparks flying beneath the experimental table, while discarded parts clattered about. Lu Ming was uncertain how long this physical modification persisted. He vaguely recalled that the Decepticons training outside had returned to rest. The aurora in the sky shifted its position, and a layer of cold mist began to envelop the laboratory. Mission accomplished. Lu Ming exhaled deeply, wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow. Theoretically, Lu Ming, possessing the body of a Shockwave, should feel no fatigue. Yet his heart remains human, leaving him emotionally drained rather than physically weary. On the experimental table, Flywheel's form had surged to nearly 15 times its original size. His legs were now steel treads, while his chest armor resembled a fighter jet's cockpit. A primary cannon rested upon his shoulder, with a thruster capable of unleashing flames concealed behind him. Had Megatron and Soundwave been at Lu Ming's side, they would undoubtedly commend this as a remarkable feat of engineering. Yet, Lu Ming was acutely aware that this was far from the conclusion, for Flywheel had yet to be activated. If Lu Ming were tasked with creating such a tri-transform warrior, he could indeed produce as many as he wished, given different types of Decepticons. Yet ultimately, they would merely be scrap metal, incapable of combat. With a heart full of trepidation, Lu Ming commenced the final adjustments on the control panel. Why does it still behave this way? He had anticipated that, following physical contact, the two transforming elements would no longer interact as they had previously. Yet reality proved this assumption erroneous. The tank and the fighter jet, these two disparate entities, remained arranged in distinctly different configurations, their codes lacking any overlapping points. Then, let us optimize further. Lu Ming began to operate swiftly, striving to minimize the conflict between them without destabilizing the core, seeking potential points of convergence to bind them forcefully. The volume of data streaming from the cloud grew increasingly vast, and the data cables connected to the Flywheel showed signs of nearing their breaking point. This round of optimization consumed nearly 3 hours of Lu Ming's time, and by the end, he found himself at a loss for further actions. After confirming the stability of the transforming elements and inspecting the Flywheel's condition, Lu Ming felt assured and activated the Flywheel. Everything commenced its operation. Collision and friction ensued. Components belonging to the two Decepticons awakened within the same body, appearing chaotic yet surprisingly orderly. The tank's armor filled the void left by the fighter jet's tail in its humanoid form, while the fighter jet's missiles significantly enhanced the tank's range. The Flywheel now resembled not merely a warrior, but a work of art. Flywheel, how do you feel? I'm well enough. The Flywheel covered its head with one hand, sensing a cacophony within its mind. It was perplexed, as it had never experienced anything akin to this before. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through its limbs. Yet this power seemed beyond its complete control. No, I feel unwell. Suddenly, the Flywheel's blue, torch-like eyes turned crimson, and its voice transformed dramatically, shifting from detached composure to agitated unrest. The color of my eyes shifted once more, judging by its demeanor and speech. It appeared that the one speaking now was indeed the Flywheel itself. Flywheel. Lu Ming promptly issued a command. Transform. Understood. The transformation commenced, a skill inherent to every Cybertronian, yet appeared strangely foreign to Lu Ming at that moment. For the Flywheel was not merely transforming, it was also separating. The two sets of genes, once intimately connected, now raced away from one another. Gradually, the Flywheel's form before Lu Ming split into two distinct parts, the airplane and the tank taking shape. How could this be? Lu Ming had never anticipated such an outcome. I feel much better now. The voice of the fighter jet emanated from the flywheel, sounding relieved. I'm all right. The tank also produced a voice, revealing that the earlier exclamation of no, "I Manuel," had indeed originated from it. What does this mean? Lu Ming was bewildered. Have I fractured your personality? That should not be the case. I feel no sense of incompleteness. The flywheel denied. I'm experiencing a headache. What is your name? This inquiry was directed at the tank. Flywheel. Very well. You should be called Flywheel as well. Had there been a chair behind Lu Ming, he would have surely leaned back in astonishment, for the current situation had taken him by surprise. Do not rush. Allow me to assess the circumstances. The control panel received Lu Ming's directives, and the data cables suspended in the laboratory reconnected with the two war machines. Upon gazing at the results displayed on the screen, Lu Ming could not help but sigh. What is the matter? Flywheel seemed perplexed by the situation. Let me ask you, do you recognize a tank? Its name is Noisy. Chapter 18. The dual-form warrior Noisy? The fighter jet Flywheel pondered for a moment. I am aware of it, though we are not well acquainted. What about you? Lu Ming inquired of the tank. I know Noisy. He's my buddy. Tank Flywheel responded. But it seems his intellect is somewhat lacking, so I suspect he should have been decommissioned before me. Regrettably, he was decommissioned later than you, Lu Ming replied, raising his hands in resignation. So what has happened to me? The fighter jet Flywheel felt an ominous sensation creeping in. The tank Flywheel was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. Allow me to elucidate, Lu Ming said as he positioned the monitor before them. This tank is named Clamor, a companion of Noisy. Are you implying that I am Clamor? Tank Flywheel questioned skeptically, but I distinctly remember being Flywheel. No, you're not Clamor. Clamor has long since perished. Lu Ming pointed to the tank control room displayed on the screen. You are indeed Flywheel. However, your consciousness encountered interference from the tank's original memory module while attempting to assert control. Did you not remove the memory module? The fighter jet Flywheel felt that such an oversight should not have occurred due to the shockwave. I did remove it. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. This is the crux of the issue. Prior to initiating the fusion transformation, I meticulously dismantled any structures that could potentially affect Flywheel's consciousness, precisely to avert this scenario. Yet has transpired nonetheless. I am now pondering whether, since the transformation elements are governed by fixed entities, Clamor's consciousness may have established some form of connection with its physical form during the process of controlling its own transformation elements, Lu Ming speculated. Indeed, I share your sentiment. The fighter jet Flywheel concurred. Wait, what are you both discussing? I cannot comprehend. I am Flywheel. I'm not Clamor. Then, are you a fighter jet or a tank? Lu Ming retorted. Tank Flywheel paused. Am I a fighter jet or a tank? Oh dear, Lu Ming rubbed his forehead. Everything is in disarray. The three-form warrior was meant to be a singular entity, a unified thought manifested in three distinct forms. Yet now, it had devolved into two separate entities, tangled thoughts, and bewildering forms. What do you intend to do? The fighter jet Flywheel inquired. Shall we decommission this tank? What are you saying? We share the same origin. I am you, and you are me. Tank Flywheel exclaimed in distress. That is not an option. Lu Ming shook his head. Let's do this. Transform once more. I need to validate my hypothesis. Decepticons, transform. This command was uttered simultaneously by both the fighter jet and the tank. Their armor began to split apart, revealing internal components that continuously shifted positions. The preliminary forms of their arms and legs began to emerge. Initially, the transformation proceeded without a hitch. However, soon after, the partially transformed fighter jet and tank leaned against one another, their circuit boards seamlessly interlocking and their weapons achieving perfect balance. The tank treads formed sturdy legs upon the ground, while the arms, reshaped from the fighter jet's wings, appeared long and powerful. I knew that this outcome mirrored precisely what Lu Ming had envisioned. It was over, a futile endeavor. Huh? Flywheel stared at his own hands, bewildered. How could this happen? Let me explain, Lu Ming continued. You two have become a single entity, inseparable. The fighter jet referred to itself as Flywheel, and the tank also identified as Flywheel. Although their personalities exhibited slight differences, their cognition stemmed from the same cognitive module. Now that they had transformed into a humanoid form and merged into one, it indicated that the tank's cognition was not merely a replication of the fighter jet's. They were now intricately connected. If Lu Ming were to dismantle the tank now, the fighter jet's portion would also be rendered inoperable. This situation could aptly be compared to conjoined twins. Shockwave, do not despair, Flywheel consoled. At least I feel my strength has been enhanced. Sigh. To be honest, the results of this experiment were a significant blow to Lu Ming. He had initially believed that the creation of the triple transformation warrior would proceed as smoothly as his previous acceleration project, but this unforeseen outcome was utterly disheartening. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that he had no inkling of how to resolve this issue. Thus far, Lu Ming's progress in developing the triple transformation warrior was virtually non-existent. From Lu Ming's prior observations through the planetary camera in the Sentry Room, it was apparent that the forces of the Quintessence were less than 4 days away from Cybertron. He had always assumed that given the distance from Quintessa to Cybertron, these creatures would take at least 10 days to arrive. However, he had forgotten that they possessed advanced warp technology. It was indeed distressing. Having known Shockwave for so long, Flywheel had never witnessed him in such a state of frustration. Shockwave, I believe you are not at fault. Not at fault. Indeed. Flywheel nodded. While I understand that the triple transformation warrior you aim to develop is not in the form I currently possess, do you not realize that you have forged a new technology? Combiner warriors. Lu Ming suddenly grasped this notion. Precisely, a 2-in-1 warrior, capable of greater agility in battle. In humanoid form, Flywheel's conscious awareness seems more stable than in either the jet or tank states. You make a valid point. The failure in developing the triple transformation warrior did not imply that Lu Ming's experiment had been a failure. He never anticipated that this misstep would lay the groundwork for future developments in various combiner warriors. How do you feel now? To be candid, there's an unsettling feeling, as if someone is conversing with me. I shall make adjustments in due course. For today, this will suffice. Very well, do take your rest. The Flywheel did not linger excessively, nor did Lu Ming conduct a series of follow-up tests akin to those performed on Mohawk previously, for he was utterly fatigued today. System? Task. Optimize the transformation speed of the Cybertronians. Result. Failure. Lu Ming was perplexed as to why the system only now declared this, and in a state of failure, no less. Failure? Why was there failure? Initially, he was concerned that there was an issue with the program, but the system's subsequent communication alleviated his doubts. Reason. The Traveler only aimed to enhance the transformation speed of the Decepticon Legion. Oh, that's what you meant. Lu Ming exhaled with relief. There was no rush. It was merely a matter of time. The Traveler appeared to be quite confident. Indeed, as long as I am Shockwave, these Autobots will inevitably become my subordinates. Chapter 19. The earthquake. As Lu Ming conversed with the system, an unexpected disturbance erupted within the laboratory. At first, it was merely a subtle tremor, nearly imperceptible. Storage tanks filled with various experimental samples and transparent liquids began to quiver slightly, and the long data cables above swayed as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Cutting tools, wrenches, and an array of laboratory instruments drifted away from the workbench, ultimately clattering to the ground with a resonant thud. Gradually, the tremors intensified. The entire laboratory swayed as if a vehicle traversing a rugged mountain road, the cacophony of colliding objects resonating throughout. An earthquake? Lu Ming hastily exited the laboratory, ensuring to mentally catalog the experimental findings before departing. Upon stepping outside, he was struck by the scene before him. Dust was violently stirred by some formidable external force, revealing the underlying circuit boards, while technologically advanced edifices began to collapse. The connections between the panels were taut, straining against their limits before snapping abruptly. The severed lines moved with alarming speed, mercilessly whipping towards a nearby Decepticon. Akin to a sparking whip, the remnants of the previous conflict had yet to be fully reclaimed, and under the relentless force of the centrifugal pull, these remnants tumbled out one by one. Decepticons. Lu Ming activated the command channel. Transform. The orders had been issued, and all Decepticons began to shift their forms. The ground team sought refuge, while the aerial unit ascended swiftly. The roar of engines echoed from all directions, as various sports cars and battle vehicles raced across the tumultuous planet. Fighter jets ignited their thrusters, and in an instant, flames of red and blue illuminated the sky, resembling a constellation of stars. System, why does this task you've assigned me consistently encounter disruptions? Warning. The cause of the phenomenon must be explored by the Traveler themselves. No hints may be solicited from the system. The system remained consistent in its responses, and she subsequently inquired whether the traveler chose to abandon their endeavor. Abandon? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, I have firmly resolved to be the savior of Cybertron. This was peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. After observing for a while in midair, Lu Ming realized that this was no ordinary earthquake, for it exhibited a distinct pattern. The metallic terrain was not fracturing. Rather, it was in search of other points to connect. Buildings were not collapsing. They were merely concealed beneath the surface. After a period of contemplation, Lu Ming reached a daring conclusion. The planet was undergoing a transformation. The aurora in the sky shifted its position. Initially, Lu Ming thought it was dissipating, only to later discover that Cybertron itself had rotated. I recall that Cybertron does not rotate. Hills and valleys, the once familiar topography of Cybertron, was now unrecognizable. Some entities were concealing themselves, while others were on the verge of emergence. Lu Ming increased the power of the thrusters and flew towards the location. For upon magnifying the image, he found a significant fissure had indeed opened. The crack widened until it was large enough to accommodate a building, at which point it ceased its movement. Radiance emanated from the chasm, a brilliance akin to the light of creation, reminiscent of a burning star, yet gentler in its glow. Just as Lu Ming marveled at the incredibility of this scene, the subsequent developments exceeded his expectations. Accompanied by a rhythmic and powerful mechanical sound, an enormous metallic pillar extended from the fissure. Its surface was engraved with ancient Cybertronian script, and its hollow apex resembled a tank's barrel magnified several hundred times. Soon, the colossal cannon completed its full extension, standing tall upon the tumultuous Cybertronian ground, like a pillar of heaven. Shockwaves reverberated through the air. A red sports car raced below. Evidently Hot Rod, but what was happening? Hot Rod leaped into the air, transforming mid-flight before landing. Do not ask me. I am as perplexed as you are. Lu Ming shrugged, adopting an innocent demeanor. Fragments rained down from the pillar. Its overall shape gradually revealed itself to the two. A weapon? That was Lu Ming's initial conjecture, but the pillar exuded an aura that was anything but simple. Meanwhile, the conditions on Cybertron stabilized, the vibrations diminishing from intense to nearly imperceptible. Could this transformation merely be for the emergence of this pillar? Hot Rod was equally puzzled. Was that not overly convoluted? No. Lu Ming pointed to the surroundings. Look, a short distance from the pillar, similar structures had also emerged from the depths. However, these mechanical appendages were not straight. They resembled the curved hind legs of a crab, with sharp ends and inner sides. This colossal, curved structure nearly envelopes a significant portion of Cybertron, with its base positioned similarly to Earth's equator, while the location of the matrix of leadership resembles the North Pole. After careful observation, Lu Ming surmised that the base of the matrix directly aligns with the core energon source of Cybertron. He felt no need to concern himself with Hot Rod, as unlike the Decepticons, the Autobots possess only a handful of individuals capable of flight, and Hot Rod, currently serving as the acting leader of the Autobots, would undoubtedly be preoccupied with numerous matters. Although there exists a rivalry between the Autobots and Decepticons, the division is hardly equitable. The Decepticons have maintained an advantage during the Civil War, thus the strategic delineation favors Lu Ming. Conveniently, the location of Iron Fortress lies within Decepticon territory, allowing Lu Ming to monopolize research on the matrix of leadership. Initially, Lu Ming intended to enter Cybertron directly from beneath the matrix, but the massive rift appeared labyrinthine and was guarded by formidable energy shields. Therefore, he resolved to traverse the familiar route leading to the matrix. The hall housing the matrix seemed unaffected by any anomalies, as this crystallization of Cybertronian intelligence continued to hover serenely in midair as Lu Ming proceeded inward. His destination was the energon source. After navigating the lengthy path strewn with data cables, he finally returned to the platform. Yet the energon source had transformed significantly since his last visit. Chapter 20. The Farmer and the Hen. The original energon source was a massive cube, slowly operating beneath a mechanically intricate circuit board. A soft blue luminescence pulsed across its surface, appearing to levitate at the center of Cybertron without any external assistance. Now, however, the energon source operated at a markedly accelerated pace, and its shape had undergone substantial alteration. The once smooth surface of the cube exhibited numerous indentations. These depressions initially appeared as small squares, but soon spread outward like a cascading domino effect, leading to the complete collapse of one of the cube's 6 faces. Nevertheless, the energon source remained intact, as countless precise components swiftly filled the void left by the collapsed face. Ming had witnessed transformations of the energon source in Transformers, and although the one before him diverged in certain aspects from the cinematic depiction, it bore a general resemblance. The energon source in the film was also a colossal cube, its surface intricately etched with various complex patterns that Ming perceived merely as conduits for energy. He could not recall the specific details from the film, but he remembered the relentless conflict between the Decepticons and Autobots over this object, which, akin to the Rui Jingu Bang, could vary in size, shrinking down to fit within a pocket at its smallest. However, the current positioning of this matrix of leadership starkly contrasts with its depiction in the films, as Ming perceives it as the very essence of Cybertron, perhaps concealing within its depths the entirety of Cybertron's energy reserves. He faintly senses something awakening, a signal not of breath or heartbeat, but of something altogether different. The fluctuations within the matrix continue, though without any substantial progression. It appears to be caught in a cycle of dispersal and reconcentration. A scanning beam of dim red light emanates from a singular eye, casting a crimson glow over this forbidden territory. Indeed, as Ming surmised, the internal structure of the matrix is utterly impervious to his scans. After all, if the matrix were so easily comprehensible, the evolution of the Cybertronians would not have stagnated thus. Ming had hoped to glean some clues from this place. Yet despite his exhaustive investigations, all information remained unchanged from his initial arrival. What is certain, however, is that the recent anomalies on Cybertron are directly linked to the transformations of the Matrix. The towering prime and those colossal claws are likely summoned by the Matrix itself. But why would the Matrix orchestrate such events? In light of recent impending occurrences, Ming suddenly reached a conclusion: the quintessence. Yes, aside from preparing to confront the quintessent onslaught, Ming could conceive of no other explanation. Yet the question looms: can these entities truly withstand the might of the quintessent forces? Upon further contemplation, Ming dismissed this possibility, for the emerging manifestations from the depths appear far too cumbersome to serve any defensive purpose. For now, he decided to set aside these thoughts. After grappling with fruitless contemplation, Ming resolved to temporarily defer this matter, but before departing, he intended to explore the magic sphere for further insights. He was certain that the magic sphere held no direct information pertaining to the Triple Change Warriors. This he had verified repeatedly. Thus, he prepared to seek out any indirect clues. To facilitate access, Ming had previously undertaken a comprehensive disassembly of the Celestial Ladder, transferring all transferable permissions to himself. The contents of the magic sphere were vast and varied, encompassing everything from history to science. Unlike his previous precise searches, Ming this time cast a wide net, hoping to peruse a broader spectrum of information. After an hour of diligent searching, Ming finally unearthed a potentially helpful piece of information. According to historical records, Cybertron once endured a so-called Dark Age, a period reminiscent of the quintessent regime, characterized by the exploitation of labor by tyrants. However, Ming noted that these fallen beings would periodically select certain mechanical organisms for their experiments, and this selection process seemed far from arbitrary. What then was the criterion? Ming sensed he might be on the verge of a critical misstep. He recalled a tale once shared with him about a farm inhabited by a flock of chickens, who each morning enjoyed the sustenance provided by their caretaker. Thus, the chickens gradually arrived at a conclusion that food would be provided at 7 in the morning. This conclusion appeared sound at first glance, yet it concealed an inherent contradiction. While the farmer's distribution of food followed a discernible pattern in the short term, unlike the predictable rising and setting of the sun, the creation of food was devoid of any such law. It was merely a random occurrence. One fateful morning, the farmer neglected to feed the chickens and instead loaded them onto a truck to sell at the market. Upon arrival at the market, he discovered that half of the chickens in the cage had perished. The farmer presumed they had starved, but in truth, their demise was due to despair. His uncharacteristic behavior had obliterated the chickens' faith, shattering the beliefs they had held since birth the moment they were confined in the cage. Lu Ming's error bore a striking resemblance to that of the chickens. He aspired to enhance the transformation speed of the Decepticons, and he succeeded, with each Decepticon benefiting from his ingenuity. However, having previously encountered a triple changer, he subconsciously assumed that all Cybertronians were capable of such transformation until the announcement of his failure in modifying the flywheel. Triple changers were indeed feasible. This notion was reaffirmed in Lu Ming's mind. It was evident that not everyone could achieve it. A moment's reflection reveals the truth. The combat prowess of a triple changer undoubtedly surpassed that of traditional transformers. If this technology were universally applicable, the evolutionary trajectory would be established, rendering the outdated transformers obsolete on Cybertron. In reality, Lu Ming's understanding of triple changers could scarcely assemble a mere squad. Time was of the essence. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lu Ming promptly returned to the surface. At this moment, Cybertron had regained its tranquility. The ground resembled a thorough cleanup, with all debris having coalesced at the previous battleground after a tumultuous upheaval. Helicopters, fighter jets, and an array of aerial vehicles moved through the sky in an orderly fashion, akin to geese flying south. The landbound Decepticons and Autobots had retreated to more open spaces to avoid being struck by falling circuit boards. From a distance, Lu Ming observed two sports cars approaching his direction, each adorned with the Autobot insignia. Chapter 21. Spring. Upon seeing the color scheme of one of the sports cars, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a rush of delight. The car boasted a sleek, aerodynamic design, its exterior a glossy black, while the headlights gleamed in a vibrant orange. If it were placed on Earth, it would be hard to find a man capable of resisting the allure of such a vehicle. If its emblem were swapped from Autobot to Lamborghini, it would evoke no sense of incongruity. Lu Ming felt a sense of familiarity with this car, as it bore the same color scheme as the one he had previously been defeated by under the noisy henchman. The roar of the engine stirs one's soul, while the sharp sound of tires skidding against the ground resonates closely. Lu Ming laments the absence of a stick by his side, for he yearns to indulge in the thrill of gear shifting. In contrast, the neighboring sports car is far more restrained, its color scheme reminiscent of the old green trains. Its horsepower is by no means inferior to that of the first. The sports cars finally ascend the last low hill before Lu Ming, soaring into the air, their tires spinning rapidly, the dust previously kicked up, now cast aside. Transformation. Just before landing, the two sports cars begin to morph, a fissure appearing in the center of their hoods, revealing the frenzied workings of their engines, which are not true automotive engines, but rather blazing embers. The vehicle body first extends, then folds in half, two mechanical arms emerging from beneath the front tires, pressing against the ground. Once the arms lift off, two mechanical legs also reveal themselves from the rear tire positions. Subsequently, the upper half of the vehicle rotates 180 degrees, with the previously detached hood now serving as a chest plate. The transformation is complete, and the proud visage of Geo reappears before Lu Ming. What is this? Unable to defeat me last time, and now seeking assistance? Lu Ming inquires. Humph. Geo dismisses. You naturally know why I am here. And this is? Lu Ming gestures toward the yellow and green Autobot beside him. Greetings. My name is Spring. The demeanor of Spring appears considerably more amiable. You have already violated my agreement with Heatwave, and now I can dismantle you at any moment. Lu Ming casually glances into the distance. What do you mean by enhancement? Geo directly probes, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Enhancement refers to enhancement, Lu Ming replies, intrigued as he pinches his mechanical hand. Utilizing some external forces to make you stronger than before. Of course, that external force is me. Can you assist me in enhancing? Geo's directness catches Lu Ming off guard. In truth, he is in need of a new experimental body, yet he must maintain a certain demeanor. You are an Autobot, and I am a Decepticon. Why would I help you? Because we are about to confront the five-faced beast, Spring interjects supportively. I wish to grow stronger, Geo states solemnly. And what about you? Do you also desire strength? Lu Ming's gaze settles on Spring. I merely accompanied him to see if he needed assistance. Given his temperament, I am quite concerned. How rare to have such a good friend. Lu Ming feigns regret. Gaining my enhancement is not impossible, but what? Geo steps forward. Are you suggesting that we join the Decepticons? Spring inquires suspiciously. Before arriving, Spring had reached an agreement with Geo, should Shockwave truly demand their allegiance. He would drag his friend back, which is precisely why Spring accompanied Geo. Indeed, Lu Ming nods, but I'm not in a hurry. What do you mean? I am aware that even if I were to invite you to join my ranks now, your reluctance would be palpable. And you too, a number? Huh. That is woefully insufficient. A profound ambition lurks within Lu Ming's gaze. Factions? Forces? How amusing. This is not a mere agricultural tale. Be it the Decepticons or the Autobots, Lu Ming holds little regard for such entities. They are nothing more than tools for his ultimate aspiration, to rescue this ailing planet. Observing the wary demeanor of the two, and reflecting on the events since his arrival on Cybertron, Lu Ming suddenly comprehended a truth. Perspective shapes one's thought process. What do you require of us? Two things. Lu Ming raised a finger. Firstly, I have an experiment to conduct. Should it succeed, I might assist you in becoming more formidable, though I cannot guarantee your safety. The spring mechanism retained a hint of trepidation as it glanced towards Kaya, who appeared fervently eager, as if every part of him yearned for this opportunity. And the second point? The second is quite straightforward, Lu Ming replied with a smile. I want you to conceal that power in your daily lives, revealing it only when the forces of the five-faced monstrosity invade Cybertron. At that moment, if anyone inquires, you shall attribute your newfound strength to my technology, Shockwave. Are you attempting to sow discord among the Autobots? Sow discord? Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let's assume your assertion holds true. What then? If the Autobots cannot resist such a minor temptation, then I deem this team unworthy of existence. Kaiha pondered for a moment before conferring quietly with the spring mechanism. Ultimately, he resolved firmly, very well, but you must not manipulate my form in any way. Bang! A robust purple beam surged past Kaia's cheek, hurtling towards the rear. The time Lu Ming took from connecting the reactor to energy infusion and finally to controlling the trajectory was less than a second. The ground began to tremble as the spring mechanism turned to observe the direction they had traversed, discovering that the small hill they had crossed had collapsed, leaving a deep ravine in its wake. Kaia's bodily functions were nearly at a standstill, for he understood the magnitude of the energy just unleashed. If viewed through tactical lenses, the destructive power would surely exceed all limits. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most formidable was Shockwave's mastery over energy. The beam had grazed Kaiha's face without inflicting a single injury, thus affirming the extraordinary strength of this individual. If I wished you harm, I could easily reduce you to ash right now. After all, Hot Rod has already agreed to allow me to deal with any Autobots that cross the line. Lu Ming maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally he reveled in the thrill of his perceived superiority. However, after a moment of reflection, he began to appreciate Shockwave's exceptional physical capabilities, for had he inadvertently blasted away half of Kai's face, the ensuing scene would have been exceedingly awkward. Chapter 22. The Star Hunter Project. Very well, Kaiha resolved. I place my trust in you. Do not speak of belief or disbelief. I am no philanthropist. Lu Ming strode toward the Decepticon base, pondering whether you could alter the tone of your voice. Where did you learn to speak like that? A warrior possesses his own dignity. If you say so, then so be it, Lu Ming thought, feeling utterly exasperated. Transforming on the desolate platform, two sleek sports cars surged forward at breathtaking speed, propelled by a colossal space gun. Thus far, aside from the development of the triple changer warriors, Lu Ming felt that his overall plan was progressing smoothly, perhaps too smoothly, which struck him as somewhat unsettling. He was acutely aware of the formidable threat posed by the Quintessence, but was that truly the only adversary Cybertron faced? As he once more delved into the matrix of leadership, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him within Cybertron, as if the planet were bracing for something ominous. Otherwise, why would such bizarre entities emerge from the depths? Surely, something had been overlooked, Lu Ming mused. Soon, they arrived at the laboratory, encountering numerous Decepticons along the way. As the current supreme leader of the Decepticons on Cybertron, the lower-ranking Transformers held a considerable respect for Shockwave. Boss, a motorcycle with increased horsepower sped towards Lu Ming. You finally returned. It was evident this was Mohawk. What is it? You wouldn't believe it, but Mohawk thought he would never see you again. The excitement in Mohawk's tone was palpable. The iron bricks in Enlightenment Square have all cracked, the dungeons have completely collapsed, and a tsunami from the Rust Sea nearly submerged the Fifth Armory. Understood. Are you not the least bit concerned? I am aware of the reasons behind it. There is no need for worry. With that, Lu Ming intensified the thrust of his vehicle, while Geo and Spring pressed their accelerators to the maximum. This is not the direction to the laboratory. What do you intend to do? Geo inquired. After experiencing such upheaval, I must reassure my subordinates, Lu Ming explained. Let us not forget, I am their leader. Then you may proceed. We are not suited to appear at the Decepticon base, Spring remarked. Actually, I am quite curious. Are you not afraid that Hot Rod will dismantle you for showing up so brazenly? That matter does not concern you, Geo replied. We activated our optical camouflage upon arrival. The recent chaos was so disordered that Hot Rod would not have noticed, and besides, he is merely a substitute leader. Is it truly your intention to come here, seeking my enhancement, without any form of compensation? Geo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as his sole desire was simply to grow stronger without having considered any additional factors. We have already acquiesced to your 2 prior requests. As for the notion of compensation, we are all Cybertronians. In the face of a dire enemy, uniting against them is paramount. And is this not the outcome you desire? Spring interjected. You speak wisely. Lu Ming felt a surge of delight within. Indeed, he yearned to enhance all Autobots. Yet Hot Rod remained obstinate. After all, we are all family. Ki and Spring, following Lu Ming's directives, entered the laboratory, a domain accessible solely to him, thus alleviating any concerns regarding their safety. The Decepticons were assembled as Lu Ming activated the command channel to gather at the Enlightenment Square. Despite the overwhelming number of Decepticons, Lu Ming remained unfazed by efficiency issues. Their movements often proceeded with the precision of a preordained program. Even after such recent turmoil, the aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles swiftly completed their assembly. Upon scanning those present, Lu Ming noted an anomaly. Both direct current and flywheel were absent from the ranks. Just moments ago, our home planet Cybertron had undergone a transformation, which I trust you all have witnessed. Is it the Autobots doing, Shockwave? I suspected they should have been dismantled. Silence, Lu Ming gestured, indicating that he was already aware of the cause of this transformation. It was not the Autobots. The reason? Not the Autobots? Questioned the Decepticons. Listen well, Decepticons. Lu Ming amplified his voice. The situation facing Cybertron is far graver than we had imagined. Our home planet is rapidly depleting its energy reserves. This is a prelude to our apocalypse. What shall we do? An apocalypse? Is Cybertron destined for annihilation? Following this revelation, the Decepticons engaged in fervent discussion. The Autobots believe that peace is the sole means to ensure Cybertron's survival. Indeed, continuing our conflict with them would only hasten Cybertron's demise. Lu Ming spoke the truth. This was his initial step to minimize friction between the factions. How infuriating! Were it not for your interference, they would have already succumbed. Not so. Did you not hear Lord Shockwave's explanation? The Autobots and we share a common origin. If we persist in this animosity, have you forgotten the Great Shutdown? Not Lord Shockwave. You are still an operative. But my noble warriors. Lu Ming suddenly shifted his tone. Will abstaining from conflict with the Autobots ensure Cybertron's survival? The Decepticons exchanged glances, still perplexed by Shockwave's intentions. So, Lord Shockwave, shall we engage or refrain? Engage. Lu Ming's fervent declaration resonated within every Decepticon's cognition module, though not against the Autobots. He raised his right hand, wielding the nuclear cannon. Warriors, what is the purpose of our existence as Decepticons? What is our significance? Conquest. The response from below was remarkably uniform, deeply ingrained in the essence of every Decepticon. Indeed, to safeguard our home planet, we must conquer. Lu Ming paused, then pointed towards the dimly lit starry sky. The Star Hunt Initiative shall be activated once more. The Star Hunt Initiative? Yes, that course of action. It has been persistently obstructed by the Autobots, causing me to nearly forget it. The so-called Star Hunting Project, as its name suggests, is a plan for the pursuit of celestial bodies. This initiative was originally proposed and implemented by the former leader of the Autobots, the formidable Unicron. In the initial period following the expulsion of the Quintessence, there existed a brief era of peace between the Autobots and Decepticons, during which Megatron commanded the Cybertronian Defense Force. And Optimus Prime served as the supreme commander of the Cybertronian Academy of Sciences. Their mentor, Unicron, simultaneously held the positions of chairman of the Council of Elders and leader of the Autobots. Cybertron was initially a realm of tranquility, until the descendants of the fallen primes instigated a rebellion. Chapter 23. The space bridge. The tribe known as the Decepticons adhered to an ideology of absolute separatism. Although the insurgents were ultimately defeated under Unicron's command, internal strife led to significant stagnation within Cybertron. Subsequently, Unicron, through diligent research, discovered that the energy sources required by Cybertron bore striking resemblance to the cores of stars, yet there were no other stars in proximity. Thus, after arduous study, Unicron finally devised a miraculous invention known as the space bridge, composed of hundreds of energy pillars. Once the space bridge was completed, it would enable the transportation of objects across vast distances. Furthermore, with an adequate number of energy pillars and a sufficiently grand scale, even planets could be transported. With the efforts of Unicron, Joel, and numerous Cybertronian scientists, a sun-like star was successfully introduced into Cybertron's orbit, nourishing the internal life force of the planet and allowing this waning world to experience a renaissance. However, no one could have anticipated that the grand rebellion of yesteryear would pale in comparison to the subsequent civil war between the Decepticons and Autobots. The technology of the space bridge is distinct from ordinary technology. It was entirely conceived by Unicron, with no records existing in either the Mystic Orb or the archives of the Cybertronian Academy of Sciences. Moreover, the execution of the star hunting project is exceedingly complex, requiring a considerable investment of time and resources merely to identify suitable stars. Currently, Ming possesses almost no knowledge in this regard. His assertion was driven by both an inner conviction and a desire to bolster the morale of the troops. At present, the Quintessence attacks have yet to be successfully repelled, and Cybertron has been struck by earthquakes. In these dire circumstances, providing the Decepticons with a tangible objective is undoubtedly beneficial. At such a critical juncture, unity is of utmost importance. Lord Shockwave speaks wisely. Let's hunt other stars. Yet, my understanding of the star hunting project is woefully limited, and with Unicron's spacecraft having crashed, the implementation of this plan necessitates locating the original members of the Cybertronian Academy of Sciences. This institution was comprised of Autobots who wielded advanced technology, and Ming's implication was unmistakable. To salvage our mother planet, we must forge an alliance with the Autobots. After some preliminary discussions, Ming finally articulated his core idea. Unlike his previous statements, this remark did not elicit immediate agreement from the audience. Instead, it stirred a more vociferous debate among them. Uniting with those incapable of flight? What are you saying? I cannot fly either. Are you intending to exclude me? It was you who uttered those words, Big Train. What? Are you unwilling to accept that? I perceive that you have no desire to retain your arm. The discussion swiftly escalated into a quarrel, yet this was precisely within Ming's design. The Decepticons, by their very nature, are combative, and uniting them under a single leader's command is no small feat now. To expect them to ally with the Autobots is indeed a formidable challenge. I am aware that you all disdain collaborating with the Autobots, but Ming intervened just in time to halt the discord. If you do not adhere to my directives, I cannot guarantee that you will awaken after the next great shutdown era. This statement was undeniably laden with menace, in the face of life and death. Personal preferences must be shelved. Do you have any objections? I have a question. A Decepticon emerged from the crowd. It is the gas bomb. Ming recognized this individual. In his transformed state, he resembled a jet. You say that everything you mentioned was for the salvation of Cybertron. But once the Star Hunter plan is realized, how do you intend to deal with those Autobots? After Cybertron is saved, my mission will be complete. I have no idea where I shall traverse next, nor do I possess the leisure to concern myself with those Autobots, Ming thought. My sole responsibility is to rescue Cybertron. Once the time comes, Lord Megatron will determine the course of action. That is acceptable. Indeed, Lord Megatron will undoubtedly cast that scrap metal into the sea of rust. In truth, Ming could discern that his current actions were somewhat detrimental, subtly undermining his authority. Nevertheless, for the sake of achieving the ultimate objective, he had no choice but to proceed thus. He yearned to lead his forces to directly obliterate the Autobot stronghold. But such an act would result in failure. The consequences of failure are something he never wished to endure again in his lifetime. In comparable historical events that can be referenced, few great figures have managed to effortlessly resolve conflicts. When confronted with such dire circumstances, they often resort to deflecting the discord. Therefore, Lu Ming had handled the situation exceptionally well. He had repeatedly highlighted the terrors of the five-faced beast before the Decepticons, and now introduced the Star Hunter plan, thereby maximizing the assurance of his unshakable position. Moreover, due to the flawless execution of the previous acceleration plan, Shockwave currently enjoys considerable prestige among the Decepticons. I will now direct the operations. Lu Ming commenced the assignment of tasks, instructing the Decepticons to account for their numbers and subsequently disseminate the list to everyone, with the aerospace team fully engaged in the rescue efforts. The Decepticons swiftly dispersed, and Lu Ming returned to the laboratory, unaware that a confrontation was underway within its confines. Hey, please remain calm. Spring stood between the two, striving to prevent any impulsive actions. How could the Autobots be here? We have urgent matters to discuss with Shockwave. I knew it was Shockwave. Direct Current lifted his wrist, which was equipped with a machine gun. Do not compel me to act. Ki, unable to restrain himself, was on the verge of drawing his sword. Have you come to seek refuge with us? Direct Current continued to provoke. My apologies, but the noble Decepticon warriors disdain mingling with you Autobots. Oh, mercenaries can claim nobility now? I laughed. The bloodline of Autobots is far purer than that of you mutated creatures transformed by the quintessence. The distance between Ki and Direct Current diminished. Yet a spring stood in between them, alternately blocking Ki's blade and Direct Current's gun, fearful of an accidental discharge between the two. What is happening? At a critical moment, Lu Ming arrived at the laboratory. Direct Current? Why are you here instead of leading your aerial team on a rescue mission? Shockwave, your arrival is quite timely. Direct Current seized the opportunity. You claim not to collude? Then how is it that two Autobots appear in your laboratory? They are representatives sent by the Autobots, Lu Ming explained, wishing to discuss matters regarding the quintessence. Chapter 24. Indeed, do you think I would believe you? Direct Current showed no signs of yielding. Do I need you to believe me? Shockwave retorted, I must ask you, as the leader of the fighter squad, why are you not leading your team to rescue our comrades, but instead visiting my laboratory? I came to find you. Have you not gone missing as well? And now there are two additional Autobots here, looking for me? Shockwave sneered. What gives you access to my laboratory? Shockwave had previously granted temporary access to Ki and the others. Regardless of whether they entered first or last, the laboratory doors remained locked to outsiders. Moreover, both vehicles had activated their optical camouflage, thus should have remained undetected. That is none of your concern, Direct Current coldly replied. I can only inform you that there are others whom Lord Megatron trusts besides you. Do not forget what you promised me. Lu Ming's murderous intent had already surfaced. Had it not been for the fighter squad's need for Direct Current's command and his lack of any substantial resistance, he would have likely met an untimely demise already. I understand, rest assured, before repelling the quintessent attack, I will cooperate fully. But remember, do not attempt any tricks. Once that heap of scrap is reduced to rubble by my Sidewinder missiles, I will immediately report your actions to Lord Megatron. With that, Direct Current exited the laboratory, glancing back at Ki and Spring with a look that suggested he would imprint their likeness in his memory. In truth, he had indeed captured their images. You may not have the opportunity then, Lu Ming thought as he watched Direct Current's retreating figure. Are you all right? Spring inquired. It seems your forces are not as united as one might believe. Ki appeared to take some delight in the situation. My affairs are of no concern to you. In truth, there is no need for you to exert yourselves on our behalf. For you? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle, expressing his apologies. You have yet to earn the privilege of my concern. So why do you fight for Cybertron? For our home? After all, several experiments have already been conducted on Mohawk, thus making the acceleration adjustments for Ki remarkably smooth. During this process, Lu Ming unexpectedly gleaned additional insights. Although the Decepticon faction boasts a plethora of sports cars and battle vehicles, their genetic makeup diverges from that of the Autobots, undoubtedly providing Lu Ming with fresh data. Regrettably, the molecular structure of Ki's transformation elements appears to remain vastly dissimilar to that of the aerospace units, with no overlapping encoding methods to be found. While assisting Ki in enhancing speed, Lu Ming also unearthed the wreckage of a jet from the storage. Being an Autobot, Ki could not permit Lu Ming to experiment recklessly upon him. Thus, Lu Ming had no intention of conducting a comprehensive fusion experiment. He merely attempted to attach the jet's wings and propellers to Ki. The results, as Lu Ming anticipated, ended in failure. After incorporating the wings and propellers, Ki seemed to possess enhanced combat capabilities. However, when Ki prepared to transform into a sports car, the jet's wings became hopelessly entangled with the gear lever. Do you seek to bring about my demise? You yourself promised to allow me to conduct experiments. Lu Ming feigned innocence, aware that experimentation inevitably entails risk. After enduring Ki's tirade of complaints, Lu Ming had no choice but to revert him to his original state. Was it only feasible to create external equipment? The so-called external equipment refers to apparatus not constituting part of the primary structure. In Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, Jetfire sacrificed himself to revive Optimus Prime, with his body transforming into Optimus's aircraft and weaponry. These devices would automatically reshape into a trailer when Optimus transformed into a large truck. However, the trailer could detach from the cab, thus not being an intrinsic part of Optimus's form. Meanwhile, following his speed modifications, Ki regained his former confidence. Spring, look, my speed has ascended to new heights. Ki swiftly played with two knives, one long and one short, completing multiple transformations in mere seconds. Congratulations, congratulations. Where's that tank? I wish to challenge him once more. Using my skills to bully me, Ki, is rather excessive, don't you think? Lu Ming was not fond of Ki's overly triumphant demeanor. Yet he understood that if a rematch were to occur, the commotion might well prove too much for him to handle. Thank you, Shockwave. Although expressing gratitude is a basic courtesy, it felt somewhat peculiar given that the recipient was the military operations commander of the Decepticons. No need for thanks. Lu Ming instructed the data line to simply lie obediently on the experimental table. This was the nature of the transaction. Huh? Do I also have to? Of course. I made it clear that both of you are to serve as my samples. Certainly, if your intention is merely to conduct experiments without any urgency for acceleration. That is perfectly acceptable. Please proceed as you deem appropriate. My primary concern is to accompany my friend. Accompanied by the whirring of machinery, the experimental platform shifted its orientation, compelling the spring to recline upon it. Data cables connected to its form, and the control panel's display commenced revealing the sequence of decoded arrangements. However, after only a brief observation, Lu Ming detected an anomaly. Despite both being high-performance vehicles, the transformation elements of Spring were markedly distinct from those of the Scourge. Not only did their genomic algorithms exhibit stark contrasts, but even the molecular structure of their cores differed significantly. This was indeed an extraordinary occurrence, for the molecular structure of Cybertronians directly determines the types into which they can transform. The primary distinction lies between terrestrial and aerial forms, further categorized according to specific functionalities. Thus, while terrestrial Cybertronians might exhibit subtle variations in their transformation elements, their cores would generally remain consistent, especially considering both belong to the sports car category. Yet, the peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Lu Ming had never encountered a molecular core like that of Spring before. He endeavored to access the database of Scourge's oscillation wave, only to discover a lack of relevant stored information. His deep crimson ocular gaze fixated on the display screen. Following thorough scanning and analysis, he noted that a portion of Spring's molecular core bore striking similarities to that of Scourge, while another part appeared both alien and familiar. Indeed, upon cross-referencing the stored information from the prior modification of the flywheel, a flicker of hope surged within Lu Ming. Chapter 25. Stance. The molecular structure of the transformation elements within Spring's form was exceedingly intricate, incorporating traits of both terrestrial and aerospace classifications. Yet visually, whether in humanoid or sports car form, there was not a hint of resemblance to an aircraft. An invisible gene? Lu Ming was uncertain what scientific term could aptly describe this phenomenon. Thus he resorted to interpreting it through the lens of his own knowledge. Spring, I must temporarily deactivate you. What do you intend to do? Scourge was the first to express concern. Why the need for deactivation? Because the scale of this modification experiment is considerable, and I fear you may not withstand it. Do not worry. Simply disable the pain acceptance module. Although classified as silicon-based life forms, Cybertronians still possessed a pain perception system. Viewed from the perspective of an ordinary individual, this might seem superfluous, as no one desires to experience pain. Yet, in reality, the pain perception system serves as a form of self-preservation, alerting the entity to avert further harm and mitigate losses. Even if I disable your pain perception system, you will still witness your arms, thighs, and body separating. Trust me, that sensation is far from pleasant. In this regard, None among the Cybertronians could speak with greater authority than Scourge, having endured the cruelty of the quintessence firsthand. That is certainly preferable to my ignorance. The spring remains resolute. Very well, let's proceed as you suggest. Ming dragged a helicopter wreck from the warehouse. Remarkably, the helicopter was largely intact, save for the damaged memory and cognitive modules. The weaponry and bodily functions were fundamentally unscathed. If Ming were to construct a helicopter now, he could indeed do so, though this method is far more expedient. The modifications to the spring differ significantly from the preliminary trials with the katana. The engineering and computational demands are exceedingly vast. Ming had undertaken similar modifications for the flywheel, which consumed nearly an entire day of his time, much like a human surgery or an automotive repair. The transformation of Cybertronians embodies elements of both realms, merging mechanical prowess and technological sophistication with a profound reverence for life. The transmission, rear suspension, and drive axle lay before the spring, which helplessly observed its own body being dismantled into disarray. Shockwave, enlighten me. What precisely occupies your thoughts? The fish lying on the cutting board should refrain from further chatter, lest I unwittingly dismantle your spark source. Fish. The spring naturally failed to comprehend Ming's words. I merely do not grasp the purpose of your endeavors. You claim it is for Cybertron, yet the Decepticons ought not to embody this. Decepticons are akin to mere ants. Ki chimed in. And what, pray tell, do you believe the Decepticon should be like? At that moment, Ming conveniently removed the spring's drive shaft, provocatively spinning it in his hand. Decepticons are malevolent. Your subordinates have slain numerous of my kin. Likewise, you Autobots have never been known for treating captives with mercy. Ming retorted, disinterested in further debate. In Transformers 3, Chicago was besieged by the Decepticon Legion, and countless minibots joined the fray, piloting diminutive spacecraft that darted between skyscrapers. After the Autobots shot down the vessels, they dragged out the minibots, each seizing an arm, a head, and a leg, forcibly dismembering the small bots. Ever since witnessing that scene, Ming no longer perceived any righteousness in the conflict between Decepticons and Autobots. They merely stood on opposing sides, and once on the battlefield, none would show mercy. You revel in plunder. You speak too much. Ming replaced his rootless mechanical fingers with steel claws, which he then merely locked beside the spring spark. With the slightest exertion, this Autobot would meet his demise. You seek death. Ki unsheathed a long knife, the metallic sound of friction echoing sharply from the scabbard. Be compliant. Ming cast a glance over his shoulder with his crimson, singular eye. Yet he could not muster the energy to turn his body. In the next instant, the dozens of data lines suspended above the laboratory seemed to awaken, surging toward Ki. A mere parlor trick. Ki initially scoffed, but when he attempted to sever those data lines, he was left astounded. Sparks and arcs of electricity erupted. Yet the data lines themselves sustained no damage whatsoever. They are akin to venomous serpents lurking in the forest, always managing to find the most cunning positions. In no time, Jiuha found himself bound tightly. How dare he act so brazenly on my territory? Do not fret, Jiuha. He will not take my life, Spring reassured. Indeed, I am reluctant to end your existence. Yet it is evident that your cognitive module has encountered a malfunction. Ming released his spark, then slowly traced a finger along the experimental platform constructed from rare earth metals. The harsh sound of friction momentarily leading one to question the integrity of their auditory device. Our home planet is remarkably unique. It does not possess eternal life. Once its internal energy is fully depleted, it falls into a state of stagnation, subsequently hindering the emergence of life from it. You have all experienced the grand epoch of dormancy, and I wish not to elaborate further on this matter. Is there truly no alternative? It is merely the law of the jungle. As Ming spoke, he connected the helicopter's components to Spring's form. This process was exceedingly intricate, requiring not only the assembly of hardware, but also ensuring the internal connectivity was intact. To illustrate, it is not merely about reattaching a severed leg of an accident victim, but also ensuring that their nerves remain intact. You have now augmented our combat capabilities. Are you not concerned that the Autobots may triumph in this civil war? Not at all. Ming had indeed contemplated this scenario. Should you dare to resist, I shall ensure that before the next grand epoch of dormancy arrives, I will eliminate every last one of you and cast your sparks into the core of Cybertron. Whether Cybertron can endure as a result remains to be seen. Spring fell silent, suddenly perceiving the Decepticon before him as profoundly inscrutable. The singular eye of Shockwave resembled a black hole, drawing all who dared to gaze into it. Yet his thoughts remained elusive. The words Shockwave had just uttered were laden with intimidation, yet his tone was devoid of any fluctuation, as though extinguishing the Autobots was as simple as dismantling a helicopter. Let's hope we do not become adversaries. You are not yet worthy of being my opponent. Ming felt a tinge of seriousness. Had he been conversing with the system, he might have engaged in jest. However, as the commander of the Decepticons facing the Autobots, he was compelled to adopt a different mode of discourse. Chapter 26. Transform. The modification process proceeded with meticulous precision, as Ming collected various discarded components. Behind Spring lay the folded helicopter rotor, while the cockpit rested upon his chest. His abdomen faintly suggested the windshield of a sports car, and on either side of his legs were mounted gripping tires. I will now activate your pain receptors. Bear with it. Understood. Now, attempt to initiate your energy source. Spring comprehended Ming's directive and began to channel the energy from his spark, integrating every part of his body into this cycle. The process was both peculiar and agonizing. The accumulated pain seemed to await this opportunity for retribution, attacking the central control hub of the spring along with the sensation of rebooting. Ming inputted commands at the console, and subsequently, all data cables connected to the spring automatically detached. He also deftly unbound the constraints on the key eye, making this Japanese-themed automaton considerably more compliant than before. How about now? Can you move? I'll give it a try. The spring joyfully flexed its fingers, now possessing an entirely new form. Are you still the spring? Ming hesitated to ask. What do you mean? Is there anyone conversing with you within your cognitive module? After the previous failure with the flywheel, Ming was still apprehensive. Though I do not fully comprehend what you're implying, it is evident that such a phenomenon is absent within me. Well, that is reassuring. Ming cleared a sizable area in the laboratory. Try moving around here first. If all goes well, we can attempt transformation. All right. After descending from the testing platform, the spring began to maneuver its body. It had initially anticipated that the addition of numerous components due to the shockwave would render it heavier. Yet surprisingly, it felt considerably lighter. I have optimized your body post-modification. It runs on the same program as Key Eye's experience. I cannot quite articulate this sensation. Try transforming. Transform? The spring paused momentarily before responding. What would you like me to become? The moment those words escaped its lips, a wave of joy surged within Ming. For the flywheel had not posed this question previously. Transform into whatever you desire. Autobot transform. The armor expanded outward, and the internal components began to fold and interchange. During this fresh transformation, the sports car's exterior reconfigured, while the helicopter's parts converged in an intricately unimaginable manner. The glass of the helicopter's cockpit started to detach, subsequently being embraced by the rear framework of the sports car. 6 rotor blades merged into one, later concealed beside the sports car's transmission shaft. Has there been no change? Key Eye inquired, feeling that his friend appeared unchanged. Spring, now I need you to transform into a helicopter. Transform. The most spectacular segment commenced, with this transformation process mirroring the previous one. Most of the external parts of the sports car began to conceal themselves, while a small portion integrated directly into the helicopter. The steel rims of the tires began to shrink, subsequently morphing into the helicopter's landing gear. The internal components gradually vanished as the external framework took shape. And from an outward perspective, no one would believe that this helicopter could revert to a sports car. Triple transforming warrior. Observing the experimental results before him, Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I have finally succeeded. Reflecting on the myriad challenges faced since embarking on his experiments, Ming could not help but internally chuckle. I never anticipated that the first successful subject would be an Autobot. What transpires before my eyes evidently surpasses the comprehension of Key Eye. I sense a transformation within myself, distinct from my former self. Spring has reverted to human form, as if reborn. From this day forth, you shall be the first triple changer born on Cybertron, possessing 3 distinct forms, and freely transitioning between them. I find myself at a loss for words. Confronted by Shockwave, a Decepticon, Spring's emotions are tumultuous. In any case, I extend my gratitude to you, Shockwave. Did I not inform you? There is no need for thanks. All my efforts are for Cybertron. So what shall we do next? What else is there to do? At this moment, Lu Ming finds himself without a teacup. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly offer tea to his guests. Remember the conditions I provided. Transform into vehicles and activate your optical camouflage to depart from here. Do not expect me to host you for a meal. Then we shall take our leave. Spring leads Ki out of the laboratory, pausing to express his thanks to Lu Ming once more before they exit. After their departure, Lu Ming, at last, succumbs to fatigue and reclines upon the workstation. A hidden task. At this moment, the system dispatches a notification, a long-awaited message for Lu Ming. The successful development of Cybertron's first triple changer. Congratulations, traveler. Following this announcement, the system accompanies it with a celebratory sound effect. After tirelessly laboring for so many days, even if Shockwave's body can endure, Lu Ming's spirit has long been exhausted. Each task he undertook was meticulously intricate, demanding immense dedication and effort. The most daunting aspect is the sense of defeat. He had always believed himself to be the chosen one, capable of crafting a legend in one fell swoop. However, upon contemplation, Lu Ming realizes that everything seems indispensable. Had he not initiated the acceleration plan, Ki would never have faltered under the clamor of his subordinates. Had Ki not faltered, he would not have sought the opportunity for strength here. If he had not come, neither would his friend Spring. Without Spring, the prospect of a triple changer might be indefinitely postponed. System, I inquire, if I do not transform Spring, shall I forever remain ignorant of the secrets of a triple changer? The question posed by the traveler can be interpreted as the conditions necessary to achieve a certain objective. The system elucidates that there are various pathways to reach this goal, and the attempts made by the traveler are merely one of those avenues. Indeed, Lu Ming reflects on the system's response. Initially, he intended to assemble a specialized team of triple changers. If only Spring possessed this unique transformation element, its impact on the Great War would be negligible. Thus, whether within the Decepticon or Autobot factions, there must be numerous others with the genetic potential to be transformed into triple changers. As this thought ignites a renewed fervor within him, the traveler ponders, I'm focused on completing the task so that you may release me. Chapter 27. Omission. The task index for the traveler remains below expectations. According to the system's calculations, the traveler must complete at least 5 additional tasks across different realms to fulfill the conditions for returning after becoming entangled in this world. Why can't you be a bit more accommodating? Even the supermarket recognizes the value of promotional packages. Why must I toil away in a monotonous manner? The traveler's inquiry exceeds the scope of answers, and the system remains silent. It just struck me. This realm must have a connection to Earth, right? Warning. Information regarding realms must be discovered by the traveler independently. No hints may be solicited from the system. If you refuse to answer, I shall assume I am correct. Lu Ming had not felt such elation in a long time. All right, once I finish this round of tasks, I shall certainly visit Earth. Perhaps I might even engage in a duel with an F-22 from the United States. The system offered no response. At that moment, Lu Ming could not foresee that journeying to Earth was indeed a pivotal aspect of this mission. With a few days remaining until the assault from the 5 monstrous entities, 70 hours to be precise, Lu Ming abruptly leaped from the experimental platform. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were pressing. It seemed rest would have to wait. All Decepticons, he might command. Lu Ming opened the communication channel and, after a brief period of preparation, promptly proceeded to the 1st through 4th armament zones, temporarily abandoning the 5th. Additionally, he instructed all squad leaders to prevent personnel from accessing the armory, wreckage storage, and laboratories, ensuring that all usable Decepticon remains were transported to the armament zones, prioritizing those with intact components. As soon as the directives were issued, the air outside the laboratory resonated with the roar of various engines. Though the Decepticons were combative, they willingly accepted commands if they deemed their leader sufficiently formidable. The modification plan was progressing vigorously, with Lu Ming serving as the supreme commander, traversing between the key armament zones. The initial steps involved scanning the internal structures of each Decepticon, given that the observational units needed to be precise to the sequence of coded arrangements. Relying solely on the Decepticon's optical components proved inadequate. More sophisticated instruments were required. Each experimental platform in the armament zone was equipped with a device resembling an inverted L-shaped rod. This rod, connected to the platform, moved parallel to the Decepticon above it while continuously emitting laser-like beams, effortlessly gathering the bodily information of each Decepticon. All scanners ultimately linked back to the central monitoring room where Lu Ming was stationed, and the display before him showcased the intricate internal structures of thousands of Decepticons. Lu Ming had designed a program that set the conditions for filtering based on the arrangement of spring codes as a non-negotiable criterion. He then expanded this filtering condition according to the structural characteristics of the Decepticons, striving to ensure that no opportunity to create a Transformer warrior was overlooked. However, to Lu Ming's dismay, even with the relaxed filtering conditions, the data on the display continued to fade one by one, until only 5 remained. They were Optimus Prime, Gas Bomb, Thunder, Rampage, and Ape Face. Why did it turn out this way? Lu Ming initially believed he could assemble a formidable Tri-Transformation Legion. Yet he was taken aback to discover that only a handful of Decepticon warriors met the transformation criteria. Could he truly withstand the onslaught of the 5-faced monsters with merely these 5 Tri-Transformation warriors? Lu Ming was not naive enough to think so. Shockwave, he called, as the entire scanning team approached him alongside the large transport. Follow me. Regardless of the circumstances, we must expedite the modification process now that we have identified 5 candidates. Time is of the essence. Shockwave, a Decepticon soldier, reported, "We have collected over 100 corpses. What should we do next? There is no need for so many." Lu Ming replied coldly, "Select the 5 with the most intact forms and highest strength and bring them to my laboratory." Understood. Shockwave, didn't you already perform modifications on us last time? A gas grenade grumbled within the lab. "I don't mind," the Rampage stated, pacing with interest beside the workstation. "As long as it makes me stronger. Among you, some can transform into aircraft, others into tanks, and some can even become mechanical dragons." Lu Ming had no intention of keeping them in suspense. "What I plan to do is to add an additional transformation to your existing forms, creating what is known as the Tri-Transformation Warriors. Tri-Transformation Warriors? Is it truly feasible?" The primal face expressed skepticism. "Of course, not everyone can achieve this," Lu Ming pointed out, surveying them. "As you see, after the selection, only few remain. What makes us special? Your genetic sequences differ from ordinary Cybertronians. However, to be frank, I lack the time to elaborate. What you need to do now is lie down on the operating tables." Even as a being of steel, Lu Ming felt utterly exhausted. He longed for a moment of respite, but time would not permit such indulgence. The modifications proceeded fervently, with hundreds of data cables linking the 5 operating tables to Lu Ming. At this moment, he was simultaneously manipulating the genes of all 5 individuals. Due to their inherent advantages, the genetic configurations of these 5 required little interference from Lu Ming. His task was to dismantle them and subsequently install the collected remnants. The sound of metal being severed echoed throughout the laboratory, accompanied by sparks and electrical discharges raining down. Lu Ming felt he was no longer the high-ranking military commander of the Decepticons, but rather a mere welder. The scale of this modification endeavor was immense, and Lu Ming lost track of how long it lasted. By the time the 5 individuals excitedly leapt off the operating tables, he was too preoccupied to inquire about their experiences. "System, I am here. How long until the 5-faced monsters attack?" 50 hours remaining. Good grief. Can I get a moment of rest? In theory, Cybertronians required no rest. Yet my heart remains human. The system offered no further response. Originally, Lu Ming was confident of victory in this grand battle, believing he had grasped the pivotal key to success, the Tri-Transforming Warriors. However, the current reality revealed that this path was fraught with difficulties, as the available forces at his disposal were exceedingly limited. Surely, there must be some oversight, Lu Ming pondered. Chapter 28. The Tower of the Mediator. Upon opening the door to the laboratory, Lu Ming was met with the same desolate scenery outside. 5 brand new Tri-Transforming Warriors eagerly soared into the open expanse, seemingly unperturbed by the impending conflict. Scanning the surroundings, Lu Ming summoned the map of Cybertron, devoid of any specific objective, merely seeking clues to guide him. "System, if I engage in a desperate battle against the 5 formidable foes with my current forces, what are my chances of victory?" The system calculated the current probability of success for the traveler to be 30. A figure of 30, Lu Ming mused, was not insignificant. Yet he was unwilling to embark on a venture lacking certainty. This probability aligned with Lu Ming's own estimations, for the forces remaining on Cybertron were still relatively substantial. and the armament zone housed various new weaponry and spacecraft, indicating that they had not yet reached a point of utter annihilation. The development of the tri-transforming warriors had evidently hit a bottleneck, prompting Lu Ming to consider examining the genes of those Autobots. Though he feared not all possessed the rebellious spirit akin to Ki. Lu Ming suddenly recalled the previously failed transformation of the spinning wheel, the Combiners. While the tri-transforming warriors demanded exceptionally high genetic standard from their subjects, Combiners were not bound by such restrictions. In fact, it had been proven that any Cybertronian could undergo post-modification to develop combinatorial elements. These combinatorial factors would not reject one another due to genetic differences, as their essence operated on the principle of 112, where the two was merely temporary, not a whole. How could I have forgotten this? Wasn't I utterly captivated by Hercules as a child? The concept of combining is the romance of man, be it Transformers or Ultraman. Lu Ming had always been fascinated by these mechanical constructs, eagerly anticipating their combined forms each time he watched them. Although the newly launched Ultraman series seemed to feature combinations, to Lu Ming, such amalgamations appeared soulless, as if something vital was lost. He believed that a true combination must involve a process. In silicon-based life, forms like Transformers served as the perfect mechanical vessels to realize this process. This is it. The plan for combinatorial modification took shape in Lu Ming's mind. Given that each squad was delineated by specific military types, the combination could be orchestrated in accordance with the squad format. However, prior to this, Lu Ming had other matters to attend to, observing enemy movements. The system had provided him with a rough timeline for enemy incursions. Yet he lacked precise information regarding the scale of the 5 armies. The initial hesitance to conduct reconnaissance stemmed from the fact that current Cybertron technology was insufficient to ascertain the situation on Quintessa. Correspondingly, the individuals on the other side are equally unable to ascertain the precise situation on Cybertron. Otherwise, given Lu Ming's current status, he would undoubtedly be subjected to constant surveillance. With less than 50 hours remaining until the impending assault of the 5-faced monstrosities, it is evident that the enemy fleet is already en route. Thus, Lu Ming resolved to test his fortune before delving into the experiment of merging the Combiners, allowing himself some assurance. On Cybertron, within the confines of the Meson Tower, situated to the right, this area technically falls within the Autobot sphere of influence. However, as it is constructed atop the ridge of the Blade Mountains, and due to the fact that the majority of Autobots lack the ability to fly, coupled with the relatively antiquated facilities that hold little strategic value, few are inclined to venture here. Lu Ming's knowledge of this location is attributed to the vast information stored within Shockwave's memory module. As both a commander and a researcher, Shockwave has thoroughly explored every conceivable site on Cybertron. The entrance to the Meson Tower is secured by a coded lock. Yet such a level of precaution is trivial for Lu Ming. He extended a single finger, and with a flash of green laser, he accessed the narrow, dark aperture. A dust-covered screen suddenly illuminated, swiftly displaying a series of numbers. The metallic gate creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust, prompting Lu Ming to instinctively cover his mouth and nose, only to realize moments later that he did not require breath. Inside the tower, the facilities appeared to have remained undisturbed for an extended period. The central control center was connected to a robust column that extended from the ground floor to the apex, culminating in a structure resembling a large cauldron, replete with reception and transmission devices. This apparatus was integrated with an observational satellite orbiting Cybertron, a remnant of a bygone era. Yet its observational capabilities surpassed that of the Hubble telescope by more than tenfold. In fact, among the Decepticon ranks, it is Soundwave who possesses the most expertise regarding such communication devices, being the intelligence chief of the Decepticons. It is said that his internal observational system can achieve half the capacity of the Meson Tower at full power, not to mention his own intelligence agency. The internal switches were not difficult to locate, and Lu Ming swiftly comprehended the entirety of the setup. Is this a receiver? Adjacent to the central control room lay a small compartment, densely populated with an array of electronic components. The moment Lu Ming powered it on, a peculiar ripple began to flicker on the screen within the compartment. This sequence of ripples resembled the electrocardiogram of a deceased individual, perpetually repeating a left-to-right motion, accompanied only by a barely audible drip sound, devoid of any further fluctuations. Lu Ming was perplexed. If a central control room of such considerable scale and professional equipment already existed, why was there a need for this adjacent compartment? However, his thoughts were not occupied with this query. His priority lay in observing the five-faced monstrosities. The inhabitants of Cybertron differ significantly from humans. Their interaction with machinery transcends the mere act of picking something up or setting it down, instead achieving a harmonious integration during usage. As Lu Ming's wrist gradually morphed, it seamlessly connected with a port on the control console. In a mere few seconds, he acquired all the stored information and operational methods within the console, save for that of a small compartment. Encryption? Lu Ming was taken aback as he discovered that the encryption level for the adjacent compartment surpassed that of the central hall. And astonishingly, his ID information could not grant him immediate access. This piqued his curiosity. Lu Ming activated his observation tool, and the transmitter began emitting signals akin to a satellite outside Cybertron, with its output power steadily amplifying. Soon, images materialized within Lu Ming's field of vision. Chapter 29. Surveillance device in the vast expanse of the starry sea. The serene ambience evoked both comfort and trepidation. Previously, Lu Ming had gazed through a telescope with his human form, an experience from a visit to the youth center that left an indelible impression on his young mind. Now, observing once more as a wave of energy, the sense of awe only intensified. When individuals behold a grand panorama that far exceeds their own existence, they often come to realize the insignificance of their own concerns. It is akin to two feuding villages witnessing the clash of two great nations, prompting a realization that their trivial disputes pale in comparison. Thus, an idea suddenly sparked in Lu Ming's mind. If only the Decepticons and Autobots could occasionally gaze at the stars, perhaps it might foster reconciliation between them. Naturally, he quickly dismissed this notion. The position of Quintessa is less than 2 light years away from Cybertron, and given the technology previously possessed by the Quintessons, it would likely take them over 2 centuries to traverse that distance. Lu Ming deduced that the Quintessons must have set forth when he disassembled the Sky Bridge at the Senate, and by correlating this with the system's temporal prompts, he surmised that Quintessa's jump technology had vastly improved since then. Uncertain of the sheer size of the Quintessons' army, he acknowledged that even if it were immense, it would still be but a drop in the ocean within the boundless universe. Locating them would not be as simple as pinpointing a city on a map. The operation of the Messen Tower was entirely manual, imposing high demands on Lu Ming's calibration skills. Faced with this intricate procedure, he conceived a method. By mastering distance and direction, he could naturally lock onto the Quintesson's location. There is no need to elaborate on the position of Quintessa. The information stored within the Messen Tower likely surpassed that of any other celestial body. Hence, regardless of how the Quintessons might leap, the shortest line segment would always connect the 2 points. As long as they did not encounter celestial bodies capable of absorbing all matter, such as black holes, minor obstacles like debris fields along the journey would be of little concern. Upon calculating the distance between Cybertron and Quintessa, Lu Ming, guided by the system's prompt, swiftly deduced their velocity. By subtracting the distance already traversed from the total distance, he was able to approximate the enemy's location within a specific star region. This principle is exceedingly simple, something even a child in elementary school could grasp. However, as someone lacking proficiency in the sciences, Lu Ming felt a modicum of admiration for his own understanding. Moss, please record the coordinates of this star region and update them in real time. In the desolate confines of the Messen Tower, no response came to Lu Ming's words. Well, it seems I've lost my mind, he muttered, resorting to calculations on his own. I am Shockwave, not Colonel Liu Peiqiang. The area Lu Ming had identified was devoid of stars, resulting in low visibility. Nevertheless, the fleet of the Quintessons resembled a multitude of fireflies flickering in the night, their tiny lights arranged meticulously in the vastness of space. This represented the limits of Lu Ming's current observations. To gain a clearer view, he would likely have to wait until the Quintessons surrounded Cybertron. System, are you there? I am. Was my primary objective. The core mission of the Traveler has always been singular, to save the planet Cybertron. Upon confirming this, Lu Ming found himself questioning the feasibility of defeating the Quintessons. The system had never indicated that defeating the Quintessons was a mandatory task, suggesting that preventing this invasion might not be the sole objective. Yet a dilemma arose. If the Quintesson forces were to occupy Cybertron, How could one even contemplate the defense of this planet? Lu Ming mentally calculated that with Grimlock piloting a ship, the Dinobots executing surprise attacks, and the Combiners engaging in large-scale warfare, their combined strength might yield a 40 chance of victory. Based on the information available to Lu Ming, Quintessa lacked primitive life forms, which meant that although the Quintessans possessed numerous warships, many were unmanned drones. Lu Ming alone could potentially down dozens of them. Thus, when considering the balance of power, it was clear that the advantage lay with the enemy. However, from Lu Ming's perspective, he would never embark on an expedition based solely on such a precarious balance. Those grotesque beings must possess some secret weapon, he deduced. After completing his observations, Lu Ming's curiosity was piqued by a small compartment. An interception room? Although he had never engaged in such activities before, the atmosphere within this compartment resembled that of a listening post from a spy film set in the Republic era. The central control room could already monitor a significant amount of information, rendering the adjacent listening room somewhat redundant unless its function differed. The equipment in the listening room appeared somewhat antiquated, yet upon scanning, Lu Ming discovered its internal structure was remarkably intricate, even featuring a translation system. The radio waves continued to move in a straight line from left to right, calm as a winter sea frozen in time. Merely gazing at the display for a brief moment, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of solitude wash over him. In the vast expanse of the universe, you find yourself ensconced in a humble abode, gazing at your inbox each day, yearning for a letter from that special someone. It appears that the surveillance endeavor is indeed superfluous. Lu Ming scrutinized the data recorded by the apparatus and discovered it all amounted to nothing. Even if there had been electromagnetic fluctuations in the past, they were merely the cacophony generated by the movements on the surface of distant stars. After eagerly awaiting a message from the celestial goddess, he was met only by an automated notification from 10086. Just as Lu Ming contemplated turning away, he noticed something amiss with the equipment before him. The device was ostensibly set to a single frequency band, yet it employed a 3-tier decryption system, rendering any potential information indecipherable. Was this merely an oversight by the personnel? Lu Ming pondered, but something felt off. The frequency and decryption system were supposed to be automatically aligned. Even if there had been a lapse in attention later on, calibration would have rectified it. The only plausible explanation for this persistent error was manual alteration. As Lu Ming endeavored to make adjustments, he uncovered the core issue. The matching program appeared to be stuck, and no matter how he sought a pathway, he could not achieve a connection. Moreover, the frequency band and decryption system were not necessarily as they seemed on the surface. Thus, even if Lu Ming were to set the surveillance device to 11 or 33, it would not guarantee access to the intercepted information. Ultimately, whether genuine messages from the cosmos resided within remained an enigma. The frequency bands were delineated according to celestial regions, but as the universe is not a two-dimensional construct, they would be further subdivided by various cross-sections. To illustrate with Earth as an analogy, it would imply not only radiating outwards from the equator to delineate frequency bands, but also segmenting them from the prime meridian, thereby showcasing the vastness of the frequency range. Chapter 30. The outsider. It seemed that this endeavor would require considerable time. Lu Ming conducted a cursory examination of the surveillance apparatus before embarking on the task of decryption. He was no seasoned hacker. His reliance lay solely on the technology of oscillation waves. Alas, oscillation waves were the domain of Cybertron's biologists, and this realm was not his forte. The decryption process proved exceedingly intricate. Lu Ming initially attempted to restore all frequency bands and decryption systems to their designated order before searching for stored information. However, he found that as soon as he prepared to interpret the surveillance content, the previously reset frequency codes and decryption systems fell into disarray once more. Iron-armored little treasure will not yield today, Lu Ming exclaimed in frustration, resorting to his catchphrase. This sensation was akin to painstakingly matching a lock and key only for the keyhole to inexplicably transform, leaving the key stuck in an incompatible lock, making extraction exceedingly difficult. Today, I, the cockroach bully, shall see what you are truly up to. The decryption persisted, as Lu Ming first unraveled the garbled program, discovering that it was randomly matched. If the sequence were to follow a logical order, 13 should precede 24, yet the surveillance device displayed a match of 28. No wonder restoration proved elusive. It is indeed intriguing. Initially, Lu Ming attempted to restore the sequence by following an erroneous two-digit order. While the numbers 11 and 33 were successfully reinstated, the other matching systems remained disordered. The pressing task at hand was to discern the underlying patterns of this chaos. Regardless of how random it seemed, there must exist a fixed protocol. Otherwise, the creator of this program would be unable to access it themselves. Lu Ming was resolute in this belief. He began by randomly selecting several data samples, subsequently identifying fixed patterns based on their discrepancies. After numerous attempts yielded no results, he expanded his sample size. Success. Upon enlarging the data samples to 100 digits, Lu Ming discovered that the algorithm varied according to the values of the numbers, essentially functioning as a progressive confidentiality measure. The larger the frequency group, the more convoluted the corresponding decryption system became. With the data finally aligned, the next step was to search for the stored information within. The process of retrieving this information became significantly simpler. The Cybertronians possessed reading speeds far surpassing any terrestrial computer. Although each piece of information had undergone encryption, this level of security was trivial for Lu Ming. The monitoring devices indiscriminately stored every morsel of information, even if it was merely meaningless noise in the vastness of space. This meant that if a particular segment of information originated from a specific planet, its data volume would be disproportionately larger than others. Lu Ming remained cautious. For while this notion was not unfounded, discrepancies in monitoring durations could result in noise volumes exceeding those of genuine information. Thus, he first narrowed all listening periods to a fixed time before retrieving the units with the largest data capacity. Indeed, after identifying his ultimate target, Lu Ming isolated this cosmic message. The information was purely textual, devoid of any audio, and the waveform on the display began to exhibit fluctuations. The analysis of this information had long been completed. Lu Ming was now eager to ascertain the nature of the source file. The formation of the text was peculiar, resembling a jumble of characters, yet Lu Ming found it oddly familiar. Upon confirming that this was not a human language, he proceeded to examine the translated version. Help! 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 The title of the message was succinct but alarming. Had Lu Ming still inhabited a human form, he would have certainly furrowed his brow. Our planet is under invasion. We request assistance. We request assistance. The terms planet and invasion evoked a chill of apprehension, indicating that intelligent life in the cosmos was indeed abundant. Lu Ming had always believed that humanity could not be the sole intelligent species in the vast universe. Yet witnessing tangible evidence of other life forms stirred a wave of excitement within him. Which planet could it be? Lu Ming began to scrutinize the specifics of this distress signal in hopes of tracing its origin. The information has been stored for an extensive duration, approximately over 8 million years. Lu Ming speculated that this information was likely transferred from another site prior to the second construction of the Meson Tower, as the tower itself does not possess such an ancient history. Once the storage time is discounted, the transmission of the information to Cybertron actually took merely about 10 years. 10 years? Lu Ming felt a surge of astonishment. In the vast expanse of cosmic drift, 10 years is remarkably brief, suggesting that this information originated from a planet located within a 45 light-year radius of Cybertron, significantly narrowing the search parameters. The subsequent steps became exceedingly straightforward. It was merely a matter of locking onto the linear range from which the information was transmitted, followed by a systematic investigation to ascertain its source. As the investigation deepened, Lu Ming's inner turmoil intensified. After eliminating all barren planets, he finally whispered the name of the remaining celestial body, Earth. But how could this be possible? It is well known that the common ancestors of humanity emerged approximately 7 to 5 million years ago in Africa. While this distress signal had already lingered on Cybertron for over 8 million years, a wave of foreboding washed over Lu Ming. He sensed that a colossal conspiracy lay beneath this matter, and the truth was beyond his comprehension. With a heavy heart full of questions, Lu Ming continued to decipher the distress signal. Our planet is under invasion. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. The invaders are carbon-based life forms, and it remains uncertain whether the preservation was flawed, as subsequent messages could not be decoded despite various attempts. However, the document contained an ancillary piece of information, depicting the appearance of the invaders. Due to compression, the image was rather indistinct, yet it was still discernible that the invaders walked upright, possessing limbs and a head, remarkably human-like. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a throbbing headache. Logically, as a silicon-based life form, he should not experience such symptoms, yet it seemed that his computational module was under immense strain, with all functions seemingly knotted in chaos. Fragmented images flickered before his eyes, accompanied by the gentle sound of a woman's voice. A cruise ship, the ocean, the caress of sea breezes, seagulls soaring gracefully, and in the distance, the resounding call of whales, with dolphins leaping in unison. Look at what? The weather in the coming days is bound to be pleasant. Why? Because the seagulls are flying close to the water surface. Oh, I see. Lu Ming. Sometimes I ponder why many animals in nature can sense the impending changes on Earth, yet humanity cannot. We have satellites, we have various machines. I understand, but tell me, could it be that humanity is the true outsider? Chapter 31. Fragments of memory. Are you joking? How could humanity possibly be? Then just consider a jest. After all, it is merely a feeling I have, an innate sense that we are not so intimately connected to this planet. The images flickered intermittently. The language was not particularly clear, yet Lu Ming could faintly sense that all of this had indeed transpired. System, I am here. Was that just now? Warning. The memories of the traveler are in disarray. The system is attempting to rectify them. The system's tone was frigid. Do not erase my memories. That is an order. Lu Ming nearly shouted at the system. Surprisingly, the system actually heeded his command, refraining from altering his memories. Lu Ming was human. Of this he was certain. Yet he could not pinpoint when his memories of being human had begun to blur. He was convinced that these were his own memories. For the girl in the images had genuinely called out his name, yet he could not recall such a dialogue. The overwhelming fatigue emanating from the system threatened to crush him. Can I still become human? The identity of a traveler will be determined by the world and role they traverse. The current world is a parallel universe of Transformers, and the traveler will exist as Shockwave until the mission is completed. What is the endpoint of that mission? How many worlds must I traverse to conclude it? The system ceased to respond. Speak to me. The echo of Lu Ming's voice reverberated in the empty listening room, the waveforms on the screen returning to tranquility. The connection from a starting point to the endpoint resembling featureless sand dunes. How did I come to traverse? The past seemed like a window, fogged by a breath, obscuring the view beyond. Since his arrival in this world, Lu Ming felt as though he were engaged in a solitary game, occasionally finding joy, yet predominantly feeling the pangs of isolation. Perhaps I should first save Cybertron. Overthinking would yield no solutions. He could only focus on completing the tasks of this world before contemplating other matters. From the information gathered in the listening room, it appeared that over 8 million years ago, Earth had sent a distress signal to Cybertron, and the perpetrators of the invasion bore a striking resemblance to humans. While the inhabitants of Cybertron also possessed limbs and heads, the distress signal explicitly indicated that the invaders were carbon-based life forms, suggesting a closer connection to humanity. Could it be that humans are the extraterrestrial species? This thought began to spread within Lu Ming's mind. But why then did primitive humans emerge? Based on the distress signal, it could be inferred that Earth's indigenous inhabitants were silicon-based life forms, and since they were capable of transmitting signals over such vast distances, it indicated a remarkable level of technology. If that were the case, the military strength of the invaders must surely be formidable. Yet, no archaeologist from any nation had proposed theories related to this, and the so-called prehistoric civilizations had always lacked sufficient evidence. A meteorite. Lu Ming considered this possibility. If anything could lead to the sudden annihilation of an advanced civilization, it would have to be a natural disaster, such as a meteorite. A conclusion he drew from the extinction of the dinosaurs, which seemed entirely plausible. What is the true identity of the Earth's indigenous inhabitants? Could it perhaps bear resemblance to the Transformers? A wave of new questions arises. Sounds echo from the hall. HM. The monitoring room has yielded no further information. Lu Ming follows the sounds into the hall. Upon exiting the monitoring room, he spots Flywheel waiting in the lobby. Flywheel? At last, I've located you, Shockwave. What brings you here? The days until the Quintessence assault grow increasingly closer, and everyone is seeking you to discuss strategies. How did you know I was here? A small Autobot spotted you flying towards the subspace tower, which is why I came. Flywheel explains. HM. Lu Ming feels a twinge of suspicion. After all, Flywheel has always been obedient to him, unlike that obstinate direct current who constantly opposes him. By the way, did you hear a beep just now? Oh, that was direct current trying to reach me. Flywheel raises his wrist, where the communication device is flashing. He asks me to find you and report back to him. Report back? Yes. Flywheel nods. Although I'm not under his command, I was once part of the aerial unit and occasionally fought alongside him. So that's it. Ming refrains from further inquiries. Let us proceed. Transform. Transform. Ming morphs into a space blaster. While Flywheel splits his form in two, the helicopter portion soars alongside Ming, while the tank segment races across the ground. Are you adapting well to your new form? The flames from Ming's thrusters scorch the air. His speed exceeds Flywheel's, yet he does not hasten his return. I'm much more accustomed than before, Flywheel replies. Who says? I feel quite unaccustomed. The tank segment of Flywheel remains as lively as ever. It tends to be like this after transformation. Please do not take offense. Lord Shockwave, no problem. It is my fault for not converting you into a triple changer. What are you doing at the subspace tower? Observing the quintessence movements. They will arrive in less than 50 hours. Do you have confidence in our forces? Yes. As the commander, Ming cannot afford to speak in ambiguous terms. That is reassuring. When Ming arrives at the armory, all the Decepticons are engaged in drills, seemingly oblivious to fatigue or restraint. As various calibers of artillery rain down upon the open ground, sending metal debris and dust flying. Shockwave has returned. He has been quite elusive lately. Ignoring the complaints of the Decepticons, Ming directly issues orders. I've already accelerated your entire unit. How do you feel? Very well. I used to be able to dismantle 2 Autobots at a time. Now I feel capable of dismantling 4. Anyone can boast. Lord Shockwave, earlier I observed that the big train. Although this Decepticon statement remained unfinished, Ming understood he was inquiring about the triple changers. Decepticons. The acceleration is merely the first phase of our plan. Ming looked down from a commanding height at the eager crowd below, and with great solemnity, he introduced the triple change warriors. With a swift motion of his mechanical hand, 5 Decepticons surged forward from a metallic slope behind him. Chapter 32. Decepticons awaiting orders. The steam locomotive, utilizing the ground as its track, propelled itself forward with its levers driving the wheels with fervor. A heavy truck, laden with cargo, maximized the output of its headlights. The tank's cannon concealed lethal intent as its steel treads rolled onward. Mechanical dinosaurs and robotic primates charged forth like wild beasts, claws bared and teeth gnashing. Triple change warriors, transform. The spectacle unfolded as the steam locomotive morphed into a spacecraft, its wings slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The heavy truck, mechanical dinosaur, and tanks simultaneously transformed into jet fighters, their exhaust creating a boundary that divided the sky. The mechanical primate became a fighter jet, its payload of bombing missiles inducing sheer terror. This dazzling display was not premeditated by Ming. Rather, it was a spontaneous decision made as he rushed towards the armory while simultaneously notifying a few triple change warriors through an encrypted channel. The steam locomotive has transformed into a spacecraft? The tank can actually become a jet fighter? How is this possible? My heavens, is this all the work of the Shockwave? In that instant, all the Decepticons were captivated by the sight before them. Having survived until now, they had never witnessed the triple change warriors. Triple change warriors, transform again. At Shockwave's command, the 5 triple change warriors simultaneously shifted into humanoid forms, familiar faces emerging before the Decepticons. It was Big Train, and their the gas bomb too. Just by looking at their frenzied expressions, I could tell it was the rampaging dragon and the primate face. I just didn't know they could transform into other forms as well. Moreover, have you seen their transformation speed? I feel like our transformation speed has improved after the modifications, yet theirs must still surpass ours. This is the essence of the triple change warriors. Shockwave's voice resonated within everyone's cognitive modules. Impressive, truly formidable. Will we be applying this to ourselves next? This stunning introduction captured the complete attention of all the Decepticons towards the triple change warriors. Regrettably, Decepticons, the triple change warriors require specific genes. Currently, only these 5 possess this extraordinary ability. Haha, we're the chosen ones, Rampaging Dragon boasted arrogantly. Shockwave, did you summon us merely to showcase? Big Train inquired. Time is of the essence. I need to consolidate our resolve, Shockwave responded. What shall we do then? The Decepticons below appeared somewhat disheartened. Since only these 5 can wield such abilities, the enhancement to our overall combat strength is limited they lamented. Do not fret. Lu Ming gestured toward the flywheel. While you may not be able to acquire an additional form, you possess the capability to combine, just like this. As the flywheel made its timely entrance, the helicopter and tank synchronized their operational speeds in a remarkable manner. As they approached the Shockwave, both the helicopter and tank began to undergo transformation, ultimately achieving fusion. Transform. Mighty amalgamation. An astonishing scene unfolded as two utterly distinct Decepticons merged into one. Their armor commenced to split apart, revealing internal mechanisms that continuously rearranged themselves, with the initial forms of arms and legs gradually taking shape. Subsequently, the half-transformed fighter jet and tank leaned against one another, their circuit boards seamlessly interlocking, and their weaponry achieving perfect equilibrium. The legs, composed of tracks, stood resolutely upon the earth, while the arms, reshaped from the wings of the fighter jet, were long and powerful. Have they truly combined? Is it the flywheel? But isn't the flywheel a helicopter? What is Shockwave up to lately, conjuring such peculiarities? What is peculiar, you ask? That is called technology. Regardless, if this technology were to be bestowed upon me, I would undoubtedly welcome it with open arms, as long as it grants me greater strength. Each of us possesses limits to our combat capabilities. The voice of Shockwave reverberated around us. If we could unite as one, our combat prowess would be limitless. What must we do? Each squad has its orders. Hovering high above, Lu Ming commanded the attention of all Decepticon members who gazed up at him. At this moment, Lu Ming had become the supreme leader of the Decepticons, surpassing even Megatron in terms of cohesion. Aerial Assault Team, report. Aerial Assault Team, present. Master of Automotive Engineering, Blockade, Strike, Rampage, and Heist, step forward. You will stand by in my laboratory. Aerial Assault Team, acknowledged. All members saluted Lu Ming in a Cybertronian fashion before transforming and heading towards Shockwave's laboratory. Armored Assault Team, report. Armored Assault Team, present. Predacon, Ambush, Detonation, Whirlwind, Ruckus, and Fraud, step forward. You will stand by in the First Armament Zone S Rectification Chamber. Armored Assault Team, acknowledged. Everyone mimicked the actions of the Aerial Assault Team, except for Ruckus, who was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself. Ruckus is ready to grow stronger. Splendid. Predacon, report. Shockwave, you needn't issue commands to us in such a manner. The speaker was Claw, a member of the Predacon team. Lu Ming swiftly retrieved pertinent information about him, discovering that not only Claw, but the entire Predacon team were not original Decepticons, but rather individuals who had been recruited by Megatron later on. Although they were now a subsidiary force of the Decepticons, their attitudes and actions reflected a reluctance to serve under Megatron's command. If you wish to grow stronger, you must heed my words. We believe we are already strong enough, retorted the tiger with a tone akin to Claw's. Yet I can assist you in becoming even stronger. Very well, since you say so. Da Ping was the first to transform. Do not let us down. Ironhead followed closely behind. In terms of age, I am indeed your elder. The Bison has also joined the fray. You are to proceed to the second armament zone, and do not keep us waiting for too long. What a troublesome bunch, murmured Lu Ming, though he did not expect these individuals to align with the Decepticons, as long as they prevented Cybertron from descending into internal chaos once more. That would suffice. Dragons, heed my command. Here they come. Shall we crush someone? The hungry dragon, the two-headed dragon, the corpse shark, and the throat slitter rushed forward, displaying an unsettling enthusiasm compared to the other squads. You will head to the third armament zone and await my orders. Very well. As for the aerospace squad, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon direct current. Shockwave, you need not look at me. My subordinates will not undergo your modifications. Suit yourself. Lu Ming's demeanor left others perplexed regarding his intentions. He simply hoped they would not perish on the battlefield. Chapter 33. Impossible. Lu Ming had no desire to engage in a dispute with direct current. Many members of the aerospace squad were currently on Earth. Even if this combinational titan were to be modified, its combat effectiveness would be lackluster. Furthermore, if memory served, the aerospace squad was incapable of forming a combinational titan. If only the digging tiger were here. The members of the digging tiger consisted of the bulldozer, the hoist, the mixer, the sweeper, the trailer, and the bulldozer, who, when united, transformed into the illustrious Hercules, Lu Ming's favorite combinational titan from his childhood. The other Decepticons follow my commands. Lu Ming surveyed those Decepticons who did not belong to any squad. You will bring forth all usable spacecraft and anti-aircraft artillery from the armory, preparing for a decisive battle against the five-faced monster. Understood. On Cybertron, at the Autobot camp, Spring tightly clasped his hands. He could hardly believe that Shockwave's modifications were genuine. His body felt lighter, and the control module exhibited a more intricate mastery over its components. How do you feel? Did Shockwave tamper with you? No, I feel stronger, Spring replied. The sensation was palpable, as if he had been reborn. I feel the same way, Kai, stretching his right leg, remarked. Yet your transformation appears to be even more extraordinary. For a Cybertronian warrior to possess 3 forms simultaneously is unprecedented. Indeed, had you not demonstrated it before me, I would never have believed it. What are you discussing? Echoed another Autobot within the cramped metallic space, as liquid dripped from the overhead pipes, creating a rhythmic patter on the ground. The newly arrived Autobot appeared unremarkable, save for the robust cannon resting on his left shoulder, which lacked ammunition but bore a lens at its end. Ah, it is the sensor, Spring greeted him first. The perceptor, after its transformation, became the magnificent super microscope, possessing 2 distinct modes. In its optical microscope form, it magnifies objects up to 10,000 times, while in its electron scanning microscope form, it can achieve a staggering magnification of 1,000,000 times, ensuring that no intricate detail escapes its discerning gaze. Furthermore, the perceptor can convert its tube into a beam weapon, subsequently utilizing a magnifying lens to focus and amplify the light, which can penetrate structures made of molten slag from 2,000 miles away, with precision that can be measured to the size of a needle's tip. However, as a scientist of the Autobots, renowned alongside the likes of Optimus Prime, the Perceptor is not particularly adept in combat, thus typically remains at the rear of the team, dedicating himself to his research. We had just been discussing the morphological aspects of the Cybertronians, explained Ki. Oh, the Perceptor expressed surprise. I assumed your interests lay solely in the way of the samurai. Please take a seat. You are welcome to join our conversation. Spring offered him a spot. What is it? The Perceptor slowly took his seat, ready to enlighten these 2 individuals as one of the Autobots with storage capabilities second only to Optimus Prime. Our forms as Autobots have always been limited to terrestrial shapes, while the Decepticons possess a variety of forms. This is something you should already know, the Perceptor elaborated. Long ago, the Quintessence forcibly divided the Cybertronians into military and civilian categories, labeling them accordingly, which is why our forms differ so greatly from those of the Decepticons. I am aware of that, but is it possible? Could a Cybertronian possess 2 forms simultaneously? Spring could not restrain his curiosity. The Perceptor fell into deep contemplation, fervently consulting every resource at his disposal. There were no precedents for such a phenomenon among the Autobots, and it seemed the Decepticons had not encountered it either. Could this be achieved through post-modification? That is impossible, the Perceptor said, patting Spring on the shoulder. This is where your understanding falters. What do you mean? What is the mystery behind this? You are warriors. It is no surprise that you are unaware of this. However, you must understand that each Cybertronian transformation elements possess a fixed coding sequence, with aerospace and terrestrial forms being the 2 foremost branches. Indeed, Spring and Ki listened intently. If one were to enable a Cybertronian to possess 2 forms simultaneously, it would necessitate the amalgamation of their body with that of another. While merging may seem simple, transformation is the true challenge. If there are discrepancies in the coding between transformation elements, they will reject one another, leading not just to failure in transformation, but, in the worst-case scenario, to the complete disintegration of components, resulting in total system paralysis. Upon hearing the Perceptor's words, Spring and Ki exchanged glances. Spring was unable to reveal the results of his modifications to the Perceptor, both due to the demands of Shockwave and the potential consequences of their endeavors being exposed, which could lead to accusations of treason. However, a singular question surged within their minds. How had Shockwave achieved this? The image of the one-eyed figure, emanating a dark red glow, materialized in their thoughts, rendering this Decepticon even more enigmatic. On the planet Cybertron, within the confines of Shockwave's laboratory, Ming had lost count of how many times he had engaged in modification work in this very place. He felt akin to a weary office worker caught in a relentless 996 routine, shuttling back and forth between 2 points each day. Each member of the aerial bots lay upon the operating tables, and after undergoing scans, Lu Ming discerned the striking similarity in their transformation elements. Unlike the multifaceted modifications sought by the Triple Changers, the Combiners required the amalgamation of several Decepticons to maximize their collective strength. This necessitated that the chosen members possess closely related genomes and, ideally, a high degree of combat synergy. The squad format adeptly resolved this conundrum. Upon reviewing the data, Lu Ming discovered that the members of each squad were essentially produced in the same batch, albeit in slightly differing sequences. If one were to liken the Decepticons to currency, each squad's members would represent the same series of banknotes, with consecutive serial numbers, significantly alleviating Lu Ming's workload. Shockwave, what do you intend to do with us? Inquired Masterpiece. Did I not mention? I aim to enable your combination. Like a rotor? Not entirely, Lu Ming replied, retrieving the necessary tools from a nearby shelf. The rotor state is considered failure. Oh, Masterpiece questioned, perplexed. The Combiners require operational unity. Currently, the rotor's mindset is fragmented, particularly in its helicopter and tank forms. Then I fear our prospects are bleak. Masterpiece chuckled, acknowledging that every member of the aerial bots, himself included, was in a precarious mental state. Should they attempt to merge, chaos would likely ensue. That won't be the case, Lu Ming elucidated. I will design a program that transfers complete control of the combined form to you once the fusion occurs. I refuse to accept that, Ironhide protested, struggling against the restraints of the data cables. On what grounds do you contest this? Ratchet interjected, eager to join the fray. Enough, Lu Ming declared, his patience waning amidst their bickering. As the most seasoned and powerful, Masterpiece's control over the operation had already been established. Well, that remains to be seen. A reckless voice chimed in, hinting at ulterior motives. Settle down, Lu Ming admonished, injecting a slight surge of electricity into the cables connecting them, a technique typically reserved for punitive measures. Ouch, my apologies. The remaining aerial bots on the operating tables involuntarily twitched in response. Shockwave, please, turn off the power. Have mercy. Oomph. The modifications proceeded methodically. Having navigated several complex transformations previously, Lu Ming found the current tasks to be quite routine. The transformation of the combined Megatron is considerably more straightforward than that of the Tri-Change Warriors, as it does not necessitate the colossal Megatron to possess the ability to transform, but merely to assemble cohesively. To this end, Lu Ming made minor adjustments to the components of each member of the Flying Tiger team, facilitating their direct interconnection. Subsequently, he designed a program to transfer control of the body, as he had previously mentioned. Lu Ming was aware that the 5 members of the Flying Tiger team were ill-suited to form a combined Megatron, although each possessed formidable destructive power. As the Automaster had pointed out, their minds lacked the necessary synergy. However, Lu Ming did not anticipate that this unconventional approach would yield unexpected results. Thus, the task was completed. If it were still a human body, Lu Ming would have certainly felt the need to wipe the sweat from his brow. Was it done? He wore an incredulous expression. To be honest, I feel no different at all. The Automaster leapt from the experiment platform. You all should attempt to transform now. All right, Decepticon, transform. The crisp sound of components in operation echoed through the laboratory as the members of the Flying Tiger team executed their transformation in perfect unison. A Kenworth heavy-duty truck, a Lamborghini Countach LP 500S, a Porsche 928, a Formula One race car, and a Ferrari 308 Jeep emerged before Lu Ming. This was a force composed entirely of terrestrial Decepticons. Were it not for the data cables suspended overhead, Lu Ming might have believed he had entered an underground parking garage. Is there any issue with the transformation? There is none, but it doesn't seem to have changed much. Robert commented, right? Lu Ming disregarded his words, asking, as the Flying Tiger team, what will you call yourselves if you form a combined Megatron? We shall call ourselves Strike. Strike proclaimed his name. I still think Reckless sounds better. It was clear who had uttered that remark. Let us call ourselves Sky Tiger, the Automaster suggested. Sky Tiger? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. That's a splendid name. What next? How do we combine? You all must simultaneously shout, Sky Tiger, transform. Are you serious? Is it that simple? Never mind, let us just shout and see. All right, Sky Tiger, transform. As the 5 members of the Flying Tiger team shouted this mantra, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Various sports cars began to undergo partial transformations, extending docking devices from the front or rear of the vehicles, and like oppositely charged magnets. They drew together. With the Automaster as the core, the other sports cars formed the limbs. Gradually, a colossal Decepticon began to take shape. With the shoulders of Sky Tiger pressing against the upper confines of the laboratory, the high-strength metal ceiling beginning to warp under the pressure. A miscalculation. Ming gazed upward at the chilling monster before him, a creature that should have been set free. The flying tiger, a head, nearly half the size of a colossal titan, emerged ominously from its neck. The gaze of the flying tiger was fiercely penetrating, devoid of any emotional fluctuation as it uttered its name. Yet, this singular utterance was sufficient to reveal the immense power simmering within. Unstoppable. Although the synchronization rate was not particularly high, at that moment, the members of the Flying Tiger Squad had achieved a semblance of unity in thought. They possessed the intellect of one while wielding the strength of five. Enough, Flying Tiger. Hasten to dismantle my laboratory, he commanded. Destruction. The Flying Tiger continued to grow in stature, distorting the ceiling of the laboratory, which emitted a series of cringe-inducing sounds until it could no longer bear the strain, ultimately yielding to a violent rupture. Alas, Ming found himself at a loss. He could indeed terminate the transformation process through external means. However, this was his first genuine attempt at creating a combined transformer, and he feared the potential for oversight. The laboratory, nestled within the mountains, was now compromised as the metallic ceiling had been breached, with large chunks of rock cascading down. Ha 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 ha. The mental state of the Flying Tiger remained unstable. How do you feel? Ming inquired routinely. Excellent, the Flying Tiger replied, gazing down upon him. Its shockwaves akin to that of a child's eyes. You should move to the open area by the door, lest you damage my instruments, Ming cautioned, adding, remember, the command for disassembly is the same as for assembly. Flying Tiger, transform. His intent was for the Flying Tiger to first revert to its vehicular form and exit the laboratory before emerging outside. However, the Flying Tiger seemed oblivious to his advice. Flying Tiger, unleash your might. The immense form trampled upon the laboratory floor, causing the entire space to reverberate with tremendous vibrations. Chapter 35. Claw, I am truly at my wit's end. The data cables were torn apart, samples from the shelves crashed to the ground, leaving several large impressions on the floor, each the size of a truck's front end. The laboratory's door was flung open by the Flying Tiger, which soared through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing down with a thud. Well, this is splendid. Ming observed the remnants of the biological ID lock on the door frame, relieved that no one without authorization could intrude upon his laboratory. The emergence of the Flying Tiger Squad stirred considerable commotion. In its eagerness to wield its power, it dashed uncontrollably from the Shockwave laboratory to the second armory. In the second armory, the standby room, Claw was idly toying with a laser gun, remaining silent. Although he had been a member of the Decepticons for some time, he had yet to genuinely submit to this legion in his heart. His allegiance was partly due to Megatron's persuasive adventures, and partly a mere desire for a change of scenery. As the formidable leader of the Decepticons, the prowess of Razorclaw is undeniably impressive, bestowing upon him a certain confidence that leads him to dismiss all but the leader-class Cybertronians. Razorclaw is aware that Shockwave serves as Megatron's second-in-command. However, due to Shockwave's previous inclination to operate in the shadows, he had not given him much thought, instead harboring a stronger impression of Soundwave, the intelligence chief of the Decepticons. Yet today, when he locked eyes with Shockwave, he felt a pronounced difference compared to before. Was it that Shockwave had long concealed his brilliance? Or was it the subtle sound of friction as Razorclaw's laser gun twisted in his grasp? The presence of Megatron's team on Earth was entirely unexpected. Although he had previously instructed Shockwave to command the Decepticons left behind, he had not anticipated that this detachment would endure for such an extended period. Razorclaw had initially doubted Shockwave's ability to manage such a collection of belligerent beings as effectively as Megatron. Yet Shockwave not only succeeded in doing so, but exceeded expectations. First, he forcibly brokered a temporary truce between the factions of Rampage, and subsequently, he utilized the truths he had unearthed to pacify those Decepticons eager to reignite hostilities. Following this, he developed an acceleration plan that enhanced the combat capabilities of all Decepticons. Razorclaw had once believed this to be the zenith of Shockwave's capabilities, only to discover that he later engineered the Triple Changer Warriors and the Gestalt Combiners. Each of these accomplishments if attributed to any single Decepticon, would render them a hero within the entire faction. Yet, astonishingly, all of these feats were accomplished by Shockwave alone, with scarcely any intervals between them. Razorclaw recalled his first encounter with this one-eyed Decepticon. Shockwave's expression, words, and gaze were devoid of any emotion, leaving outsiders utterly baffled as to his thoughts. However, during the recent gathering, when Razorclaw met Shockwave's gaze anew, it was a markedly different experience, although his speech remained succinct and his countenance devoid of embellishment. The demeanor hidden within that singular eye seemed transformed, imbued with a newfound intensity. Razorclaw retrieved a memory module depicting that moment, replaying it repeatedly while contrasting it with his previous impressions of Shockwave, engaging in a game of discernment. After several iterations of this process, Razorclaw found himself chuckling in disbelief. "What am I doing?" he mused, gently squeezing his right hand, causing the laser gun to crumple into a small mass of twisted metal. "You all wonder what Shockwave is scheming?" interrupted the nearby Rampage, breaking the silence. "I suspect he aims to manipulate us, to gain better control over us afterward." "I concur." Ironhide nodded. "What are you staring at?" Dreadwing chimed in, delivering a playful punch to Ironhide's back. "With your eyesight, you wouldn't be able to distinguish between an Autobot and a Decepticon even if they were right in front of you. Shouldn't you consider repairing those rusty wings of yours?" Ironhead was deeply dissatisfied with Dapeng's actions. In fact, upon encountering Dapeng, Ming had compared his appearance with that of the steel winger he had previously seen at the Forge of Flames and discovered a fundamental difference between the two. If the steel winger could be likened to a phoenix forged from steel, then Dapeng could only be considered a destitute wild chicken. Moreover, the individual seemed particularly well informed about matters concerning Cybertron, leading Ming to dismiss the possibility of him being Dapeng outright. "What are your thoughts, Dapeng?" Claw, rarely one to show patience in seeking others' opinions, inquired. "I am uncertain," Dapeng shrugged, "but you have all witnessed the endeavor Shockwave has undertaken these past few days. I have never encountered a Cybertronian capable of possessing 3 forms simultaneously. I must admit, the lad has some remarkable abilities." "Merely a facade?" Yeliu scoffed at Shockwave's research accomplishments. "We're combiners, if not just 2 pieces of scrap metal shoved together." Ironhead sought revenge for Dapeng's earlier punch, but narrowly missed due to his nimble movements. "I ask you, what do 2 pieces of scrap metal amount to?" "Why, they remain mere scrap." Menghu laughed heartily. "Indeed, Menghu speaks the truth." Yeliu clapped Dapeng on the shoulder. "I believe you've been taken in by that Cyclops." In terms of sheer strength, aside from Optimus Prime, there were few rivals across all of Cybertron. Claw finally rose to his feet, expressing his confidence in tearing apart the warriors reformed by Shockwave. Yet he yearned to personally test their true strength. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the vibrations growing ever closer. "What is happening?" "Let's go outside and take a look." Outside the second armament zone, the newly transformed Skyfire was rampaging uncontrollably, seemingly releasing all of his power with each stride. Ming had assumed that relinquishing the final control to Autobot Jazz would keep Skyfire rational, but he had not anticipated that Jazz's own psyche was far from stable. Each member of the aerial bots concealed a brutal side within. "Make way for Skyfire." In front of Skyfire, Mohawk was diligently transporting materials. Though he had witnessed the colossal figure charging towards him, he had not expected the seemingly cumbersome tidal wave to move with such swiftness. Chapter 36. Who Can? Mohawk hastily discarded the heavy armament in his hands and transformed at twice his usual speed. The motorcycle tires spun rapidly, releasing a sharp screech as they made contact with the ground, before he dashed away in a cloud of dust. Had Ming been present, he would undoubtedly marvel at how swiftly the lad could run. Observing Mohawk's panicked expression, Skyfire laughed even more raucously. "No one can stand against Skyfire." "Oh, is that so?" He watched as several scratches appeared on the titanium alloy of the second armament zone, with molten metal remnants at the edges. It was noteworthy that the armaments zone had incorporated high-temperature resistance in its initial construction. The Claw emerged from the armament zone, his form partially obscured by shadows, rendering his expression indiscernible. Yet the surrounding Decepticons could still sense his formidable aura, as the alarming scratches on the titanium alloy door sent shivers down their spines. None were certain of the forthcoming developments, yet they instinctively stepped aside, granting space for the Claw and the Skyfire. Indeed, the Skyfire loomed over the Claw, and although he possessed a clear physical advantage, the Claw was nonetheless a fearsome leader, exuding an aura of unyielding confidence. The Claw scrutinized the colossal figure before him, pondering whether this was the creation of Shockwave. Intriguing. Recognizing the components of the Skyfire, the Claw mused that few vehicles existed among the Decepticons, and to amalgamate so many at once could only signify the Skyfire team. This was troubling. From a distance, Mohawk discreetly activated the communication channel, eager to summon Shockwave before the situation escalated. Master Shockwave, we have a grave situation. Though he was far away, Mohawk lowered his voice, fearful that one of the two adversaries might overhear him. The fearsome leader and that Skyfire were on the verge of confrontation, and fortunately, Mohawk had fled swiftly, or he would have been crushed. Why do I sense they have yet to engage? Mohawk pondered, perplexed. Previously, his private communications lacked such clarity, while this time, Shockwave's response seemed to echo from behind him. Greetings, Mohawk. Lumina patted Mohawk on the shoulder. Master Shockwave, how? Mohawk began, astonished, only to be met with a mournful countenance. Believing he would never see Shockwave again, tears seemed to well up in his eyes, though Lumina could not discern the nature of the liquid. You shall not be lost. Should you be rendered inoperative, I would merely repurpose your components onto another, allowing you to persist in another form. It must be said that Mohawk had chosen a commendable vantage point, safeguarded from stray fire and affording a clear view. Lumina focused the visuals on the open area at the entrance of the second armament zone, subsequently cropping and magnifying the scene, preparing himself to observe the unfolding drama. Why does Master Shockwave not intervene? I initially intended to expedite the next transformation, Lumina replied, but given this splendid opportunity for data collection, I cannot afford to squander it. However, if these two engage in battle, it could lead to severe consequences, potentially resulting in one's destruction. Fear not, as long as the Skyfire does not crush the Claw's spark source. Now I understand, Mohawk exclaimed, as realization dawned upon him. Master Shockwave must have installed a program within that massive body, enabling control when necessary. No, he just dismantled my laboratory. I am equally helpless, Ming replied nonchalantly. What I meant was, if the Claw is fortunate, it should not be crushed by the spark source. At that moment, all members affiliated with the Decepticons teams were gathered in various armament zones, awaiting adjustments, while those still outside were primarily lesser warriors like Mohawk, whose combat abilities were not particularly formidable. They were oblivious to the unfolding events, sensing only a tense atmosphere, as if a fierce battle was imminent. The Claw pointed to himself. When he transformed into humanoid form, his chest bore a magnificent mechanical lion's head, its eyes wide with fury and its sharp teeth glinting ominously. I am stronger, he declared. The flying tiger disagreed, gesturing dismissively. You are weak. Just in time to see what Shockwave has created. You have come to me. The Claw chuckled. Shall we test this? Hey, who do you think will win? Are you foolish? Just look at the size. That lion is already lost. You are the foolish one. Although the flying tiger is a behemoth, did you not notice how sluggish he seems when he speaks? I heard that the Claw once knocked Lord Megatron down. Is that true? Yes, I heard that too. Then I believe the Claw has the greater chance of victory. Indeed, I also think the Claw can win. The onlooking Decepticons murmured amongst themselves, seemingly skeptical of the flying tiger, for the sheer ferocity of his prowess was undeniable. Otherwise, Megatron would not have gone to such lengths to recruit them. Rest assured, the Claw said, his eagerness palpable. I may dismantle you further or sever your limbs, but I shall not kill you. After all, I am now considered one of the Decepticons. Transform. The Claw's upper body began to unfurl, his head retracting into his form, revealing a massive lion's head which opened wide, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. A steel tail unfurled, tipped with sharp barbs. What a delightful little kitty, Ming remarked, observing the spectacle. With a mighty roar, the Claw unleashed a sound wave that caused the ground around to quiver. Ha ha! The flying tiger responded fearlessly. Bring it on. The Claw initiated the assault, his steel tail racing along the ground, sending sparks and dust flying as the underlying metallic surface was exposed. Twin barrel cannons emerged from the depths of the Claw's shoulders, launching two high-velocity projectiles toward the gargantuan form of the flying tiger. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The flying tiger neither dodged nor attempted to counter with his atomic pulverizer. Look, the flying tiger hasn't even reacted yet. Well, he is rather large. After all, Chapter 37. The bet I say, are you placing bets? The remaining members of the Decepticons emerge from the armament zone. Ah, yes. Although they are both Decepticons on the surface, the relationship between these small Autobots and the formidable Megatron is far from amicable, resulting in a rather restrained conversation. I observed as the bull approached the onlookers' betting game. What? You dare to bet against Ravage? Ironhide tightened his grip around the small Autobot's neck, questioning whether his cognitive module had malfunctioned. The small Autobot, uncertain of his opponent's true strength, hesitated to retaliate as the flying tiger appeared to possess a larger stature. You fail to comprehend this. Dopping tapped Ironhide's hand, signaling him to release the small Autobot, suggesting that he would enlighten him. Do you understand now? The tiger was visibly displeased with Dopping's didactic demeanor. Size is not the sole determinant of victory. Ignoring the tiger's remark, Dopping continued to explain to the small Autobot that sometimes an overly large physique could hinder agility, as demonstrated by Ravage's imminent attack, while the foolish giant remained unresponsive. Yet, I've already placed my bet. Hey, what are you all doing? Abyss emerged from behind, asserting that they either all place their bets together or cease their chatter. Oomph. The tiger produced a machine gun from behind and slammed it onto the ground, claiming it was salvage from fallen Autobot, questioning whether Abyss had anything of comparable value to wager. Abyss, although eager to bet, hesitated. His resources paled in comparison to the tiger's. And while he possessed a weapon he was adept with, parting with it was a difficult choice. Thus, faced with the tiger's provocation, Abyss found himself in a quandary. Bang! A dull thud echoed from behind Abyss. Upon turning, he discovered the Raucous had thrown over a cannon. Raucous joined the betting. Despite having undergone modifications for speed, Raucous' intellect seemed somewhat lacking. Raucous? What are you doing here? Following recent events, Abyss felt a headache upon seeing the tank. Shockwave had instructed him to remain on standby. Yet the commotion instigated by the gas shell made it difficult to comply. What are you all up to? It seems quite lively. A jet fighter flew overhead, transforming before landing. Gradually, more individuals gathered at the second armament zone, with most joining the betting pool. Although Shockwave had always been the military operations commander of the Decepticons, the majority favored betting on Ravage, given that he was a leader capable of matching Optimus Prime in strength. However, considering Ravage had previously bested Megatron, some speculated that their previous balance was due to a lack of effort after switching sides. In a true contest of strength, the outcome remained uncertain. Foolish giant. Dopping's words were directed at Raucous, expressing exasperation at his inability to understand despite repeated explanations. Under the guidance of Dopping, many originally hesitant Decepticons ultimately succumbed to the allure of victory. Yet, regardless of his words, the clamor continued to press the cannon upon the Skyfire. Your reasoning is overly intricate. The clamor does not comprehend. He subtly shook his head, yet the clamor held faith in Shockwave. Very well, as you wish. Dopping is also looking out for your interests. Should you falter, do not blame us for not forewarning you. Prepare to face the repercussions, for the formidable figures gathered unitedly, silently observing this unfolding spectacle. As the artillery confirmed its trajectory during the advance, the claw meticulously calculated the probability of hitting with the two anti-aircraft cannons. Initially, he included Skyfire's atomic annihilation cannon in his calculations. If Skyfire were to draw his weapon mid-advance, the likelihood of the cannon exploding en route would be an alarming 80. However, Claw did not intend to rely solely on the cannon for damage, for most Cybertronians had, to varying degrees, mastered the technique of deflecting projectiles. His aim was merely to utilize the ensuing explosion smoke as a cover to engage in close combat, executing a surprise attack thereafter. Yet, he was taken aback to find that Skyfire appeared unperturbed, seemingly with no intention of employing the atomic annihilation cannon. A protective shield? No. Upon scanning Skyfire's exterior, Claw discerned the absence of any apparatus capable of generating such a shield. It seemed he had overthought the situation. This creature was merely dull-witted. Shockwave, the peculiar contraptions you've devised require further refinement. Bang! Bang! The anti-aircraft cannon struck true, sparks and smoke erupting simultaneously, with Skyfire at the epicenter, as dust billowed from the explosion, obscuring any clear view of the scene. All spectators promptly switched their visors, enabling them to discern the duel, even amidst the thick smoke. I have said I shall not kill you. With a powerful push from his hind legs, Claw vaulted onto Skyfire's head, reasoning that as a so-called combined transformer, merely claiming your head would not result in your demise. His sharp claws tore through the smoke, glimmering ominously in the dimness. However, as the haze dissipated, revealing Skyfire's head, Claw was suddenly struck with alarm. This creature was smiling. Both rounds of the anti-aircraft cannons had directly struck, without any shield or interception. Why then was he so composed? Claw could not fathom, yet the unfolding situation left no room for contemplation. Skyfire remained utterly still. Yet Claw felt he could advance no further. A sense of dread washed over him. Lowering his gaze, he realized that during his leap, Skyfire had already grasped his body with one hand. Under normal circumstances, Claw would not have so recklessly launched a surprise attack, and even if he had, his speed would have allowed for an easy escape. However, he had factored in the effects of the anti-aircraft cannons, believing that even if he did not incapacitate Skyfire, the resulting explosion would at least inflict some damage, providing him the opportunity to sever Skyfire's head directly. The actions of the Sky Tiger now exude an air of tranquility, which can only suggest one conclusion. The anti-aircraft artillery has inflicted no damage whatsoever. It is inconceivable. There was neither a protective shield deployed nor any mid-air interception. Could it be that it solely relies on its armor? Indeed, it is that very armor, not far away. The observant Lu Ming fortuitously connected the dots regarding the Claw's predicament. The armor of the Sky Tiger is not merely substantial, it is extraordinarily robust. Chapter 38. Dissociation during the transformation. Lu Ming had already discerned that all members of the Sky Tiger were equipped with armor of exceptionally high intensity. He pondered the reasons behind this. While some Decepticons possess terrestrial capabilities, the Autobots have long been engaged in ground combat, often leaving the Decepticons at a disadvantage during terrestrial engagements. Consequently, Megatron aspired to establish a ground force of his own, due to the constraints of objective reality. He had never envisioned relying on them for large-scale assaults on ground targets when assembling the Sky Tiger team. His intention was merely to utilize vehicles to disrupt enemy formations, followed by aerial units executing bombardments on designated targets. To accomplish this task, relying on cumbersome tanks would certainly not suffice. Thus, the entire Sky Tiger team consists predominantly of sports cars, renowned for their remarkable speed, rivaling even the swiftest of Autobots. As a ground unit, the Sky Tiger personnel may lack the agility of fighter jets, and their destructive capability is certainly inferior to that of tanks. Therefore, Megatron subsequently enhanced their external fortitude with a modified chromium-6, enabling them to withstand a certain degree of stray bullets. Upon investigation, Lu Ming discovered that the Sky Tiger team, fortified by chromium-6, exhibited an utter disregard for bullets. However, with respect to resisting anti-aircraft artillery, their strength was undoubtedly insufficient. Thus, after the Claw fired 2 rounds of anti-aircraft artillery, he still felt a pang of anxiety for the Sky Tiger. Yet, as the smoke dissipated and Lu Ming magnified the image, he found that the Sky Tiger bore only a few minor scuffs. Could it be that the strength of the armor was enhanced upon merging? That appears to be the only plausible explanation. The Claw had been captured. Look at the Sky Tiger, not a scratch upon it. How can this be? Even a tank would not withstand 2 rounds of anti-aircraft artillery without sustaining at least a dent. The outcome seems to be decided. Do not draw conclusions so hastily, Peng shouted, insisting that the Claw would not concede so easily. It still has its trump card to play. As if in response to this commentary, changes began to manifest on the Claw. The energy coursing through its body began to coalesce, ultimately concentrating in its forelimbs and fangs. It is crucial to remember that even if you have captured a cat, it will not meekly surrender, how much less so a lion. The Claw's forelimbs rose, and from such proximity, the Sky Tiger could feel the wave of heat surging toward it. Behold, every one of the Claw's talons functions as a thermal cutting blade. The door to Armament Zone 2 remains damaged, Peng pointed out, gesturing toward the entrance. The battlefield is an ever-changing landscape. At this moment, the hind leg of the Claw is firmly gripping the right finger joint of the Flying Tiger, while its forepaw has already sliced through the Flying Tiger's index finger. The reinforced armor has deformed under the intense heat, compounded by the immense strength of the Claw, rendering the Flying Tiger unable to tighten its grip. This situation is dire. If it continues, the Flying Tiger will undoubtedly have to relent. What's wrong? Mohawk inquired beside Lu Ming. Why do I feel compelled to say this? Why do you think the Flying Tiger would back down? Lu Ming asked. Isn't it obvious? Mohawk, experiencing pain himself, understood that if he were in a similar predicament, he would certainly discard the lion, for the agony would be unbearable. This sentiment was shared by all the spectators. If things persisted in this manner, the flying tiger's right hand would surely be rendered useless. Yet, why was the claw's strength so formidable? Judging by size alone, the flying tiger should easily crush it. It's perplexing, Chongfeng remarked. In truth, Chongfeng's observation was astute. No matter how strong the claw was, it could not withstand the combined brute force of 5 individuals. However, its cunning lay in distributing some of its thermal energy to its hind paw and steel tail. Thus, any attempt by the flying tiger to tighten its fist would result in further agony. Mohawk, you have a point, Looming sighed. Others may fear pain, but this madman does not, as it is not his own suffering. Not his own suffering? Mohawk was clearly bewildered by Looming's words. What does Lord Shockwave mean by that? Just watch closely and you'll see. Looming refrained from further explanation. Meanwhile, the battle's dynamics shifted once more, as the claw sensed a loosening in the flying tiger's right hand. Oh, are you planning to throw me away? The claw had anticipated this move. In its lion form, even if it were to fall from a great height, it could easily regain its balance before hitting the ground. Look, the flying tiger seems to be frozen in place. Since a while ago, the flying tiger had ceased any further actions, standing as rigid as a statue upon the earth. Looming understood that this was a malfunction in the control center. Although he had previously transferred control, the right hand of the flying tiger, the part engaged in the robbery, was under attack, leading him to deduce that the control center had experienced a schism, a condition commonly referred to as a mental split. And indeed, this was the case. The claw's weapon was exceedingly sharp, and the overwhelming pain nearly compelled the flying tiger to release its grip. This signal conflicted with the crusher's objective of shattering. The two were locked in a stalemate, resulting in the seemingly immobilized state of the flying tiger. However, an occasional mental split can prove advantageous. Just as the conflict between the robber and the crusher reached an impasse, a new player entered the fray. The flying tiger remained relentless, tightening his grip on his right hand, disregarding any damage to it, and exerting force repeatedly. What was he doing? Dapeng stood astonished at the scene before him. Did this foolish giant no longer care for his right hand? Even if such thoughts crossed his mind, how was he able to control his actions? Had the Shockwave never installed a pain module for him from the outset? The onlookers in the gambling arena murmured among themselves. Yet as long as Looming understood the situation, it sufficed. If the internal members of the Flying Tiger were conversing, Looming surmised the dialogue must have been as follows. Robber, master of automobiles, let me go quickly. I feel I might fall apart. Master of automobiles, Flying Tiger, crush the target. Robber, you say that so lightly. This line is scratching me, not you. Master of automobiles, Flying Tiger, think of the whole. Blockade. All right. Since you are unwilling, let me strangle this cat. Chapter 39. Return with me, Lord Shockwave, even Mohawk, who was spectating from the sidelines, sensed the precariousness of the situation. Should this continue, not only could the Flying Tiger be injured, but the claw could also perish on the spot. Mohawk turned back, only to realize that Shockwave was no longer behind him. Where had he gone? At that moment, a dark purple figure emerged at the focal point of everyone's gaze. Looming swiftly flew to the rear of the Flying Tiger and then fired a shot that struck the Flying Tiger's left hand. Looming refrained from using the high-energy beam connected to his reactor, opting instead to fire a mere bullet. He understood that the armor of the Flying Tiger could withstand even anti-aircraft fire. A single bullet would pose no threat to him. He merely wished for the imposing figure of the Flying Tiger to cease his actions promptly. Shockwave? The Flying Tiger turned around, and, simultaneously, the movement of his left hand came to an abrupt halt, as though the appearance of Shockwave had brought a measure of stability to his psyche. Oomph. The claw opened its mighty jaws, its steel fangs sinking directly into the Flying Tiger's right hand. With his spirit restored to unity, the Flying Tiger instinctively loosened his grip, allowing the claw to escape. Oh dear! Observing this, Looming hurriedly descended beside the claw, adopting an expression of utmost concern. Brother Claw, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Injured? Oomph. The claw regarded Looming with hostility, retorting, if it weren't for your interference, I would have severed this foolish giant's right hand by now. Is that so? Looming feigned enlightenment, realizing the situation. He then switched his vocal component to amplification mode, addressing all present Decepticons, Decepticons. Just now, the fearsome leader, the Claw, claimed that if I had not intervened, the flying tiger would have been torn to pieces. I have just arrived and am unaware of the circumstances. Can you inform me? Is that true? Upon hearing this, the surrounding Decepticons erupted into discussion. The Claw intended to dismember the flying tiger? Wasn't he just seized by the flying tiger's hand? You know nothing. The bison charged into the nearby discussion group. Its claws poised to sever the hand of the airborne tiger, merely seeking a favorable position. Come now. The acid rain showed no mercy to Iron Bull. Did you not notice that the left hand of the airborne tiger was already ensnared? Had it not been for Lord Shockwave's timely arrival, your leader would have long since been reduced to mere fragments. Indeed, it is clear that despite his defeat, the Claw refuses to acknowledge it. Is this truly the extent of the prowess displayed by the formidable leader? Amidst the commotion, the crowd erupted with excitement as they rushed to the side of the great rock, celebrating the airborne tiger's victory. It seems that the mighty Giganotosaurus is merely adept at verbal sparring. I cannot fathom how this feline could ever have bested Lord Megatron. Yes, he must be fabricating tales. Ha ha ha. Then I too shall claim that Optimus Prime is my vanquished foe. Would you believe that? Regardless of your belief, I am convinced of it. This fellow Claw remains in the form of a lion, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Shockwave, as if intending to devour him whole. Although his overconfidence played a part, Claw is aware that he has ultimately lost this battle, merely attempting to salvage some dignity through bravado. However, he did not anticipate that Shockwave would repeat his words over a loudspeaker, embellishing them further. Thus, Claw not only faced defeat, but also projected an image of someone unable to accept it. What ails me? Ming feigned innocence. Just wait, I shall bring you down. Claw's threat bore no distinction from typical bravado, yet Ming discerned the seriousness behind it. Well, you must possess the capability to do so. Ming gestured toward the airborne tiger behind him. This is merely one of the several combiners I intend to create, and perhaps the most unstable of them all. If you cannot even surpass him, are you certain you could defeat me? Claw slightly bent his body, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a lion. Initially skeptical, he now felt assured that the typically silent Shockwave had indeed transformed. Every word and action now radiated with intense emotion, making Claw distinctly uncomfortable. Why not allow me to offer you a path? Submit to my modifications along with your team. Your Giganotosaurus squad already possesses superior individual strength compared to other teams. If I further enhance you into combiners, you may find few rivals. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? Claw was taken aback. What? I am now the commander of the Decepticons, and you are my subordinate. Is it so peculiar for a superior to wish to enhance the abilities of their subordinates? Are you not afraid? Afraid of what? You slaying me? Ming found Claw surprisingly endearing at that moment. As I stated, should you believe yourself capable, I'm always ready to engage. If not, simply accept the modifications without wasting my time. As the battle had come to a halt, the Decepticons, who had been spectating from the sidelines, gradually drew nearer to the center. Most of them were eager to observe the aerial warrior up close, for he was the most formidable transformer on the planet Cybertron at present. Ming had initially wished to avoid idle chatter with the Claw, as he was preoccupied with numerous pressing tasks. However, he did not anticipate that his succinct remarks would be overheard by all the surrounding Decepticons, thereby elevating his stature within the ranks of the military. If Ming's prior leadership charisma was rated AB, it had now ascended to an A after the recent commotion. Bring me the machine gun. I claim your plasma cannon. Meanwhile, the participants in the wager began placing their bets. What is the meaning of this? Who said Claw lost? You all better behave. Members of the Predacons loaded their firearms, visibly displeased, as tensions rose dangerously. Enough. Claw, transform into your humanoid form, he declared, positioning himself between the Predacons and the Decepticons. I have lost. Claw, what are you doing? We all know you didn't lose. Ironhead clenched his fists. A loss is a loss. No further words are needed. Claw turned to leave. Damn it. Though the Predacons were eager to cause a ruckus, the presence of Shockwave and the aerial warrior, along with Claw's acceptance of defeat, rendered them unable to voice their dissent. I've long found these brutes intolerable. Aerial warrior, well done. The surrounding Decepticons surrounded the aerial warrior, showering him with praise, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had nearly sent them all flying moments before. What is so commendable? Ming chastised, aerial warrior, return with me. Chapter 40. Wasted branches, yes, sir. Despite the aerial warrior's current arrogance, he was still wary of Lu Ming, the very creator who had fashioned him. Lu Ming's anger was not merely due to the instigation of conflict with the Predacons. Rather, it aligned with his intentions. With formidable adversaries looming, Lu Ming found it necessary to win over the Autobots, leading him to believe that he should treat the Predacons with courtesy to maintain harmony. Although he had no desire to do so, it must be noted that the Predacons had been summoned by Megatron himself, primarily to counteract the expansion of Autobot influence. Given the Predacons' own considerable strength, they had consistently regarded the Decepticons with disdain. After perusing historical records, Lu Ming couldn't help but reflect Megatron did not recruit subordinates. He summoned ancestral spirits. Since aligning with the Decepticons, all consumables for the Predacons were supplied by them, and routine maintenance incurred no expense. While this arrangement seemed innocuous, the Predacons indulged in the benefits without contributing. During times of logistical needs, these privileged individuals would certainly avoid involvement, and, at times, they would even resort to violence against those who dared to relay messages. As for warfare, it is needless to say that prior to his surrender, the character known as Razorclaw had triumphed over Megatron on several occasions. However, upon joining the Decepticon ranks, whenever he confronted the Autobots, he would invariably be routed by Optimus Prime. This observation suggests that Optimus Prime's prowess eclipses that of Megatron. Yet, the reality is quite different. Shockwave, having meticulously observed the confrontations between Razorclaw and Optimus Prime in previous battles, discerned that Razorclaw was intentionally underperforming. It appeared as though he was struck by a mere bullet, akin to being hit by an RPG, prompting him to flee in utter disarray, while ultimately, during repairs, his armor remained remarkably intact. This is a malignancy, a succinct assessment by Ming regarding the formidable behemoth. Due to Lu Ming's extensive modifications, the Decepticon members have undergone a profound transformation. The aerial unit has effectively fulfilled its purpose, and Ming is confident that Razorclaw must harbor new contemplations. Previously, Ming cultivated peach trees, yet during summer, they bore scant fruit. An experienced individual informed him that excess branches were siphoning nutrients. Thus, by pruning those branches that absorbed nourishment without yielding fruit, he would see improvement. Upon trial, he discovered the advice was indeed effective. Consequently, he resolved to remain observant. Having witnessed the aerial unit's capabilities, he believed the formidable behemoth would willingly accept modifications. However, if, post-modification, these individuals still failed to enhance his combat strength, he would have no choice but to prune away these superfluous branches. As this conflict reached a temporary resolution, the observing Decepticons, under Lu Ming's admonition, began to attend to their respective duties. Lu Ming escorted the aerial unit back to the laboratory, where upon returning, the microbots had nearly completed the internal repairs. Upon the aerial unit reverting from transformation, Lu Ming conducted a thorough inspection, discovering that aside from some minor scratches on Rampage, the others were largely unscathed. Do you realize how much time you have wasted for me? Lu Ming's demeanor had been stern since their return. Yes. It was the Autobot master. The control was in his hands, and he insisted on charging out. Rampage hastily shifted the blame. Indeed, Shockwave at that moment. I too felt as though I was out of control. He added, You need not elaborate. Lu Ming interjected, waving his hand. I am well aware of the circumstances. Then what precisely transpired? I initially believed that relinquishing control to the Autobot master would temper your actions. However, the truth is otherwise. The 5 members of the aerial unit sat rigidly, resembling students attentively listening in class. Your actions have demonstrated one crucial point. Lu Ming raised his index finger. The thought processes of a combined gestalt are inherently intertwined. Although the primary control lies with the Autobot master, your actions, to some degree, have influenced him. Are you suggesting? It means none of you can absolve yourselves of responsibility. Lu Ming forcefully cast the wrench to the ground, the resounding clatter silencing the aerial unit. Had I not arrived in time, Razorclaw would have perished. His demise is inconsequential, but what are the others in the formidable behemoth's ranks? Would they not seek retribution against you? How do the other Decepticons perceive you? Slaughtering your own kind? If the Quintessence were to launch an attack at this moment, who among you would bear the responsibility? What would the Autobots say? Hot Rod, now the acting leader, is eager for an opportunity to prove himself. Are you preparing to provide him with that chance? With just your team, the aerial bots, there has already been so much turmoil. I still have to modify the Dinobots and the Combaticons, not to mention an entire array of spacecraft and artillery awaiting my attention, having sustained injuries during the heist. Where would I find the time for all this? Following the admonishment, a profound silence ensued. Lu Ming understood that to stabilize the morale of the troops, mere appeasement would not suffice. It was essential to demonstrate his deterrent capability when necessary. Of course, reprimanding was not merely a matter of venting emotions. Although Lu Ming spoke rapidly, each point he made was logical, allowing the Aerialbot members to fully comprehend their errors and grasp the challenges that Shockwave currently faced. Apologies were offered, and Shockwave, as the team leader, was the first to speak. We were indeed reckless. I too have my share of fault. Lockdown scratched his head. But primarily it was due to the heist. What do you mean, Lockdown? Robbery retorted. I'm still nursing my injuries. Enough. Lu Ming interrupted their bickering. Robbery? Lie down on the examination table. The rest of you, assist me in organizing supplies in the armory. Understood. The immediate priority was to complete the transformation of the combined Cybertronian, and before that, robbery needed to be fully repaired. Lu Ming was determined not to waste any more time. The repair work on robbery was swiftly completed, after which Lu Ming hurried to the first, second, and third armories. The Combaticon members included Attack, Blast, Whirlwind, Deception, and Ruckus, who transformed into a missile transport, a Leopard 1 tank, a military shuttle, a military jeep, and a Sea Lion Mk-88A armed helicopter, respectively. Taking Attack as the core, Lu Ming merged the wills of the five into a brand new combiner, aptly named the Mixing Leopard. Given that the participants were military equipment, the aesthetic of the Mixing Leopard was undeniably more impressive than that of the Aerialbots, composed of sports cars. Aircraft and tanks embody the true romance of masculinity, and Lu Ming was exceedingly pleased with his latest creation. Chapter 41. The Rain Demon, the Mixing Leopard's left arm was formed by Whirlwind, whose helicopter rotor could effortlessly slice through incoming bullets. The right arm was crafted from the shuttle, capable of launching glide cannons from its apex. The military jeep and tank constituted the left and right legs, respectively, both robust and remarkably balanced. The primary weapons of the Mixing Leopard were derived from Attack, featuring a sonic stun gun and a backpack-mounted missile system. To avert a repeat of the previous debacle with the Aerialbots, Lu Ming meticulously calibrated the neural center before their transformation, further optimizing the control module. However, due to inherent disadvantages, the neural capacity of the Mixed Sky Leopard is rather limited, which poses quite a headache for Lu Ming. Mixed Sky Leopard transform. This transformation takes place in an open area outside the laboratory, and the entire process is relatively smooth. The steel giant stands majestically upon the earth, resembling a statue that symbolizes war. How do you feel now? Absolutely fantastic. I feel as though I could shatter Optimus Prime with a single punch. Conserve your strength. Save it for me to deal with the five-faced monster. The five-faced monster? Bring it on. Even if it had 6 faces, it might not be a match for me. The Mixed Sky Leopard. All right, it's always good to be spirited. Lu Ming strides toward the second armament area. You may move about freely. If you tire, disassemble, provided you do not damage anything useful. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you upon my return. What are you off to do? Continuing the creation of the combined transformers. The same modifications commence in the second armament zone, this time targeting the Dragon-Head Monster Squad, consisting of members such as the Hungry Dragon, Twin-Headed Dragon, Corpse-Shattering Shark, Throat Cutter, and Stain. After numerous transformations, Lu Ming has become quite adept at this process, akin to a seasoned writer who can type out desired sentences without glancing at the keyboard. The Dragon-Head Monster Squad quickly completes its assembly, and Lu Ming names the newly formed giant transformer Rain-Seeking Demon, like the Flying Tiger and the Mixed Sky Leopard. The Rain-Seeking Demon eagerly showcases its newfound power. I feel reborn. Is that so? Lu Ming gestures toward his laboratory. There is an open space at the entrance. If you find yourself bored, go play with the Mixed Sky Leopard. I believe he is yearning for companionship. The Rain-Seeking Demon couldn't ask for more. The final modifications will involve the Savage Squad, located in the third armament area. As Shockwave enters, he notices many Decepticons transporting military supplies, and he surmises that the Savage members must be in the rectification room. Lord Shockwave, you have arrived. The passing Transformers greet Lu Ming. Expedite the transportation. Lord Shockwave, did you come alone? What of it? One Transformer informs him that a Decepticon had abandoned their equipment and pulled Lu Ming aside, revealing that the beasts had returned, each one cursing him. Yes, yes, that bald one was clamoring to dismantle you. But Lu Ming ponders before realizing that since Cybertronians lack hair, the bald one mentioned must refer to Ironhead from the Savage Squad, whose head is quite smooth and thus earned the nickname. Rest assured, Lu Ming patted their shoulders, signaling them to continue their work. If I fear a few individuals, how can I fulfill my role as your commander? Upon entering, Lu Ming happened upon Ironhead standing at the doorway, acutely aware of the adversarial gaze directed at him. Lu Ming intended to proceed directly. Yet Ironhead showed no inclination to yield. Ironhead, allow Shockwave to enter, spoke Razorclaw. Though reluctantly, Ironhead acquiesced to Razorclaw's request. Just you? Razorclaw inquired. Is there any other option? Lu Ming retorted. Nothing at all. Then let us commence. Despite the formidable presence of the others, who harbored some degree of resistance, the presence of Razorclaw rendered them hesitant to act overtly. The modifications to the colossal beasts were rather unique. They belonged to a branch of the beastly titans. Thus their circuitry diverged from that of conventional aircraft and tanks. This marked Lu Ming's final transformation. Upon its completion, only a few hours remained before the army of the five-faced beasts would arrive at Cybertron. Having previously observed the enemy's forces, Lu Ming understood that even if all modifications achieved their intended results, the odds of victory would merely stand at 50-50. Is that truly all there is? Lu Ming pondered while dismantling the back of the great rock, reflecting on the myriad tasks he had undertaken over the past days. Since his arrival in this realm, he had scarcely rested, and each advancement he made was nothing short of revolutionary. He had scanned the arcane sphere and visited the Messin Tower. If there remained anything elusive, it was that letter of distress. Lu Ming had always perceived his journey through dimensions as akin to a single-player game, implying that every clue encountered must hold significance. What purpose could the letter of distress serve? Its message was straightforward. 8 million years prior, Earth had been invaded, and the invaders seemed to share an inextricable link with humanity. What are the indigenous life forms on Earth? Could they be silicon-based life forms like the Cybertronians? If so, how did this relate to the salvation of Cybertron? A myriad of uncertainties entangled like a knotted pair of headphones, leaving Lu Ming at a loss. Enough. I shall do what I can and accept fate. After fruitless contemplation, he resolved to dismiss the matter from his mind. Shockwave, you appear troubled, Razorclaw remarked, observing Shockwave intently as he lay on the modification table. In a matter of days, his perception of Shockwave had shifted from indifference to viewing him as a formidable adversary. Initially, he had anticipated that Shockwave would arrive with companions, but he did not. He also assumed Shockwave would exhibit tension during the modifications, yet he remained composed. To Razorclaw, it seemed as though Shockwave's gaze was fixed upon a distant realm, contemplating matters far beyond his comprehension. It is nothing. Do you find my performance today to be quite absurd in your eyes? Razorclaw asked. What are you implying? Lu Ming responded. The bison evidently disdained such discourse. The claws represented the epitome of ferocity, and the visage of the claws was synonymous with that of the monstrous beast. Should Shockwave truly find the claws amusing, it would reflect poorly not only on himself, but on the entire situation. To speak candidly, I do not. Lu Ming replied decisively. Curious about the reason? Well, go ahead. It is simply because I do not regard you with any esteem. Chapter 42. The battle approaches you. The tiger prepared to rise. Yet the claws cast a glance that restrained him. The tiger lay back down in frustration. You may find it hard to believe, but I sensed it, sighed the claws. I do believe you, for you are indeed a leader. However, I am intrigued. If you dismiss the monstrous beast, what you hold in regard? Megatron? If you had said this in the past, I would have believed you, but now I do not. Lu Ming fell silent. Surely, it cannot be those Autobots? Ha! Lu Ming chuckled knowingly, surprised by the claw's unexpected eloquence. What I hold in regard is of little consequence. You need only understand that my actions are not for the Decepticons, nor for the Autobots, but for Cybertron itself, and that suffices. The modification duration for the monstrous beast was double that of the Rainmaker. Observing this masterpiece of war before him, Lu Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though fatigue washed over him like a tide, he yearned for a place to rest. However, he cannot. Have you chosen your name? The combined transformer nodded, declaring, My name is Soaring Sky. Soaring Sky possessed a unique beauty, though composed of machinery. The prominent lion head on his chest and the massive wings on his back exuded a primal essence. Wings? Previously, due to the diminutive size of the rock, Lu Ming had not associated him with the Cybertronian he had seen at the Allspark, but now it was different. The combined form of Soaring Sky bore a striking resemblance to that individual. Yet, it was merely a resemblance. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ming discerned numerous differences, such as the distinctive lion head on Soaring Sky's chest, which was truly one of a kind. System, I am here. How much time remains until the five-faced monster attacks Cybertron? Less than 5 hours. At last, it has arrived. Lu Ming discarded the cutting tool and strode purposefully towards the door. He had lost count of how many thoughts had crossed his mind since arriving on Cybertron. After all, there were no year designations here. However, since he had awakened from the Great Shutdown era, he resolved to designate this day as the first year, first month, 7th day of the Era of Awakening. Much later, when the inhabitants of Cybertron revisited this segment of history, they would be astonished to discover that the warring factions, having battled for thousands of years, had unexpectedly united in this campaign. The people did not comprehend the source of this anomaly, aside from the influence of the five-faced monster. They attributed it to a commander known as Shockwave. Cybertron, Rust Sea. The Rust Sea, as the name suggests, is an ocean filled with rust. It is said that once the waters here were azure, though few believe it now. The tempest rages, with tumultuous waves relentlessly crashing against the shore, leaving behind an array of iron shavings as the tide recedes. At this moment, all the living forces of Cybertron are gathered at the coastline, divided into two factions, one led by the formidable Megatron and the other by the valiant Optimus Prime. Fighter jets, helicopters, spacecraft, transports, sports cars, racing cars, jeeps, heavy trucks, and tanks. All Transformers are meticulously aligned according to their respective squads. The sound of rattling missiles and the loading of heavy machine gun ammunition signal that every warrior is on high alert, awaiting the command of their leaders. The imposing Shockwave, feeling restless, inquired, "Are you certain the Quintessence will truly arrive?" Without a word, Megatron cast a glance at him. According to the Autobots sensors, the Quintessence arrival was anticipated within 2 hours, aligning closely with the timeline provided to Megatron. Seizing the opportunity before the impending battle, Megatron surveyed the Autobots behind Optimus Prime. Recognizing many familiar faces, Charger, Reckless, Stealth, Blue Streak, Red Alert, Crane, Slider, Tidal Wave, Brake, Loquacious, Cup, Optimus Prime, Wheeljack, Divergence, Hinterland, Taxi, Wide Load, Spotlight, and Pursuit. Some were documented by Shockwave, while others were acquaintances of Megatron himself. When their eyes met, a slight nod from Wheeljack was exchanged, a subtle gesture that did not escape the notice of a pair of eyes within the Decepticon ranks. "Shockwave, do we truly not need to intercept them in space?" Optimus Prime proposed. "Space? Us?" Megatron chuckled. "Who exactly does us refer to? As far as I know, there are hardly any amongst the Autobots with aerial capabilities." Optimus Prime's expression darkened. "Shall we simply wait here then?" "Wait," Megatron replied, turning his gaze away. "Wait for the report from the Alpha Satellite." The Alpha Satellite, a man-made orb orbiting outside Cybertron, is roughly 1/10 the size of the moon, established as both an observation and combat stronghold. Megatron had dispatched flyers and strikers to secure the satellite 2 days prior, preparing for a potential blitzkrieg from the Quintessence. With Soundwave absent, the Decepticons' intelligence-gathering capabilities had significantly diminished. Megatron was determined to leverage every available resource to enhance their chances of victory. After viewing Transformers 3, he had believed he would have access to an extensive arsenal. However, the reality was that only a few dozen spacecraft were at his disposal. Diverting all of these forces to intercept enemy vessels in outer space would be tantamount to throwing stones at an armored giant. The most prudent strategy was to allow the Decepticons to commandeer the spacecraft and establish air superiority. After all, should the Quintessence choose to invade, they would inevitably need to land. Subsequently, they could coordinate with the space team, led by Direct Current and Megatron's own ground forces, to encircle and annihilate the enemy. Upon receiving the alarming news from the Council regarding the impending ambush by the Quintessence, Lu Ming anticipated a monumental clash, envisioning millions of Cybertronians unleashing a torrential barrage upon their foes. Yet, as the moment approached, he realized that the combined forces of both factions scarcely numbered. What would be the reason? Even with only 2 hours until the attack, or even 5, every observation post should have detected the enemy's presence. Yet an unsettling silence prevailed, casting doubt in Lu Ming's mind. Calculations indicated that the Quintessons were to land in the vicinity of the Rust Sea, even if they attempted to alter their landing site. Their velocity would render any course correction implausible. Boom! A deafening sound resonated through the skies, drawing every gaze upwards. Had the Quintessons arrived? Who was firing? What was happening? Look at the Alpha satellite. Chapter 43, Alpha. Following the initial explosion, aftershocks reverberated. A massive breach appeared at the apex of the Alpha satellite. With the edges of its external armor exhibiting signs of melting, the damage spreading outward, revealing the internal state of the satellite in disarray. The footage transmitted from the surveillance satellite left the onlookers around the Rust Sea in utter astonishment. Turning solid into liquid was indeed a straightforward affair. Under such immense pressure, iron shavings from the Alpha spiraled rapidly towards the sea, the sky resembling a blade slicing through as scales fell like rain. Iron rain descended upon the Rust Sea, and the debris above rapidly mingled with the scrap metal below, merging into the tides and surging toward the shore. Quintessons, you have plotted against me, Lu Ming thought, wishing he could crush his own knuckles in frustration. He should have anticipated this outcome. Due to prolonged internal conflict, Cybertron's satellite surveillance technology had stagnated, allowing the Quintessons to appear before Alpha while ground forces remained oblivious. Lu Ming speculated that the enemy had employed stealth technology beyond his monitoring capabilities, coiling in a long, serpent-like formation within Alpha's blind spots, achieving a stunning surprise. For the first time since arriving on Cybertron, Lu Ming felt an acute sense of inadequacy. While he was well-versed in the anatomy of Cybertronians, his intelligence-gathering skills were comparatively lacking. This deficiency, seemingly inconspicuous in quieter times, became glaringly apparent when faced with a formidable adversary. Boom! Before the Cybertronian coalition could fully comprehend the situation, a second explosion followed in rapid succession. Decepticons transform. Lu Ming sensed an impending threat, gesturing towards the direction of Soundwave Canyon. Retreat. A resonant roar filled the sky, reminiscent of a collapsing structure's steel and concrete being violently torn apart, a sound that sent chills through one's bones. A second later, the Alpha satellite began its descent. Countless fragments tumbled frantically into the Rust Sea, swiftly followed by a colossal sphere. Shockwave incoming. The Mohawk has transformed into a motorcycle, and both flying and assault remain within. First, take care of yourself. Lu Ming is well aware that both flying and assault are inside, yet given the present circumstances, their chances of survival are nearly non-existent. Thus, apart from fervently hoping for their well-being, Lu Ming finds himself devoid of any alternative solutions. The Alpha descends at an ever-accelerating pace, while the ferocious winds unleash towering waves. The sound of scraping metal resonating like the chorus of a million bats. The fallen satellite finally submerges into the sea, causing tidal waves to surge outward from the point of contact, with the majority of the water rushing toward the Cybertronian coalition. Under Lu Ming's command, all coalition members steer toward the Sonic Canyon before Alpha's descent, a convoy of various sports cars and tanks racing forth, engines roaring with fervor that stirs the blood. Helicopters scream past, and fighter jets have already broken the sound barrier. Nevertheless, some members of the retreating coalition are still affected by the shockwave. The invisible shockwave acts like a colossal blade, sweeping away millennia of dust and subsequently lifting the last sports car in the rear. Lu Ming is uncertain if the original words of the blockade were precisely this, but his translation system conveyed it thus. The Porsche 928 is hurled into the air, spinning several times before, having undergone acceleration modification beforehand. The blockade grits its teeth and initiates transformation at the point of complete loss of control. In the past, whether Autobots or Decepticons, attempting to transform under such immense gravitational acceleration would have resulted in catastrophic disintegration of parts. However, one principle of the shockwave acceleration plan includes the reinforcement of molecular structures during transformation, enabling the blockade to land successfully in humanoid form. Although upon landing, the blockade tumbles forward due to inertia, it manages to complete its transformation once more before hitting the ground, a speed that would leave Autobots in sheer astonishment. A sandstorm begins to rise, but before it can fully spread, it is swallowed by the rushing seawater. Metal shavings flood the canyon, and the circuit boards beneath the dust short-circuit, causing the already precarious buildings to collapse with a thunderous roar. The Decepticons stand ready for orders. Ming has already soared to the eastern high ground on either side of the canyon, directing the land forces to assemble at his location, while the aerial units provide assistance, and all ships are to form a Formation 9, hovering 50 meters above, cannons aimed at the sky, prepared for any enemy assault. All Autobots are to comply. Hot Rod has already reached the western high ground of the canyon, and he and Ming exchange glances across the gorge, promptly gathering at the western high ground. Meanwhile, directly above the original position of the Alpha, a fleet of spacecraft gradually reveals its silhouette. Is this truly a spaceship? Before the arrival of the five-faced monsters fleet, Ming had envisioned various forms of the enemy's ships, perhaps resembling flying saucers or the Ptolemaic spacecraft from Gundam 00. Although he had previously observed their general marching positions through the Meson Tower, he had yet to discern the precise appearance of the vessels. However, the scene before him now shattered all his imaginings. Rather than traditional spacecraft, Ming perceived these oddly shaped, variably sized entities as mechanized life forms. They glided through the sky like colossal steel fish, their tails equipped with blazing thrusters, their fins armed with an array of advanced weaponry, and their bellies featuring removable panels housing dozens of standby, small spacecraft. The massive heads of these constructs appeared remarkably smooth, leading Ming to surmise that they were akin to one-way glass, concealing the central control room of the five-faced monster within. This was an almost invincible aerial fortress, with dozens of iron cables dangling from its base, resembling natural appendages. Ming's impression of these fortresses as fish stemmed not only from their appearance, but also from their mode of movement. As they descended slowly from the heavens, their entire metallic bodies undulated gently, rather than approaching like a flat slab of iron. After traversing such a distance, the nuclear reactor behind Ming began to operate at an accelerated pace, an unstoppable force surging into the high-heat ray cannon in his right arm. I have yet to use this cannon against any foe. Chapter 44. The lightsaber, a dazzling radiance, coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, warping the surrounding air with its intense heat. Boom! A purple beam, as thick as a load-bearing pillar, surged forth, enveloped in crackling lightning, resembling a colossal lightsaber piercing the heavens. The tip of the lightsaber made contact with the spacecraft. Ming's strike targeting the control room directly. Cut through it. The fusion within the reactor had reached saturation, and the output power in his right hand was maximized, the brilliance intensifying to the point where it seemed to threaten the very fabric of space. Although the ship's descent had initially been slow, its downward trajectory became almost irresistible. Yet, under the assault of Ming's potent high-heat beam, its descent was abruptly halted. Coordinates 221, 235. All aerial and ground units, fire with all your might within weapon range. In terms of destructive capability, no one on Cybertron could compare to the power of the shockwave emitted from Ming's right arm. However, such a formidable weapon bore a critical flaw. It reloaded far too slowly. With unrestricted output power, it would take at least a minute to complete the next charge. And with each successive use, its potency would gradually diminish unless immediately recharged. Ming distinctly felt the momentum of his right arm's output waning. Yet the control room of the spacecraft had not been entirely destroyed. He calculated the precise coordinates of the contact point, managing to successfully bring down a main ship just before the beam dissipated. The fleet has received the order. The fleet of spacecraft, originally arranged in a circular formation above the Decepticon camp, has now aligned in a single file. The dual heavy machine guns mounted outside the cockpit are trained on the coordinates provided by Ming, and within a mere 0.1 seconds, mechanical calibration is completed. Aerospace team, move out. The transformation is initiated by the direct current, followed closely by the others: Chaos, Charge, Elegy, Jetstream, Solar Wind, Bitstream, Heat Link, Acid Rain, Nova Storm, Sandstorm, Red Wing, and Glissade. These aircraft surge forth like a flock of birds launching an assault, their speed remarkable yet impeccably orderly. Flywheel, Big Train, Gas Bomb, Lightning. Stay behind. Ming commands the gas bomb and the other 3 transformers preparing for takeoff. Yet, Shockwave, I can fly too. The gas bomb mistakenly assumes it is still part of the aerospace team. You all remain by my side. Lu Ming states succinctly, without further ado. All right. The gas bomb concedes reluctantly, returning to base. Damn it, why is it so hot? The violet beam gradually narrows and ultimately vanishes. Lu Ming senses that the temperature in his right arm has exceeded its limits. Prepare all your ammunition. The aerospace team swiftly reaches the designated airspace while maintaining a safe distance from the enemy fleet. Heat-seeking missiles ready. Shockwave shells loaded. Laser guns fully charged. Fire. As the beam fades, an array of advanced weaponry immediately follows up with an assault, missiles spiraling forward with long trails of exhaust, having locked onto their targets. An explosion erupts suddenly, flames soaring from the clouds of smoke as a breach finally appears in the main control room of the spacecraft under such overwhelming firepower. Weapons requiring reloading are pulled into the back-end systems. Everyone switched to heavy artillery. Bullets rain down as the instruments of destruction engage in a grand symphony, with all present as mere spectators. Provide covering fire for the fleet. The aerospace team transform now and turn the grotesque entities in the control room into Swiss cheese. Decepticons. Transform. The aerospace team rushes toward the head of the spacecraft, completing their transformation from aircraft to humanoid form before contact. Ruthlessly firing their laser guns at the interior of the control room, and then, under the leadership of direct current, they launch an assault inside. Sonic Canyon, West Slope. What shall we do? Heat break. Kai, restless, wonders if they must simply watch the Decepticons bravely engage the enemy. Kai, Spring pulls it back from behind. The enemy has yet to land, and we possess no spacecraft or any Autobot capable of flight, leaving us with limited options, as Hot Rod explained. He was right. Tidebreaker approached, noting that whatever was aboard the ship would inevitably descend. Ground warfare favors us, even against aerial threats, as long as we enter their range. The Autobots will not be at a disadvantage. Heckory remained silent, yet his displeasure was palpable. In terms of combat, he was not inferior to many Decepticons. Clarity in still waters, clarity in still waters. He consoled himself while observing the battlefield's unfolding drama. Look, Wide Load pointed towards the foremost enemy vessel in the sky, exclaiming, "It appears to be coming down." The once freely soaring iron Leviathan now seemed to have lost its balance, smoke billowing from its control room. Resembling a wounded goose struck in the heart, plummeting helplessly without a chance to cry out. "Let it be a grave for the Alpha satellite," remarked Lumina coldly. Were a war fanatic to observe at this moment, he would undoubtedly applaud Lumina's tactical acumen. The gargantuan sky fortress was too massive, even if one section were destroyed. The impact on the remaining parts was negligible, unless the central control room was compromised. However, due to its critical location, the control room was heavily armored, employing nano-level defensive ions, with few weapons on Cybertron capable of penetrating it, save for Shockwave's light cannon. Lumina's brilliance lay in utilizing the aerospace team to fill the gaps, denying the Quintessence any opportunity to repair their armor. In truth, the control room was equipped with a memory restoration device. Had the subsequent attack been delayed by even 10 seconds, the breach Lumina had created would have been promptly restored to its original state. The aerospace team promptly reported their findings. "Have we located the Quintessence?" They inquired. "The control room is filled with intelligent mechanical life forms. Yet none exhibit the characteristics of the Quintessence. We deduce they are puppets crafted by them. Not present." Lumina's gaze was fixed intently on the sky. Could it be a reconnaissance team? If it were merely a vanguard, the scale of this spacecraft seemed excessively large. Fortunately, it had been brought down otherwise. It might have transformed into a direct fire reconnaissance rush. The silence of the Iron Leviathan had become a reality, yet just before it touched the ocean's surface, the armor at its belly suddenly opened, and dozens of small spacecraft surged forth. Chapter 45. 30 seconds, fear not. We are many. Someone in the fleet of small ships declared. Indeed, at first glance, the Decepticons seemed to have a numerical advantage with their smaller vessels. However, before they could commence their counterattack, another secondary mothership descended from the sky. The distant heavens were shrouded in thick gloom, iron gray, clouds roiling restlessly above, akin to boiling water surging forth. Originally, the sky of Cybertron was devoid of clouds. Lu Ming speculated that what he saw was merely the smoke rising after Alpha had been attacked. After the first secondary mothership had been completely consumed by the Rust Sea, the second and third emerged side by side from the dark clouds, their shapes resembling those that had come before. Damn it, Lu Ming cursed, filled with frustration at his inability to spit defiantly onto the ground with the body of a shockwave. How was that 40% chance calculated? The enemy's vessels were approaching. Intercept! Intercept! The fleet will follow the directive of the direct current command. The rest, follow me. Lu Ming's voice resonated through everyone's communication modules. Decepticons, transform. Both side ships were structured with twin machine guns, and the control room was exceedingly small, resembling an iron box with 2 Gatling guns welded to either side. Their lengths nearly doubled that of the control room itself. The upper glass of the control room was transparent, allowing Lu Ming a clear view of the fervent expressions of the Decepticons within. It seemed they had anticipated Lu Ming's strategy. The 2 newly emerged motherships altered their tactics, opening their bellies as they broke through the clouds, releasing dozens of ships that soared forth. Instead of heading directly towards Lu Ming, the fleet circled around the control room, akin to knights on white steeds, fervently defending the life of their queen. 30 seconds remaining until the next high-temperature laser is charged. Hot Rod, bring your team over here. Surely this canyon poses no obstacle for the Autobots? Why head straight towards the landing zone? Because Lu Ming was acutely aware that the enemy surely had ground forces. Hence, it was imperative to strike before they all descended. 29 seconds. No wonder they aimed to sink Alpha. It was to drive us all outward, allowing their own forces to descend safely. Given the current number of ships, losing air superiority was merely a matter of time, and if they also lost ground advantage. 28 seconds. Lu Ming's tactics remained unchanged. He intended to cleave the control room with his weaponry and then devise a method to sink the secondary mothership. Although the enemy had developed defensive awareness, no better option presented itself at that moment. 27 seconds. The cross-section of the Sonic Canyon resembled an inverted triangle. The higher one ascended, the greater the distance between its sides. The enemy's landing point lay to the east, where Lu Ming's Decepticon forces were also positioned, yet all Autobots found themselves on the western high ground. 26 seconds. A turbulent influx of seawater mixed with iron debris surged into the canyon, the water level rising ever higher, transforming the cross-section from an inverted triangle into an inverted trapezoid. 25 seconds. Autobots, transform. Under Hot Rod's command, all Autobots shifted into vehicle mode, the roar of engines resonating from within, as rapidly spinning rear tires sent debris flying beneath them. 24 seconds. Charge. The charge has commenced, and the western slope of the canyon seems to be staging a grand international rally. All the vehicles rush forward, eager to depart from the starting line. In a mere 23 seconds, the entire fleet of automobiles soars into the air, transforming into magnificent steeds, leaping several zhang across the Tanshui River. At the 22-second mark, atop the eastern slope, the Decepticon army, under the command of Lu Ming, advances towards the 2 secondary motherships suspended in the sky, akin to ferocious tigers descending upon their prey. At 21 seconds, Lu Ming, gazing into the depths of the clouds, wonders where the 5-faced beasts are hiding. Only these grotesque entities hold the answers to his immense perplexity. As the clock ticks down to 20 seconds, the air fleet engages in skirmishes with the opposing spaceship squadron. Shadows flit across the sky like flocks of birds, interspersed with the fiery sparks of bullets being fired. At 19 seconds, a squadron follows the charge towards the rear mothership, while another squad moves with me. Direct Current, though disinclined towards shockwaves, has promised to exert his utmost for the sake of this war. At 18 seconds, an anomaly occurs. The compartments within the belly of the ship open wide, revealing numerous robots resembling Transformers. Their backs are affixed to the vessel, and they swiftly glide down the iron chains that dangle from the mothership towards the ground. Lu Ming's conjecture proves accurate. Indeed, these 2 motherships harbor ground forces. Yet the first colossal steel fish was sunk by Lu Ming before it could unleash its troops. At 17 seconds, Transformers, heed my command. Lu Ming opens the command channel. We have been awaiting your orders. Several Transformers stand ready. Immediately fly to the iron chains and intercept the descending ground troops. Shoot down as many as you can. Yes. The Great Train, Gas Bomb, Lightning, and Rampaging Dragon all shift from aerial to terrestrial forms, while the rotor of the helicopter splits in 2. The tank's rotor advances in tandem with the ground forces, and the helicopter rotor joins the ranks of the Transformers. Thanks to Lu Ming's enhancements, The physical capabilities of the Decepticons have significantly improved, particularly the Transformers, who, in aerospace mode, achieve an astonishing speed of 3 Mach in just 0.2 seconds, slicing through the surrounding dust like a razor's edge. At 16 seconds, Shockwave, the voice of the charge, echoes in Lu Ming's mind. Should we request support from our aerospace team? Just as Shockwave speaks, a small spaceship narrowly brushes past him. He pushes the throttle fully, and the aircraft descends vertically like a cobra encountering its foe, then executes a 180-degree turn, diving downwards while unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the enemy vessel. The steel hull is instantly perforated with countless small holes. The control room's glass shatters, and thick smoke billows from within the ship, soon igniting into flames. At 15 seconds, no need, Lu Ming refutes Shockwave's suggestion. We are sufficient. Lu Ming did not expect the triple transformations warriors to eliminate all the enemies on the zipline. Rather, he only needed them to neutralize a certain number of living forces. After all, among all the Cybertronians capable of participating in battle, the majority were still adept in ground combat. Chapter 46. 15 seconds he felt akin to the Monkey King from Flower Fruit Mountain, for with a mere call of children, his monkey kin would eagerly rally alongside him to engage in battle. 14 seconds the Autobot forces quickly matched the pace of the Decepticons, tanks and armored vehicles moving in tandem, while sports cars raced forward. Such a scene had not graced Cybertron in millions of years. I lead the charge. No one in the Autobot ranks was more exhilarated than Ki. His current form resembled a Mercedes-AMG GTR, its glossy black finish intertwined with crimson curves, exuding an alluring presence. Ki, be cautious. Springs followed closely behind, well aware of his friend's impulsive nature. 13 seconds the aerial skirmish persisted, with 762mm bullets intertwining with vibrant beams of laser. Damn, why is this iron cable so resilient? He had intended the gas grenade to sever the cable used for gliding, achieving a swift resolution. Yet, regardless of the sparks that erupted upon impact, the cable remained unyielding. Save your efforts. This material is likely the same as that used in the control room. Instead, let us focus on downing more enemy aircraft. 12 seconds the triple transformations warriors reached a consensus on their target assault. They were now players in a bullet hell, evading the onslaught of incoming projectiles while dodging the onrushing enemy forces. Destroy first, think later. Lightning pressed the trigger of his spinning ray gun, and the mechanical soldier he struck immediately descended into chaos, uncontrollably firing upon its comrades. Perch. This was the first occasion the Decepticon army had heard these mechanical soldiers speak, realizing for the first time that they possess cognitive abilities. 11 seconds, the gliding mechanical soldiers swiftly responded to the triple transformations warriors, their optics emitting a ghostly green glow as they locked onto the flight trajectories of their foes. They are taking this seriously. We must do the same. 10 seconds look. Wide Load exclaimed, observing that the Decepticons near the iron cable seemed to be in dire straits. Indeed, there are too many enemies. Hot Rod shared their concern. 9 seconds this was no mere barrage. It resembled a convoluted web of intricacies. The triple transformations warriors navigated through the dense network. Retaliating had become a luxury beyond reach. We are within range. Ground forces reinforce. Decepticons transform. Autobots transform. 8 seconds leaping and rolling. The entire ground force completed their transformation into humanoid forms, brandishing their weapons as they unleashed a frenzied barrage at the impending ground enemies. The falling brass casings glimmered brilliantly. In a mere 7 seconds, the aerospace team engaged in a fierce firefight with airborne adversaries, facing overwhelming odds that led to a steady retreat. Buy me a little more time, urged Lu Ming, as the nuclear reaction team behind him commenced operations, with the second luminous sword nearing its critical launch threshold. At 6 seconds, the Tri-Transform warriors began their descent along the iron cable, reducing several mechanical soldiers to mere scrap metal beneath their relentless barrage. Shockwave, are your subordinates throwing their lives away? Roared Hot Rod, his voice hoarse. Lu Ming understood the gravity of the situation. The gas bombs they were deploying were descending at such velocity that there was no room for retreat. Should they be struck during this perilous dive, the likelihood of a catastrophic crash was alarmingly high. Yet, Lu Ming held unwavering confidence in his team, for they were no ordinary aerospace squad, but Tri-Transform warriors, genetically distinct and enhanced under his guidance. At 5 seconds, the five-faced army descended. The mechanical soldiers landed in humanoid form, armed from head to toe, their faces devoid of expression. The tri-transform warriors swept across the ground, their timing nearly at the brink of perfection. Five-faced army, eliminate the targets, echoed the command from Mechanical Legion's vocal apparatus, as their right arms synchronously raised. Machine guns aimed at the low-flying tri-transform warriors. At 4 seconds, find cover. In a direct confrontation, numbers dictated the outcome, and with the current strength of the Cybertronian coalition, they appeared as nothing more than live targets against the five-faced army. Damn it! The individuals poised to land now felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to birds ensnared by a hunter, unable to evade the prison forged by gunfire. Left wing hit. Left wing hit. The freight train sustained damage. Its flight path jolted like a candle flame buffeted by a cold wind. We might crash. The Autobot faction thought grimly. At 3 seconds, transform. Just before making a hard landing, the freight train resolved to execute this maneuver. Look, that Decepticon is transforming. At this moment, the sensors in the rear, monitoring enemy activity, observed this scene. Isn't that tantamount to suicide? Hot Rod, leading the charge, expressed his bewilderment. Indeed, if the freight train were to land as it was, it would surely incur damage. If it aimed to transform, it risked colliding with the ground before the humanoid form fully deployed. Moreover, even if the transformation succeeded, it would be far from stable, as the rapidly descending humanoid form would not possess the steadiness of its spacecraft configuration. However, the Autobots were mistaken. They misjudged both the speed of the freight train's transformation and the form it intended to assume. At 2 seconds, the Lockville spacecraft abruptly transformed, its armor splitting and landing gear retracting, as the D-51 steam locomotive swiftly revealed its silhouette, hurtling across the ground at a staggering speed of 400 miles per hour. The spacecraft transformed into a steam locomotive. How could this be possible? All the Autobots were astonished by the transformation before their eyes, except for Spring and Ki, who exchanged knowing smiles. 1 second, Ming shouted, announcing the final countdown, and raised his right arm towards the control room of the secondary mothership. High-energy reaction detected. Evade! Evade! This alarm did not emanate from the Quintessence, but from the Autobots, for just a second before Ming completed the energy accumulation. The enemy ship's fin began to condense beam particles. At first, there were countless tiny points resembling fireflies, which gradually grew larger until they coalesced into a massive beam. Annihilation. Sinking. The purple lightsaber collided with the white beam with tremendous force, illuminating the dim sky as if a multitude of incandescent lights had been ignited simultaneously. Chapter 47. Fusion. What is separation? Separation. After 2 seconds, the white and purple lights could no longer maintain their state and collapsed, spiraling into the sky like two dragon-like phantoms, emitting a chilling roar. The earth cracked, stones were engulfed in the spreading array of light, and a thick layer of clouds was torn apart, creating a gaping hole in the sky, resembling an eye in the heavens. If Ming were still in human form, he would undoubtedly be gritting his teeth tightly, feeling as if he were biting into sand. The tactical visor's area was already blaring alarms due to excessive heat on his back. In truth, even without the alarm, Ming was acutely aware of the burn. His right arm felt as if it had endured countless weightlifting sessions, and it would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. The edge of the cannon had slightly deformed, the high-strength metal glowing faintly red. Aerospace team, direct everyone into my beam trajectory. Ming wished he could implant this command directly into the minds of the aerospace team members. Hurry up. Received. The team led by direct current altered their course, resembling a pod of orcas in the shallows, continuously shifting their formation to herd the fish into the bay, then opening their mouths wide to devour them. Damn Decepticons! The enemy fleet, which initially held a numerical advantage, was now struggling to respond as Ming divided and conquered. Occasional smoking ships spiraled down from the sky, only to be obliterated by the ground forces of the Cybertronian alliance before they even touched the ground. However, this was not Ming's ultimate goal. High-energy reaction detected behind. Evade! Evade! Too late. The team led by direct current found themselves trapped in the blind spot of the Quintessent fleet, retreating blindly until they collided with a massive purple lightsaber. These ships, once adorned with various colors, lost all significance upon entering the area of brilliance, leaving only the pure purple and the black silhouettes of their vessels. After 0.1 seconds, Lu Ming finally could not hold on any longer. The lightsaber suddenly vanished, and the lingering particles in the sky gradually dispersed. The ships struck by the rays were utterly obliterated, leaving the entire battlefield resembling a desolate realm, as if a colossal hand of death had swept through. Coordinates 133, 146. The control chamber has initiated self-repair. Do not grant them this opportunity. Lu Ming nearly shouted. One squad, follow me. The second squad, maintain fire suppression. Once more, he employed direct current, soaring towards the location of the secondary mothership's control room. The elegy has arrived. Let chaos reign. At that moment, an anomaly erupted on the ground. Merge, 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 merge. All 5 factions appeared as though possessed by specters, engaging in bizarre movements, subsequently clustering in groups of 4 or 5. What has the 5-faced monsters concocted? A mere recording device? Lu Ming inspected his right arm and discovered numerous electronic components had been scorched. Look, those rascals have merged. Folding, spinning, transforming. Limbs became arms, shoulder plates morphed into armor. And suddenly, before the Cybertronian coalition, stood several enormous combiners. Crush you all! The combiners' eyes blazed with green light as their right fists struck their left palms, the resulting explosion shaking the very earth. Is this a joke? The mighty waves gazed up at the towering adversaries, momentarily uncertain whether to feel fear or amusement. Their combat prowess was not even on the same scale. The wheel quickly conducted a rational analysis. Can we truly prevail? In that instant, nearly all Autobots began to waver. All except for Ki. My dual blades, insatiable for battle. Autobots, adjust tactics, retreat while fending off the enemy. In the current state of affairs, Hot Rod had no superior strategy. You all retreat first. I shall charge forth and slay the foe. Ki dashed forward, his speed astonishing. Even a high-speed camera could capture only a blur. Before the Autobots could react, he had already raced beneath the combiner's feet. Have you noticed Ki's speed has increased? The brake was the first to speak. Really? I recall he was quite swift before. Pursuit had already transformed into a Ferrari, poised for retreat. No, indeed, it has accelerated. The sensor's words were the most persuasive. My data indicates Ki's speed is now 15 times his previous rate, and his transformation speed has doubled. This lad is truly becoming formidable. Ki, be cautious. Enraptured in displaying his dazzling swordsmanship, Ki remained oblivious to the spacecraft above that had zeroed in on his back. The Decepticon air squad and the ship fleet were now stretched thin, and the distance made it difficult to ensure shooting accuracy. If those ships unleashed their full firepower, Ki would likely find it impossible to escape the combiner's colossal fists. Spring, what are you waiting for? This shout came from Lu Ming. The Autobots, of course, did not grasp the meaning behind his words, but Spring understood, as did Ki. Autobots transform. Had this occurred under ordinary circumstances, the automotive beings would have undoubtedly deemed the Spring's intellect lacking. For even if it transformed into a sports car, it would have been of no consequence. Yet, it metamorphosed into a helicopter. What? Spring you? The Spring had no time to absorb the terror reflected in its companions' faces, as a rapidly spinning rotor severed the surrounding dust like a swift blade. The 3 Changer warriors dared to engage in combat alongside the Spring. Lu Ming continued to issue commands. Great train, can you still move? No problem. Then let us proceed. Gazing at the colossal war machines before him, Lu Ming felt an exhilarating thrill. Flying Tigers, respond. Flying Tigers, present. The roar of engines mingled with the sound of tires gripping the ground, surging from the rear. The Kenworth heavy-duty truck, Lamborghini Countach LP 500S sports car, Porsche 928 sports car, F1 Formula racing car, and Ferrari 308 Jeep B sports car all unveiled themselves before Lu Ming. Flying Tigers, transform. Flying Tigers, acknowledged. Various sports cars began to partially transform, extending docking devices from their fronts or rears, magnetically attracting one another like oppositely charged magnets. The Flying Tigers, invincible in their might. The very combinational behemoth that once ravaged Lu Ming's laboratory now stood resolutely before the gathered crowd. What bizarre contraptions were these? Even the Decepticons could unite. The transformations occurring in this battle were too numerous for the Autobots to comprehend how to respond. Chapter 48. The combinational behemoth disassembled them all. Lu Ming gestured with his left hand. The Flying Tigers comprehend. The Transformers, formed from sports cars, charge forward with maniacal laughter. Battle Car Squad respond. Battle Car Squad present. Assaults, explosions, whirlwinds, and cacophony surge from various positions on the battlefield towards Lu Ming. Battle Car Squad transform. Battle Car Squad acknowledged. Cannons retracted, tracks contracted, and a labyrinth of complex circuits connected in an astonishing manner. Make some noise. The nearby spacecraft witnessed this unfolding, unaware of why the Decepticons possessed the ability to combine. Yet instinct compelled it to unleash a barrage in the direction of the Mixed Leopard. Mixed Leopard, eliminate the enemy. The helicopter form of the Whirlwind now served as the left arm of the Mixed Leopard, the command inputs blending with its own will, and the rotor began to spin rapidly after precise calculations. This was an insurmountable shield, accompanied by a cascade of metallic clinks. The initially menacing bullets were cleaved in two, the sparks flying outward in all directions. The entity composed of assaults swiftly locked onto the source of the bullets. With a disdainful smile, it raised its right arm, vaguely resembling a military shuttle. Five-sided army, retreat. The mechanical soldiers within the enemy spacecraft hastily pushed the control stick to its maximum, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a firework burst forth in the sky, flames and remnants of spacecraft spiraling chaotically before ultimately plummeting to the ground. The merging beast tore through its adversaries. The enemy's combinational transformers had commenced their advance towards the ground forces of the Cybertronian alliance. An emerging beast had to join the fray without delay. Dragon Head Monster. Respond. Dragon Head Monster at your service. The hungry dragon, the two-headed dragon, the dismembering shark, the slaughterer. The Stain, one could surmise from their names that they were a rather peculiar band. The Dragon Head Squad was notorious for their ruthlessness and ferocity, traits that were magnified in their combined form. They were beasts by nature, and upon merging, they transformed into an even more ferocious creature. Dragon Head Monster, transform. Dragon Head Monster, transform. With a melodious sound of metallic reshaping, a brand new combined Decepticon was born. The rain-seeking demon, devour your target. Aside from the flywheel, this was the third combinational transformer crafted by Lu Ming, leaving only the final one, Shockwave. A synthesized voice echoed from above Lu Ming, revealing a colossal winged figure. Lu Ming smiled knowingly, fully aware of the identity without needing any hints. You can just watch how the giant menace crushes these scrap metals. Hovering in the air for 2 seconds, be it the steel wings extending from its back or the fierce metallic lion head glaring from its chest, it instilled a sense of dread. Enjoy yourself, Lu Ming waved dismissively. The 4 combinational transformers entered the melee, instantly improving the situation for the ground forces. Shell casings clattered to the ground, flames erupted, lightning raced, and lasers clashed with missiles in a cacophony of warfare. What is happening? How does the Decepticon possess such technology? Could it be the doing of Megatron? What are you saying? Megatron is on Earth. Could it possibly be Shockwave? Is he truly that formidable? Despite the intensity of the battle, the Autobot faction could not help but engage in discussion while firing. The Triple Changer's sensor observed the valiant figure of Spring, recalling their previous conversations, and fell into contemplation. Could it be that you have indeed created this, Shockwave, even among our ranks? Focus on the battle. Hot Rod surged to the forefront, ensuring that the Decepticons understood the might of the Autobots was not to be underestimated. As the acting leader, he felt the need to bolster the morale of his troops. Yet, from a personal perspective, no one was more curious than Hot Rod. The power wielded by the Decepticons had evidently evolved beyond compare, and if utilized for civil war, the Autobots would surely face defeat. However, since Shockwave had not pursued this course of action previously, it suggested that these advancements were conceived only after the Great Shutdown era had ended. How did he achieve this? What inspired such innovations? Would the Civil War resume after the conclusion of this war? If it were to occur, how should he, as the acting leader, respond? A series of intricate problems plagued Rebo, leaving him in a state of profound distress, as if he could hear the very sound of the components in the operations center collapsing. At this thought, Rebo couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lu Ming, only to find that the latter's dark crimson eye was fixed upon him. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, with relentless artillery fire in the distance. Severed limbs, caught in the waves of explosions, traced a haunting arc through the air, some ultimately falling beside Lu Ming, while others landed near Rebo's feet. Yet, even as missiles whizzed past, neither of them paid heed to such occurrences. Were you truly contemplating, Shockwave? Rebo mused silently within himself. Why does this fool keep staring at me? This was Lu Ming's unspoken sentiment. The operational plans of the various squads had been meticulously arranged, and unless the battlefield conditions shifted dramatically once more, Lu Ming found little of substance that required his command. Exhausted from 2 instances of overexertion, Lu Ming felt the strain throughout his entire being, with all his components engaged in cooling the reactor on his back. Nevertheless, his right arm was temporarily out of commission. He deliberately severed the connection between his main body and right arm, a maneuver executed without deactivating the pain module. With a resounding clatter, the right arm, now in the form of a space gun, fell to the ground. The aerial tiger, unstoppable. The chaotic leopard crushed them. The rain-seeking demon rend the target. Whether due to depleted ammunition or the proximity of combat, both allied and enemy combiners abandoned their ranged attacks, resorting instead to a fierce struggle. Their gazes fixated solely on one another. Absent were the flamboyant techniques and intricate maneuvers. The confrontation resembled the most primitive gambits of the Stone Age. Steel claws and massive iron fists were employed without waste, all aimed at silencing the adversary. The five-faced army descended. The combiners of the five-faced monster charged toward the ground forces, only to be halted by the aerial tiger's imposing presence. You shall not pass. He is mine. The chaotic leopard's arms locked tightly around the neck of the combiner, then contracted with all its might. The head belongs to you, the heart to me. The right hand of the rain-seeking demon morphed into a dragon's head, its eyes glowing red, before sinking its teeth into the combiner's chest armor. Chapter 49. The Twilight of Battle. The five-faced army retaliated. The combiner struggled, yet its neck remained firmly ensnared, accompanied by the sickening sound of metal contorting. With a resounding crash, the chest armor of the combiner was completely torn apart by the right arm of the rain-seeking demon, exposing circuits and components within. Farewell. The aerial tiger raised its right arm and aimed a precise shot at the combiner's chest. 2 seconds later, the green eyes of the combiner dimmed. Huzzah! We the Decepticons are invincible. The aerial tiger, the rain-seeking demon, and the chaotic leopard surged into the throngs, where cries of despair erupted in their wake. The glint of a blade flashed, and a combinatorial titan was cleaved in two, its upper half tumbling to the side as a green liquid surged from its lower half circuitry. How tedious, thought Koyangxio, as he flicked the oil from his sword clean. This was the supersonic sword of the clawed armor, capable of generating powerful sound waves at its edge, capable of shattering metal into crystalline structures with a single strike. The cacophony of explosions and cries of battle echoed incessantly, as the Decepticon combinatorial titans and the triple changers unleashed a ferocious onslaught, rendering their numerical disadvantage seemingly inconsequential. With a thunderous crash, shards of glass rained down like droplets from the sky as numerous aircraft burst forth from the control room's shattered windows. Task accomplished. This secondary mothership was now rendered obsolete. Lu Ming's bombardment, coupled with the aerial squadron S assault, bore fruit, sending a resonant tremor through the colossal steel leviathan, akin to a building on the verge of collapse. Combinatorial titans, heed my command. Lu Ming activated the command communication channel 136005. Rally all enemy forces to this coordinate and execute a withdrawal within 20 seconds. Understanding dawned on Hot Rod. Lu Ming intended to drive the enemy ground troops to the location where the explosion would have a maximum impact before the secondary mothership fell. All Autobots, coordinate with the Decepticons and push these grotesque beings forward. Coordinate with the Decepticons? Aren't we the main force? Who cares? We have no other options at this juncture. At least we are free from those bizarre contraptions. I'm injured. Doctor, as the secondary mothership teetered on the brink of collapse. Its massive hull cast a shadow over the ground, enveloping all beneath it. Evacuate. Autobots, transform. Engines roared to life, tires skidding over the corpses of foes. The steel leviathan finally plummeted to the ground, dust billowing like a storm as the point of impact became the center of a swirling chaos. The metallic surface lay exposed, soon contorted by the tremendous impact. Initially, it merely dented, but soon it could no longer withstand the force and collapsed entirely, sending tremors beneath the feet of the Cybertronian coalition. Lu Ming had discerned a flaw in the technology when creating the combinatorial titans. Nearly all modified warriors exhibited sluggishness in their movements. The mechanical soldiers of the quintessence were not particularly intelligent, leading Lu Ming to surmise that their mobility would be significantly impaired after the combination. This proved true. While the strength of these combinatorial titans was substantially enhanced, granting them absolute advantage over any Autobot or Decepticon. The quintessence could scarcely have imagined that they would face such lunatics as the Seekers and Rainmaker. As the secondary mothership fell, Koyang-Seo was the first to vacate the scene, with the likes of the combat icons following closely behind. As the aircraft carrier plummeted to the ground, entombing the combiners beneath its weight, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, devoid of wails of despair. Yet the thunderous cacophony of metal being crushed resonated incessantly. To Lu Ming, this sound was far more melodious than any lamentation. The odds of victory had now risen to 60%. He surveyed the battlefield, noting significant damage among the ground forces, particularly among the Autobots, who had suffered greatly from the Shockwave. Lacking the speed to transform, they found themselves ensnared, resulting in the utter destruction of their trunks. The Decepticons, on the other hand, faced casualties predominantly among the newly emerged native forms, who had only recently freed themselves from the stasis chambers and lacked transformation capabilities, having relied on nutrient fluid for survival until now. As for the other notable warriors, they had mostly been converted into triple changers or combiners. Aside from the damaged wings of a large train, the rest sustained merely minor abrasions. Only one aircraft remained, having already brought down 2 subordinate carriers, making this third one the target of collective ire. Charge into the skies and cleave through the clouds. Lu Ming commanded. I've warned you not to give me orders. Chung Yuanshao retorted, yet still unfurled his iron wings to commence the mission. The sonic sword accumulated tremendous kinetic energy, parting the dust in its wake. And just as it was about to reach its zenith, it abruptly halted, with a fierce slash of the long sword. A force was unleashed that could generate waves sufficient to capsize a cruise ship, sending a torrent of dust and clouds scattering in disarray. The cold light of the stars poured through the chasm created, illuminating the area beyond the clouds, which revealed no new enemies. Decepticons. Lu Ming raised his left arm, signaling it was time to retaliate. Having sunk 2 subordinate carriers, Lu Ming had exhausted nearly all of his tactical prowess. Should a more formidable foe appear, he could not guarantee victory with his current forces. Yet a new concern arose. What the 5-faced beast? Indeed, each of these colossal iron leviathans possessed formidable combat capabilities. But Lu Ming mused that if this was all the strength the 5-faced beast could muster, it was somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the air squad had already infiltrated the control rooms of 2 subordinate carriers, where they found only artificially created mechanical life forms, devoid of any trace of the 5-faced beast. With only this aircraft carrier remaining, he urged, load the bullets and fire at will. Those grotesque entities with 5 faces are surely lurking within. It's time to drag them out. Drag them out. Expose them all. No. The Shockwave must be utilizing their materials for experiments. Lu Ming pondered, uncertain if the 5-faced beast was indeed concealed within this last aircraft carrier. He uttered these words merely to bolster morale, and unexpectedly, the effect was quite favorable, as many Autobots joined in the uproar. Drag them out. Drag them out. The colossal wave could not suppress its eagerness. Yet when the fiery heat turned back to glance at him, it was compelled to lower its head and take a step back. Chapter 50, Charge Forward. Direct Current. Confirm your positions. As Lu Ming's voice echoed, a fleet of fighter jets swooped overhead. Where's the combined Titan? The aerial tiger is invincible. The celestial leopard is here. The rain summoner is impatient. This last cold snort was directed at the cloud piercer. We're the 3 transforming warriors. The great train can still fight. The toxic ammunition is abundant. The lightning obeys commands. The rampant dragon leads the charge. The 8-mask is ready. Where's the fleet of spacecraft? Lord Shockwave. A group of native mini-titans piloted small ships, circling above Lu Ming, awaiting your orders. Listen closely. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a state of disarmament. My high-heat rays cannot be fired for now. However, the enemy has but 1 secondary mothership remaining, and we must bring it down at all costs. Command us as you see fit. We are prepared. Very well. Lu Ming calculated the coordinates with his tactical binoculars, 235, 363. The assault begins. Only one target remains. And now, there is no strategy to speak of. Laser beams, rotating rays, ion displacement rays, high-heat particle rays, and atomic annihilation rays surged towards the control room of the final airborne mothership from all directions, converging like a kaleidoscope of light, scattering debris in their wake due to the immense energy. Shockwave shells, compressed air rounds, heat-seeking missiles, air-to-air missiles, sonic disorienting missiles, shoulder-mounted missile cannons, and sonic blast concussion shells. All dazzling projectiles, trailing long tails, raced towards the target, creating a scene akin to a vibrant leap of scales. High-energy reactions detected ahead. The enemy mothership is preparing to fire. The position of the fin finally began to coalesce into particles of energy, tiny as fireflies, intricate as stars in the night. The white light grew increasingly blinding. Ming understood that this was the previous white beam, its power rivaling his own high-heat rays. Do not retreat. Ming's command was succinct and clear. Push them back. Do not retreat. The Decepticons are fearless. Though he was left with only a laser gun, Ming raised his left arm, a final stand. This was the ultimate confrontation between two forces, yet also a calamity for the structures of Cybertron. At the moment when two waves of devastating energy collided, several buildings around them were instantly reduced to dust. Hold on, Cybertron. Ming whispered in a voice that no one could hear. That was a light akin to creation. Any projectile before it seemed feeble and powerless. And the Viper missile was engulfed by the white light before it could even reach the vicinity of the secondary mothership. Like the simultaneous ascent of myriad firecrackers. A thunderous cacophony of explosions reverberated, followed by the descent of countless irregular fragments entwined with smoke and flames. Let's go, Heatwave. It appears the Decepticons are somewhat lacking in strength. I am well aware of that. Heatwave shot a cold glance at Springload. We shall discuss your transformation into a triple changer later. All Autobots, strike with fervor. The situation was originally tense, with the Decepticons' combined beams slightly at a disadvantage. The interplay of white and red light resembled a fierce contest of roars. Yet, once the Autobots entered the fray, the tide began to turn. The momentum of the red light surged, gradually overpowering the white. From a distance, it seemed as though two giants were engaged in a grand tug-of-war amidst the stars. 3 seconds later, the contest concluded. The beams of the secondary mothership were engulfed, and the assault of the Cybertronian coalition pierced the air like a crimson lance of Longinus. Slanting into the very core of the aircraft carrier, the lance traversed the entirety of the vessel, ultimately bursting forth from the control room. The power systems collapsed entirely, and all indicators on the dashboard fluctuated chaotically, while muffled explosions echoed within the aircraft carrier, resembling the sound of firecrackers ignited inside a sealed iron canister. Victory was achieved. That sound was profoundly muffled, akin to the sudden fracturing of a long frozen ice sheet. Thereafter, the secondary mothership lost all balance, helplessly plummeting toward the ground. Decepticons, heed my command. Continued landmine, directing everyone to remain outside the range of potential collisions, awaiting the dust to settle before charging forth. Yes, came the enthusiastic reply from Mohawk. Perhaps preoccupied with command, Landmine had not observed Mohawk during the previous battle, but as they prepared to capture prisoners, the lively figure reemerged before the group. Everyone, join me. Let us extract the 5 creatures from the control room. Heatwave shouted. Similar to the previous 2 secondary motherships' descent, the battlefield resembled a desert's grim reaper, with yellow dust swirling everywhere. Landmine gazed resolutely ahead. 3 colossal iron fish were either submerged in a sea of rust or lying silent upon the earth, appearing as stranded whales, their plight desolate and tragic. In the distance, a few shadows stood up. Landmine recognized them as remnants of the opposing ground forces. For vengeance. For Cybertron's sanctity. For our dignity. Heatwave commenced rallying the Autobot troops. Decepticons. On the other side, Landmine began his final proclamation. There you will find ammunition, components, armaments, and crude oil. Everything you desire resides there. Now it all belongs to you. Oh, charge forth. Decepticons are born to conquer. To plunder. It is all mine. It remains a mystery why, after both leaders exchanged encouraging words, the morale of the Decepticons soared far higher than that of the Autobots. In this fervent atmosphere, Many Autobots began to charge forward while shouting. The current Decepticons resembled medieval cavalry, with the enemy's encampment ahead, where the guards had been ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only glistening gold and fair maidens. The cacophony of battle cries, cheers, the roar of engines, and the rumble of treads, which had no initial harmony, now resonated with a certain synchronicity, all encapsulated in a singular command. Charge. Chapter 51. Where are they? A mix of blue and green oil flowed from the battlefield into the sea of rust, soon blending with the filthy refuse within. The corpses of the Decepticons and the five-faced warriors had lost all significance. Some might be reawakened, while others could serve as parts for armaments. The artillery roared. Limbs were cast aside, and amidst the thick earth, the fallen five-faced warriors collapsed as if mowed down. The battle did not last long, its conclusion feeling somewhat abrupt. Ming refrained from advancing, remaining in place as he awaited his subordinates to drag the five-faced warrior from the final aircraft carrier. Until now, Ming had not believed that a five-faced warrior truly lay within. He recalled the blue apparition scene in the Elder's Chamber, the figure who spoke to him with such confidence. As it turned out, reality aligned with Ming's expectations. Shockwave, in haste, returned, cradling several bottles of oil in his hands. We searched everywhere. It's just a bunch of dull-witted robots. No five-faced warriors here. Have you searched thoroughly? Yes. Mohawk glanced back, having scrutinized the area. Continue searching. Comb through all the aircraft carriers and report back to me. Understood. The search operation proceeded vigorously, while a cold wind swept across the battlefield, rendering the landscape of Cybertron desolate. Half an hour later, Flywheel returned from the front. Any results? He shook his head. None. Then let it be. Ming waved his hand dismissively. The situation on the Autobot side was similarly bleak. However, Hot Rod remained unconvinced that the five-faced warriors were absent from those carriers, joining the search effort himself. Ming suddenly felt weary. Despite the elusive nature of the five-faced warriors, many matters awaited his attention. Not to mention, if it were any ordinary Decepticon, the repair instruments alone could suffice. However, the Triple Changer warriors and the Combiners were distinct. Those were creations of Ming himself, and all repair protocols necessitated his direct involvement. Mission: repel the attack of the five-faced warrior army. Accomplished. The timing of the system's emergence is always so elusive. The reminder comes rather timely this time. Ming chuckled. Yet I have not even laid eyes upon a mere hair of the five-faced monster, and the mission is already deemed complete? The five-faced monster army serves as the subordinate force of the five-faced monster, with all technology either crafted by the five-faced monster itself or intertwined with the history of Quintessa, or enhanced by the knowledge of the magical sphere. The current task is to fend off the mechanical troops controlled by the five-faced monster, with no direct connection to the five-faced monster itself. Then do enlighten me. What are the five-faced beings? Surely they have not failed to arrive? A warning. The cause of the incident must be explored by the traveler themselves, and no hints may be solicited from the system. All right, here comes again. Although this battle has culminated in ultimate victory, both the Decepticons and Autobots comprehend that without Ming's right hand, a military artifact, and the advanced technologies he has devised, the outcome would have been dire. Even so, Ming still feels a sense of unease, lacking any substantial sense of accomplishment. The heavy, cumulus clouds gradually disperse, revealing a glimpse of the countless twinkling stars against the night sky. Cybertron knows no day or night, and the scenery observed above seems eternal. Cybertron, Decepticon Military Zone, Freedom Plaza. This was once the arena for the Autobot leaders' proclamations, now usurped by the Decepticons. However, since Megatron assumed command, he has scarcely brought anyone here. The metallic bricks of the ground are riddled with cracks, mechanical mice lurk in the shadows, and the colossal statue at the forefront of the plaza is enshrouded in dust, its outstretched hand appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Ming recognizes the statue's original form. It is known as Sentinel Prime. Familiar faces fill the plaza, each adorned with the joy that follows victory, many clutching items yet to be returned to their resting quarters. Decepticons. Ming hovers above the crowd. Although his right hand remains in disrepair, his power system is intact. Do not snatch. This is what I have obtained. Return it to me. Quiet down, for Lord Soundwave is speaking. Oh, my apologies. We have emerged victorious. Lu Ming continues. This is the line everyone anticipated, believing it to be merely a simple award ceremony. The five-faced monsters, who once enslaved us for millions of years, ought to have been eradicated long ago. However, our ancestors lacked the strength to do so and could only drive them away. This is a historical fact known to all on this planet. Anyone mentioning the five-faced monsters will inevitably feel a surge of hatred within. It has been said that the Cybertronians' animosity towards the five-faced monsters is an instinct, an inherent nature, indelible and innate. This statement holds true. Now, they invade our land once more. Can you bear it? No, those hideous creatures. I yearn to tear their faces off and wear them as masks. Indeed, your actions have substantiated this assertion. Lu Ming nodded, refraining from mentioning his contributions to the Decepticons. Yet he posed a poignant question. Can we truly rest easy? Upon the utterance of this inquiry, the Decepticons, who had been basking in the euphoria of victory, fell into contemplation. Although it appeared they had triumphed in battle, the ominous presence of the five-faced monster had yet to materialize. Do you know where the five-faced monster is? We do not know. We have searched thoroughly. Indeed, those few spacecraft are nearly emptied, yet we have not glimpsed those grotesque figures. You need not elaborate. I am aware of your predicament. With a sweep of his left arm, a projection emerged in the skies above Freedom Square. What is this? It resembles surveillance footage. Why is it entirely in black and white? Has my visor malfunctioned? I cannot see anything. Allow me to elucidate. Lu Ming's tone was grave. Not only Alpha, but all observation satellites surrounding Cybertron, regardless of size or distance, were obliterated at the onset of the battle. Chapter 52. Search destroyed? All of them? What does this imply? If the sole objective was to invade from above the Rust Sea, destroying the Alpha satellites would suffice. Now, with all observation satellites on Cybertron incapacitated, the implications of this are self-evident. The five-faced monster must still be on Cybertron. Lu Ming articulated this conclusion. Hidden away? Damn it. We must unearth them. However, Lord Shockwave. Among the towering Decepticons, Mohawk appeared diminutive both in stature and voice. Your injuries. Indeed. Shockwave, you have sustained considerable damage. You should rest adequately. Only after Mohawk's reminder did the Decepticons notice that Shockwave's right arm remained vacant. My injuries are insignificant. Lu Ming waved his left hand dismissively. I find my right arm rather frail and wish to replace it. In fact, I discovered numerous valuable items aboard the spacecraft. Yes, Shockwave, the great train, reached Chimyan. Do you recall the gun barrels of those spacecraft? Oh, I comprehend your meaning. Due to the immense output power of the nuclear reactor behind Lu Ming, ordinary metals cannot withstand and control such force. The white beams emitted by the secondary mothership could rival Lu Ming's purple sword, even overpowering it, which signifies that the materials used for the gun barrel positions must be extraordinary. I shall accept your suggestion. With such considerate subordinates, Lu Ming felt a profound sense of gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, following this battle, his reputation had ascended to rival that of Megatron. Lu Ming gazed down upon the crowd, and the glances directed at him seemed to have transformed entirely. At this moment, he embodied the supreme leader of the Decepticon army on Cybertron. Aside from direct current, the captain of the aerospace team had harbored a prejudice against Lu Ming since his arrival, casting a cold eye upon him even during their assembly. Lu Ming was acutely aware of this animosity, yet he had refrained from taking action due to the necessity of this individual within the aerospace team's command structure. However, the circumstances had changed. With external threats neutralized, it was time to address internal matters. Lu Ming's gaze returned to direct current. Their eyes locked, and it felt as though sparks might ignite between them. The meeting in Freedom Square concluded swiftly, as Lu Ming aimed to prevent any infiltration by the five-faced monster and did not wish to squander time. He designated several triple-change warriors and a few primals to recover the spoils of war, while the remaining individuals were tasked to search under the guidance of their respective leaders. The initial search sites were naturally the locations of the Magic Sphere and the Spar Chamber, the very heart of Cybertron, where any misstep was unacceptable. To their dismay, both places were found to be deserted. In the city of Bladed, one kicked aside a piece of scrap metal in frustration, exclaiming, "Is there really anything here? If I were the five-faced monster, I certainly wouldn't hide in such a place." Plopping down carelessly, the search continued, without the command of Shockwave. They were not permitted to cease their efforts. The Autobot leader spoke with gravitas, as he was the captain and held considerable respect within the team. Since you brought it up, let's discuss Shockwave, said Stryker, suddenly intrigued. Shockwave? What about him? Robbery queried, perplexed. Do you not sense that he has changed? Now that you mention it, perhaps there is something to that. Do not discuss your commander, admonished the Autobot leader, adopting a demeanor of an elder statesman. This is not discussion. Stryker hastily waved his hand. On the contrary, I believe Shockwave is exceptionally impressive now. In the Manganese Mountain Range, one lamented, what a desolate place this is, devoid of any life. The explosion nearly lost its patience. The Manganese Mountain Range is merely a mountain of iron. Do you understand? Assault explained. Of course I know it is the Manganese Mountain Range. My point is, enough with the noise. We must level this place. Let's hurry and search. Cyclone hovered above, resembling a helicopter, as Shockwave remained tireless in his duties. I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I fear that those cunning Autobots might abscond with the spoils. Explosion nudged a nearby fraud. What do you think? I doubt they would dare, came the reply. What is there to fear? Let them take it. We can reclaim the Autobots' corpses along with the spoils. A buy one, get one free. Assault chuckled. Only fears Shockwave's disapproval. He seems disinterested in attacking Autobots, another remarked. What do you know? Shockwave was calculating for a battle, and now that it has concluded, he will undoubtedly show no mercy. Let us hope so, Cyclone replied, but honestly, regardless of Shockwave's decision, I believe I will comply. What do you mean by that? I am not entirely certain. It is merely a sensation. What do they call that leadership quality associated with the Autobots? Ah, yes, the charisma of a leader. Someone like Optimus Prime? No. I would never follow someone like him. Indeed, that fellow is rather dim-witted, always prattling on about justice and peace. The radiation zone. Why should we heed Shockwave's orders? Throughout this journey, Ironhide has not ceased to voice similar grievances. Not to mention that one-eyed monster. Even if Megatron were to return, he cannot command us. The situation with the Dinobots is scarcely better. That will suffice. If you're truly so formidable, Ironhide said impatiently, then why didn't you take the place of the Wreckers or that so-called Skyfire during the duel? We did not wish to overshadow the Wreckers, one replied. Enough. Razorclaw turned to regard the two, and although they still bore discontent, they had no choice but to remain silent for the moment. The immediate priority was to locate the Quintessence. Razorclaw, what are your thoughts on Shockwave? Dapeng approached Razorclaw. Among them, Dapeng was relatively rational. I have no particular opinion. Razorclaw replied with a cool demeanor. I believe this individual is far from simple, Dapeng remarked, aware that Razorclaw was not entirely truthful. At the very least, he had combined the five of us into a formidable force. To be candid, at the moment of our fusion, I never anticipated that our combined might would be so powerful. What are you implying? Nothing. Dapeng smiled knowingly, or rather, I believe you already grasp what I wish to convey, and you are acting upon it. Umph. Razorclaw snorted dismissively and chose not to engage further. Chapter 53. Retrieval. This extensive search lasted an entire day, yet upon compilation, none of the units yielded the results that Lamong sought. The whereabouts of the Quintessence became an enigma, and gradually, some began to doubt whether they ever arrived on Cybertron at all. They might still be hiding in Quintessa like timid turtles. I share that sentiment. Lamong had entertained such thoughts. Had he not witnessed the messages left by the Quintessence with his own eyes? Numerous questions remained unanswered for him, and the words of the Quintessence seemed to conceal a vast conspiracy. He harbored an inkling that all of this was interconnected, though he had yet to discern how. Moreover, thus far, the mission to save Cybertron was merely in its infancy, even if Lamong were to annihilate the Quintessence. The subsequent energy crisis for Cybertron would remain a significant issue. Lamong prided himself on his intelligence, yet only from a human perspective. For more specialized knowledge, he largely relied on Shockwave's recollections. If the Star Hunt plan were to be executed, it necessitated the use of space bridge technology, an invention exclusive to Unicron, which Lamong could not decipher at present. The mission appeared to have reached an impasse. Let us first reattach the right arm, Lamong resolved, making his way toward the laboratory. As Lord Shockwave was about to open the doors of his laboratory, he heard the unmistakable sound of a motorcycle approaching from behind. For so long on Cybertron, this had become one of the most familiar sounds to him. What is it, Mohawk? Lord Shockwave, you should take a look. On the battlefield, Decepticons, Autobots, and aerial bots speak slowly, Lu Ming interrupted impatiently. It's about to escalate. On the battlefield of Cybertron, the air was devoid of the deafening cries of combat and the advance of armies. Instead, it was littered with corpses. Countless spacecraft lay scattered across the terrain, while the remains of 3 aerial carriers lay helplessly, resembling massive dead fish from a distance. A few steps forward revealed several lonely bonfires, flickering quietly, some blazing fiercely only to be extinguished by the sound of a distant explosion. Before one of the aerial carriers, the Decepticon leader, Razorclaw, and the Autobot leader, Broadside, found themselves in a tense standoff. They began with heated arguments, eventually drawing their weapons. The scent of gunpowder thickened in the air, as if a single spark could ignite a conflagration. "Stand down." Razorclaw's voice was as cold as the gleam of his sonic sword. "Not a chance." Broadside, though towering over Razorclaw in stature, found himself at the forefront of the Autobot recovery team, unable to retreat. What was going on? As neither side was willing to yield, Lu Ming descended slowly between them. He could have walked directly over, yet he preferred this dramatic entrance. Had he dispatched everyone to recover the war supplies the day before, they would have nearly completed the task by now. Not to mention, with just a few combiners, a substantial amount could have been collected in one sweep. His primary concern was the potential lurking of the quintessence within Cybertron, which led him to divide his forces. Initially, the Triple Changers were responsible for the recovery, while the others participated in search missions. After unsuccessful searches, the following day saw all Decepticons engaged in the recovery efforts. With more people, naturally, came more complications, especially once the Autobots began their own recovery operations. "Shockwave, this is my affair. You need not interfere," Razorclaw asserted defiantly. "This is a matter for the Decepticons." Lu Ming's words were directed at both Razorclaw and Broadside as he slowly descended between them, casting a deliberate glance at Broadside. That glance was enough to instill a sense of awe. Shockwave had become a legendary figure. His inventions and gallant performance in the Cybertronian Defense War earned him profound respect from all. The Decepticon army's reverence for Lu Ming was unquestionable, while the Autobots harbored more complex feelings towards him. Indeed, Lu Ming is now hailed as a hero of Cybertron. However, not long ago, he sought to obliterate the leader of the Autobots. With the skirmish against the Quintessence momentarily quelled, the relations between the factions of the Decepticons and Autobots seem to have reverted to a previous state. The situation has gradually become more intricate, and no one can predict what may transpire next. I am familiar with the character of Razorclaw, hence I refrain from inquiring about him. Lu Ming's dark crimson eye fixates intensely on Tidal Wave. Me, despite being battered and bruised, and with his right arm still vacant, Tidal Wave inexplicably feels compelled to retreat. Indeed, at this very moment, the individual who had just been arguing fiercely with Razorclaw now finds himself gripped by fear. Unfortunately, Charger, Reckless, Stealth, Blue Thunder, Red Alert, Crane, and nearly half of the Autobots on Cybertron stand behind Tidal Wave, leaving him in a precarious position. "Tidal Wave, do not fear. Speak your mind," they urged. "When have we Autobots ever feared the Decepticons? If it comes to blows, so be it." The crowd behind him continued to incite, their words growing increasingly audacious. Tidal Wave thought to himself, "If you are so unafraid, why not take the front line, leaving me to bear the brunt alone? I initially intended to allow you some respite before addressing you, but it seems you Autobots are rather keen on courting danger," he remarked. "Lord Shockwave has spared you for the greater good, yet you should not misconstrue his mercy." The Decepticons behind him were equally unyielding, having long desired to dismantle the Autobots. "Yes, I am asking you. Speak," Tidal Wave demanded. "If Hot Rod is now the acting leader, I shall certainly question him upon his arrival," Lu Ming interjected bluntly. "But for now, I am addressing you." This was the first time Tidal Wave felt a person's gaze could be likened to a blade, as Shockwave seemed to peer not only into his countenance, but also into the depths of his soul, laying bare all his fears and hesitations. "We are here to retrieve resources." "Resources?" Lu Ming glanced back at the empty carriers. "Are you referring to these? On what grounds do you claim the right to reclaim resources?" Mohawk emerged from the side. "Precisely on what basis? You were the first to flee during battle. You contributed nothing, and now you rush to pick up the spoils more eagerly than anyone else. Are all Autobots such petty individuals?" Chapter 54. Reflections of Hot Rod. You know full well how much effort was exerted during the campaign. In the past, when friction arose between the Decepticons and Autobots, or even without any conflict, they would have drawn their weapons and fired. Yet now, Ming stands resolutely at the forefront, leaving his subordinates to engage in discourse from behind. Strangely enough, this time the Decepticons hold the moral high ground, while the Autobots find themselves in the wrong. Tidal Wave was at a loss for words, glancing back at the others in search of some support. Why the silence? Ming stepped forward. This subtle gesture genuinely instilled fear within the ranks of the Autobots, prompting them to raise their weapons, their demeanor and posture reflecting a state of utmost vigilance. What are your intentions? Even the gas grenades have been equipped with machine guns. Soundwave, issue the command. These individuals must not be permitted to remain. They are nothing short of parasites within Cybertron. Wait, Ming raised a hand. I'm still inquiring. However, the small min icons behind Soundwave attempted to interject, only to be forcefully silenced by Ming's piercing gaze. You're called Tsunami, correct? Tsunami nodded nervously. My subordinates have also expressed their doubts regarding your entitlement to reclaim these resources. What is your perspective on this matter? As Tsunami pondered this question, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Ming's right arm, which was not only bare, but also bore the marks of severe burns at the connection point. The nuclear reactor behind him was shrouded in a layer of dust. If one were to merely assess its appearance, Ming appeared quite disheveled. Numerous small spacecraft had plummeted to the battlefield, the majority belonging to the five-faced army, yet a small fraction also belonged to the Decepticons. These were the ultimate reserves Ming had mobilized from various armament zones, sparing no effort to secure victory in this conflict. The Decepticons behind him were, to varying degrees, also wounded. The Triple Changers had faced perilous situations while repelling enemy paratroopers, and the wings of the massive train remained unrepaired. As for the Combiners, their bravery in combat against the enemy's combined forces was undeniable, yet this valor often obscured the visibility of their injuries, which became all the more evident upon disassembly. The two-headed dragon within the Rain Summoner had several broken fangs, and the raucous treads of the Chaos Leopard were now marred by damage. In the distance, the roar of engines echoed. A Lamborghini Centenario LP 770-4 sped in from the horizon, kicking up clouds of dust, trailed by an array of sports cars. It appears your leader has arrived. Ming shot a meaningful glance at Tsunami, speculating whether he would assign blame or offer assistance. Ming was well aware that this was Hot Rod. However, he was currently more preoccupied with his search for Spring and Ki. Regrettably, neither were present among the ranks of the Autobots or those of Hot Rod. Autobots, transform. The wheels halted, and the tires, with their optimal grip, began to grind against the ground, producing a sharp sound that resonated against the surface as the metallic armor began to shift. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Ming found immense delight in the transformation process of the Cybertronians. Hot Rod approached briskly from the rear, and every Autobot instinctively parted to grant him passage. What transpired? He cut straight to the point, addressing Soundwave directly. I do not know. Ming shrugged, mirroring his uncertainty. In his recollection, every conversation with Hot Rod seemed to occur following friction between the Decepticons and Autobots, and Hot Rod's expression was perpetually one of displeasure. As the aftermath of the battle unfolded, the Autobots gathered around, exchanging words and quickly piecing together the events that had transpired. Among them were a few embellishers. Yet Ming chose to remain indifferent to their embellishments. I had already grasped the situation. Heatwave surveyed the crowd and addressed the imposing figure of Tidal Wave. You have acted unjustly. Me? Tidal Wave retorted. What are you thinking, Heatwave? It is clearly the Decepticons who are in the wrong, bullying us. The Autobots voiced their opinions. But the Decepticons were not about to remain silent. Ah, still defiant are we? Your acting leader has acknowledged the truth. It seems Optimus Prime indeed possesses discernment in selecting a rational individual. To the Autobots, Heatwave appeared to be losing his sanity. Yet to Ming, he was exceedingly astute. Was Heatwave not coveting these resources? His desire was palpable, as the Autobots' military capabilities lagged behind those of the Decepticons. Acquiring these resources would undoubtedly elevate their strength by at least a notch. However, he cannot afford to claim them. The external conflict had only just concluded, and who could ascertain whether Shockwave would promptly declare war on the Autobots? If such a declaration were to occur, what were the Autobots' chances of victory? In times past, Heatwave would have dismissed these considerations, yet following this battle, his perception of Shockwave, and, consequently the Decepticon faction, had shifted. The triple changers, the combiners, the high-energy beams, and Shockwave's composed intellect and sophisticated strategies were all fresh in Heatwave's mind. Indeed, the Decepticon forces were currently weakened, but the Autobots were not in peak condition either. Moreover, Shockwave's demeanor, whether before, during, or after the battle, exuded confidence and poise, leaving Heatwave feeling quite unsettled. Setting aside these concerns, Heatwave faced a pressing dilemma. Immediately after the war's conclusion, he consulted the Autobots' chief scientist, Perceptor, who remained on Cybertron regarding matters of the Triple Changers. Perceptor, in turn, had sought to discuss this very topic with him. He first informed Heatwave that, with his current technology, he could not produce such advanced entities. He then mentioned that, prior to the conflict, both Spring and Blaster had broached this subject with him. Given the performance of these two during battle, it was difficult for Heatwave and Perceptor to avoid linking this matter to Shockwave. Thus, for the present, Heatwave concluded that no direct confrontation with the Decepticons should occur, a strategic consideration for him as an acting leader. This contemplation hinged on two pivotal points: the present moment and direct engagement. After much deliberation, Heatwave determined that, based on the Decepticons' established tactics, they would not relinquish these resources. His aim was to allow the Decepticons to take all the supplies, thereby temporarily sidestepping a direct clash. Subsequently, Shockwave would undoubtedly utilize these resources to augment the Decepticon ranks, and that moment would present the optimal opportunity for an ambush. Everything appeared to align perfectly in Heatwave's mind. He believed he had devised an impeccable strategy, if only Ming were not present. These supplies are also meant for the Autobots. Ming remained silent for quite some time before uttering a statement that left everyone astounded. Chapter 55, Internal Strife. What? Share with the Autobots? On what grounds? Shockwave, what are you thinking? Surely, you are not afraid. In the Decepticon ranks, only direct current dares to provoke so openly. The Claw silently observed everything. In the past, he would have mocked Ming like direct current. However, after some interaction with Ming, he seemed to grasp his thoughts. The factions of Autobots and Decepticons hold immense significance in the eyes of the common folk. Yet Ming has never regarded it as such. I fear no military force. Do you think I would fear anyone? Ming glanced at direct current. In truth, he had no need to explain. His intention was merely to convey his stance to those wavering in their resolve. You heard Hot Rod and Shockwave. What are you still hesitating about? I sense that matters are not as simple as they appear. Indeed, the Decepticons are inherently cunning. The Autobots had contemplated the possibility of Shockwave turning against them, and some had even prepared their weapons, yet they never anticipated Shockwave would directly propose the distribution of supplies. Hot Rod, caught off guard by Ming's response, found himself at a loss for words, as it rendered all his previous strategies obsolete. However, Ming raised his left hand, declaring, I have a condition. What condition? Given that the overall strength of the Decepticons now surpassed that of the Autobots, it was entirely reasonable for Ming to present a condition. Failing to do so would have seemed peculiar. After he uttered this phrase, everyone began to speculate about what he sought from Hot Rod. Technology? Currently, the only scientists among the Autobots on Cybertron were the Censors, who were well aware that they possessed nothing worthy of Ming's pursuit. In fact, they had a myriad of technical dilemmas they wished to consult Ming about, such as the triple changers and the combiners. Supplies? There was no need to acquire them from the Autobots, as there was already an abundance available. If the Decepticons declared their intention to monopolize, it would pose no issue for military expansion. Submission? After much contemplation, nearly everyone arrived at this singular conclusion. After enduring a prolonged civil war, the Autobots and Decepticons had yet to determine a victor. Should the Autobots submit now, it would undoubtedly be a moment worthy of historical record, both for Megatron and the Decepticons. Yet Ming remained unhurried. He believed that among all strategies, the principle of achieving victory without conflict, as outlined in the Art of War, represented the highest realm. It was evident that the Autobots harbored some lingering resistance towards him. Thus, the matter must be approached gradually, all for the survival of Cybertron. Where Hound and Spring? Ming fixed his gaze into Hot Rod's eyes. They hesitated, caught between words, and you inquired about the purpose of this. The two, Jai and Tanspring exhibited astonishing speed in battle, one demonstrating an unimaginable swiftness, while the other simply transformed, acquiring a new form. Such a monumental change was something that Hot Rod could not simply overlook. Although the Decepticons and Autobots united against the Five Faces army, it did not imply the absence of tension between the factions. Just days prior, the two sides were embroiled in a fierce struggle, and now, with the Five Faces army temporarily silent, an inexplicable atmosphere enveloped them. Amidst this backdrop, two Autobots surprisingly showcased techniques reminiscent of the Decepticons, or rather, solely possessed by Lumen. The implications of this were undoubtedly profound. At that moment, all Autobots were present, even those who bore the marks of battle. Yet Lumen found himself unable to locate the two individuals. Shortly thereafter, Hot Rod hurriedly arrived. Hence, Lumen surmised that Jai and Tanspring had been confined. And indeed, this was the case. My condition is simple. You must release them. As these words escaped Lumen's lips, a ripple of unrest surged through the Autobot ranks. Release them? Jai and Tanspring are imprisoned? Why is that? The perplexed murmurs arose from those who had initially stood alongside the wave against the Decepticons. Meanwhile, those who had arrived with Hot Rod remained largely silent, having witnessed the unfolding events. Do not inquire further. Hot Rod's actions are backed by reasoning you may not yet grasp. Did you not observe? Tanspring transformed into a helicopter during battle. Are you implying they have defected? Initially, the Decepticon faction failed to comprehend Lumen's intentions. They had prepared to seek clarity directly. However, upon observing the subtle undercurrents of dissent within the Autobots, they opted for silence, choosing once more to place their trust in Lumen. Hot Rod, Lumen continued, your subordinates appear to be somewhat bewildered. Perhaps you should elucidate the situation regarding Jai and Tanspring? Hot Rod clenched his fists tightly, as if to crush something, his gaze fiercely fixed upon Shockwave's expressionless face, feeling an unfamiliar contempt for that stoic demeanor. As a leader, it was imperative for Hot Rod to address the significant changes occurring among his subordinates without his knowledge. He had intended to investigate the matter discreetly, yet the conflict at the front demanded his attention, compelling him to confine the two before arriving here. Little did he anticipate that all would be laid bare by Shockwave, who had skillfully exploited the situation. Everyone, Hot Rod, turned to address them. Listen to me. A hush fell over the assembly, attentive to Hot Rod's words. Jai and Tanspring are indeed temporarily confined by my decree. As soon as Hot Rod uttered those words, he regretted it. He could have easily fabricated a reason to deflect the situation, but the recent tremors had left him too anxious to think clearly, leading him to speak the truth in a moment of vulnerability. Were they truly imprisoned? Why? Before Hot Rod could elaborate, a commotion erupted below. Did I not inform you that Spring and Kiyu had allied with the Decepticons? What of it? Only the Decepticons possess the ability to fly. What do you mean by that? I seem to recall that during the earthquake, they ventured into the Decepticon camp. Surely, they must have struck some sort of agreement with Shockwave. Perhaps they have already defected. In that case, Hot Rod acted rightly. Can a traitor not be confined? Have you witnessed his treachery? I believe you are the true traitor. Chapter 56. The speech, the argument intensified, swiftly dividing the Autobots into two factions. One group suspected Spring and Kiyu of colluding with the Decepticons, believing they ought to be detained, while the other maintained that the two would never betray their comrades, and thus had no justification for house arrest. Observing the chaotic scene among the Autobots, particularly Hot Rod's helpless demeanor, Ming could not suppress a sense of satisfaction. From the outset of modifying Kiyu and Spring, he had anticipated this outcome, though he had not expected it to manifest so effectively. Ming discerned that the Autobots remaining on Cybertron were lacking in cohesion, compared to Optimus Prime. Hot Rod lacked a certain charismatic leadership. In Transformers, Age of Extinction, after Optimus subdued Lockdown, his subordinates expressed sentiments indicative of true leadership charisma, or perhaps a form of indoctrination. No, this was simply Optimus Prime. At times, one might even feel compelled to lay down their life for him. Consequently, Ming sometimes reflected that Optimus' impassioned speeches were profoundly inspiring, even if his words were fundamentally flawed when he charged in a battle at the forefront. One could not help but follow in his wake. Ladies and gentlemen, Ming remained silent for a considerable duration, but when he deemed the moment ripe, he finally spoke. activating the amplification device to ensure that all present could hear him. In the face of such a convoluted situation, Hot Rod was utterly incapable of managing affairs perfectly, and the Autobots' quarrel yielded no resolution. It was fortuitous that Shockwave sought to interject, so they readily lent him their ears. I just overheard someone mention that Kyu and Spring visited me. Lu Ming's gaze intentionally lingered on the informant. The matter remained unresolved when Spring and his companions arrived. They had employed optical camouflage. It was merely that someone had failed to spot them during the head count following the earthquake, and their return path led toward the Decepticon base. Prompting such a conclusion, Kyu and his team would not dare venture there. Hot Rod had issued a clear prohibition against crossing the boundary. Moreover, if they truly ventured forth, would Shockwave spare them? Surely, they would be executed on the spot. Lu Ming has now resolved to provide them with an answer. To this, I concede that both Geo and Spring indeed visited my laboratory. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? They really went there? They crossed over and yet have not faced execution, even undergoing modifications by Shockwave. Have they been in league with the Decepticons all along? It seems that Hot Rod's suspicions were not unfounded. In this light, the charge of treachery appears to be well-founded. The overall reaction from the Autobots aligned closely with Lu Ming's expectations. He had already prepared his subsequent remarks. You are mistaken. I had no prior acquaintance with Spring, and I had merely encountered Geo once during a patrol when you accompanied him. Lu Ming referenced that previous encounter when Geo had clashed with a boisterous character. Despite appearing incredibly cumbersome, triumphed over the speedster solely due to having undergone Lu Ming's acceleration enhancement. This incident would later foreshadow the actions of both Geo and Spring. He is correct. I was present that day, an Autobot in the crowd remarked. Geo did indeed encounter Shockwave that day. But what does that signify? Perhaps they had met prior? And what of Spring? What is his story? I can elucidate all your inquiries. Lu Ming's words began to carry a tone of rebuttal. Yet I wish to pose a question to you first. Speak, Hot Rod urged. You allege that Geo and Spring are traitors. Very well. I shall consider them as my own. Lu Ming's assertion was quite adeptly phrased. In truth, Spring and his companions never consented to join the Decepticons. Yet Lu Ming's declaration rendered their allegiance rather ambiguous. Even if these two were later released, the other Autobots' perceptions of them would undoubtedly shift significantly. Should Geo approach him, Lu Ming could effortlessly defend his stance, as he merely suggested a hypothetical scenario. He did not assert that Geo was indeed a Decepticon at present. May I inquire, what harmful deeds have they committed against the Autobots? This question plunged Hot Rod into contemplation, and the other Autobots began to reflect on the actions of the two. Before the era of the Great Shutdown, both Geo and Spring had fought valiantly alongside Hot Rod, their gallant deeds during the onslaught of the Quintessence rendering most Autobots ashamed in comparison. Viewed in this light, it seems they ought not to be imprisoned. Rather, they should be commended. Indeed, it appears they have not perpetrated any acts detrimental to the Autobots, although Geo's temper may flare. He was at the forefront of the charge against the Quintessence. Shockwave, to refrain from inciting discord among us. Hot Rod had begun to sense that the situation was amiss. Inciting discord? Lu Ming spread his left hand, questioning, have I erred in any regard? If so, I would appreciate your guidance. At this moment, his social acumen was on full display. While the technology of this group of metallic beings was indeed advanced, their cunning fell somewhat short. Ultimately, Hot Rod wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for a suitable justification. Regardless of whether these two had betrayed their cause, they had not acted detrimentally towards the Autobots. On the contrary, their every action was aimed at safeguarding Cybertron, a priority that had always been paramount for me, Shockwave. As the discourse finally transitioned to its crux, Lu Ming had become the focal point of the assembly. He activated the thrusters on his back and ascended gracefully, surveying the crowd from above. Fellow denizens of Cybertron, let us cast aside our factional biases. The protracted internal strife has left our homeworld in ruins. The last era of stagnation served as our final warning. Should Cybertron fall into slumber once more, can we assure that any among us shall awaken again? Indeed, Cybertron has endured far too much. I find myself in agreement with Shockwave's sentiments. The Decepticon faction, naturally, showed no hesitation in following Lu Ming's lead, their faith in his words unwavering. Thus, Lu Ming now sought to gauge the Autobots' response, which aligned closely with his expectations. Chapter 57. The curtain falls, we must unite. After much build-up, Ming finally articulated his ultimate objective. Unite? What was Shockwave insinuating? Had he lost his sanity? This revelation not only perplexed the Autobots, but also ignited murmurs among the Decepticons. This individual, direct current, clenched his fists, were it not for Shockwave's esteemed reputation. He might have retaliated with missiles from behind, all the while harboring aspirations to usurp Megatron's position. How easy it is to speak, he scoffed. As the acting leader of the Autobots, Hot Rod could no longer allow the situation to unfold as Shockwave envisioned. I must inquire, who shall lead after our unification? Indeed, another voiced, I had not considered that point. While we speak of unity, it is imperative that a leader emerges. Surely, Shockwave would not permit an Autobot to assume that role. In the end, does this not amount to a desire for our submission? The Decepticons' intentions were indeed insidious. Hot Rod's remarks prompted reflection among the Autobots, simultaneously eliciting retorts from the Decepticons. What do you resist? Your continued existence is a mercy. Shockwave, Megatron, who among them is unfit to lead you? Do you even deserve such leadership? Tensions began to simmer on both sides, and Ming, caught in the middle, suddenly felt the weight of his task. He recalled a saying, "The black zebra with white stripes and the white zebra with black stripes have been adversaries for generations," suggesting that some disputes or enmities are not as profound as they appear. Yet the resulting discord remains an inextricable knot. Ming pondered and realized that discrimination still runs rampant online, whether it be based on region or ethnicity. Even something as trivial as using a mobile phone or playing a game can evoke a sense of superiority. The challenges he currently faces are thus quite understandable. In silence, Ming felt akin to a well-meaning homeroom teacher, indifferent to who might lead. It certainly would not be him. Did Ming wish to lead the Autobots? Certainly not. Yet, he acknowledged his limitations, at least for the present. Hot Rod's prestige was not particularly high, but if Optimus Prime were present, it would likely be Ming who remained silent, as these single-minded Autobots would undoubtedly rally under his command to seize Ming's stronghold. What do you wish to achieve? Someone queried. Indeed, when we speak of union, what form shall it take? It merely requires a foundation of ceasefire. With some adjustments, Ming replied, gesturing to the advantageous elements of Cybertron beneath their feet. His discourse frequently revolved around Cybertron, while he refrained from mentioning the Decepticons, a testament to the art of language, significantly reducing the Autobots' resistance. Firstly, I implore you to release Jazz and Spring. Regardless of your perceptions, they have never pledged allegiance to me, Shockwave. Yet they have accepted my modifications. Ming interjected, but my intentions are solely to enhance our odds against the Quintessence. His arguments were devoid of any loopholes. Yet Hot Rod overlooked a crucial point. If Cybertron were to descend into civil war once more, could Jazz and Spring truly exhibit the same ruthlessness towards the Decepticons as before? At least, in the face of Shockwave, their resolve might not be as steadfast. Moreover, as long as you refrain from actions detrimental to our home planet, I am willing to offer modifications or enhancements to any of you. You may take a portion of these resources, but the Decepticons must receive at least 3/4. Not for any other reason, but because our numbers surpass yours, and thus our losses in battle are proportionally greater. 3/4 may seem an insignificant fraction, yet the Autobots understood that Shockwave's assertions were indeed valid. His vacant right arm stood as irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, what he proposed next was undeniably enticing. Setting aside other factors, simply enhancing transformation speed could catalyze a significant transformation for many. Why should we provide them with assistance, Lord Shockwave? These Autobots are cunning. If we bolster them, what is to prevent them from turning against us? Doubts within the Decepticon ranks began to multiply, but Ming had devised a counter-strategy. I reiterate, all of this is for the sake of Cybertron. His voice resonated with authority. Moreover, my warriors, even if I enhance the Autobots, will you still harbor fear? Certainly not. We shall rend them to pieces. The Decepticons stood fearless. Although the response from a Decepticon was seemingly provocative, Ming was aware that his objective had been achieved. The Decepticon had evidently shifted its focus. So be it. Ming glanced around at the Autobots before finally fixing his gaze upon Hot Rod. I hope that when we meet again, I shall see both Blur and Spring. Ming's speech soon came to an end, and everyone on Cybertron resumed their labors. The Decepticons and Autobots began transporting supplies, and to prevent any further friction, Ming took it upon himself to supervise the scene personally. Shockwave, you ought to take a break, Mohawk remarked as he passed by Ming, eager to curry favor. I'm fine. Once you engage in a few more skirmishes, I will attend to my right arm, Ming replied. Very well. I shall take my leave, said Mohawk. Not only Mohawk, but others such as the aerial bots and the battle chargers also greeted Ming, a courtesy that had been absent in the past. Ming could distinctly sense that the Decepticon faction now regarded him as a true leader. Shockwave. Oh, it's you, Flywheel. Given that his body was composed of two parts and typically maintained a combined form, Flywheel appeared significantly taller than the average Cybertronian, exuding an air of intimidation. How are you? Were you injured in battle? Not at all, though I must admit, I feel somewhat ashamed. After transforming, my thoughts tend to scatter, resulting in chaotic movements. The tank portion seems to exhibit a certain timidity. That could be attributed to my own shortcomings, Ming reassured him. At that time, my skills were still developing. There's no need for you to feel guilty. By the way, have you found this battle peculiar? We haven't encountered any of the five-faced creatures. Perhaps they have never arrived? I initially thought the same, Ming countered, but if that were the case, they wouldn't have needed to destroy all the reconnaissance satellites. Yet we have searched everywhere, Flywheel asserted. I believe we ought to conduct another sweep. Another search? While it's not a bad idea, Flywheel hesitated, stroking his chin. Everyone hasn't had a proper rest, and your right arm remains unfixed. I understand, but I fear that a prolonged night may bring unforeseen troubles. Ming pondered for a moment. In that case, I will organize constant patrols to guard against any surprise attacks. Yes, that is a viable plan. Go ahead. In truth, Ming did not require anyone to deliberate strategies. His thoughts were already fully formed. He only called out to Flywheel for some conversational company. Mohawk was overly exuberant, while Direct Current had always looked upon him unfavorably. The other Decepticons were all war maniacs, and it seemed that only Flywheel remained relatively normal. Come here, Ming shouted casually, and immediately a squad of Minicons assembled. What are your orders, Lord Shockwave? They were all original entities, currently devoid of transformation abilities, but their obedience rendered them perfectly suited for labor. Remove the cannon muzzles from these aircraft carriers and transport them to my laboratory, ensuring their preservation. The Decepticons saluted Ming with a Cybertronian gesture of respect before promptly commencing their tasks. At the Decepticon base, within the laboratory of Shockwave, scans were conducted and analyses undertaken. Ming placed his discarded right arm and the seized cannon muzzle upon the examination table, initiating a comparative study of their structures. The vivid memory of the clash between the purple giant sword and the white beam remained etched in his memory module, fostering his curiosity about why the original components had so easily succumbed to degradation. Upon scanning, Ming discovered that although the molecular framework constituting his body appeared unique, it fundamentally adhered to the primitive structure of the Cybertronians. This structure comprised the rare earth metals, or, as they're also known, transformation elements. These transformation elements are not found on Earth. They are endemic to Cybertron. However, to accentuate the individuality of each Cybertronian, or to reflect the variations in evolutionary pathways, the arrangement of these elements exhibits subtle differences among them. During previous acceleration modifications, Ming had observed that the distinctions between aerospace and terrestrial forms could influence the transformation elements. Yet, these variations were located at the molecular initiation phase, whereas the disparities he now discerned were at the molecular terminus. These differences were exceedingly minute, scarcely detectable without meticulous scrutiny. In truth, they merely dictated the variations in the internal weaponry of the Cybertronians. For instance, both assault and robbery belong to the terrestrial category and are classified as sports cars. However, due to the differences in the transformation elements, their weaponry diverges. The uniqueness of the Cybertronians lies in the fact that even their weaponry is an intrinsic part of their physiology, hence genetic variances directly lead to weapon disparities. Among these, Shockwave's right arm's high-energy particle cannon stands out as particularly remarkable. Thus, Ming diligently examined the damaged cannon muzzle and began calculations based on these minute traces. He discovered that the output power from his back had exceeded the capacity of his right arm. Throughout the protracted evolutionary process, the nuclear reactor behind him had continuously augmented its potency. However, as he had never faced a conflict of such magnitude. The evolutionary progress of his right arm was only marginally superior to that of his left. Now, Lu Ming could certainly reconstruct an identical right arm by adhering to the original assembly method, but that would not be a lasting solution, especially not one that would enable him to withstand more than 4 cannon strikes in a short span. Therefore, he resolved to modify his genome. Although this was not his first endeavor in such matters, the prospect of conducting the experiment upon himself felt peculiar. Given his unique structure, there were no precedents to serve as references. Thus, Lu Ming had no choice but to proceed cautiously, which was also the rationale behind his decision to retrieve the cannon muzzle from the secondary mothership. The Decepticons believed that Lu Ming intended to directly mount the cannon on his right arm. However, he offered no further explanation, knowing well that such an arrangement was utterly impractical. Setting aside other considerations, the shape and caliber simply did not align with his right arm. Even if he were to refine the caliber, the circuitry would remain disconnected, rendering any movement impossible. Moreover, even if movement were achievable and it could indeed fire beams, the question of transformation would arise. This is where the intricacies of Cybertronian anatomy come into play. Regardless of the component, whether it transforms into treads or propellers, laser guns or physical swords, the fundamental structure of the transformation element is indispensable. Otherwise, no matter how flawlessly the body performs in humanoid form, it would inevitably become jammed during the transformation phase, with parts disintegrating being a minor issue. The worst-case scenario would be a complete functional paralysis. Upon scanning the structure of the aircraft carrier's cannon, Lu Ming was astonished to discover that it was not made of native metal. By native metal, he referred to metals that have not undergone any processing or refinement. However, upon arriving on Cybertron, this definition seemed less accurate. For even metals of the same category as those on Earth contained significantly different proportions of elements, yet they had indeed not been processed. The wreckage before him, however, was entirely an alloy. One must ponder whether the intelligence of the quintessence is lacking or whether human ingenuity is truly remarkable. After determining the 3 primary components within, Lu Ming could not help but feel a surge of delight. Despite some structural differences, he could be unequivocally certain that the material of the cannon was a high-temperature alloy based on iron, nickel, and cobalt, which has already found extensive application in human aerospace endeavors. Truly, all roads lead to Rome. Lu Ming had initially anticipated discovering a rare material, but was pleasantly surprised to find such readily available metals. This made his task considerably more manageable. With his profound understanding of transformation elements and the materials employed by the quintessence being relatively accessible, he realized that by combining the two, he could achieve an unprecedented enhancement of his combat capabilities. Iron, nickel, and cobalt were all available in laboratories. Should he utilize these scrap materials, he would need to remelt them. However, having already grasped the foundational structure, Lu Ming resolved to directly employ the pre-existing materials. Chapter 59. Reconstruction. The time required to fabricate the right arm was not extensive, especially since Lu Ming was capable of constructing even triple transforming warriors. He first set about repairing his right arm, asserting that original components are always the best. Subsequently, he discarded all completely destroyed sections. The data lines above the laboratory were once again put to use, connecting to the right arm from various angles, and, alongside Lu Ming's operations at the terminal, they rapidly altered the molecular arrangement within. There was no need for acceleration or fusion. Simply adding a framework of iron, nickel, and cobalt at the terminal was sufficient. Lu Ming felt akin to a grafting artisan, endeavoring to attach 3 ordinary fruits to the end of an already rare fruit tree. The external modification of the raw materials proved no less challenging than the internal transformation, especially considering the intricate design of Lu Ming's right hand. After reshaping his fingers, he assembled a concealed cannon, thereby completing the restoration of his right arm. Oh, the power of my king! Typically, protagonists become stronger after losing a limb. Yet Lu Ming pondered whether this adage would hold true for him. With the circuits and neural pathways interconnected, he sensed the presence of his right arm once more. He flexed his hand, the metallic joints crackling in response. Due to the alteration of the internal structure, his right arm was no longer a solid purple, but exhibited a gradient from purple to silver, appearing considerably more aesthetically pleasing than before. Let us give it a try. Lu Ming opened the laboratory door and stepped into the open space beyond. The battlefield was a fair distance from the lab, yet it was within sight. In the not-so-distant undulations of the hillside, several sports cars sped towards him. Leading the pack was a Mercedes-AMG GT, a color scheme of red and black that he was all too familiar with. Indeed, they had been released. Unmistakably, the arrivals were Ki, with Spring following closely behind. However, this time, they were not alone. Lu Ming had anticipated that some Autobots would come seeking his modifications, but he had not expected them to arrive so swiftly and with such audacity, neglecting even to don optical camouflage. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm blared within the Decepticon ranks. No need to overreact. Lu Ming halted their impending assault. They were allies. Allies? Were they not Autobots? Lord Shockwave, are you certain? Ah, I am indeed certain. Lu Ming waved his hand, signaling them to stand down. Very well if you say so. The Decepticons returned to their tasks, while Lu Ming remained in place, awaiting their approach. The buzzing roar of engines grew ever closer. Each vehicle in the oncoming convoy was one Lu Ming had previously desired but could not afford. Hey! Lu Ming greeted them. Long time no see. Not that long, really. With a crisp clash of metal, all the vehicles completed their transformation, with Ki being the first to speak. Hello, Shockwave. Spring also greeted him, though his expression seemed somewhat complex. Allow me to introduce, we have all come seeking modifications. Ki gestured toward those behind him. Greetings, I am Cup. I am Loquacious. I am Divergence. Hello, Shockwave, I am Abyss. I am Revolve. Lu Ming maintained a demeanor of poised authority. So, you all seek modifications? Indeed. Have you informed Hot Rod of your arrival? Lu Ming inquired directly. Do not mention him. At the mention of Hot Rod's name, Ki instinctively clenched his fists. Enough. Ki, the Spring, offering solace, remarked that Hot Rod's jealousy stemmed from his envy of superior abilities. Although the specifics of the situation remained unclear. Just from listening to a few words from the conversation, coupled with Hot Rod's prior admission of having confined them, Lu Ming could surmise the gist of matter. Enough of the discussions regarding Autobots or Decepticons. Lu Ming resumed his rhetoric, asserting that everything was for the sake of Cybertron. He felt that Cybertron owed him a peace prize. Indeed, we share that sentiment, Cup interjected, stepping forward. The purpose of seeking transformation was to grow stronger and safeguard our shared homeland, echoed Blur in agreement. Regardless of the veracity of their thoughts, Lu Ming found himself suppressing a smile, though he dared not reveal it. Had you thought this way sooner, the great shutdown era might have been avoided. Yet, the moment they began to express their thoughts, they were interrupted by a sudden objection. Without needing to ponder, Lu Ming anticipated what would be said, but pretended ignorance. All right, let us commence. Initially, Lu Ming intended to test whether his right hand had been successfully modified, but he recognized that more pressing matters demanded his attention. A failed launch would hinder the transformation efforts for these individuals. The modifications proceeded methodically, and after scanning, Lu Ming realized that these individuals lacked the unique structures akin to the Spring, thereby eliminating the possibility of transforming them into triple changers. Then let us enhance their speed. After enduring numerous transformations, increasing speed felt as effortless to Lu Ming as peeling an apple. Within an hour, he had synchronously elevated the speed of these Autobots. How does it feel? Cup inquired, shaking his right hand, feeling as though he had regained decades of youth. Remarkable, Blur exclaimed, experimenting with shifting from humanoid to vehicle form and back again, completing the process in less than half the time it previously required. Shockwave, how did you achieve this? He marveled, gazing at his hands in astonishment. Before Lu Ming could respond, Hot Rod, unable to contain himself, interjected, What did I tell you? I assured you it would work. However, I must clarify one thing. Should you ever turn your blades against the Autobots, I will show no mercy. I am always ready. Lu Ming replied, dismissing the threat, confident that as long as he was present, Cybertron would not face such calamities. Shockwave, could you assist in mending Hot Rod's injuries? Urged the Spring. What are you saying? Hot Rod retorted, pulling the Spring closer to Lu Ming. Your injuries are far more severe, are they not? All right. We shall tend to all wounds. Lu Ming responded with a resigned gesture. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. Shockwave. What is it? Although Shockwave had previously stated that Autobots could come and go freely, the presence of others in the lab made the situation somewhat awkward for the Autobots present. We have discovered some objects that resemble teleportation pillars. Chapter 60. The detector and the teleportation pillar, Lu Ming found it difficult to believe. Could it be that you were mistaken? This was precisely what Lu Ming had longed for. With it, he could execute the star hunt plan. At that juncture, he could simply lure a solitary star into Cybertron's orbit and allow Cybertron to extract every ounce of its essence, thus completing the grand scheme to save Cybertron. However, Lu Ming had diligently searched both the Senate and the Forge, yet he'd seen no sign of a teleportation pillar. Hence, while it may be similar, its true nature remained to be seen. Upon arriving at the site, Lu Ming observed a throng of Decepticons gathered in curiosity. What is this? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. Could it be an energy entity? Let's touch it and find out. Ah, Flywheel has gone to summon Shockwave. It would be wise not to act hastily before he arrives. Ahem. Lu Ming coughed to draw attention. Excuse me, make way. Shockwave is coming. The Decepticons parted to grant Lu Ming passage, though he hesitated. His reluctance stemmed from the fact that this place was the Senate, where the very individuals he had wounded lay sprawled about, and everything appeared unchanged since his departure, save for the metallic pillars hovering in the center. Indeed, it was a teleportation pillar. Although he had yet to analyze its intricate structure, Lu Ming could ascertain its identity at a glance, for its design closely mirrored that of the pillars seen in Transformers, Dark of the Moon, rather than merely metal pillars. The term metallic shuttles seemed more fitting for their form. They emanated a faint blue glow, and their internal composition appeared remarkably sophisticated. Who discovered these? Lu Ming inquired. I did. Flywheel stepped forward. When you mentioned the need for another search, I thought I might find clues about the five-faced beasts. Where were these pillars when you found them? Lu Ming asked, for he had seen no trace upon his arrival. If the teleportation pillars had appeared so brazenly, he certainly would have noticed. Under that table. A table? The Decepticons turned their gazes toward the direction Flywheel indicated. It was a massive circular metal table, intricately engraved with complex patterns. Surrounding the table were 13 seats, where the Senate members had once sat. The fallen Titan, whose head Lu Ming had severed, occupied the central position. From a distance, the arrangement bore a striking resemblance to King Arthur's Round Table. Ah, you mean this? Lu Ming recalled the table, where he had first learned of the impending invasion by the Five-Faced Army. Look, Flywheel approached the table and pressed his hand into one of the recesses. The once lifeless table seemed to awaken, as blue light surged forth from Flywheel's point of contact, flowing along the intricate patterns in all directions, illuminating the entire Senate chamber. Click! Click! A sudden gust of dust swirled around the table, followed by the sound of internal components whirring to life. The surface of the table began to crack and subsequently reassemble. Indeed, on Cybertron, nearly anything is capable of transformation. In no time, the table revealed its true form, revealing 13 recesses within, each perfectly sized to accommodate a teleportation pillar. So that is it. In his haste, Lu Ming had not taken the time to thoroughly investigate this table, unaware of the hidden intricacies it contained. The timelines of the Transformers universe are inherently convoluted, with significant discrepancies in character designs and narratives across various versions, leaving Lu Ming uncertain whether these were remnants left by Unicron. Even if they were, he could not fathom the rationale behind Unicron's decision to leave them here. Hey look, there are inscriptions. One of the Decepticons seemed to have made a discovery. After a careful examination, Lu Ming too noticed that the interior of the metallic table was densely etched with text, all in ancient Cybertronian. Star Hunt. Indeed, these inscriptions pertain to matters concerning the Star Hunt. Lord Shockwave, didn't you mention the execution of the Star Hunt plan? It is all inscribed here. Mohawk exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I have my own eyes, Lu Ming retorted, too preoccupied to engage with him. Analyze, he commanded, and in an instant, he deciphered the entirety of the engravings. The information contained within the metallic table confirmed that Cybertron's survival indeed relied on the acquisition of stars, a fact Lu Ming had previously established. However, it also conveyed additional information. The sun? Is it the place where Lord Megatron has gone? It must be, he deduced, noting that the text referenced the star system to which Earth belongs. That must be the solar system. How could this be? Lu Ming pondered, resting his chin on his hand deep in thought. The inscriptions not only spoke of hunting stars, but specifically designated the sun as the target. This echoed the plot of Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen. Wait, Lu Ming recalled further details, realizing the distinction within the narrative. In Transformers 2, the Fallen intended to detonate the sun to harvest its energy, whereas Unicron's Star Hunt plan aimed to relocate the target star into the orbit of Cybertron's system using teleportation pillars, subsequently allowing Cybertron to extract energy from the star. Furthermore, the teleportation pillar made its debut in Transformers 3, where Unicron did not employ the so-called Star Hunt, but instead transported Cybertron entirely to Earth, intending to utilize humanity as labor to restore his ravaged home planet. Strange, Ming was beset by myriad questions. Why must it specifically be the sun? He continued to reflect on the information within the inscriptions, uncovering some key details. The recorded content suggested that the Star Hunt plan was exceedingly intricate, as the vastness of the cosmos renders the quest for suitable stars quite challenging. Therefore, a wide-ranging deployment of probes was necessary prior to the initiation of the plan, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It appears that the adversary had commenced this endeavor long ago, and thus the probes were launched well in advance. Among the tens of thousands of probes deployed, only one has responded, due to the inability to withstand extreme temperatures. The probe would preferentially land on a particular planet orbiting a star before transmitting signals back to Cybertron. Presently, that solitary probe resides on Earth. Chapter 61. 2 Methods. It seems that my premonition has materialized. Ming gazed thoughtfully at the 13 transmission pillars. After witnessing the desolate scenes on Cybertron for so many days, he had long desired to visit Earth, albeit he had not anticipated that this would be part of his mission. However, this task instilled in him a vague sense of unease. Although he currently assumed the identity of Shockwave, his consciousness remained distinctly human. Rescuing Cybertron posed no dilemma. Yet inflicting harm upon his own kin would undoubtedly feel fundamentally different from merely dismantling metal scraps. The implications of a sunless Earth were far too daunting to contemplate. System. I am here. A familiar feminine voice echoed in Ming's ear. It had been quite some time since he had conversed with this system, which solely issued missions. Is the quest to seize the sun also a pivotal step in saving Cybertron? If it is inconvenient, you need not respond. As anticipated, the system remained silent in the face of such inquiries. However, this silence was precisely what Ming sought. If everything were as straightforward as it seemed, there would be no need for the system to classify it as confidential. Its current reticence suggested the presence of crucial information, which Ming intended to investigate further. By the way, there is still one matter. You may choose not to answer if you prefer. Please proceed, traveler. You see, I have traversed here for quite some time, and all my actions have been directed toward Cybertron, specifically fulfilling the task you assigned to me. Indeed. So what happens once I accomplish it? You have provided me with a grand objective, yet all the smaller goals are for me to discover on my own, leaving me without any rewards for my efforts. What is the significance of this? Do you believe that you have not received any accolades? The system's counter-question took Ming by surprise. Isn't that the case? From where do you think your current tactical deployments have originated? Upon hearing the word tactics, Ming was struck by a wave of dizziness, as fragmented images began to flicker through his mind like a carousel. The clamor of battle drowned out the thunderous drums of war as 2 armies clashed. Shadows falling like grass cut down by a farmer's scythe, while blood-stained banners became entwined in the chaos. The scenes depicted in these images felt ancient. Ming knew he had undoubtedly faced such scenarios, yet he distinctly remembered being a modern individual. I understand now. Are these the realms I previously traversed? Indeed. How enlightening. Regarding the information about the previous dimensions, Ming found himself struggling to recall the details. However, after the system's prompt, he vaguely sensed that with each dimension traversed, some aspect of his abilities would either be enhanced or retained. Yet, if he were to successfully complete this task, what could he possibly gain? He gazed at his right hand, pondering the absurdity of it becoming a canon. What if his next identity were human? Who could say? The system's reply was intriguing, hinting that perhaps his next identity might still be a robot. Thus, the conversation between Ming and the system concluded, brief and unremarkable, leaving no trace of his contemplation before his subordinates. Lord Shockwave, murmured Mohawk, what are your plans for these transport pillars? Are we heading to Earth? We shall deliberate on this matter later. With a swift gesture of his right hand, the 13 transport pillars converged seamlessly. You will continue to transport supplies, then rest accordingly. I shall take these to the laboratory for further study. As for the inscriptions on the text wheel, They indicated that the script required interpretation. However, the table was affixed to the ground of the Elder's chamber, rendering it immovable. Not to worry, I have recorded all the information inside using a high-speed camera. Aside from the details concerning the Star Hunter initiative, the interior of the table also contained instructions on the operation of the transport pillars. The contents to be transported must reside within the circle formed by the pillars, and their arrangement adhered to strict guidelines. Even the slightest deviation could lead to catastrophic failure. Lu Ming recalled the immense scale of the 3-mile transport array, given that the plan of the unyielding enemy was to teleport the entirety of Cybertron. Though the 13 pillars he currently possessed were sufficient to transport all inhabitants of Cybertron to Earth, they were still far from adequate for planetary transport. Even if he reached Earth, he could not transport the sun. What to do? As Lu Ming pondered this dilemma on his way back to the laboratory, two paths emerged before him. One option was to utilize the methods of the fallen prime, directly detonating the sun to acquire its stellar core. The other was to employ the tactics of the unyielding enemy, guiding the sun into the orbit of the star system where Cybertron resided. The former appeared simpler. It would undoubtedly result in Earth's obliteration, and they would also be affected by the ensuing chaos unless they could secure the stellar core simultaneously. The latter approach was more temperate, but Lu Ming had yet to decipher the secret of the transport pillars, and he could not guarantee that he could replicate such technology. After all, the unyielding enemy held a status akin to Einstein on Cybertron, and in terms of technological prowess, Shockwave still lagged behind. Moreover, Lu Ming contemplated another issue. Whether for transporting individuals or entire planets, these pillars would undoubtedly be necessary in the future. Should he include the Autobots in this endeavor? After some reflection, he decided in favor of inclusion. His previous address had already swayed some Autobots, and the willingness of some to undergo transformation served as the best testament. If he were to exhibit any exclusionary behavior now, it would likely jeopardize all that he had accomplished. Lu Ming activated the communication channel, which was a secondary encrypted line with Spring. It had just been opened during the recent maintenance. In simple terms, they had exchanged phone numbers. Shockwave, listen, I have a task for you to undertake. As long as it does not harm the Autobots, rest assured, you will not be betraying Starscream. Lu Ming anticipated the direction of the conversation. What? I need you to spread the word among the Autobots about the discovery of the teleportation columns, which can transport us to Earth, allowing us to execute the Star Hunt plan previously undertaken by Unicron. But there are living beings on Earth. Spring immediately voiced the major taboo of the Star Hunt plan. Due to the unique structure of Cybertron, its inhabitants have historically sought energy elsewhere. Yet there exists an unwritten rule against harming the interests of native life forms. Chapter 62, The 13 Primes. Unicron excelled in this regard. His greatest achievement was locating a star in a lifeless star system for Cybertron. However, when he attempted to replicate this feat, he found it elusive. So what? Lu Ming understood what the other was implying. We cannot proceed with such actions. If it were possible, I would share your sentiment. Spring was taken aback. He presumed that, given Megatron's nature, he would relish such acts of conquest and plunder. Listen, Spring, at present, I only possess a rudimentary concept of the Star Hunt plan and 13 teleportation columns. I have yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the technology involved. But precisely for this reason, we must explore Earth, do we not? You mean, if there were a mutually beneficial solution, I would certainly pursue it. However, it is evident that no such option exists, which is why we need to investigate further. Perhaps new discoveries await us. And what if there are none? If there are none, I can only assert that the continuity of Cybertron is our primary concern. In truth, without Lu Ming's prompting, Spring already understood the answer. In his eyes, this Decepticon leader seemed to prioritize their home world above all else. Fine, I will inform the other Autobots. All right, 2 hours later, in Shockwave's laboratory. This is exceedingly complex. Lu Ming gazed at the teleportation columns floating around him, sighing. Since earlier, he had been attempting to analyze the structure of the columns. Yet the results remained elusive. Although the materials used for the columns were rare, it did not imply that Lu Ming could not locate them. Their mechanical structure was within his capacity to decipher. However, the coding was something he had never encountered before, excluding the core processing information. Even the arrangement of the encrypted barriers, commonly referred to as firewalls, left Lu Ming utterly perplexed. To illustrate, Lu Ming has arrived at an opulent mansion, intent on breaching the safe located at its core. However, The entrance is fortified with layers of security, prompting him to consider a more vulnerable approach, such as through a window or a back door. To his surprise, these seemingly weaker points are even more fortified than the main entrance, and the interior is shrouded in impenetrable darkness, leaving Lu Ming unable to discern any details. He speculates that this is akin to the locked maps in a game, suggesting that what lies before him may not be information to be discovered, but rather an invisible barrier designed to exclude him from entry. Uncertain of how to proceed, Lu Ming suddenly devises a new plan to observe the functionality of the teleportation column. The operation of a device is not particularly complex. It merely requires positioning it at a focal point of energy and infusing it with energy along specific patterns. However, he remains unclear about the precise coordinates for teleportation. While there have been instances in Transformers 3 where the enemy utilized teleportation columns, the mechanics of their usage were not elaborated upon. Lu Ming surmises that, as this invention belongs to the enemy, it must have been pre-configured before use. Pondering how to set it up, he gazes vacantly at the column above him, feeling somewhat like a novice in technology. Nevertheless, he decides to experiment. After fruitless contemplation, Lu Ming resolves to transport the columns to the energy pool, which is centrally located and in close proximity to the military bases of both the Decepticons and Autobots. During his speech, he had explicitly stated the cessation of hostilities, commanding the Decepticons not to engage the encroaching Autobot forces. This explains why that group dared to enter the Shockwave laboratory without their optical camouflage. The energy pool is expansive and remarkably flat, making it an ideal location for such experiments. Prior to its desiccation, it harbored numerous energy crystals. Though they have been largely excavated, it remains a more suitable site than many other barren areas. Along the way, Lu Ming encounters several Decepticons and observes a number of Autobots, who, in a notable shift from the past, now greet him with enthusiasm. "Hello, Shockwave." "Indeed," Lu Ming replies with a courteous nod. "I hear we're going to Earth. Is that true?" "We're still in the experimental phase. Nothing is certain. But I certainly have that intention." "That's wonderful. We can reunite with Optimus Prime. That scoundrel Hound must be eager to see me again. And Bumblebee, I wonder if his voice has returned." Initially, Lu Ming believed the Autobots would be resistant to the notion of traveling to Earth, considering he might need to seize their star. However, it appears their primary concern lies in reuniting with their brethren on Earth. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ming arrives at the heart of the energy pool. It has been a long time since anyone has visited this place. The undulating mountains embrace the vast lake like colossal arms, and one can gaze upward to behold the magnificent sea of stars. The pool, however, is completely devoid of water. The deep black soil has cracked into vast fissures, resembling the intricate patterns on an ancient tortoise's shell, albeit far deeper. Lu Ming positioned the teleportation pillars in the center of the energy pool according to the established guidelines, their faint luminescence reminiscent of fireflies in the night. Standing amidst them, Lu Ming's metallic form was illuminated by the ethereal blue light. 13. Such a remarkable number. In Lu Ming's recollection, it seems that Western culture has an enduring connection with this digit. For instance, in the universe of Transformers, the original Transformers were 13 in number. According to the Primal Covenant, they included Primus, Unicron, Titan Master, Skyfire, Hot Rod, Mirage, Thunderwing, Maximus Starsaber, Galvatron, Scourge, and the 13th Prime. Among them, Lu Ming was most familiar with Titan Master, as his fate culminated in merging with the Allspark, and Lu Ming often found himself in the Allspark chamber after his arrival. The infamous Shockwave, known as the Fallen, was the master of Megatron. Within the cinematic lore, Shockwave attempted to destroy the sun to acquire its stellar core, only to be thwarted by the united efforts of the other 12 original Transformers. As for the 13th Prime, it is said that in pursuit of creating life, he, along with Starsaber and Galvatron, plunged into the well of all sparks, subsequently reincarnating as Orion Pax, the current Optimus Prime. Chapter 63. Rebellion like the summoning of heroic spirits. Lu Ming arranged the teleportation pillars and then stood outside the teleportation array, sensing the latent energy beneath. The glow of the pillars intensified, and the surface fissures began to stir, causing fragments of rock to tumble into the depths. Lu Ming was still uncertain about the operational principles behind these devices, nor did he know where objects would be transported if placed within. It was all merely an experiment. The logistics had nearly been completed, and the various units were fully recuperated. With the presence of those squad leaders, Ming did not need to overly concern himself with military affairs. Suddenly, the air was rent by the sound of wings slicing through the atmosphere. Just as I was searching for you, it appears you have presented yourself. Ming looked up to confirm the approach of the aerospace team, led by Direct Current. Though the group was incomplete, with only 2 or 3 individuals following him, a sign that he had brought trusted confidants. While the aerospace team was under the jurisdiction of Direct Current, not all members were in alignment with him. Some merely followed his command during combat. Moreover, after all that had transpired, Ming's reputation within the Decepticons had significantly risen, leading to a shift in perception among many in the aerospace unit. Shockwave, what exactly are your intentions? The fighter jets dove down, and the Direct Current transformed midair. The immense gravitational acceleration made his voice tremble slightly. The thrusters at the tail had been relocated to the back. The original acceleration power was now repurposed for deceleration and cushioning, while the debris on the energy pool was searing hot. So, I must inquire, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Since the crossing to the present, Direct Current has openly challenged Ming's authority on multiple occasions. Previously, Ming refrained from acting against him due to the necessity of battling the five-faced army. But the circumstances have changed. With the great conflict now at a pause, Ming's understanding of the aerospace team had deepened considerably. And with several Tri-Transformation warriors as his trusted allies, all possessing aerospace modes, replacing the current commander of the aerospace team would not pose a challenge at all. I must protect the Decepticons. Direct Current had landed, and though these individuals appeared formidable, Ming remained remarkably composed. Ming scoffed. What a time to speak of the Decepticons. Moreover, who do you think you are? What of it? I ask you, Direct Current. Ming's gaze bore into him. If this operation were to be commanded by you, do you genuinely believe we could emerge victorious? Direct Current found himself at a loss, reflecting on Ming's acceleration plan, as well as the Tri-Transformation warriors he had created. The combined form of Transformers, any absence of these elements could drastically alter the course of the battle. Boss, a fighter jet approached Direct Current's ear, reminding him not to forget his purpose for being there. Right? Direct Current nodded, seemingly regaining his confidence. Shockwave, no matter how much you accomplish, it does not alter the fact that you desire rebellion. Rebellion? Me? Ming was beginning to lose his patience. What a farce. You claim to act for the Decepticons. Yet look at what you have done. First, you called for a truce with the Autobots, then you enhanced them, and now you disregard everything entirely, even suggesting taking the Autobots to Earth where Lord Megatron resides, and you maintain that you do not wish to rebel? If Lord Megatron were to learn of this, you would surely be dismantled. What a wooden-headed fool. Ming had already begun to covertly operate the nuclear reactor behind the scenes. He no longer wished to waste words. I have explained this matter countless times. I do not blame you for your flawed central processing, but obstructing my path is your wrongdoing. I shall state this once more. Thermal energy has been transmitted to the right arm, and the modified right hand is eager to act. Everything I do is for Cybertron. Beam particles gathered at the mouth of the cannon on the right hand like countless stars in the night sky. And the heat-resistant factors at the molecular structure's end were already preparing to safeguard the next cannon fire. Faced with Ming's right hand, Direct Current and his companions felt a wave of fear. They had witnessed the destructive power of this high-heat cannon firsthand. It could contend with enemy capital, ship-level energy beams, and even surpass them. It was akin to the hand of death. With a mere gesture, everything touched by it would vanish in an instant. Yet they did not flee. Farewell, Direct Current. A sudden explosion erupted, resonating from behind Ming. The tremendous shockwave compelled him to take a couple of steps forward, abruptly halting the high-energy beam he had painstakingly condensed. Who is it? Ming was astonished that Direct Current had brought reinforcements, audacious enough to launch a surprise attack against him. It would be an apt description to say that his heart was ablaze with fury. He had dedicated himself diligently to the survival of this planet, and now, on Cybertron, there were those who sought his demise. His anger transformed into tactical resolve. The energy reservoir was not far from the Decepticon military base, and the team of triple changers was stationed at the front lines. As soon as he activated the communication channel, his army would descend upon the battlefield within 30 seconds. It's you. Ming could scarcely fathom that the assailant from behind would be Flywheel. Greetings, Shockwave, Flywheel remarked, wielding a laser gun. A cryptic smile gracing his lips. one Lu Ming had never witnessed before. "What brings you here?" Direct Current inquired. "Aren't you concerned that the captain of the aerospace team might falter? After all, Shockwave is now a figure of leadership." Before turning around, Lu Ming had contemplated numerous possibilities. Perhaps Hot Rod could no longer restrain himself, or maybe Mohawk had succumbed to ambition, or even that Spring had undergone a change of heart to eliminate him in a display of loyalty. Yet, he had never anticipated it would be Flywheel. "Are you aware of the consequences of your actions, Flywheel?" Lu Ming spoke, simultaneously assessing his physical capabilities. The external defenses of his nuclear reactor were formidable. A mere laser gun posed no threat to him, and his right arm was functioning normally. Should he desire, he could effortlessly obliterate everyone around him. Yet he was genuinely curious about the motivations behind these actions. He could comprehend Direct Current's mindset. The individual was stubborn and, to put it bluntly, foolish. However, Flywheel was different. He had initially approached Lu Ming proactively and subsequently became the first to undergo triple change modifications, indicating a meticulously crafted plan. Yet, if Flywheel indeed harbored ulterior motives, his current behavior seemed excessively reckless. Chapter 64. Surrounded by enemies, Lu Ming's right arm was already a force to be reckoned with. When it had been unarmed previously, Flywheel refrained from attacking. Now that it was repaired, he chose to ambush instead, especially knowing that Lu Ming possessed encrypted channels of communication, as he too was a member of the Decepticons under Lu Ming's command. Thus, Flywheel should have understood that Lu Ming could summon the Decepticon forces at any moment. Against them, these few adversaries would be as futile as a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot. However, Lu Ming remained oblivious to the fact that at this moment, the exterior of the energy reservoir was shrouded in a fog, obstructing not only visibility, but also communications with those inside. "I know what you are thinking, and I am aware that you harbor many doubts," Flywheel remarked, "but you might as well attempt to reach out to your triple changers or those combiners. See if they respond to you." Oomph. Lu Ming had just begun this endeavor 5 seconds ago, but communication across all channels was disrupted, with a cacophony of static filling the air. "Did you think I could not handle all 4 of you alone?" "4?" Phelan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, proclaiming, No. When did I ever say we were 4?" The ground began to tremble. Lu Ming could distinctly feel the vibrations beneath his feet, as the once flat surface began to bulge slightly, as if something was about to emerge from the earth. This was the spine of steel. From a distance, it resembled the broad back of a dragon, with a metallic structure slowly rising, soon revealing its initial form. Ah, so this was hidden here. The moment Lu Ming laid eyes on the central mothership, many truths became clear to him. "Allow me the honor of introducing you." Phelan now resembled a host announcing an event, referring to the 5 Face Sovereigns. Although this mothership appeared vast and intricate, its overall framework was strikingly similar to the 3 subordinate motherships that Lu Ming had previously downed, which naturally implied who was seated within the control center of this aerial vessel. The 5 Face Sovereign was Phelan's esteemed title for the 5-faced monster. Connecting him to this entity rendered all his actions comprehensible. The mothership had not fully ascended from the ground. It had merely risen to the height of the control room, which was encased in transparent, two-way rare metal, impervious to sight from the outside, yet allowing those within to gaze out. Strike first. Lu Ming was uncertain of what would transpire next, yet he surmised that taking action now would be prudent. If the 5-faced monsters truly possessed overwhelming strength, there would be no need to conceal their flagship at the onset of battle. Their choice to hide, it indicated that they harbored concerns. Indeed, if the 5-faced monsters had deployed this mothership in combat, then the war machines lying beside the Rust Sea might number more than merely 3, regardless of the price the Cybertron allied forces would pay. Lu Ming aimed his cannon at the position of the central control room. "Do not forget about me." Phelan fired several shots that struck Lu Ming, skillfully targeting his back and right arm. Given Lu Ming's agility, he could evade these attacks, but doing so meant he could not simultaneously calibrate his right hand, due to the immense power of his weaponry. Lu Ming's most effective method of attack was also his least flexible. In previous battles, his targets had been unwieldy, and he had been shielded by his forces, allowing him to unleash his full potential without interruption. In simpler terms, Lu Ming had a high damage per second output, but the conditions for effective output were equally demanding, and the current environment was certainly inadequate. "Direct Current, what are you still doing?" Feilun shouted to Lu Ming from behind. Haven't you always wanted to take over? Why not act now? Lu Ming turned to follow Feilun's gaze and found that Direct Current's expression was even more astonished than his own. The five-faced monsters? Feilun, what exactly is happening here? Suddenly, it all clicked for Lu Ming. Direct Current was also a pawn in your game. Only now do you realize these matters. Is it not rather too late? The sound emanated from the direction of the aircraft carrier, and at this moment, the door to the control center swung open, revealing a slender figure with 5 faces stepping forth. It is truly you. Lu Ming recognized this individual. It was she who had informed him about the impending attack of the 5-faced creatures during their time in the council chamber. Her voice differed from that of Lu Ming and his companions. While it possessed a mechanical quality, it also bore a distinctly feminine tone, and her demeanor exuded an elegance akin to that of nobility. Despite the 5 faces adorning her head, each visage was rendered with a level of intricacy far surpassing that of ordinary silicon-based life forms. Her subtle expressions were beyond the capacity of human comparison, and such a construct was indeed awe-inspiring. Lu Ming glanced at the 5-faced creature, then at the flying wheel, and finally cast a sidelong look at the Direct Current. The previous enigmas dissipated like smoke. When Lu Ming was modifying the katana and the spring, the Direct Current had once burst into his laboratory, an act that had alerted Lu Ming to the threat posed by the Direct Current. Yet he had overlooked another question. From where had it obtained a key? The password lock to the laboratory had been personally devised by Lu Ming, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone else to breach. If the Direct Current intended to cause him trouble, it would have done so long ago, rather than at that precise moment. It should be noted that when the katana arrived, it was cloaked in optical camouflage, no matter how widespread the Direct Current's information was. It could not have timed its intrusion so perfectly. However, if all this was orchestrated by the flying wheel, it would indeed make sense. For the flying wheel was Lu Ming's first subject for the tri-transformation modification, with the katana and the spring following closely behind. Furthermore, the first figure Lu Ming encountered upon exiting the Messen Tower was also the flying wheel. At that time, the flying wheel had claimed to be there to inform him, as the Decepticons were searching for Shockwave. Yet, how fortuitous it was that on Lu Ming's inaugural visit to the Messen Tower, the flying wheel could find him with such precision. Lu Ming had been preoccupied, and the flying wheel's explanation seemed reasonable, claiming someone had seen him flying in that direction, hence his arrival. Thus he did not dwell on these uncertainties, or perhaps he simply set them aside temporarily. Yet, in retrospect, it seems the truth may be the polar opposite. Despite the advanced technology of Cybertron, communication across vast distances remains a formidable challenge. Even with sophisticated technology, one must often consider third-party influences in space, such as stellar storms or coronal mass ejections. Hence, Lu Ming had not been able to contact Megatron during this extended period. Any communication would necessitate the use of the Messen Tower. The Messen Tower serves not only as a telescope, but also as a super signal transmitter. Lu Ming's discovery of listening information within was due to this very function. Thus, he surmised that the flying wheel's visit to the Messen Tower that day was not to seek him out, but rather to establish contact with the 5-faced creatures. No wonder you were able to unlock that metallic table. Lu Ming regarded the flying wheel with profound significance. In truth, I was somewhat anxious at that time, for I felt that my plans were unfolding too rapidly. It is indeed my fault for being so consumed by the Star Hunter project that I overlooked such a simple flaw. If the table could indeed be opened with such ease, the teleportation column would not have remained undiscovered until now. Therefore, it is highly likely that these items were placed there later, and this table belongs to the Senate, accessible only to those aged men with automotive talents. Moreover, these old fellows have secretly colluded with the 5-faced monster. In Chapter 65, Sword previously, Lu Ming had to rely on the head of the Celestial Ladder to obtain relevant information about the Senate. Now, however, the flywheel can directly activate the metallic column, revealing the oddity of the situation upon even a moment's contemplation. I have indeed been too careless, Lu Ming thought to himself with a self-deprecating smile. What do you think? Shockwave? The 5-faced monster floated down from the air, her demeanor exuding an extraordinary elegance. Her descent reminiscent of a medieval noblewoman gracefully descending the grand staircase of a magnificent palace. Are you satisfied with my arrangements? Impressive, Lu Ming replied, maneuvering through the conversation while searching for an opportunity, realizing he had made a strategic error. He now understood why direct current had so boldly challenged him all along. From direct current's current reaction, it was evident he was entirely unaware of the overall situation. His repeated opposition to Lu Ming's decisions was likely incited by the flywheel. Had all his subordinates been respectful, Lu Ming, despite his busyness, would have sensed the flywheel's subtle manipulations. However, after the flywheel's operations, Lu Ming naturally regarded direct current as a significant threat, thereby diverting much of his attention from the flywheel. But I still have a question. Lu Ming disregarded the flywheel. Have all the five-faced monsters been exterminated? Why do I only see you? What use is it for you to know? Just let me die understanding. You only need to know that I am the supreme commander of the Kenosha Star, and that is sufficient. The five-faced monster did not intend to elaborate further. Then what exactly is your purpose? Lu Ming observed for a long time, realizing a frontal breakthrough was impossible. After the modifications, the flywheel's strength was formidable, and the five-faced monster was even more inscrutable. The points he could leverage were limited to two: direct current and the teleportation array. Currently, direct current was still in a state of confusion. He merely wished to prevent Shockwave's influence from growing too powerful and affecting the aerospace team. Although he claimed it was for the sake of maintaining order, everyone knew he was a confidant of the Red Spider. Now that the five-faced monster had suddenly appeared, this situation was undoubtedly unforeseen by direct current. Though he disliked Shockwave, it did not mean he would ally himself with the five-faced monster to eliminate her. The teleportation array was positioned at the top of the energy pool, and Lu Ming could vaguely sense the disturbances around it. The surrounding magnetic field had become completely chaotic, and the energy distribution was exceedingly uneven. This was an exclusive invention of the celestial enemy. Even if Lu Ming were to join forces with Soundwave, they might not be able to decipher it. He was entirely unaware of the teleportation column's usage, but in a critical moment, he would choose to take a risk. Do you think you would believe me if I said I did it for Cybertron? The tone of the five-faced monster carried a hint of mockery. Believe me, I certainly do. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. If that is the case, we are allies. Umph. The five-faced monster was genuinely taken aback at the last moment. The opponent still managed to smile. Unfortunately, I remain far more intrigued by the notion of adorning my control room with your solitary eye, you grotesque Decepticon. A dull thud resonated as the colossal metallic doors of the aircraft carrier creaked open, illuminating the dust outside with the brilliance of its internal lights. My army, I believe you have already encountered. Not only encountered, but I have also dismantled quite a few. The earth began to tremble. The sound of synchronized footsteps reverberating against the ground as a legion of identical robots emerged from the heart of the carrier. Eliminate him. With a flick of her right hand, the five-faced monster commanded, and the mechanical legion behind her immediately sharpened their gaze, resembling a pack of hunting hounds. With Lu Ming as their sole prey. Direct current, do you wish to become a traitor? Lu Ming suddenly roared at direct current. What did you say? You conspired with the five-faced monster, intending to destroy the Decepticons, to obliterate Cybertron. You speak nonsense. I have never. Then prove it to me. Initially hesitant, direct current's uncertainty transformed into fury upon meeting Flywheel's mocking gaze. You deceiver. It was you who told me that Shockwave sought to replace Megatron. Flywheel remained silent. To him, these minor characters had become inconsequential. We break through, direct current declared. You three provide cover for me at the front. Give me 5 seconds. Shockwave's high-energy cannon required 5 seconds to charge. However, once fired, reloading would take at least 30 seconds, making the initial shot particularly vital. All right, the two erstwhile adversaries now found themselves allies, as direct current led the 3 fighters behind him to unleash a barrage upon the enemy in the presence of Shockwave. My apologies, but I must save this planet, so I cannot perish here. It must be you who fall. Lu Ming anticipated that the opponent might deploy the carrier's cannons. Hence he maintained a careful distance from the five-faced monster. If they dared to act, they would undoubtedly suffer collateral damage. Furthermore, having previously engaged in a standoff with the carrier, Lu Ming's right arm had also been modified, allowing him a glimmer of hope in breaching their defenses. Yet, the five-faced monster remained suspended in midair, watching him with a disconcerting smile. Combine. The movements of the mechanical legion were astonishingly synchronized, just as before. They grouped into fives, merging into formidable combiners, rendering direct current's attacks ineffective and halting their advance. Shockwave, when will you be ready? Now. Lu Ming aimed his right hand toward the aircraft carrier, Within this line of sight, all enemies, including the five-faced monster, would be utterly annihilated. Stand clear. Decepticons, transform. Several members of the aerospace team rolled to the sides, transforming from humanoid forms to fighter jets before touching the ground, thus granting ample space for Lu Ming to unleash his power. A beam of light, thick as Lu Ming's arm multiplied several times over, surged forth. A dazzling white radiance intermingled with purple lightning racing towards the five-faced creature. The shockwave expanded widely, nearly overwhelming the aerospace team as control. As dust was swept away by the winds, revealing the bare metallic ground beneath, a long trench birthed in an instant. Lu Ming wished to express his confidence, but refrained, wary of the trope where such proclamations lead to failure in anime. He had yet to experiment with his new right arm, but dared to triple the output power, a force that had previously overwhelmed 3 lesser aircraft carriers. Even if the main carrier's firepower was formidable, it would be too late to retaliate now. The onrushing brilliance illuminated the five-faced creature, and just as the beam was about to make contact, an object materialized in her right hand, a sword. Chapter 66. Unmatched, she raised the sword high and then slashed forward. A blue sword aura abruptly formed, expanding rapidly into a colossal blade of light, resembling a crescent moon, hurtling towards the white-purple beam with an impact akin to a planet colliding. What the hell? Lu Ming could not suppress his expletive. Was this a martial arts film? Why was there a sword involved? The light blade and the beam finally clashed. Lu Ming's once devastating assault instantaneously crumbled, the white-purple light consumed by blue, dispersing to either side as if a massive tree had met a chainsaw, cleaved in two. Who can withstand this? Despite having faced numerous setbacks, Lu Ming felt relatively fortunate until he encountered today as a five-faced creature who seemed like a glitch in the system, utterly unreasonable. Transform. Without hesitation, Lu Ming shifted into the form of a space gun, knowing that contact with that blue blade would be fatal. Oomph. The blue blade did not strike the ground as Lu Ming feared. Instead, after expending its energy against his offensive, it gradually lost momentum, the remaining force crashing down where he had stood, leaving a gaping wound in what was once a flat surface. This doesn't add up. If a basic attack could secure victory, why bother with skills? Clearly, the five-faced creature's weapon was immensely powerful, yet if she could wield it freely, there would be no need for cunning strategies. She could simply descend alongside the previous 3 aircraft carriers. Thus, Lu Ming surmised that her sword must also have limitations, akin to his nuclear reactor. However, he now required 30 more seconds, and as the enemy closed in, Lu Ming could not guarantee his survival for that duration. Don't waste your effort. The five-faced creature had finally resolved to engage personally, her speed so great that even a draw would struggle to keep pace. Do you truly wish for my demise? You are mistaken. I merely wish to eliminate an obstacle. In close combat, Lu Ming finds himself at a distinct disadvantage. He is no warrior, and moreover, his opponent stands tall like a colossus. I've got you. Lu Ming feels himself immobilized, for the grip of the five-faced creature has ensnared the handle of his space gun tightly. Release me. Lu Ming transforms midair, aiming his right arm at the center of the creature's face. The cannon is out of commission, yet the firearm beneath his arm remains functional. Who are you addressing? The five-faced creature interlocks its left hand with Lu Ming's right, exerting a tremendous force that threatens to crush his hand. Shockwave, tilt your head. The sound of direct current reverberates from behind him. Even while besieged, he still contemplates aiding Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming tilts his head, and the laser emitted from his gun strikes the creature's visage. What was once a finely sculpted face now bears a mark, yet from Lu Ming's vantage point, it is evident that the black smudge left by the laser has not inflicted any real harm upon the creature. Wretched Decepticon. Enraged, the creature hurls Lu Ming aside and, within 2 seconds, confronts the direct current. You shall pay dearly. With a piercing scream, the five-faced creature's right hand pierces through the chest of the direct current, ripping apart circuits and sending sparks flying. Thus falls a captain of the space expedition team. This is hopeless. I cannot win. This singular thought consumes Lu Ming. Communications are futile. He is encircled by the five-faced army, rendering this a deadlock where no move he makes can revive the situation. There is no alternative. Lu Ming channels all his energy into the thrusters and races towards the center of the teleportation array without a backward glance. Are you seeking to end your life? The flywheel's query is not without merit. Lu Ming cannot operate the teleportation column. Once the spatial bridge is established, no one can guarantee where he may be transported. Yet that is better than perishing at your hands. He can no longer afford to ponder. Lu Ming infuses energy into the core control column, causing everything around him to tremble. Between the teleportation columns, microgalactic bonds begin to form, extending into a vast transparent plane resembling glass, wherein all matter exists within a newly conceived space, providing Lu Ming with an invisible barrier impervious to any assault. Electric arcs dart like wild beasts across the plane. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely believe such extraordinary technology could exist, defying the physical laws that dictate human ability to transmit matter solely through time and space. Five-faced army, eliminate the target. The combinational titans appear oblivious to the unfolding events. They are only aware that the shockwave must be neutralized, prompting some to charge toward Lu Ming. The five-faced creature does not intervene. She merely observes the chaos with quiet detachment. The combination of the formidable structure struck the ground with a resounding thud, as they eagerly sought to shatter the shockwave into fragments. However, the moment they made contact with the teleportation array, their right hands disintegrated into dust. This was neither an attack nor a defense. It resembled a law of existence. Anyone who touched the teleportation array would inevitably be obliterated. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, all his actions were a fortunate mistake. The teleportation array was inherently small. It was impossible to encompass an entire army with every teleportation. Thus, the array merely served as a passageway, allowing one to complete the teleportation by entering it within a specified time frame. Unless one was half inside and half outside when the array vanished, the separation of body and soul would not occur. Logically, everyone present should have been able to enter the teleportation array like Lu Ming, but his inability to manipulate the teleportation column, compounded by incorrect arrangements, energy transfers, and sequence codes, led to the current predicament. What shall we do next? Five-faced master. The flying wheel inquired. This is a creation of the heavenly opponent. I am at a loss. The five-faced monster gazed contemplatively at the direction of the teleportation array. And please refrain from calling me Five-Faced Master. I detest that title. Yes, my lord. Farewell, everyone. Lu Ming waved goodbye to the five-faced monster, and then vanished from the spot, the teleportation column disappearing as well, leaving only emptiness and void in its wake. Chapter 67. The dark side of the moon, a cacophony of disoriented electrical sounds enveloped him, while chaos rendered his vision entirely black. Were it not for the movement of his hands, Lu Ming might have believed he was experiencing another catastrophic shutdown. This sensation did not linger for long. Soon, he sensed a transformation. The clamor of electrical noise faded, replaced by a profound silence, imbued with an ineffable loneliness, akin to a solitary star suspended in the night sky. Gradually, his vision began to restore as the periscope structure within the optical components recalibrated to the surrounding environment, shifting from illusion to reality. A soft buzzing indicated that something was approaching from behind. Lu Ming could hear the delicate whirring of its internal mechanisms. Turning around, he discovered a miniature reconnaissance robot with a dual-track structure. Although termed miniature, it stood as tall as a person's knee. Nonetheless, it appeared diminutive in contrast to Lu Ming's current form. Its movements were somewhat clumsy, reminiscent of an infant taking its first steps, especially when compared to the sophisticated technologies of Cybertron. Where am I? After this abrupt teleportation, Lu Ming's cognitive processes were still somewhat disoriented, akin to someone abruptly rising after a prolonged squat, perceiving everything in a blur. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he rose to his feet, immediately sensing a newfound lightness in his body, though it also felt less manageable. The surrounding starfield was shrouded in darkness. Yet the visibility on the planet he found himself on was relatively decent. He was momentarily unable to ascertain the source of light. How familiar this all seems. The ground beneath Lu Ming's feet was far from level, riddled with depressions and unevenness. He spoke to himself, yet his words seemed to vanish into the void, indicating that he was likely in a vacuum. Rising to his feet, he took several steps, each movement akin to traversing through water, utterly ungraceful. He calibrated the gravity and adjusted his mode of motion. At this moment, Ming found himself on the dark side of the celestial body, contemplating a journey to the sunlit side, hoping it might yield some discoveries. Just as he prepared to transform, something caught his eye ahead. It resembled the wreckage of a spacecraft, considerable in scale. Judging by its current state, it appeared to have made an emergency landing here, with half of the vessel buried beneath the dust and one of its long cannons broken off. Could it be mere coincidence? Ming vaguely deduced his location to be the moon, and the craft before him was none other than the Arkansas. Indeed, after this chaotic transmission, he was merely a step away from Earth. We were once a collective of peace-loving intelligent robots, but then war erupted. A conflict unfolded between the Autobots, fighting for freedom, and the Decepticons, who dreamt of tyranny. Outmatched and outnumbered, our fate seemed sealed. Yet, at the war's conclusion, an Autobot warship fled the battlefield, carrying mysterious cargo that could alter the fate of our planet. It represented our desperate mission, a final glimmer of hope amidst despair. This passage recalls Optimus Prime's reflections on the ARC project, resonating deeply with Ming, as they originated from Transformers, Dark of the Moon. In the film, Sentinel Prime and his ARC escape at the climax of the Civil War, with the enigmatic cargo mentioned by Optimus being the space bridge invented by Sentinel. The ARC's escape was fraught with peril, struck by a new type of tracking missile from the Decepticons, ultimately crashing onto the moon, an event monitored by NASA. The monitoring occurred at 2250 Greenwich Mean Time, prompting the Pentagon to convene an emergency meeting. Subsequently, the Department of Defense and NASA gathered at the White House to brief President Kennedy, expressing suspicions that the Soviet Union was also taking action. Thus, the lunar landing initiative was set into motion. I believe our nation must exert every effort to achieve this goal, to enable humanity to land on the moon and return safely to Earth by the 1970s. Shortly after Kennedy delivered this address, Armstrong and Aldrin boarded Apollo 11. Thereafter, the agency initiated the countdown. Houston, we have reached the Sea of Tranquility and landed successfully. I stand at the foot of the ladder, preparing to disembark. This is a small step for me, but a giant leap for mankind. Armstrong's words reverberated across America. Yet few were aware they were embarking on a clandestine mission to explore the ARC, the true purpose behind the lunar program. However, they were unable to locate Sentinel Prime. To prevent the theft of the teleportation pillars, Unicron sealed them deep within the central control room of the spaceship, making it customary for astronauts to return empty-handed. Decades later, during an incidental mission, Optimus Prime stumbled upon a fragment of the engine that originally belonged to the Arkansas. This prompted him to question the United States government, thus unearthing a long-buried chapter of history. The lunar program was reignited with the objective of having Optimus Prime and the Autobots retrieve Unicron, both to welcome an old friend and to safeguard against the technology of the teleportation pillars falling into the hands of the Decepticons. However, this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated as part of a grand conspiracy. From the very moment the ARC fled, Unicron sensed the profound wounds inflicted upon Cybertron by the Civil War. To restore Cybertron, it was imperative to harness energy from other stars, a venture known as the Star Harvest Project. The resources and manpower required for the Star Harvest Project were immense, and Unicron recognized that relying solely on the Autobots of that era would be insufficient. Thus, an idea formed in his mind to collaborate with the Decepticons. Unicron developed a mysterious torch, claiming it symbolized the end of the Civil War. The activation of the torch was intended to establish communication with the 13 Primes. He commanded Optimus Prime and the Autobots to respond to the torch, aiming to recruit their followers. Before Optimus Prime's forces reached the temple, aside from Unicron himself, no one was aware that the torch was meant to conclude the Civil War. The ruse of disarming through a toast was not exclusive to Zhao Kuang-yin. The conflict between the factions of the Decepticons and Autobots had persisted for too long, and both sides harbored individuals desiring peace. It is worth noting that, prior to being seduced by the Fallen, Megatron had genuinely regarded Optimus Prime as a brother. Yet, not everyone wished for the war to cease, as exemplified by Starscream. As Unicron approached the Sin-Far Temple, the ARC was ambushed by the Decepticon guerrilla commander, Starscream. The ARC suffered catastrophic explosions and plummeted into the abyss of space. This calamity led the majority of Autobots and Optimus Prime to firmly believe that Unicron, along with the ARC, had vanished forever. Chapter 68, The ARC in Truth. The arc that Unicron occupied did not evaporate as most presumed. Instead, it fortuitously traversed an interdimensional space through a space bridge generated by the ship itself. The immense shockwave from the explosion inadvertently propelled the arc through countless parallel timelines, accompanied by a series of random spatial jumps, ultimately leading it to the solar system, where it crashed onto the moon, Earth's neighboring satellite. Upon learning this news, Optimus Prime eagerly journeyed to the moon with Ratchet, retrieving the energy-depleted Unicron along with the teleportation pillars to Earth. Optimus initially believed that Unicron's return would bolster the Autobot forces. However, to his astonishment, Unicron launched a sudden offensive at a critical moment. After eliminating Ironhide, he joined forces with Megatron and began preparations for the teleportation operations on Cybertron. Why Unicron? Why has this transpired? Until cornered by the formidable Unicron, Optimus Prime remained incredulous about the betrayal of his once esteemed predecessor. He incessantly questioned himself in pursuit of an answer regarding this individual who had once been a guiding light. For the sake of Cybertron, for our home. The response from Unicron mirrored the sentiments expressed by Lumen when he faced the Cybertronian defenders, asserting that everything ravaged by war could be rebuilt. Yet only through an alliance with the Decepticons could this be realized. No, this is not the sole path. This place is also our home. We must safeguard humanity. Optimus Prime continued to endeavor to persuade Unicron, yet all efforts were in vain. In earlier reflections on this moment, Lumen harbored no doubts. After all, he was human. However, his identity had since transformed into that of Shockwave, a purebred Cybertronian and a high-ranking military commander of the Decepticons. Thus, recalling Optimus Prime's reaction now evoked a complex array of emotions within Lumen. From a human perspective, the threat to one's homeworld is an intolerable reality. The moment the Decepticon forces descended from the moon, all humanity should have united in a resolute defense of their sanctuary. Conversely, from the standpoint of a Cybertronian, their homeworld lay in ruins, and seeking resources beyond their borders seemed the only viable option. Moreover, the Decepticons, adhering to a creed of plunder, found it only natural to cast their eyes upon Earth. Lumen himself harbored a deep aversion to aggression, regardless of the rationale or hardship. He understood the anguish of his own homeland having endured the ravages of war. Hence, he grasped the weight of Optimus Prime's words, which were not inherently flawed, but rather misplaced for a being of his stature, a leader among Cybertronians and Autobots. Do you consider Earth your home? Have you consulted its inhabitants? Do they desire your protection? Do they regard you as kin? While Earth boasts a plethora of life forms, humanity, as the apex species, remains the most intricate of all creatures, capable of shifting from friendship to betrayal in the blink of an eye. Optimus Prime believed he had forged alliances, yet Lumen perceived them merely as pawns of imperialism. This predicament proved troublesome. Although the mission assigned by the system was solely to rescue Cybertron without stipulating the means, inflicting harm upon others for personal gain is ultimately reprehensible. This principle was precisely why the other 13 original Primes united to thwart the Fallen from destroying the Sun in Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. If even native Cybertronians held such convictions, how much more resolute would a transplanted Earthling like Lumen be? Lumen's original intention had been to execute the Star Hunt plan by seeking out lifeless star systems. However, given the current circumstances, this method seemed disallowed, as only the probes dispatched toward the solar system had yielded a response. Now, Ming seeks to ascertain the timeline, for he finds himself in an entirely new realm where all notions of time and settings have been disordered and intertwined. He struggles to discern what is transpiring on Earth at this moment, nor does he know the fate of the leaderless Cybertronian coalition. The means of confirmation is quite straightforward. He merely needs to ascertain whether the mighty Unicron still resides within the Arkansas. Observing the insignia, it appears to be a probe launched by the United States. Ming glances at the diminutive robot that had been scuttling behind him, though he is uncertain whether it has noticed him. He prudently decides to infiltrate its systems and manipulate the collected imagery. The entrance to the Ark lies utterly destroyed, its lower half buried beneath layers of debris, while the upper structure has been severely deformed due to the violent impact. With negotiations having failed, preparations for a siege commence. Ming activates the laser beam at his side. Although ill-suited as a weapon, it proves remarkably adept at cutting. The purple laser pierces through the ancient iron barrier, carving a doorway, with the edges of the metal exhibiting a molten state, presenting a peculiar aesthetic. The iron door is swiftly completed, the severed metal fragments gently descending to the ground, stirring up a slight cloud of dust. Upon entering, Lu Ming is awestruck by the sight before him. This is a long-lost metallic fortress, replete with the remnants of technology and violence. Intricate circuits lie tangled and mostly severed, hanging limply like decapitated serpents. Scattered every few paces, he encounters the fallen forms of Autobots, their bodies cloaked in a layer of lunar dust, their optical components dimmed for countless years. A colossal mechanical arm extends above Lu Ming, its terminus housing a movable dual-track cannon, reminiscent of a helicopter cockpit, though the gunner seated within has been pierced through the chest by bullets. As he traverses this forsaken domain, Lu Ming senses no signs of life. The atmosphere weighs heavily, as if cursed by some unseen force. Yet, amid this desolation, he feels a surge of exhilaration, for he has always been captivated by tanks and artillery, and the beauty embodied by the Ark transcends that of mere fighter jets or helicopters. Moreover, this is a battle-scarred relic. The interior of the Ark is expansive, though its structure is not overly complex for Lu Ming. After a thorough exploration, he ultimately discovers a vast metallic platform, characterized by interlocking gaps at its center, which when opened, reveals the underground control room of the Arkansas. So are you inside? Lu Ming crouches down and presses the button beside the platform, calling upon the great Unicron. Chapter 69. Homeland. The metallic platform emits a muffled sound, as if the surface of a frozen sea, long untouched, suddenly cracks. The fissures gradually widen, revealing the contours of what lies within. It was a circular platform that, after a fissure opened, slowly elevated a dark crimson Autobot, surrounded by 5 suspended teleportation pillars, one of which bore a red core. Indeed, the presence remained. Lu Ming scrutinized the elderly figure lying before him. He sensed a low level of energy, yet this also indicated that the individual was still alive, the former leader of the Autobots, a descendant of the Primes. The Einstein of Cybertron. You possess quite an array of titles. The Fallen remained aboard the Ark, suggesting that the events of Transformers 3 had yet to transpire, allowing Lu Ming to tentatively ascertain the timeline. Yet, a new question arose. What should he do now? He had 5 teleportation pillars on his side, and the Fallen had 5 as well, but Lu Ming was entirely ignorant of their operation. Recklessly activating the teleportation array could lead to an unknown destination, leaving him utterly uncertain. Previously, Lu Ming had contemplated conversing with the Fallen, as their ultimate goal aligned with the preservation of Cybertron, albeit with a stark divergence. The Fallen held no empathy for humanity, while Lu Ming still harbored a sense of compassion. He could not fully commit to fighting for Earth as Optimus Prime did. After all, Cybertron was akin to his homeland, and he had many Decepticons who trusted him. Nor could he bring himself to obliterate the sun to acquire a star core, as the Fallen did, even if he were to merge with the cold-hearted Shockwave. Lu Ming's inherent kindness would not allow him to indiscriminately extinguish countless lives, particularly considering he had once been human. However, the Fallen's energy level was far too diminished. The technology capable of resurrecting a Cybertronian was either the matrix of leadership or the Allspark, the latter of which likely resided with Optimus Prime. Thus, Lu Ming had but one choice: to wait. Yet, before that, he had other matters to attend to. Imprinting, a rather archaic means of communication, akin to marking, had fallen out of favor in an age where real-time communication dominated battle exchanges. A faint purple light emanated from Lu Ming's solitary eye, casting its glow upon the Fallen's cranium. Once this old fellow awoke, he would be able to decipher the information inscribed there. Good night. I hope you remember to read my message upon awakening. Lu Ming cast one last glance at the Fallen before sealing the metallic platform. To prevent Optimus Prime from detecting any anomalies upon his arrival, he meticulously tidied up the traces of his presence. The lunar expedition yielded scant rewards. Aside from discerning the approximate timeline, little else of value was gleaned, rendering his continued stay here seemingly futile. Lu Ming ventured to the moon's sunlit side, where, from this vantage point, Earth appeared magnificently resplendent. It was time to return home. Transforming into a space gun, Lu Ming soared towards his former home planet. In the film, Optimus Prime's quest to the moon in search of the Fallen stemmed from a fierce battle with a Decepticon member at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, where he subsequently discovered a fuel rod. The fuel rod is a fissile fuel component, entirely alien to Earth's technology. Optimus Prime was exceedingly enraged by his discovery, for the government had previously assured them of sharing all known information regarding the planet, leading him to feel utterly deceived. It was only after the explanation from the Director of National Intelligence and two heroic astronauts who had once ventured to the moon that this long-buried past was unveiled. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the Decepticon engaged in fierce combat with Optimus Prime was none other than Shockwave himself, while Ming had remained on Cybertron, indicating that his world line did not entirely align with that of the film. Numerous hints suggested this disparity. For instance, in the movie, Shockwave and Optimus Prime were perpetual adversaries, yet in Ming's memory, at least prior to the execution of the previous 5 punishments, Shockwave and Optimus Prime could still be deemed friends. What aligned and what diverged remained unclear to Ming. Yet he vaguely sensed that the awakening of Unicron was a pivotal moment, for which he required Optimus Prime's assistance. Moreover, Shockwave had not appeared in the first 2 films, manifesting only in the third, where Unicron served as the principal antagonist, seemingly coinciding with Ming's current state. However, unlike in the film, Cybertron had yet to be plagued by the quintessence. With the thrusters at maximum power, the azure tail flame appeared as a bold stroke of color against the inky blackness of the cosmos, rendering Ming's form insignificantly small against Earth's backdrop. He pondered the condition of Cybertron. In terms of military strength, the defenders on Cybertron were sufficient to contend with that final aircraft carrier, yet they were, after all, leaderless, which would considerably diminish their combat effectiveness. What did the quintessence truly intend? Ming was uncertain of that individual's schemes. He merely felt that this person starkly contrasted with his memories of the quintessence, who were greedy and indolent, while the former seemed imbued with a certain aristocratic air. Ming accelerated, acutely aware that he was ensnared by Earth's gravity. 2 seconds later, he deactivated the thrusters. The external temperature of his body approached the threshold, the cooling system nearing failure, making him feel as though he were on the brink of combustion. In Africa's savanna, the sun had just risen, painting the horizon in hues of crimson gold. In the backlight, all the trees and grasses were reduced to mere black silhouettes. Elephants, zebras, and buffalo migrated in droves toward a common direction, while vultures congregated in clusters upon nearby branches, their gazes greedy, seemingly awaiting fresh carrion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the herd. The buffalo trembled in fear, their tails flicking nervously, while the zebras perked their ears, collectively gazing toward the west. There, an exceedingly dilapidated truck appeared, its paint peeling, a rag covered in dust draped over the cargo area, and the chimneys on either side of the cab belching forth murky smoke. Yet it was this very vehicle that alerted these creatures to a perilous threat, reminiscent of a sovereign of the savannah, advancing while emitting a low growl akin to that of a lion. Upon reaching a certain point, the truck abruptly halted, its entirety began to disintegrate and subsequently reconstitute, transforming into a humanoid form after a series of crisp metallic collisions. Hail Megatron! Indeed, this somewhat disheveled Cybertronian, with a slight damage to the right side of his cranium, is none other than the current supreme leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. Chapter 70. The Descent. It is Master. The Master has returned. Not far from the encampment, a small Minicon excitedly licked its tongue. The camp was cluttered with a multitude of discarded components, resembling a junkyard from a distance. With a mere raise of his right hand, Megatron unleashed a projectile that obliterated one of the forsaken vehicles into fragments. Upon hearing the news of Megatron's return, the Minicons within their metal confines eagerly emerged, all still in their immature protoform. The Minicons clung to the edges of the metal canister, calling out to Megatron in a voice reminiscent of a damaged tape, akin to hatchlings longing for sustenance. Do not be so greedy, my little treasures. Displaying an uncommon patience towards these future warriors, Megatron gathered the iron shavings and gradually sprinkled them above the Minicons. They were invigorated, extending their metallic tongues in a fervent scramble for their share of nourishment. This was Megatron's strategy. No one was entitled to food by mere right. Everything had to be fought for. The seeds of combat had already begun to sprout from the very beginning. The sound of air being torn asunder echoed through the sky. Yet Megatron did not look up. He knew it must be Starscream. Indeed, the F-22 fighter jet hurtled towards him, transforming just before landing. Its tail thrusters shifting to its back, scorching the ground weeds into black ash. "Oh, you do not appear well, Master," Starscream remarked with an excessively sycophantic demeanor, slightly bowing. His right hand placed upon his chest, akin to a medieval noble in the presence of his king. Yet, beneath this veneer of concern lay a hint of ambition. "Seeing you so weakened truly pains my heart." Starscream rubbed his iron hands together, his gaze concealing an insidious greed, as though before him stood not Megatron, but rather the throne of the Decepticon leader. "Save your empty flattery." In a prior skirmish, the metal framework on the exterior of Megatron's right cranium had sustained damage, and it remained unrepaired to this day, with miniature repair drones scuttling about his head, occasionally emitting sparks as they welded. However, at this moment, Megatron was not inclined toward such indulgences. Moreover, this repair was not only of little efficacy, but also accompanied by a sensation of itchiness intertwined with pain. He had a plan, one that pertained to the very survival of Cybertron, and someone had already begun to execute his vision. All that remained was to await the report from Soundwave. The sound waves had yet to arrive, but the cacophony of the Red Spider was unmistakably vexing to Megatron. He pinched the scalpel between his fingers, crushing it into metallic sludge before carelessly discarding it, the oil and yellow blood swiftly buried by the dust of the surroundings. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the sky, a sound several hundred times more intense than the previous gliding of the Red Spider, reminiscent of countless bees buzzing in unison. A fireball was piercing through the atmosphere. "Master, the arrival seems ominous. Should I strike it down first?" The Red Spider mused, caressing its machine gun. "Wait, you reckless fool. Ascertain whether it is foe or friend." The fireball, though not large, bore down with ferocity. To the untrained eye, it would appear as a meteor. Yet Megatron detected a familiar life signal emanating from it. Enveloped in searing flames, the trailing fiery debris resembled the tail feathers of a phoenix. As the fireball descended nearer to the ground, the parched grass clung desperately to the earth, and the trees, pressured by the wind, cracked and splintered. The frightened beasts scattered in terror, preferring the jaws of a lion to being crushed into the muck by this celestial object. With a resounding boom, dust and sparks erupted, the hardened surface yielding to the violent impact as if a colossal stone had been hurled into a tranquil lake. The fireball struck the ground, trailing a serpent-like plume of thick black smoke behind it. From a side view, it appeared as though a massive black dragon had swooped down upon the earth. "Damn it! My head is spinning." Ming, no longer in the form of space gun or human, but not quite resembling a triple changer, had adjusted his body into a mode akin to a spacecraft to better make contact with the ground. The heat-resistant framework enveloped him, leaving him unscathed. Yet he felt fatigued from landing in this manner for the first time. Decepticon, transform. A second later, Ming's dark crimson singular eye began to reassess the world around him. Ah, the air of Earth is truly invigorating. Possessing a body that generates shockwaves, Ming did not require air in the conventional sense. His remark was merely a ritualistic acknowledgement of returning home, as everything around him seemed to acquire an endearing quality. Yet, he was acutely aware that humanity would never accept him as an alien species. Suddenly, a fighter jet appeared overhead, circling ominously. Ming knew he had been locked onto by the enemy's radar. "Put away your Sidewinder missiles." Megatron had also arrived at the scene. Upon transforming, he immediately covered his head with a tattered cloth, appearing reluctant for others to see his injuries. "Look closely, this is Shockwave. Is it truly such a coincidence?" Ming cursed inwardly, for he had many matters to confirm and had not intended to encounter the Decepticons on Earth so soon. Yet fate had conspired to drop him right beside Megatron. "Lord Megatron." To express his politeness, Ming offered a perfunctory greeting, mimicking Shockwave's tone. For Shockwave was known for his aloof demeanor. Excessive warmth would be ill-received. "Oh, is it truly you, Shockwave? How is it that you have come here?" Ming inquired. His curiosity piqued. "What is the situation on Cybertron?" It is a lengthy tale. Ming recounted the myriad experiences he had encountered, adhering to a principle of only partially revealing the truth while entirely withholding falsehoods. This approach ensured he would not inadvertently expose himself while still providing the necessary information to his interlocutor. No matter how lofty Shockwave's position, he remained merely a subordinate of Megatron, Should the leader discover that his underling was conspiring with the enemy from behind the lines, it would pose a considerable risk. Thus, Lu Ming offered a brief account of the attack by the Quintessence, explaining that the Autobots were preoccupied with external conflicts and could not attend to matters at hand. Quintessence? Upon hearing Lu Ming's report, Megatron fell into deep contemplation. Are those wretched creatures still alive? Red Alert seized the moment to interject. Master, you see, your decision to remain away from Cybertron was misguided. Had you been present, these fiends would surely have fled in terror. Silence. Do not disturb my thoughts. Megatron's frustration with Red Alert's interruption was palpable. Yes, Master. Megatron had originally come to Earth to ensure the continuation of Cybertron. Yet now the situation was dire. With a conflict raging in his backyard, Earth was approximately 45 light-years from Cybertron, a distance that, while not insurmountable, nonetheless required a leap through space. The resurrection of Unicron had become critical. What is your perspective, Shockwave? I believe our priority should be to revive Unicron. The logistics of transporting Cybertron remains to be further considered. Megatron nodded. I have instructed Soundwave to prepare the fishing hooks. We merely await the fish's attention. Then I believe some bait is necessary to entice the fish. What do you mean? I shall handle this matter. Very well. I trust your capabilities. Although Cybertron may have already fallen, even Megatron could not guarantee he could manage the Quintessence incursion alone, thus he held no intention of blaming Shockwave for the current predicament. At this juncture, manpower was essential, and Megatron had grown weary of his life concealed within the vastness of Africa. He yearned to restore Cybertron's former glory and bring all Autobots under his dominion. In America, the Nest base stood as an enigmatic locale, its true purpose known to but a few civilians. Tall, barbed wire fences severed it from the surrounding world, with a solitary entrance heavily guarded by armed soldiers patrolling relentlessly. Cameras hung high, providing a 360-degree surveillance of every aspect within. In principle, the entries and exits of such a base are typically reserved for military equipment. However, residents living nearby occasionally observe a convoy of luxurious vehicles entering the facility, led by a Peterbilt 389 truck adorned with an exceedingly extravagant paint job, predominantly in red, with blue accents resembling raging flames. All arriving vehicles are subject to inspections. Within the base, announcements echo throughout every corner, signaling the commencement of training and reporting after a quarter of an hour. The convoy begins with a Peterbilt 389, closely followed by a Topkick 6500 truck, a Chevrolet Camaro sports car, a Hummer H2 rescue vehicle, a Ferrari 458 Italia, and a Chevrolet Corvette. The Italians report at parking space 23, while the weapon inspections occur at space 37. An ambulance stands ready at space 25, and Bumblebee prepares for training at space 34. The broadcast swiftly assigns tasks to everyone. As the Autobots maneuver from the central position, flanked by various fighter jets and tanks, the mission in the Middle East has concluded, yet we have not discovered any traces of the Decepticons. As the supreme leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime exudes an innate aura of leadership, both in stature and presence. You have performed admirably, remarks Lennox, who holds the operational report. To facilitate communication with the Autobots without undue fatigue, a towering metal platform has been constructed within the base. Lennox, currently the overseer of the Nest base, was, years prior, an ordinary soldier who experienced the disorientation of an attack on a U.S. military base and participated in the counteroffensive against the Fallen. Those adversaries were left dumbfounded. It seems that Ironhide is still immersed in the recent battle. The so-called mission in the Middle East aimed to eradicate an illegal nuclear facility in the region. At this moment, the Autobots have formed an alliance with the United States, often assisting in resolving human conflicts. The Autobots initially disguised themselves as the vehicles of the nation's Minister of Defense, transforming immediately upon clearance to exert military dominance. The opposing forces could scarcely contend with the technological marvels from Cybertron. Optimus Prime has led his team on numerous covert operations of this nature, aiding his allies while simultaneously seeking traces of the Decepticons. Optimus Prime, do you require a moment's respite? Inquires Lennox. No. Is there any further intelligence? Replies Optimus. Recently, there have been numerous reports concerning energy experiments, widely dispersed. Since you have just returned from the Middle East, it would be prudent to delegate some tasks to our own personnel. Very well, nods Optimus. Yet I possess an unsettling premonition that the Decepticons are maneuvering in the shadows. Colonel Lennox, please take a look at this. A soldier approaches swiftly, clutching a bundle of documents. What is this? Upon receiving the document, Lennox furrowed his brow immediately. For the image on the first page depicted a desolate landscape, reminiscent of a ghost town, accompanied by the caption Chernobyl. A nuclear power plant? Indeed. This area falls under Ukrainian jurisdiction. Adjacent to Russia, we might not be able to intervene. Colonel, please continue, he urged, as Lennox turned the pages. The second image was somewhat unclear, while the third page presented a cropped and denoised version of the second, though the content remained indistinct. Yet, it was vaguely discernible that it depicted a colossal robot, its single red eye glaring prominently. How can this be? Nearby, Optimus Prime also scanned the image, perceiving the figure within it with far greater clarity than Lennox. Do you recognize him? Yes, Optimus replied gravely. He is Shockwave. Shockwave? Questioned Ironhide, the military operations commander of the Decepticons. He should be on Cybertron. The tone of Hot Rod conveyed a hint of concern. Speculating now is futile, Optimus interjected. It appears we must personally verify this matter. Everyone, heed my command. All other missions are secondary. Chernobyl is our primary objective. Prepare the strike team for departure. Yes. Gazing at the image of the one-eyed robot, Optimus was involuntarily drawn back to distant memories. A righteous senator, subjected to the Senate's cruel punishment, had uttered a poignant farewell to his friends before entering the Chamber of Torment. Remember me as I am now. Optimus had etched that visage in his memory, encompassing not merely the physical appearance, but the essence of his character. Yet, everything had changed thereafter. The once compassionate Shockwave, who could laugh heartily one moment, would strike fiercely the next, had perished. The Senate had plunged a pair of scissors into his cerebral module, reshaping his very nature. This was Optimus's own assessment of Shockwave. Chapter 72. Chernobyl, Ukraine. Chernobyl nuclear power plant. To be frank, I am not particularly fond of the atmosphere here. Lennox did not take his own vehicle, but instead rode in Optimus Prime's transformed truck. Neither do I. This place resembles a dead city. Optimus commented as he opened the door, prompting Lennox to leap out. Transform, Autobots. The strike team, fully armed, followed the lead of local residents, one of whom was a government official named Vasquez, the source of information provided to the nest base. It is terrifyingly desolate here, Ironhide remarked, surveying the surroundings. Abandoned hospitals and schools loomed around them, their decrepit facades adorned with rusted signs. The cold wind swept across the ground with a piercing wail, rattling the already shattered windows, while white dust occasionally fell from the sky, blanketing the earth like soiled snow. Despite the sun hanging high above the task force, the entire sky remained shrouded in a murky gray, as if enveloped by an immense black veil, imparting an indescribable sense of oppression. Upon witnessing this scene, I was reminded of the final days on Cybertron. Optimus Prime bore a heavy heart. Oh, my wretched home planet. Ironhide was reluctant to engage in this topic. The number of Autobots was limited, while the tasks were numerous. Thus, Optimus had dispatched Ratchet and Bumblebee to other locations, while he himself accompanied Lennox's squad and Ironhide to this forsaken place. Having undertaken numerous missions, the majority had yielded little success. Even the rare bounties were merely hidden Decepticons outside of factories, whose existence bore no significant value to Optimus, requiring only their eradication. However, this time was different, for there were traces of Shockwave, compelling Optimus to undertake this mission personally. Mr. Vasquez, Lennox called the Ukrainian man over. All present were clad in military attire, save for this government official, who appeared somewhat out of place in a suit. It was said that this area had been uninhabited since 1986, and it seemed unlikely that it would be livable for the next 20,000 years. A tragedy indeed. Vasquez's English was far from standard, heavily accented with his Ukrainian roots. At least Ukraine had once been the most fertile of lands. For reasons unknown, Lennox sensed that this man was in a state of heightened anxiety. He could comprehend humanity's fear of the unknown, yet Vasquez's apprehension seemed excessively pronounced. Perhaps to mask his outward tension, Vasquez hastily led the way, urging, "Please, follow me." "Gear up," Lennox shouted to the team behind him. "We have 60 minutes to complete the mission. Be mindful of your radiation levels." The latter command was particularly crucial, prompting this group, typically reluctant to don bulletproof vests even in the face of danger, to obediently equip themselves with protective suits. "Mr. Vasquez?" Lennox, still donning his protective gear, noticed Vasquez making his way towards the school, unadorned by any protective attire. "Where's your suit?" "No matter." Vasquez waved his hand dismissively. "For me, it is merely a matter of time." The area the task force needed to explore was a factory, yet the path leading there had collapsed, necessitating their passage through a school. The conditions within the school were no better than outside, with dilapidated desks haphazardly piled together. Typically, such long-abandoned places would be adorned with cobwebs, yet this dilapidated site seemed inhospitable even to spiders. On the wall hung a portrait, presumably crafted by a student, which Lennox paused to examine for a moment, unable to immediately recognize the figure. Beneath the portrait was an inscription in a language Lennox could not decipher. "The Great Lenin," Vasquez explained, glancing back. "Indeed." Lennox nodded and then continued onward. Before the grand banner of the Republic was lowered, Ukraine had basked in the radiance of greatness. Yet all of this has become but a distant memory. Advancing through the school, the factory's architecture was far more intricate. Its interior was nearly hollow, with a spiral iron staircase clinging to the surrounding walls, and at its center stood a colossal metal column, adorned with flaking rust and a tangle of wires. "Eerie would guide you below." Vasquez grasped Lennox's hand firmly. "Colonel, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you privately." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon him. Not far away, a mechanical bird hung upside down from a steel pipe, concealed in the shadows like a bloodthirsty bat. Half an hour prior. "Oh, is that not Lord Shockwave?" The mechanical bird flapped its wings and flew before Looming. "What brings you here?" "I was about to inquire the same of you." Looming pondered for a moment. "I see. You're the fishhook that Lord Megatron mentioned." No. The fishhook is Soundwave. I merely act on orders." "Where is Soundwave now?" "Above." The mechanical bird gestured upward. But Looming was aware that this above certainly did not refer to the factory's rooftop, but rather to some satellite in outer space. "The information regarding fuel rods at the nuclear power plant was disseminated by you, was it not?" "Indeed, that is correct." "How can you guarantee that the Autobots will take the bait?" "I have merely come to oversee my human associates. Should they divulge any information, it could be detrimental. I'm not privy to the rest." The mechanical bird's response aligned closely with Looming's expectations. Evidently, this plan was far from flawless. Thus, he had intentionally positioned himself within the surveillance's line of sight. Moreover, even if Optimus Prime were to arrive, how could you assure that he would not suspect a trap? The matters here pertain to Arc 1. Our objective is solely to resurrect Unicron, who happens to be Optimus Prime's mentor. Surely he would not doubt his own teacher. It is wise to prepare thoroughly. Looming remarked, "When the time comes, I shall contend with Optimus Prime for this seemingly useless fuel rod, and afterward feign the destruction of materials related to the Soviet space program." The sudden appearance of such items from the space agency within the factory is rather conspicuous. Truly, Lord Shockwave is astute. Enough with the mimicry of Starscream. Looming waved his hand dismissively. "Attend to your own affairs, and leave no traces. You need not worry about that." The mechanical bird flapped its wings in readiness to depart. Yet before leaving, it added, "By the way, Lord Shockwave, what is it? Starscream is not as feeble as he appears. I trust you're more aware of this than I am." Chapter 73, The Diamond Demon. "What is it?" Lennox inquired. Nothing." Vasquez stammered. "Let us discuss it later." The visibility within the protective gear was limited, and the atmosphere felt stifling. Each member of the action team could hear the heavy sound of their own breathing. After approximately 30 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. "Colonel, over here, we have made a discovery." Before them stood a colossal metallic claw, shaped like the letter C, with an odd object resting within its open embrace. It resembled an iron sphere, adorned with numerous tubes, each filled with severed wires, components that seemed integral to its structure. Lennox stumbled slightly and looked down to find a box at his feet. "What is this?" The box was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, which Lennox brushed away to reveal the emblem of the Soviet space program, glaringly apparent. "Why does this object bear the insignia of the Soviet space program?" "Put that down." "Human." Ming abruptly interrupted, firing a shot that struck the iron bridge intentionally off target, fearing that should these individuals perish, no one would be left to deliver the artifact to Optimus Prime. In the films, it was the Decepticons responsible for the heist. But Ming had not summoned such formidable companions. Thus, he had to undertake the task himself. However, he had additional motives for this excursion. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Open fire. The action team reacted swiftly, their weapons aimed squarely at Lu Ming. How reckless, he mused, casually firing again. This shot struck the spiral staircase, causing the route they had taken to collapse. The entire space quaked as dust mingled with iron shavings fell like confetti. This is not something you're meant to take, Lu Ming declared, leaping down and grasping a fuel rod tightly in his hand. Up. Rendezvous with Optimus Prime. Identify the Decepticons. Instead of transforming into his space gun form, Lu Ming charged out of the factory in his iron physique, the roof being torn away as wood splintered and flew about like leaves caught in a tempest. Upon exiting, Lu Ming spotted the large truck speeding alongside the factory. A vehicle he recognized all too well, as a nearly identical model resided in his own room. Shockwave. Optimus Prime. With no time for pleasantries, their positions had shifted drastically, and there seemed no more fitting greeting than the sound of gunfire. Simultaneously, Lu Ming and Optimus Prime raised their right hands, their guns gleaming as bullets erupted forth. Optimus Prime, Nox, disheveled and dusty, emerged from the factory, clutching something in his hands. Do not let him escape. Leave the item, Optimus Prime commanded as he charged toward Lu Ming. That depends on your abilities, was the retort. The ground trembled beneath Optimus Prime's weight, and having worked alongside him for so long, Nox noted that aside from facing Megatron, Optimus Prime rarely exhibited such fervent emotion. Optimus Prime maneuvered through the circular weapon array formed by his trailer, grasping a thermal knife in one hand and a large shield in the other. Lu Ming continued to unleash a barrage of bullets, while Optimus Prime, with his shield raised in defense, charged towards him at full speed. The shield reverberated with the sound of bullets striking against it, sparks flying, yet Optimus remained unscathed, his gaze resolute, with no room for anything other than the looming presence of Shockwave. It dawned on Lu Ming that he had made a grave mistake. One cannot afford to show mercy in the face of an adversary of Optimus Prime's caliber. The nuclear reactor began to hum with energy, and his right arm transformed into the shape of a cannon, a weapon capable of rivaling the firepower of an aircraft carrier. High energy detected, shouted a technician from the action team, his voice rising in alarm as he observed the energy gauge in his hand, the needle climbing frantically before it shattered. Optimus, evade. I will not let you succeed. Long before, on Cybertron, Optimus had witnessed the destructive prowess of Shockwave's right hand. The particle beam coalesced at the cannon's mouth, intertwining into a formidable force, yet Optimus had already closed the distance to Lu Ming. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble, the earth rising as if a colossal serpent slithered beneath the surface. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted, revealing a massive metallic maw adorned with menacing barbs. Drill monster? Lu Ming was taken aback. How could this be? Although in the films the drill monster was Shockwave's pet, he had never encountered such a creature during his time on Cybertron, and now, to behold it on Earth was utterly bewildering. The length of the drill monster was unfathomable, its body extending far beneath the surface, yet even the visible portion was comparable to Optimus Prime's stature. Perfect, I need not engage in a death struggle with Optimus. An idea sparked in Lu Ming's mind as he hurled a fuel rod. The drill monster was not merely a singular form. Alongside its colossal head, several smaller heads extended, akin to the serpentine locks of Medusa. One of the smaller heads opened wide to catch the fuel rod before retreating towards Optimus's rear. The proximity was perilous. Should Lu Ming fire, the drill monster would inevitably suffer, and he had no intention of firing in the first place. Within Lu Ming's cognitive module lay memories associated with the drill monster, a unique subterranean creature from Cybertron known for surfacing to harass its inhabitants during resource shortages. During a patrol, Shockwave, alongside the then leader of the Cybertronian Defense Force, Megatron, rescued a spirited young man from the ambush of a drill monster's larval form. This young man would later become the guerrilla commander, Tarantulas. Following that incident, Shockwave had contemplated the possibility of harnessing the drill monster as a military asset, conducting numerous experiments towards that end. However, with the outbreak of civil war, Shockwave had become preoccupied, deploying the still juvenile drill monster onto the battlefield, where it inadvertently found its way into the Ark, ultimately arriving in the Soviet Union alongside the fuel rod. The nuclear radiation from Chernobyl, although rendering the vicinity desolate, has bestowed fertile soil upon the creature known as the lizard demon, which has long concealed itself within the nuclear power plant. Today, It has sensed the vibrations of an impending disturbance. These vibrations have embedded their coded information into the larvae during their cultivation, making them, in a certain sense, extensions of itself, essentially claiming dominion. "Don't run, little bug," Optimus Prime exclaimed as he turned to pursue. "What are you looking at?" Lu Ming grasped Optimus Prime's back. Chapter 74. Interrogation, get out of the way. Optimus Prime forcefully kicked Lu Ming in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Ugh. Lu Ming did not feign. This was genuine pain. Yet, at this moment, neither the American soldiers nor Optimus Prime seemed to harbor any intentions toward him, as the lizard demon had supplanted him as the focal point of attention. The lizard demon bit down on a fuel rod before plunging headfirst into the ground, the seemingly solid earth yielding like water beneath it. Mud and debris erupted, each impact inflicting agony upon the action team. Where did it go? Under our feet. Evade! Evade! The elongated steel body of the lizard demon had not fully submerged, and its gaping maw burst forth from the soil once more. Good grief. I'm glad I dodged in time. Otherwise, my leg would be gone, a soldier gasped, breath coming in rapid bursts. You can't escape. Optimus Prime leapt into the air, his nearly 10-ton frame executing a graceful rotation. He spun a full 180 degrees, and the energy blade of his right hand carved a brilliant arc of light. The arc, upon contact with a small appendage of the lizard demon, showed no signs of slowing, cleaving through it with devastating force. The severed limb fell listlessly to the ground, and the fuel rod it had been holding was sent flying toward the action team. A leader of formidable strength, terrifying in its prowess. Although Lu Ming had witnessed such scenes in films before, witnessing Optimus Prime's fierce combat firsthand instilled in him a sense of reverence, albeit mingled with a tinge of regret. Alas, the mind has faltered. Come back. The lizard demon, having lost its target, initially intended to continue its pursuit, but was promptly halted by Lu Ming. With a menacing glare, the lizard demon cast a glance back at the action team, its maw lined with serrated teeth resembling inverted blades, the friction of their rotation sending chills down one's spine. Yet shortly thereafter, it returned to Lu Ming's side, encircling him like a guardian spirit. Vibrations. The objective was secured, and Optimus Prime no longer needed to concern himself with any potential theft. He turned to regard this long-absent adversary with a complex expression. Are you now aligned with the American forces? Lu Ming inquired, voicing a question he had long pondered. One of the aims of his journey. No, I stand with humanity, with Earth. You have truly lost your way. Optimus Prime's response was within Lu Ming's expectations. Yet he could not shake off a sense of disappointment. It seems you have forgotten that Cybertron is your homeland. I have never forgotten. It is you who have. Optimus Prime furiously pointed at Lu Ming. It was you who instigated the Civil War, leaving Cybertron in ruins. I shall not engage you in discussion about the Civil War today. Who can truly dissect the intricacies of war? Regardless, by aligning yourself with humanity, you stand in opposition to Cybertron. As Lu Ming uttered these words, a peculiar sensation washed over him, for he had once been human himself. Earth is my second homeland. This beautiful planet should not meet the same fate as Cybertron. Therefore, irrespective of the clandestine machinations you and Megatron are plotting, your objective shall not come to fruition. Ha ha! Aha! At this declaration, Lu Ming could not help but burst into laughter, his singular eye devoid of expression, rendering his laughter eerily unsettling, accompanied by a slightly raspy tone. What is so amusing? Ah, what a noble sentiment regarding your second homeland. Lu Ming clapped his hands. Then allow me to inquire, what transpired in the Middle East? We Autobots have dismantled an illicit nuclear facility. Do you harbor some conspiracy there? Optimus Prime's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Ming. Not at all. I merely wish to ask, by whose law do you deem it illegal? Lu Ming regained his former composure, embodying Shockwave himself. Nuclear facilities are perilous. I am well aware of their dangers. Yet your allies harbor plenty of such perilous entities, Lu Ming remarked, casting a deliberate glance at the Lennox behind Optimus Prime. You profess to champion humanity, yet humanity is not a united front. Take those military forces in the Middle East, for instance. They do not welcome you or your allies. So, to whom do you truly lend your assistance? This query caught Optimus Prime off guard. His initial landing point had been the United States, and he had lived there ever since, unconsciously absorbing the sentiments and thoughts of those around him. While on missions, He had been so focused on tracking down the Decepticons that he had not considered the broader implications. Let me make this clear. You are nothing more than a mercenary, not even a citizen of the United States. If you doubt this, feel free to transform in Times Square and see if the people around you welcome you. Enough. Lennox could no longer remain silent. He stepped beside Optimus Prime, gun in hand. Optimus is our ally, not a mercenary. What a touching display of camaraderie, Ming scoffed. Do you believe that your superiors share the same sentiment? Do the intelligence agencies think so? Do the Pentagon officials concur? Do the politicians in the White House share your views? No one present could answer this question, for its answer was painfully simple, so simple that none were willing to utter it. Suddenly, a GMC Topkick truck sped into view, screeching to a halt before transforming instantly. Optimus Prime, do not listen to his nonsensical ramblings. Ironhide, it has been a long time. Indeed, it is you, Shockwave. Ironhide's right hand transformed into an ion cannon. Since our parting on Cybertron, I and my ammunition have missed you dearly. I recall that you fled in haste the last time we met. Luminal also raised his right hand. Stand back. The action team believed Shockwave was about to launch an assault. Farewell. Luminal merely discharged a few bullets, after which the drilling demon took him underground. Has he truly escaped just like that? Ironhide felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He was about to inquire with Optimus Prime when he noticed that his mood appeared rather grim. What troubles you? It is nothing. Optimus Prime shook his head and subsequently cast the thermal blade to the ground. Let us uncover what the true Shockwave seeks to obliterate. The action team members parted to allow Optimus Prime passage as he grasped the fuel rod. How is this possible? His tone was laced with astonishment. The confusion from his earlier conversation with Shockwave momentarily cast aside. Chapter 75. Red Spider, we are equally uncertain about this matter. Ming gestured for an attendant nearby to pass her bag. Prior to this, only the director had been permitted entry into the 7th District. This is a little-known secret. Ming retrieved a box from her bag, intended for storing videotapes. In this era, such items are considered antiques, and few individuals remain who are privy to their existence. Allow me to introduce you to the 2 directors who established NASA, along with astronaut Buzz Aldrin, Ming stated as she raised her hand. Several elderly gentlemen in uniforms emerged from behind the door, their ranks as venerable as their years. He is one of the first 2 individuals to set foot on the moon. Ming stepped forward to shake hands, and even someone as proud as she displayed genuine respect in the presence of former space heroes. This is Optimus Prime, she introduced to Aldrin. Confronted with a living extraterrestrial being before him, Aldrin's excitement was palpable. As a latecomer to space exploration, it is an honor to meet you. The honor is mine. Optimus Prime replied, slightly bowing. Our entire space race of the 1960s, Ming was unaware when she had approached a computer, was a response to certain events. Our astronauts investigated a crashed alien spacecraft, and there were no survivors aboard, the space agency director recounted. Under the president's orders, we vowed to keep this a secret. Aldrin also reminisced about those times. A total of 35 individuals within NASA were aware of the program. The Soviets launched unmanned probes to the moon. They must have acquired the fuel rods through some means. We believe the Russians deduced that the fuel rod was a fissile fuel component. They must be monitoring and utilizing it at Chernobyl. We conducted 6 missions in total, captured hundreds of photographs and samples, and they have been permanently sealed away. After which the moon landing program ceased. Did you search the wrecked basement? Upon Ironhide's inquiry, all present exchanged glances, save for the Autobots. The vessel known as the Ark had been witnessed by my own eyes as it fled Cybertron. Optimus Prime declared that it harbored a technology of the Autobots, one that could secure victory in the war along with its commander. The commander, Miko, inquired as to his identity. The great Unicron, Optimus mused, his mentor's visage resurfacing in his mind. He was the architect of technology and the commander of the Autobots, my predecessor. The urgency lay in finding the Ark before the Decepticons discovered its location. Our Autobot spacecraft could reach it, and one could only hope that time was on our side. In the vastness of space, a satellite orbited, its position hovering above the American continent, casting its surveillance over every corner of the nation. While typical satellites could observe, this particular one surpassed them all in capability, able to infiltrate any channel it desired, having eavesdropped on countless encrypted presidential communications. Strangely, no one possessed the authority to access its information. It lingered like a ghost in the cosmos, silently monitoring everything. Moreover, its design deviated from the ordinary. Its metallic structure was as agile as human limbs, giving it an appearance akin to a sentient being. Soundwave, the Decepticon's chief communications and intelligence officer, was diligently filtering through vast quantities of data when he noticed an aircraft approaching. He did not require a telescope, indicating the aircraft had breached the atmosphere solo. Regardless of whether an F-22 possessed the capability to reach space, it was likely its pilot had long since perished. Thus, Soundwave discerned the identity of the visitor. Well, so you truly have been hiding here, he remarked as Red Alert transformed into humanoid form. Red Alert, what brings you here? Are you unaware? Red Alert feigned confusion. Unaware of what? Soundwave inquired while monitoring the movements of the nest base, missing not a syllable of the conversation between Miko and Optimus. The Autobots have discovered the Ark's whereabouts. It has been on the moon all along. We must locate Unicron before Optimus does. Soundwave posed de momentarily. I must report this to Lord Megatron. I knew it. Red Alert's demeanor shifted upon hearing this response. Your intelligence network is so extensive, you must have known beforehand. Only two possibilities exist for your late revelation to Megatron. Oh, Soundwave suddenly found Red Alert's demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. What are those two possibilities? Either you have defected to the Autobots, or both you and Megatron are aware of this matter, yet you chose not to inform me. However, I suspect that your disposition would not align with Optimus. The waves of silence enveloped them. He never anticipated that the Red Spider would discern this truth so swiftly. How did you come to know? Naturally, I have my channels, though they are not as convenient as your mechanical assassins. You have been quite active lately. The Red Spider narrowed his eyes. You eliminated all those privy to the space program, didn't you? What exactly are you aiming for? Soundwave wished to avoid conflict with the Red Spider. In his current form, he was exceedingly vulnerable. The only weapon he could rely on was the laser cannon. Yet in the vacuum of space, it was rendered utterly useless. I merely wish to convey that we are all Decepticons. There is no need for such secrecy regarding our plans. This matter is of great significance. Aside from myself, Megatron, and Shockwave, no one else is aware. Soundwave's assertion was indeed factual. Then I hope that in the future, you might share any pertinent information with me. After all, I am the leader of the guerrilla faction. You need not worry that I will side with the Autobots, nor with humanity. I cannot make decisions, he replied, his tone laced with an air of detachment. I do not trust you. You have long coveted Lord Megatron's position. Position? What position? The Red Spider chuckled. The leader of the Decepticons? My friend, you are well aware that we are currently relegated to hiding in the uninhabited lands of Africa, spending our days in the company of elephants and zebras. What worth does such a position hold? This is merely temporary. Once the plan is complete, the Decepticons will once again reign supreme. That is precisely what I wish to discuss. The Red Spider locked eyes with him. If that day truly arrives, do you believe Megatron can fulfill the role of a competent leader? Chapter 76. A warning. What? Do you intend to rebel? Soundwave was already poised to connect with Megatron's external audio receiver. Are you aware that I could broadcast all your words to Lord Megatron at any moment? No. That was not my intention at all. The Red Spider resumed his habitual obsequious demeanor. Certainly, Lord Megatron's leadership charisma is unrivaled. However, what? His oppressive policies, which govern Cybertron and control humanity, may not be as effective. Continue. Soundwave temporarily disabled his voice transmitter. Previously, he had developed an unexpected interest in the Red Spider. You are the intelligence officer of the Decepticons. No information on Earth escapes your notice. Thus, you must understand that oppression inevitably breeds resistance. Humanity is a fascinating race. Should you rely solely on brute force, they will unite against you. Yet, if you offer them a taste of sweetness, many will gladly serve you, even turning against their own kind. Soundwave, having spent an extended period in space, had not only intercepted current events on Earth, but had also taken time to reflect upon human history. The Red Spider's assertion was indeed accurate. Therefore, to contend with such a race, one must employ cunning and strategy. If I were to relay your words to Megatron, I suspect I would no longer be able to intercept your signals on Earth by tomorrow. I am aware, the Red Spider replied, but you will not. Did you come here merely to share this with me? Certainly not. I have extensively investigated the plans of both America and the former Soviet Union. However, I remain in the dark regarding your strategies. Thus, I can only resort to conjecture. So what do you surmise? You intend to resurrect Unicron using the matrix of leadership, do you not? Despite possessing knowledge of the Ark's location, you have taken no action, allowing Optimus Prime and Ratchet to venture to the moon. Given all that has transpired, it is only natural that I arrived at this conclusion. Red alert, Soundwave did not respond directly, and you are not lacking in intellect. There is little I can do. Red alert shrugged. Our leader seems rather disinclined towards my cleverness. Now that you are privy to all that you ought to know, what do you plan to do? Soundwave's tone bore a hint of menace. I must caution you. Every move you make will be under my scrutiny. I can already discern the words on the newspapers held by tourists on the beaches of Hawaii. So, are you suggesting that I should eliminate you first? Red Alert mused while toying with a machine gun in his hands. In the vacuum of space, this weapon is far more effective than a laser cannon. And in terms of power, Soundwave is at a disadvantage without his mechanical legion. As I mentioned earlier, you are a wise individual, and wise individuals do not engage in actions detrimental to themselves. Soundwave, do you realize? Red Alert smiled as he holstered his weapon. I find myself regretting not befriending you sooner. Conversing with someone like you is truly a delight. Humph. Soundwave's thoughts were consumed by a singular notion. Next time, he should not deploy the entire mechanical legion to Earth. At least 2 mechanical dogs must remain for self-defense. I merely wish to remind you, Unicron is no ordinary entity. To control him, our Lord Megatron may not suffice. Red Alert transformed into an F-22 fighter jet. Meanwhile, a spacecraft was breaching the atmosphere. Soundwave magnified the scene before him. The Autobot insignia on the vessel stood out prominently. On the moon, Armstrong, may you succeed. The voice from the space agency emanated from the audio receiver. The ground crew was closely monitoring Optimus Prime's every move. Ratchet, we are ready to proceed. A laser beam sliced through the already transformed metal plates. Optimus and his companions would not anticipate that just moments prior, Landmine had infiltrated this very ship in a similar fashion. We are entering the Ark. They were far more acquainted with the Ark's internal structure than Landmine, swiftly locating the entrance to the underground control room. Optimus pressed a button nearby, and Unicron's body began to ascend gradually, the illumination casting a steady glow upon him, the red and silver armor reflecting the radiance befitting a leader. 5 transfer columns hovered around Unicron, and Ratchet grasped the red main control column. His energy levels were critically low, seemingly having sealed himself away to safeguard the transfer columns. Unicron, Optimus cradled Unicron's form. You are returning home, my old friend. At the nest base, a significant new presence has arrived today. Unicron is ensconced within a vast framework, lying in a manner reminiscent of a serene elder. As a figure of the old guard, Ironhide and Ratchet have both once heeded Unicron's command on Cybertron. However, Bumblebee and the Italian are not as familiar with him, having seldom witnessed such a reverent expression from Optimus Prime. Unicron appears to operate on energy cores, and now he is nearly depleted, resting in a form of slumber. Lennox and Michaela occupy a small observation chamber, its transparent glass fortified to withstand bullets. A long-dormant robot is on the verge of awakening, and none can predict what may transpire. Armed guards are stationed across the ground and elevated walkways, poised to respond to any unforeseen incidents. Let us commence. As the framework activates, Unicron's body is gently raised to a semi-seated position, facilitating the ensuing ritual. Optimus Prime's chest plate begins to morph, repositioning what was once the windshield to his shoulders, evoking the appearance of Kamen Rider Fuiz in acceleration mode. The matrix of leadership gracefully floats from his chest, which Optimus catches in his right hand, an object that once saved his life, now intended to revive his mentor. Back on Cybertron, Unicron's condition had steadily deteriorated. After the monumental feat of guiding a star into Cybertron's orbit, he sensed that he might soon be unable to endure. Thus, while sustaining his life with energy cores, he also sought a successor. This is the illustrious matrix of leadership. Lennox elucidates to Michaela that he possesses the singular spark in the universe capable of reactivating Transformers. Michaela nods in understanding, having previously only glimpsed the matrix in photographs. Witnessing it in person is nothing short of extraordinary. Unicron, Optimus declares, one hand clutching the matrix while the other elevates Unicron's form. We knew you would return one day. The matrix is inserted into Unicron's chest, and an intense radiance engulfs the nest base. Chapter 77. The scene, Unicron emits a series of anguished roars, his limbs twitching as if electrified. Revenge. His cerulean eyes flicker to life, and upon awakening, he swiftly unsheathes the feared Star Saber, catching Optimus Prime off guard and toppling him to the ground. The entire nest trembles slightly from Optimus's fall, sparks igniting from the friction of armor against the floor. Unicron grips Optimus by the neck with one hand while brandishing the Star Saber against his visage. Guards swiftly aim their weapons at Unicron's back, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice. Do not fire. Lennox urgently cautions. No, Unicron. Optimus struggles to rouse him. It's me, Optimus Prime. It's all right, Unicron. You're safe now. The horizontal cannon, the Italians, and the Bumblebee have all gathered together, their faces etched with concern for Optimus Prime's safety. Ironhide stepped forward, shielding them with his presence, and waved dismissively, assuring them that there was nothing to fear. We have arrived, he declared. Optimus Prime then addressed Unicron, stating, You have returned home. Unicron slowly rose, surveying the surrounding Autobots. Aside from Optimus Prime and Ironhide, he recognized only unfamiliar faces, his consciousness gradually returning to clarity. What a war? He inquired. We have lost, replied Optimus Prime, his tone heavy with regret. He too stood, the matrix of leadership once again nestled within his chest. Cybertron is now but a barren wasteland. We seek refuge on Earth, where humanity stands as our allies. As Optimus Prime conversed with Unicron, Miko, and Lennox, accompanied by a cadre of guards, made their way to the overpass. Well, my ship, Unicron suddenly recalled. We were under attack. The space bridges, where are they? You have preserved 5 space bridges, including the main control bridge, came the response. Only 5. Unicron clenched his fists. We once possessed hundreds. Excuse me, gentlemen, Miko interjected. What technology are you seeking? It possesses the ability to reshape the universe. By uniting all space bridges, a space bridge can be formed, a design of my own, and only I can control it. They defy the physical laws governing the transmission of matter through time and space. You speak of instantaneous transmission, do you not? Indeed, Optimus Prime nodded. To transport resources and refugees. Refugees? Or an army? As the director of intelligence, Miko was not merely adept at gathering surface information. She could discern underlying dangers, weapons, or explosives, an instant assault mechanism, which constituted its military function. Am I correct? This is our technology, Unicron remarked, his displeasure evident at the audacity of an alien before him. It must be returned to us. Very well. If humanity consents, Miko replied coolly. You cannot simply bring weapons of mass destruction onto our territory. At the very least, they must be declared at customs and subsequently processed through a bureaucratic protocol. This is the distinction between us humans and animals. If you take note of my serious demeanor, I will overlook your condescending tone. We must ensure that the Decepticons do not learn of the space bridge's presence here, for should it fall into their hands, it would spell doom for your world. Unicron approached Miko, his immense mechanical eyes radiating the aura of a sovereign. In Nevada, Ming sat atop a hill, gazing into the distant clouds. The sunset bathed the sky in hues of gold, casting a delicate sheen upon the clouds, which pierced the earth like spears of light. This was the American West, an expanse of desolate grassland, yet the tranquility of the environment was palpable. As the wind whispered, a few leaves gracefully drifted down beside him. Having spent an extended period on Cybertron, Ming felt a wave of emotions wash over him upon returning to Earth. Although this place was not the same as the one he once called home, and despite the fact that his current form was that of Shockwave, he had gathered a considerable amount of intelligence during his time away. He deduced that the current timeline resembled that of the films, and now that he understood the trajectory of events, the next steps would be more manageable. Collaborating with Unicron, he planned to transport Cybertron to the solar system and subjugate humanity to restore his native planet. While such actions may seem inhumane, this realm was ultimately a dimension he had traversed, and Ming's mission was to save Cybertron. Failure would plunge him into an endless cycle of despair. Perhaps, he mused, this was the best outcome he could hope for. His solitary, I concealed a multitude of thoughts. Enslaving humanity, at the very least, would offer them a glimmer of hope. Were he to obliterate the sun like the fallen, his internal resistance would likely swell even further. However, the pressing issue was that Cybertron was not as desolate as depicted in Transformers 3. It was inhabited by numerous Decepticons and Autobots. Ming had initially intended to assimilate them step by step, Yet he was met with the betrayal of Wheelie and the ambush by the Fallen. While on Earth, he was oblivious to the circumstances on Cybertron, and the only recourse available was to utilize the space bridges. 13 space bridges, inadvertently brought along with him from the council chambers, had accompanied Ming to this location. Throughout the journey, he had occasionally studied them, but the results remained as fruitless as they had been on Cybertron. Therefore, whether for the execution of his plan or to extract their operational methods, Ming had to meet with Unicron. To facilitate this, he had left a message before departing the moon, now waiting for Optimus Prime to revive him. He arrived. From afar, the sound of vehicles echoed, and Ming accurately captured the scene. A Luxembourgian Panther 6 by 6 airport rescue fire truck sped across the terrain, raising a cloud of ochre dust behind it, closely followed by a Peterbilt 389 truck. As the sun descended, its warm glow enveloped the sheep grazing by the roadside, causing them to lift their heads in curiosity at the sight of such an unusual vehicle in this barren landscape. However, the sheep were even more astonished when the two trucks, upon reaching a hill, began to emit peculiar sounds and transformed into beings far larger than the shepherds. "This planet is so magnificent, so serene," Unicron lamented, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic days of Cybertron. "I am curious to know how the outcome would have differed had you commanded that battle." For many years, the final conflict on Cybertron remained a painful memory that Optimus Prime was reluctant to discuss. Chapter 78, Private Conversations Never More in the Past, Young Warrior. "Thanks to you, our race endures," Unicron consoled. Optimus Prime placed one hand over his chest, and his armor reshaped itself, reminiscent of its form at the nest base. As the matrix of leadership slowly emerged from within, "You were once our leader, the adversary of the heavens." Optimus Prime kneels upon the ground. "It is your right to lead us once more." The adversary gazes thoughtfully at the leader matrix drifting towards him. "In a world I do not comprehend, I am no longer your mentor, Optimus Prime." He returned the leader matrix to Optimus's hands, declaring, "Now you are my mentor." Clouds gathered from afar, obscuring half of the sunlight above, yet a faint golden glow continued to reflect off Optimus, while the adversary remained shrouded in shadow. "You may return. I wish to explore this new world further." "Very well." Optimus understood the adversary's inclination for solitary contemplation, and at this moment, he sought no interruption. The Peterbilt 389 truck ventured into the distance, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. "What does it mean to provide a rendezvous point yet not appear?" The adversary mused aloud. The earth trembled, and a flock of sheep sensed a formidable threat, darting about in distress. Boom! The ground before the adversary erupted, as the colossal mechanical head of the drill beast emerged, dragging Ling Mu from beneath the earth. He rather enjoyed this dramatic entrance. "Oh!" The adversary seemed surprised. "I wondered who it might be. I did not expect it to be you. It has been a long time." Ling Mu replied. "Speak plainly, what is the matter?" The adversary's plans had been established with Megatron during their time on Cybertron. Although he found himself on Earth by a twist of fate, the course of action remained clear, and he could not fathom why Shockwave had felt the need to leave a message, summoning him to this location. Given his current circumstances, a clandestine meeting was ill-advised. If anyone were to observe him, all would be lost. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, we Decepticons have an exceptionally skilled intelligence officer." Meanwhile, Soundwave was covertly monitoring the situation from space. "Shockwave, indeed, there are humans observing you from 3,000 meters away. I have altered the imagery on their screens, and you are now beyond their field of vision." Just like this, Ling Mu conveyed Soundwave's words verbatim to the adversary. Humans. The adversary clearly found the notion of being watched distasteful. "I have come to discuss specific matters with you." The plan was straightforward. First, I would transport the Decepticon army from the moon to Earth, after which these Decepticons would place hundreds of pre-hidden teleportation pillars around the globe. When the time comes, Cybertron will descend upon this world. That was in the past. Now, Cybertron faces certain complications. Complications? Ling Mu recounted the events that had transpired, much like he had when informing Megatron, withholding some truths while omitting none. The quintessence. The adversary was taken aback. Did these beings still harbor hopes for Cybertron? It appears so. These avaricious parasites. Had it not been for the Civil War, I would have already led my fleet to annihilate Quintessa. The Fallen spoke his true thoughts. Had Optimus Prime been present, he would have found a once composed mentor transformed into a figure of volatility. The Fallen, a name of great renown, bore the royal blood of the Primes, which endowed him with an inherent charisma of leadership. As Cybertron's energy reserves dwindled, he successfully directed a star into Cybertron's orbit with the aid of Jolt, though this endeavor was fraught with challenges. The Thetacon's tribe vehemently opposed the Fallen's vision, forming a rebellion with members from other tribes, threatening war against him and his followers. Although this separatist faction was ultimately subdued, the seeds of violence had already germinated in the Fallen's heart. He could not comprehend why, in his pursuit for Cybertron's welfare, he faced opposition and betrayal from these individuals. After much reflection, he concluded that their minds were too antiquated, fixated solely on immediate gains, incapable of long-term vision. Such individuals were unworthy to exist on Cybertron. Overwhelmed and weary, the aging Fallen decided to entrust everything to Optimus Prime. He grasped his beloved pupil's hand and confidently declared that he, too, shared the noble blood of the Primes, urging young Optimus to accept the mantle of leadership. However, the humble Optimus did not believe himself capable of such a role and found it difficult to accept the Fallen's assertion regarding his lineage, thus graciously declined. The Fallen respected his sentiment and appointed him as the head of the Cybertron Academy, though disappointment lingered in his heart. Why? Why would he not inherit my position? Why would he not devote himself to Cybertron? Such thoughts repeatedly surfaced in the Fallen's mind, and he was astonished to find himself contemplating them even in dreams. Therefore, if Cybertron were to be transported, a fierce battle was inevitable. Wait, did you just mention that the five-faced fiend wielded a sword? Indeed. How does her sword compare to your cannon? She likely surpasses it. In fact, after upgrades, Luming's high-temperature beam also reached a new level of power. Yet he could distinctly sense that the five-faced fiend seemed constrained by some force, unable to unleash her full strength. Could it be the star? The Fallen furrowed his brow in contemplation, only to dismiss that notion. No, that cannot be. How could the five-faced fiend wield such a sacred artifact? What are you thinking? Luming inquired. Nothing. The Fallen shook his head, pondering that even if the five-faced fiend truly invaded our home planet, our plans must remain unchanged. The situation of the Guardians on Cybertron is uncertain. Thus the main force lies hidden on the moon with the Decepticons. We should leverage them to eliminate the five-faced fiend. Luming shifted the subject. By the way, is the transport column still operational? What is the matter? On this matter, the Fallen exhibits an exceptional degree of caution. No, I am merely intrigued by the creation of such a miraculous entity. This is not your concern. As long as I am present, I assure you that no issues will arise. Chapter 79, Prehistoric Civilization. We are allies now, united by common interests and goals. The Decepticons, no. The entirety of Cybertron requires your presence. What is there to doubt? You seek me? The Fallen remarked, you seek the space bridge, and only I can activate it. The old fool, Ming, cursed silently. He had not anticipated the Fallen's cunning. Nonetheless, his words held truth. For if Megatron were to master the operation of the space bridge, the Fallen would become of little use to him. It is no surprise, for the Fallen has led both factions of the Primes. Seasoned by countless battles and experiences, the position of leadership is not merely bestowed by lineage. Though Ming's task is to save Cybertron, he has yet to comprehend the true meaning of salvation. If it merely involves transporting Cybertron to the solar system, the endeavor is not particularly arduous. However, should it entail achieving unification and a genuine rescue, numerous considerations come into play. Primarily, Ming must avert the peril of a second civil war. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, especially now that the Fallen introduces a third leader. In the film, Optimus Prime is slated to be slain by the Fallen, yet he is ambushed mid-battle by Megatron. After sustaining severe injuries, the Fallen collapses, and Megatron, having failed in his duel with Optimus, is subsequently dispatched by him. This narrative twist left Ming utterly bewildered. First, to see a legendary tyrant like Megatron outwitted by a mere human girl is perplexing. Additionally, even if he were indeed misled, it would be folly to intervene during the confrontation between the Fallen and Optimus, unless he possessed the strength to overpower Optimus. Yet, reality proved otherwise, as he was ultimately decapitated by Optimus's axe. The Fallen is now a Decepticon, given Megatron's long-standing authority over the Decepticons. His numerous subordinates would undoubtedly heed his command rather than the Fallen's. Thus, by leveraging the Fallen to transport Cybertron, Megatron could later erase him, for at that juncture, he would have become a pariah, posing no threat to the Decepticon army. Regardless, one must wait for the Fallen to eliminate Optimus before proceeding. Ming expressed his exasperation during the viewing of the third installment, feeling an overwhelming sense that only he should be the one to vanquish his dear brother. Urging others to step aside, it was only upon witnessing the fifth installment where Megatron places a blade to Optimus's throat and remarks, "We were once brothers," that he found solace. It appears that Megatron harbors an undeniable obsession with Optimus, despite finding such a plotline somewhat absurd. One must remember that a film is merely a film, and appreciating the spectacle suffices. Certainly, the sentiment expressed by Megatron yielded no fruitful outcome immediately following his statement. Optimus Prime rose and sent him flying, remarking it was merely a past. Ming pondered the fact that Megatron's mentor, the Fallen, perished at the hands of Optimus Prime, as did his formidable ally, Bone Crusher. As for the other subordinates, they need not be mentioned. Ming recalled that in Transformers 2, the Allspark was absorbed into Sam's body, and when Megatron sought to extract it from him, he was thwarted by Optimus Prime. At that moment, Megatron still endeavored to reason with Optimus Prime, demonstrating what could be termed as true devotion. Was the future of our race truly less significant than the life of a single human? Yet, in Ming's recollection, battles between Optimus Prime and Megatron were characterized by direct confrontation, devoid of unnecessary dialogue. There was no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. Your sole task is to assist me in executing the plan. As for the parasites on Cybertron, I shall handle them personally. The adversary had already wished to terminate the conversation. If you can manage it, that would be ideal. Ming did not add further words. In the Arctic, at a certain research station. Good heavens, this place is unbearably cold. Professor Angel sneezed violently, rubbing his hands together for warmth. There was no sign of civilization. All that stretched before him was a vast expanse of glacial ice, with the sun hanging low on the horizon, casting a blinding light across the frozen surface. Put in some effort, Angel urged the staff while taking in the scenery. "Professor, what exactly are we doing here?" inquired his proud disciple, with whom Angel shared an open rapport. "Have I not already informed you?" Angel glanced at the busy workers nearby and lowered his voice to confide in his student. "We are here to unearth prehistoric civilization." "I understand, but is there truly such a thing as prehistoric civilization? Even if it exists, how could it possibly be found in the Arctic?" "Foolish," Angel replied, exasperated. "If it were anywhere else, we would have discovered it long ago." "Oh, right," the student nodded, appearing enlightened. "However, Professor, with our limited manpower and resources, even if it is indeed buried below, how could we possibly achieve it?" A smile spread across Angel's face. "With our own hands and those laborers I hired, we certainly cannot. But as long as we can prove that there are indeed traces of prehistoric civilization beneath this ice, assistance will surely come." "Professor, I have always been curious. Why did you choose to research this particular subject?" "Young man, do you think humanity is truly wise? Of course, we have created airplanes, trains, and even spacecraft, achievements beyond the capabilities of any other creature. Indeed, but have you ever pondered why an airplane looks like an airplane and why a train resembles a train?" "Professor, I do not understand." "My child, there is much more for you to learn." Angel patted his shoulder. "Humans cannot create that which they have never witnessed. If I were to ask you to draw a demon, how would you depict it?" "A demon? Of course, it possesses horns and a towering stature, not to mention hooves." "Correct?" The students nodded in agreement. "You see, the demon is adorned with horns because goats have horns. Humans have encountered both goats and horses, and thus the concept of demons was conceived." "Professor," the student felt a sudden spark of an idea in his mind, one that he deemed utterly astonishing. "Indeed, I have often pondered whether all the so-called inventions up to this point are merely discoveries made by humanity. These entities may have existed in some form or another, allowing people to create new things based on their original appearances." Chapter 80. The speeding highway. The professor's notion left the student astounded. Yet he was even more surprised that upon reflection, he found a semblance of validity in it. Perhaps all our advanced technologies are merely a form of reverse learning about certain phenomena. If that is indeed the case, what then gave rise to such phenomena? Who can say? Angel chuckled. Even as a devout atheist, I find myself contemplating the existence of a creator. "Professor, A fully armed staff member rushed toward Angel, exclaiming, "We have made a discovery. Please, not another sunken ship. I have expressed my disinterest in such matters." "No, it's not that," the staff member panted, as if he had just sprinted like a dinosaur. "A dinosaur? Here, in the Arctic Circle? How could that be?" Angel hurried into the research station, where a throng of people had gathered around the monitor. "Step aside." Angel squeezed through the crowd, and the massive shadow on the screen immediately captured his attention. "Professor, look!" Just as the staff member claimed, the silhouette on the monitor indeed resembled the skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the images transmitted by the detector vaguely conveyed its former might. "Beep, beep, beep, what is that sound?" Angel inquired, searching for the source of the noise. "Professor." The student pointed to the device behind him. "It's the metal detector." "A metal detector?" Angel was momentarily taken aback, then fixed his gaze on the monitor. "Quickly, instruct those outside to switch to metal detection methods. Utilize all the metal detectors available." "Very well." The staff members braved the frigid conditions outside, while Angel remained motionless before the monitor, awaiting the results. "Professor, please do not speak." The student wished to say more, but Angel interrupted him. Soon, the color of the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton on the monitor shifted, because it was reflective exploration rather than image acquisition. The color change here does not represent the true hue of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but allows for an analysis of its composition. This was Angel's patented invention, specifically prepared for the Arctic expedition. "Everything is silver? How could that be?" Angel's eyes widened, his tone shifting from confusion to uncontainable joy. "Professor, is that a dinosaur?" "Indeed, my young friend, you are not mistaken." Angel stood up and emphatically patted his shoulder. "This dinosaur is entirely composed of metallic structures, somewhere in the United States. On a highway. Hurry, head to the nest base. Provide full protection against the heavenly enemies. A Chevrolet Camaro, a Ferrari 458 Italia." And a Chevrolet Corvette sped down the Special Zone highway, their vibrant hues of red, blue, and silver intertwining as passing drivers could not help but steal glances. Leading the trio of luxury cars, a Luxembourgian Jaguar 6x6 airport rescue fire truck raced forward, creating the illusion of a fire outbreak. However, what drew even more attention were three identical Chevrolet police cars closely tailing the luxury vehicles, their piercing sirens slicing through the serene atmosphere like a knife. "Look, darling, we are being followed by 3 police cars. Are they in pursuit of some nefarious villain?" A man in the back seat of a civilian vehicle seemed somewhat exhilarated. He had only witnessed such highway chases in films and had yet to experience one firsthand. "Stop looking. What if something happens?" "It won't," he replied, shaking his head. "We are law-abiding citizens." No sooner had he spoken than the nearest police car suddenly began to split apart, followed by a transformation. The sound of metal colliding hammered against his eardrums like a tiny hammer. "Darling, quick, accelerate." But it was too late. The police car morphed into a fully grown Decepticon, its crimson optics and long tendrils reminiscent of a fierce warrior, its fangs glinting ominously. With a ferocious roar, the Decepticon, seemingly irritated, yanked the man from the back seat and hurled him rearward, shattered glass raining down around him. The Decepticon sprinted forward, its movements akin to a leopard spotting its prey, rolling its body before crashing into a nearby road sign, which toppled with a resounding crash, sending sparks flying onto the roofs of adjacent vehicles. The 2 police cars behind used the fallen sign as a ramp, their tires spinning rapidly in midair before transforming just before landing. The highway was abruptly populated by 3 colossal figures. The Decepticons' iron claws crushed the concrete, swiftly closing in on Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Dino, the previous Italian. As it translates more smoothly, a low growl, reminiscent of a lion, yet underlined by a mechanical timbre, emanated from the Decepticon in the center as it launched into the air, its iron claws menacingly approaching Bumblebee's hood, oil dripping perilously close to its windshield wipers. The screech of tires echoed against the pavement as Bumblebee's armor split into half its form, its 4 tires extending sharp spikes, providing grip unmatched by any professional racing vehicle. Bumblebee's deceleration caused the Decepticon to miss its target. It landed and rolled forward, causing chaos for all vehicles along its path, which veered off the main roadway. Before them, 3 Decepticons loomed, and from a tactical perspective, Dino and his companions held the advantage, akin to fighter planes ensnared in a dogfight. The one who could lock onto the opponent's tail would possess absolute control. Transform, Autobots. The Ferrari morphed mid-advance, its vivid crimson hue becoming the most exquisite sight upon the thoroughfare. I've got you. Dino launched two steel claws, one of his signature moves, gripping the iron chains attached to them tightly. The Decepticon, ensnared by the claws, flailed as if it were a wild dog caught by the neck, each struggle only exacerbating its plight. With a roar, the Decepticon charged forward heedlessly, driven by orders to capture its adversary, willing to disregard pain for the sake of its mission. The tenacious little creature persisted. Dino struggled to control the Decepticon's movements, its feet sparking against the ground. Bumblebee, fire at will. I know, Bumblebee's voice crackled from the radio, reminiscent of a comedic segment, adding an absurdity to the high-stakes moment. The top armor remained in a fractured state, dual machine guns extending forth, their optical sights trained on the Decepticon's neck, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Chapter 81, Broadside. The air filled with flying metal shavings and the deafening sound of perforated steel. At last, the Decepticon, now stripped of balance, fell backward onto the hood of a van, its massive head rolling to the ground. With one team member already fallen, the remaining Decepticons altered their strategy, wildly overturning nearby vehicles to hinder the advancing Autobots. The cars tumbled like leaves in the wind, punctuated by the anguished cries of men and the shrieks of women. Dino and Bumblebee had no choice but to transform into humanoid forms to evade the debris before returning to vehicle mode. Any racing enthusiast witnessing the spectacle would be left in awe, for possessing such magnificent machines would undoubtedly fill their homes with countless trophies. That was close. At this moment, Dino had not fully transformed. His external armor remained fractured, revealing intricate internal components. If Long Mu were present, he would surely exclaim, "My friend, how about experiencing a transformation in a second? Feel the thrill of becoming a car, and then reverting to a human. No cost involved. Just bear the Decepticon emblem on your chest, and we shall be allies." "Fortunately, our skills are sufficiently robust," Broadside remarked. "Let us return to the nest." The road beneath them shifted from highway to a bustling city thoroughfare, towering buildings coming into view, and pedestrians multiplying on either side. Bumblebee, follow the adversary. I will transform into my humanoid form. Unlike typical Autobots, his humanoid shape featured wheels at the ends of his legs, allowing him to glide through the city like a skater, navigating hills with the ease of flat terrain. Dino and I will handle them. At this moment, a Topkick 6500 truck was recklessly approaching Bumblebee in the opposite direction. "Ironhide," Dino shouted. "It's coming." Just as Ironhide was about to collide with two police cars behind Dino, he showed no inclination to halt. Bang! The front of the Topkick 6500 crashed into the fronts of the two police vehicles, and after a tremendous noise, both the Decepticon and Ironhide transformed simultaneously, spinning through the air like divers, ejecting crimson oil from their mouths, before crashing heavily to the ground. A nearby telephone booth suffered the consequences, its deep green frame crushed instantly, with glass shattering and scattering everywhere. The shrill sound of tires screeching against the pavement drew near, as Crosshairs had drawn his weapon and arrived at the scene. "Is there a problem?" he asked, arms outstretched, aiming his gun at the two Decepticons on either side. Ironhide's movements mirrored those of Crosshairs. Though his weapon was significantly larger, it would be more accurate to describe it as a cannon rather than a gun, indicating that we had fallen into a minor stalemate. At this moment, Ironhide, Crosshairs, and the two Decepticons formed a circle, each pointing their weapons at one another. If there had been a mahjong table in the center, they would have perfectly formed a quartet. None dared to fire, for the next bullet could very well find its mark in themselves. "Lower your weapons," Ironhide proposed first. "This way, we will allow you to escape with dignity," Crosshairs added. One Decepticon began to confer with his companion, still unacquainted with the English language from the internet, opting instead for Cybertronian. They appeared to reach a consensus, nodding at one another. "Throw them away," Ironhide reiterated his request. In unison, the four discarded their weapons, and Crosshairs was astonished at the Decepticons' compliance. "Very well." However, two concealed weapons extended from one Decepticon's back, spiked iron maces designed for close-range throwing. "Ironhide, watch out," Crosshairs urgently warned, but it was too late. The Decepticon hurled the mace, which lodged itself firmly into Ironhide's left shoulder. The Decepticon attempted to repeat the maneuver to severely wound Crosshairs with the mace. In a swift leap, Crosshairs sliced through the maze with his blade, and as he landed, he kicked a gun into the air, the entire sequence executed with fluid grace. Ironhide, catch! Ironhide seized the weapon just as one Decepticon lunged at him. He raised the gun, and the ammunition shattered the Decepticon's chest. Behind you, watch out! Crosshairs rushed over to assist Ironhide in fending off the ambush from the rear. Ignoring the pain, Ironhide yanked the mace from his left shoulder and thrust it forcefully into the Decepticon's chest. He hefted the Decepticon's body and then hurled it onto a nearby convertible, the new vehicle instantly crumpling under the weight. Shameless Decepticon. The metallic figure muttered a curse under his breath before delivering a powerful kick that sent the Decepticon, along with his vehicle, crashing into a nearby bar. In an instant, every glass bottle upon the bar counter shattered, and the flames ignited by the explosion began to spread, fueled by the spilled liquor. The half-intact door trembled violently from the force of the shockwave, causing the sign that read open to swing around to reveal close. In the vastness of space, the ancient civilization known as Soundwave was closely monitoring the movements of the nest base. He had not anticipated that Shockwave would seek him out at this moment. The subspace tower, you were aware of it, I presume? After a fruitless conversation with the Nemesis, Lumen began to search for new avenues of opportunity. Sensing that the plans devised by Nemesis and Decepticon would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated, the mere thought of the five-faced monstrosity filled him with an unsettling dread. It could be considered an ancient structure long abandoned. Lumen shared his findings regarding the surveillance he had discovered with Soundwave. Unlike his interaction with Red Spider, Soundwave spoke with Shockwave with a sense of calm. After all, they were both trusted lieutenants of Megatron. Though their responsibilities did not overlap, an inherent trust existed between them. Have you reported this matter to Lord Megatron? Not yet. There are still many details to verify, which is why I sought you out. Soundwave pondered for a moment. What do you require of me? Search the global databases and compile all information related to ancient civilizations. That is no small task, Soundwave replied. Though capable of filtering millions of bytes of data per second, the world's databases could not be processed instantaneously. Very well, Lumen thought to himself, consciously adopting a more restrained demeanor. He could not afford to appear overly eager, lest his familiarity with Soundwave betray him. Please wait a few moments. Soundwave activated all solar panels, reflecting blinding rays of sunlight. His physical structure was inherently different from that of ordinary Cybertronians. He was composed entirely of information processing apparatuses. If Soundwave were likened to a computer, every electronic component within him operated at full capacity, with his hard drive speed quantified in trillions of operations per second. Chapter 82. Confusion. The global network surged into a frenzy, vast streams of data resembling congested vehicles vying for narrow pathways. Supercomputers across various nations synchronized their operations. The whirring of fans in storage rooms grew louder as staff members, overwhelmed by heat, removed their lab coats. What is happening? The CPU is overheating. Who is conducting the computations? Director, our computers have been breached. What? Such dialogues transpired hundreds of times within mere minutes, leaving no one aware of the hacker possessing such formidable skills. Cut the power. The terminal data cannot be saved in time. We cannot simply relinquish the data to the enemy. The director's hands trembled with indignation as he rubbed his eyes. Connect me to the Ministry of Defense. Inform them that this constitutes a military incursion. The phone rang incessantly, and the staff felt an overwhelming urge to tape the receiver to their ears. After 5 minutes, the results emerged from the sound waves. He slowly opened his dark red eyes and spoke in a deep voice. Flight 1. The Arctic Angel, no longer able to linger in the research station, found himself compelled to join the dedicated staff on the front lines of excavation. His students were correct. With their current manpower and resources, unearthing anything from beneath the floating ice was quite impossible. However, he sought not a complete dinosaur skeleton, but rather evidence that could substantiate the existence of prehistoric civilizations. Angel had numerous acquaintances in both political and commercial spheres, including one who harbored an interest in his research topic, though they had never met. On one occasion, he published a paper on prehistoric civilizations, and while many in the scientific community deemed him insane, an unexpected $1 million appeared in his Citibank account. Subsequently, he was contacted by someone who assured him that any clues related to prehistoric civilizations would yield substantial investments. The contact provided him with a phone number, cautioning him to refrain from using it unless he had results. This should suffice. Angel struggled to contain his excitement, yearning to reach out to that individual immediately. Professor, Professor. His student rushed over breathless. Is there new evidence? Angel's eyes widened in anticipation. No, a group of people has arrived, and they don't seem very friendly. Are they trying to seize our findings? Angel stroked his beard. Such a significant discovery was akin to a hen's egg to someone of his stature. Something to be fiercely protected. Yet, as he stepped outside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Soldiers clad in black uniforms surrounded the entire research station. All fully armed, their faces obscured by black masks, resembling both counterterrorism operatives and terrorists. Each bore an emblem on their right arm, featuring a symbol reminiscent of an extraterrestrial skull. Nearby, a small fighter jet was stationed. Flying in such icy conditions was perilous, unless there was an urgent need. What do you want? Angel steeled himself. After all, he was a professor at a national university, and they should think twice before harming him. Angel Jones? The speaker stood at the forefront of the group, appearing to be a captain. That's me, Angel replied, puffing out his chest. How many of you are there? Kid, tell him. Angel called to his student. There are 20 of us, the student responded. Who exactly are you, and why are you here? The captain gestured for one of his team members to come closer, confirming the information relayed to him. Understood, the captain nodded, then signaled to his team. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Without any forewarning or negotiation, bullets pierced the chests of these defenseless individuals, and Angel, until his last breath, could not comprehend which faction he had offended. Soon, all present collapsed helplessly to the ground, their bodies striking the ice with a dull thud, while crimson blood seeped into the pristine white snow. There could be no more fitting graveyard than the Arctic Sea for the disposal of these corpses. Indeed, members of the black-clad team began their grim task, pairing up to discard the bodies into the water. Not far away, a polar bear observed the scene but dared not approach. In American airspace, Air Force One, a blue and white Boeing 747 serves as the president's exclusive conveyance. With a staggering cost of $3.5 billion, it symbolizes power and is regarded as America's international totem, often referred to as the airborne White House. On board are heavyweights from military and political circles, including the president himself. Some jested that if Air Force One were to meet with disaster, the White House would be left half empty, necessitating both the Democratic and Republican parties to quickly replenish their ranks. Here aboard Air Force One, cruising at an altitude of 330. The cockpit is quintuple the size of a typical commercial airliner. Everyone within this chamber remains on high alert, ensuring that the flight path remains unerring. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the cockpit, the cabin is filled with individuals clad in suits or military uniforms, leisurely perusing newspapers. Occasionally, a stunning flight attendant glides among them, smiling warmly as she patiently inquires whether anyone requires sugar in their coffee. However, beneath one of the seats lies a portable CD player. The entity, known as Chaos, operating under the guise of sound waves, initially believed that with a mere blink, it could directly access the most classified information in space. Yet reality proved to be far more complex than he anticipated. Sound waves informed him that many crucial pieces of information were encrypted in a closed system, requiring physical contact for decryption. He had carefully designated this aircraft as his target and subsequently dispatched his little assassin to infiltrate it, an endeavor that was child's play for Chaos. Silently and stealthily, Chaos transformed beneath the chair, its form smaller than a scalpel but remarkably agile, always managing to navigate unseen angles. Consequently, amidst the 20 or so individuals in the cabin, none noticed its brazen entrance into the elevator. The elevator descended directly to the underground storage room, which housed not only the president's favorite beer, but also a repository of data. Chaos glanced back momentarily before pressing the button for the first floor. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a flight attendant entered, having just been summoned by the president. Initially expecting an urgent matter, she was instead asked to assist in retrieving some desserts. The flight attendant furrowed her brow at the open door. The elevator contained nothing but a speaker tucked in the corner, and while the attendant felt a twinge of confusion, she resigned herself to completing her assigned task. As the elevator descended to the basement level, she carelessly placed the radio on a metal rack before making her way to the freezer. Chaos reigned, as the faint sounds were drowned out by the howling of the cooling fan. With an acute perception of information, Chaos swiftly pinpointed the source of the data. He adeptly accessed the control panel. The heavily encrypted computer before him appeared as vulnerable as meat on a chopping board. His hands morphed into shapes reminiscent of a USB drive, and a torrent of data began to flow through the minuscule port. The military network was inadvertently breached, and the Pentagon received simultaneous alerts of the intrusion. Search for prehistoric civilizations, Chaos commanded, and a deluge of information commenced filtering through, flashing across the screen like a revolving lantern, only to halt 3 seconds later. A document titled Operation Icebreaker materialized before him. Chaos recognized that he had found his quarry and promptly initiated the download of relevant literature. The file transfer commenced, with the progress bar racing across the screen. Concurrently, he perused the internal images within the document. The printed pages bore the stamp of utmost secrecy, some adorned with black and white photographs depicting colossal robots. Another printed page flickered by, showcasing several individuals clad in black uniforms, each bearing an emblem of an ET skull on their right arm. The final image revealed a massive cube encased in ice, etched with intricate, ancient patterns. Space. What was happening? Ming continued to await the results. At that moment, as Chaos was in the midst of acquiring information, the Pentagon severed its internal network and contacted Air Force One. To ensure the president's safety, Air Force One executed an emergency landing. Chaos disembarked and located a computer to upload the data to Soundwave. Soundwave transmitted the acquired information to Ming's terminal, who, while browsing, was struck with astonishment. Operation Icebreaker? Isn't that synonymous with the Iceman Project? The Iceman Project referred to the figure known as Megatron. This was supposed to be part of the narrative from the Transformers series. In the film, experts discovered Megatron, long frozen in the Arctic, along with the Allspark that had fallen to Earth. A clandestine American organization, Sector 7, retrieved both and concealed them within Hoover Dam. Yet, this contradicted the information Ming currently possessed. Firstly, the Allspark was not on Earth, as Ming had encountered it on Cybertron and even conversed with a ghostly entity within it. It should not have been present. However, from the images alone, Ming could nearly ascertain that the mysterious organization had indeed salvaged the Allspark. Could there be two? This audacious notion suddenly crossed Ming's mind. Secondly, none of the robots depicted in the images resembled Megatron. Their designs appeared exceedingly antiquated, akin to models Ming had only seen in the Cybertron Museum. Furthermore, the organization depicted in the film is referred to as Sector 7, while here it is known as Sector 9, with their uniforms markedly different, the latter resembling those of violent militants. Lastly, the names of the plans vary slightly. One is called the Icebreaker Plan, and the other, the Iceman Plan. The distress signal from the particle tower and the data from Air Force One now lay before Ming, leaving him to ponder the connections between the two pieces of information. At the Bird's Nest base, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement reverberated as a gleaming silver luxury car escorted a pitch-black truck, which in turn accompanied a fire truck to the entrance of the base. Everyone was mobilized. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoed in the air. This was a time of great urgency, as the Decepticons brazenly dared to intercept the Autobot leader. Originally, Ming intended to separate the Autobot leader from the teleportation pillars, but she now had no choice but to bring the Autobot leader back to the base for protection. The Decepticons were everywhere. With her hands on her hips and her hair disheveled, Ming called out, "Lon Knox, do you have a plan of action? I have dispatched the entire team to locate them." Lon Knox reassured her, shouting towards the Autobots, "Ironhide, ensure the Autobot leader's safety. Secure him inside." "Leave it to me," Ironhide responded, synchronizing with the Autobot leader to transform. "We must protect the Autobot leader. The Decepticons are eager to find him, as he is central to the unfolding events." Ming had uncovered the truth. It turned out that the former Soviet Union had discovered information no less significant than that of the Americans. The Soviet Union's unmanned probe had detected hundreds of tracks on the far side of the moon, indicating the location of numerous teleportation pillars. This suggested that the Decepticons had previously discovered the pillars but chose to leave the Autobot leader behind, indicating their reliance on him and Optimus Prime to resurrect him. Once the Autobot leader awakens, the Decepticons would come to seize him, as evidenced by the previous chase on the highway. He is indeed the crux of the entire affair. Ming had only partially grasped the truth. Indeed, the Autobot leader spoke slowly. But my fellow Autobots, you must understand that we can never win this war. Ming and Nox stood still, unable to comprehend the Autobot leader's intentions. Yet a sense of impending crisis washed over them. For the survival of our planet. The Autobot leader continued, chambering a bullet. We must strike a deal with the Decepticons. With the gun aimed at Ironhide's back. The latter had yet to react when the Autobot leader pulled the trigger. A violent spark erupted, sending fragments of metal flying. Akin to dozens of high-speed cutting machines simultaneously contacting Ironhide's body. Ironhide cried out, collapsing helplessly to the ground, green liquid oozing uncontrollably from his mouth, and his trembling hands struggled to support his weight. Bang! Without granting Ironhide a moment's respite, the Autobot leader fired again at his severely injured former subordinate. This time, the shot struck his left leg, shattering the joint and severing his lower leg. Step back. Nox positioned himself firmly before Ming. His gaze fixated on every movement of the formidable UTND while he gradually retreated. What have you done? Ironhide, devoid of any strength to speak, still yearned to inquire why UTND had resorted to such actions. In response, UTND raised his right hand, the muzzle of his weapon aimed at Ironhide's chest from a distance of less than 5 meters. I revoke your authority. The final bullet, accompanied by a piercing scream that sliced through the air, penetrated Ironhide's chest, and the faint spark of life was ultimately extinguished. Chapter 84. The wrath of UTND Bumblebee was also caught in the violent explosion, collapsing to the ground with a cacophony of electrical discharges emanating from his mouth. Bumblebee, fall back! Nox shouted hoarsely. Instinctively, Bumblebee retreated, simultaneously raising his visor. Just as he prepared to fire his weapon, a gaping hole appeared in the container before him. UTND had fired upon him as well. The metal at the center of the breach melted away, with molten iron cascading down like lava from its edges. Counterattacking was a distant hope. Survival became the paramount concern. In the presence of the former Autobot leader, this young warrior was still 2 millennia too early. Tumbling, evading. Bullets whizzed past him incessantly. Any misstep could prove fatal. Realizing there was no escaping, Bumblebee executed a backflip, vaulting over the wall. He had seldom encountered an adversary of such strength. If the Autobots struggled, the human forces stood no chance against such might. The action team retreated en masse. No command needed. The best course of action was to distance themselves from UTND. Bullets struck the ground, shattering the concrete, and from the explosion's epicenter, shockwaves propelled everyone into the air, akin to astronauts entering a spacecraft in unison. Dozens of white plumes erupted alongside flames, and from a distance, the nest base resembled a grand fireworks display. Evacuate! Evacuate! Everyone, seek shelter indoors. For heaven's sake, summon a medic. We are short-staffed, they cried. Listen, do not provoke UTND. Let him do as he wishes. We are no match for him. As fully armed soldiers scattered in every direction, Ming's expression remained eerily calm, overshadowed only by her fury. She strode directly into the depths of the nest base, where UTND had already entered. Her attendants attempted to halt her reckless advance, but none could impede her. The sound of her high heels echoed ominously against the ground. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from within the base, hurling flaming remnants of a propeller outside the door, the fate of which helicopter was unknown. Get down, her attendants quickly urged, pushing Ming to the ground as sparks rained down upon them, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his back. The roar of the explosion was overwhelming, prompting those nearby to cover their ears, yet they could not escape the persistent buzzing that echoed in their minds. Do not hold me down. Ming pushed the attendant aside, her trajectory unchanged as she rose. Move, follow me. Reinforcements from an unknown origin surged onto the scene, flanking Ming on both sides. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the base. Anguished cries echoing as soldiers dragged their fallen comrades away from this treacherous place. Tanks, fighter jets, helicopters, every piece of military equipment within the base lay ravaged by the adversary. With deft precision, she wielded the Yuan saber, severing the control room of a helicopter as if executing a criminal. Watch your left, watch your left. Someone's got me in their sights. Fire, fire. The ends of dozens of guns erupted in sparks. The cacophony of gunfire momentarily transporting everyone back to the tumult of World War II. Bang! Another fighter jet lost its tail, its metallic remnants scraping across the ground, sending nearby soldiers tumbling. The first floor was in utter disarray. Ming could not approach the adversary, so she resolved to ascend the staircase to the overpass. Reminiscent of her initial encounter with the Autobots. "Director, don't go there." A towering bodyguard blocked her path before she could open the glass door. "Step aside." Ming forcefully shoved the man aside, leaving him momentarily shocked by the strength of this seemingly frail woman. "Hey, adversary," Ming shouted. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" At that moment, a soldier on the second floor, armed with an RPG, had locked onto the adversary's back. The grenade launched with a trailing plume of smoke, a weapon intended for anti-tank and anti-armor combat, and the soldier believed it would surely be effective. Yet, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, the adversary suddenly turned, half kneeling, raising his shield defensively. Most would use such a stance to guard against an attack, but the adversary retaliated with a powerful strike of his shield, akin to a champion in table tennis executing a counterattack. The overpass collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the soldier could not escape its wrath. "I am the leader." The pent-up fury of the adversary erupted. "I do not heed your commands." Director Ming. Lennox sensed the impending danger. He could see the murderous intent in the adversary's eyes. If they did not get Ming to safety soon, the CIA might need to be restructured. "We must go. We cannot confront the adversary." Despite her reluctance, Ming allowed Lennox to shield her retreat. Until now, she had not fully grasped the essence of this Cybertronian until engaging in dialogue with the unmasked adversary. Rather than merely a leader, he exuded the aura of a tyrant, a pressure unmatched even by Optimus Prime or the adversary himself. She recalled a lesson from her university days on Chinese history, where a certain emperor unified 6 states. Now, the adversary hoisted a severed section of the overpass high above, then brought it crashing down. "Return to me what rightfully belongs to me." In less than 2 minutes, the once impregnable nest base transformed into a veritable hell on Earth. Nearby, witnesses observed a Luxembourg-manufactured Panther 6x6 fire truck, its lights flashing, boldly making its way from the base to the city, with 5 metal columns strapped atop its vehicle. In Nevada, the Hoover Dam stood majestically, its surrounding mountains extending beyond the eye's reach. Nestled between these peaks, the Colorado River lay like a slumbering beast, its latent power palpable even in still waters. The Hoover Dam served as the very bridle on this magnificent creature, towering at 220 meters high, with a base width of 200 meters, a top width of 14 meters, and a length of 377 meters, boasting a total capacity of 84.85 billion cubic meters. Such grandeur in dam construction is a rarity across the globe. Tourists frequently visit to admire the stunning vistas of the Colorado River, with the dam serving not only as a reservoir, but also as a picturesque backdrop for photographs. Yet, unbeknownst to many, a clandestine organization lurked beneath the rugged rocks. "Director, there has been an incident at the nest base," announced a soldier clad in black uniform, entering Logan's office without so much as a knock. "I understand," Logan replied, leaning back in his leather chair as he set down the phone. "The enemy of heaven has betrayed us." Chapter 85. The water monster, the teleportation column, has been seized, making the enemy of heaven's intentions all too clear. "It seems this old fool has allied with the Decepticons. This complicates matters," Logan continued. "Director, the enemy of heaven will undoubtedly transport a large army." "Should we?" "There's no need," Logan interjected, raising a hand for silence. "This presents a prime opportunity for our military forces to shine. We must not interfere." He pivoted his chair to gaze at the wall adorned with photographs of illustrious figures from American political history. "Besides," he added, aside from the president, "no one is aware of our 9th district. We are the most secretive of a secret, holding knowledge that could dictate the future of humanity." Suddenly, Logan inquired, "By the way, how is the situation in the Arctic progressing?" "It has been dealt with," came the response. "Good. There will always be those who seek to tarnish the legacy left to us by our ancestors. The 9th District is said to be accountable to the president. Yet in truth, it only answers to President Hoover. Subsequent presidents may be aware of the 9th District's existence, but few are willing to take action. Gradually, this organization has become increasingly enigmatic. The current president, for example, knows little beyond the fact that this organization frequently seeks funding approvals, a detail overshadowed by the demands of governance. It is no wonder, then, that the president, engrossed in his own pursuits, remains unaware of the intricacies of this exclusive establishment formed under previous administrations, devoid of direct ties to national functions. Thus, Logan wields considerable power akin to a prime minister, while the president behaves like an emperor lost in transcendental pursuits, neglecting state affairs. Rising from his seat, Logan stood beside a towering floor-to-ceiling glass panel, granting him a panoramic view of the entire facility structure. Dressed in uniforms and adorned with safety helmets, the workers bustled about like a colony of ants, surrounded by a labyrinth of iron pipes. Amidst their industriousness stood a colossal cube, seemingly unremarkable on the outside, yet concealing unfathomable energy within. Even now, Zone 9 continues its investigation into this enigmatic structure. Suddenly, the vast subterranean space erupted with alarms. "What is happening?" Logan inquired. "I'll check immediately," replied a soldier clad in black, but before he could exit, a researcher in a white lab coat rushed in. "Director, a high-energy reaction has been detected." "What?" Logan exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. The exterior was fortified with concrete measuring the thickness of 4 football fields, rendering it impervious to detection by any individual or extraterrestrial entity. His reasoning was not flawed. However, the shockwave had not been detected, but rather uncovered. Logan could never have imagined that someone could infiltrate the inner sanctum of Air Force One, the presidential aircraft, a breach that posed a direct threat to the heart of the nation. Above the dam, a boy with a camera instructed, a little to the left. "Is it ready?" A girl leaned against the wall, the majestic mountains and the Colorado River forming the backdrop behind her. "All right, keep smiling." Finally satisfied with the angle, the boy squinted one eye, preparing to capture the moment. Suddenly, the camera captured a flurry of turbulent water erupting from the Colorado River. "What's wrong?" The girl noticed her boyfriend's unease. "Look, what is that?" The mountains trembled and rocks cascaded into the river below. Simultaneously, a thunderous mechanical roar echoed from nearby, reminiscent of thousands of cement mixers operating in unison. Beneath the tranquil lake's surface, a massive shadow glided slowly. "Hey, look!" exclaimed the boy. "Goodness, what is that? Quick, take a picture. It's the La Colorado monster." Did it emerge from the mountains? A question arose, and soon all the tourists turned toward the crumbling hillside. Though the waters had become muddied, the outline of the creature was discernible. "It's getting closer. We should leave." "No, let's see what it intends to do. I must capture this moment." Suddenly, the surface of the water erupted as a colossal head surged forth, displacing thousands of tons of water and drenching the spectators atop the dam. The creature bore a mouth lined with metallic spines, its body surrounded by rapidly spinning blades. A cacophony of screams erupted as people scrambled to flee, while a woman who had intended to take a photograph collapsed in shock. Upon its back, the shockwave stood, surveying the crowd. "Those who wish to live, step aside. The potential of humanity is vast, especially when faced with the specter of death." Within moments, the dam was stripped bare, leaving only stark concrete behind. "Bite it." The shockwave issued commands to the drill demon. To enter Zone 9, one must undergo rigorous inspections, and the entrance itself is particularly small, making it impossible for a being of shockwave stature to pass through. However, he was too lethargic to bother with such complexities. The drill demon emitted a chilling shriek before plunging headlong into the dam, resembling a colossal electric drill that left no obstruction in its wake. The sounds of mechanical operations intertwined with the cacophony of steel and concrete being pulverized as the drill demon's head extended deeper. The scene reminiscent of a serpent attempting to burrow into the belly of a water buffalo. What on earth is that? Logan felt a surge of panic, a rare occurrence for him. The entirety of Zone 9 seemed to tremble, and the workers were grateful for their hard hats, as a deluge of dirt and debris began to rain down upon them. If a resident had been enduring incessant renovations above, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Yet the current situation was 1,000 times more terrifying. The thunderous roar of metal grew ever closer, and those beneath the disturbed area sensed an imminent threat. "Run." Boom! Logan's proud defenses were brutally breached by the drill demon, as massive boulders plummeted, crushing a forklift beneath their weight. Oh my God! An engineer fell to the ground, and when he rose, he discovered that a stone had materialized in the very spot where he had stood 2 seconds prior. As he looked up again, He beheld a sight that would be etched in his memory forever. The once intact ceiling now featured a gaping hole, through which emerged a creature resembling a giant eight-eyed eel, its immense metallic head swiveling as if in search of prey. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the first episode of Attack on Titan, where people believed they were safe behind towering walls, only to encounter giants. Chapter 86. The city, even more dreadful horrors lay ahead. The drill demon did not cease its assault. The drilling continued, a purple laser flashing as the already considerable hole expanded further, revealing the crimson eye of Shockwave to the onlookers. "Hello," Shockwave greeted, analyzing, slicing, and locking onto its targets. The visuals were reset to high definition, the final imagery surpassing any purported 4K quality, revealing even the pores on the faces of individuals hundreds of meters away with startling clarity. It was the Decepticon, run at Shockwave. The inhabitants of Zone 9 were not surprised by Shockwave's identity. They had planted their own spies within the Bird's Nest base, missing not a single detail of the events at the Chernobyl nuclear power station. After the battle, Optimus Prime had introduced Shockwave to Lennox, a conversation overheard by nearby soldiers and eventually relayed to Logan. Everyone crouched down, clutching their heads. The drill demon had already extended halfway inside, while Shockwave stood behind its head, akin to a deity descending upon its steed. A mechanical and somber voice echoed through the subterranean realm. Faced with the formidable threat posed by such a powerful adversary, the engineers had no choice but to comply, yet the soldiers clad in black uniforms exhibited a stark disobedience. Team 2, advance from the left flank. Team 1, follow my lead. Their steps were synchronized and swift, indicative of rigorous training. Indeed, their hands bore the stains of many lives, all in the name of secrecy. "Those who follow me shall prosper." The Decepticon, Shockwave, raised his right hand, fully loaded with 105mm flechettes. "Those who oppose me shall perish. I have offered you a chance." Although the high-energy beam was immensely powerful and, after modifications, Shockwave had gained better control over it, he believed such a trump card should be reserved for the final confrontation. One should wield the appropriate tool for the task at hand. The flechettes screamed forth, trailing smoke, and within 2 seconds, they detonated before the two squads, sending flames and debris soaring into the sky, the cacophony rendering nearby observers momentarily deaf. Such a spectacle had unfolded at the Nest base before. The difference being that the adversary, the Skyfire, lacked the compassion of Shockwave and did not provide prior warning. Is there more? The dark red, single-eyed entity scrutinized everything below. And at this moment, Shockwave's aura of intimidation far surpassed that of the creature beneath him, the drill demon. Now, the colossal cube lay to Shockwave's left, its shape reminiscent of that from Cybertron, yet its dimensions exceeded those of the one previously encountered by Long Mu, and the inscriptions upon it were not of earthly prophecy. While they bore semblance to Cybertronian script, they were not entirely identical. The distinction felt akin to that between Oracle bone script and simplified characters. Though they were derived from the same lineage, the evolution was monumental. Indeed, it is the spark source. Shockwave sensed the pulsating energy within. A bold hypothesis took shape in his mind, yet required validation. Soon, Shockwave's gaze fixed upon Logan, who was hiding behind glass. "Drill demon, guard this place. Anyone who dares approach the spark source shall face your wrath." A roar erupted from the drill demon, exhilarated by its task. It circled the spark source with its body, then leaned in close to an engineer crouched on the ground, its blade-covered head quivering with anticipation. The scene resembled that of a hunter, with Shockwave as the predator and the drill demon as his hound, which, having discovered its quarry, hesitated to strike without its master's command, merely brushing against its prey. "Please, I swear I won't move. Don't eat me," the engineer whimpered, unaware that the drill demon was more intrigued by his mobile phone and wristwatch. Everything transpired too swiftly. As Logan sought to escape, Shockwave charged in, shattering the previously narrow, transparent glass. The opening created by the falling rocks was just wide enough to accommodate his form. "Greetings, Director of Sector 9. What is your intention?" "I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Do not be alarmed. You may as well kill me. I shall divulge nothing." Though Logan's words were harsh, his legs trembled with anxiety. He had never encountered a living Cybertronian at such close quarters, let alone one from the Decepticon faction. Quite the spirited individual. The reason Shockwave chose to inquire was twofold. He sought personal confirmation, and the data pertaining to Air Commander was incomplete. Thus, he surmised that more information resided within this person's mind. I shall adopt a more straightforward approach. Behold, my entrance. A miniature robot sprang from Shockwave, known as Scalpel, primarily tasked with repairs within the Decepticon ranks, with a penchant for conducting experiments. Scalpel possessed 8 sharp, blade-like legs and 2 mechanical arms, resembling a diminutive crab. Upon spotting Logan, it swiftly scuttled in his direction. "What do you intend to do?" Logan panicked, desperately attempting to flee towards the door, only to be intercepted by Shockwave's outstretched hand. "Hold on. Our chief medical officer wishes to converse with you." Seizing the moment, Scalpel climbed atop Logan's head, transforming one mechanical arm into a sharp little knife, while the other morphed into a drill, its whirring sound sending shivers down Logan's spine. This process may be somewhat painful. I mean, just a tad, but rest assured, you can endure it. "Truly, trust me," Scalpel said, its eyes narrowing into slits. Wait, I'll tell you everything," Logan exclaimed. "No, I still wish to play," Scalpel retorted, the drill inching closer to Logan's head. "Enough, Scalpel, let him speak," Shockwave interjected. "How dull," Scalpel lamented, visibly disappointed. Logan, still shaken, collapsed onto the ground, his hand pressed against his rapidly rising chest. Where was the Allspark discovered? The Allspark? You mean that module we unearthed in the Arctic? Initially, it was a research team that stumbled upon its trace, and once recovered, it was entrusted to our care. Do you know its origin? Was it the only artifact found at the site? Surrounding the module was a city. A city? Indeed, while we lack precise details. The footage captured by the cameras unmistakably depicts a city, or rather, a colossal fortress. Based on sonar feedback, its scale is quite substantial. However, the city appears to be ancient, yet imbued with a sense of advanced technology, leading us to suspect it may belong to a prehistoric civilization. Precisely, for we can conceive of no other explanation. Have you not considered the possibility that it is an artifact left behind by extraterrestrials? Initially, that was our assumption, but we conducted thorough tests and analyses on the recovered items, discovering that their age far exceeds our expectations. Even if they were left by aliens, they would have existed long before humanity emerged. Logan's revelations aligned closely with Shockwave's conjectures, thereby rendering his previous suspicions coherent. When a nation is besieged by foreign adversaries, it hesitates to issue a call for help, for one cannot discern whether the approaching party is friend or foe. Even allies must be approached with caution, as one must consider the possibility of them overstaying their welcome. This is even more pronounced on a planetary scale. In a vast cosmos, to brazenly reveal one's coordinates sends an unmistakable signal. I am here, come and conquer me. Such an act hardly aligns with the conduct of a highly advanced civilization. Thus, Shockwave speculates that this distress signal is specifically directed towards Cybertron, as its inhabitants are deemed trustworthy. The message indicates that the invaders are carbon-based life forms. The very mention of this implies that the indigenous population is silicon-based, akin to the denizens of Cybertron. This suggests a shared ancestry, hence the existence of the Allspark. Yet, Shockwave struggles to comprehend the significance of this information for him. Could it be that a new Allspark is required? This prospect crosses his mind. Presently, Cybertron's Allspark is withering. Perhaps acquiring a new one could restore it to its former glory. However, a conundrum arises. If the task were indeed so straightforward, why the elaborate ruse? The Fallen has already betrayed them, and Shockwave suspects that preparations are underway to transmit the Decepticons hidden on the moon. If he were to inform the Fallen that this plan is no longer necessary, how would the Fallen react? Not just him, but the entire Decepticon faction would likely object. However, merely obtaining a new Allspark may not suffice. While it could avert the impending cataclysm, it cannot rejuvenate the ravaged Cybertron. Earth, with its population of 7 billion, offers a natural reservoir of labor, a resource that the Fallen requires. Thus, the entire scenario seems alarmingly plausible under the Fallen's command. A war is waged against the Autobots and the Human Alliance, culminating in Shockwave's discovery of a new Allspark, reinstating Cybertron's vitality. Yet, Shockwave muses, I am the protagonist. Though this narrative may appear logical, he feels his role is diminished, as if he has become a mere supporting character. It seems that he has swapped scripts with the Fallen, relegated to an inconspicuous role. He has even contemplated that had he been cast as the Fallen, He would have first eliminated Optimus Prime and then vanquished Megatron, for Cybertron requires a sage to guide it. This could indeed be a remnant of a primordial civilization. However, it is regrettable that it is not a legacy bestowed by one's ancestors. Shockwave profoundly inquires, have you ever considered that you might be the true alien species? In the Washington district at the Lincoln Memorial, my master, what a brilliant plan. Red Alert exclaims, standing before the white granite columns, rubbing his hands together while extolling Megatron's ascent. So, when the Fallen departed from Cybertron, was he already poised to betray? Before fate could bestow its defeat upon us, it was destined that he and I would converge on Earth. Megatron discarded the tattered cloth that obstructed his vision and gradually approached the interior of the Memorial Hall. To resurrect him, the presence of Optimus Prime and the Matrix within him is essential. The statue of Lincoln sat majestically before the two, bathed in the cool moonlight cascading from the dome above, bestowing an added gravitas upon the esteemed figure of yesteryear. Humph! Megatron regarded the statue with disdain, raising his weapon to fire bullets that shattered Lincoln into countless fragments. So, he is now your ally? He is my greatest triumph. Megatron seated himself upon the alabaster throne, usurping Lincoln's position, akin to a newly crowned sovereign. Splendid. The flattery of Starscream was palpable, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere, despite the current alliance with Megatron. Could he truly be willing to heed Megatron's commands, given his own formidable power and knowledge? From the statue's vantage point, one could gaze toward the towering Washington Monument, with a rectangular fountain nestled between it and the Lincoln Memorial, where Starscream was preparing to initiate the teleportation process. Commence téléportation. Starscream dispersed 5 pillars above the fountain, which floated silently in midair. Halt! No, Starscream. Optimus Prime rushed to the scene. Forgive me. Starscream remained undeterred by Optimus Prime's words, pressing the glowing red control pillar. In an instant, the 5 teleportation pillars emitted a blinding white light, their radiance piercing the heavens like a sword, as a plane of electric energy intertwined between them, causing the water in the fountain to begin to boil. The moon. Dust began to stir. The entire dark side of the moon seemed to be brewing something, as if nature was awakening after a spring thunderstorm. Spaceships, warships, and countless Decepticons sensed the summons from Megatron, erupting from the ground like beasts clawing their way out. The target was the central space bridge. The Decepticons raced forward, leaping toward the space bridge, having transitioned from the lunar surface to Earth in the blink of an eye. The sudden shift in gravity caught the Decepticon Legion off guard, but their bodies swiftly adjusted to the new conditions. Bang! Boom! They had languished on the moon for far too long, their thirst for destruction having accumulated to this point. Thus, upon their arrival on American soil, their first instinct was to draw their weapons and assault everything in sight. Trees toppled, their once vibrant green leaves now charred black. The once smooth terrain erupted in sparks, leaving behind gaping craters in the wake of the devastation. Police cars swarmed from all directions, the red and blue lights reflecting ominously off the Decepticons' metallic forms, their wailing sirens piercing the stillness of the night like daggers. Watch out! Get away! The Decepticons moved with the ferocity of wild dogs, sending police vehicles tumbling, which spun chaotically in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Officers inside were all injured, crimson blood oozing forth, ultimately staining the shards of glass scattered on the ground. The Decepticon gazed at the police car on the ground, a beam of light emanating from its optical components thoroughly scanning the vehicle. Within its cerebral module, it analyzed all structural information of the police car before transforming. Chapter 88, Chicago. The fire alarms had reached a deafening crescendo. This city had not witnessed such a high response rate in decades. Fire trucks raced toward the Lincoln Memorial one after another. One driver, upon noticing a neighboring fire truck with an identical license plate, could not help but express his confusion. Hey, look, that truck next to us has the same license plate. Run. There's a Decepticon emblem on it. Autobots retreat. Optimus Prime spotted Bumblebee and Dino arriving on the battlefield. He understood that the current Autobot forces were insufficient to handle the situation, commanding others to withdraw while he pursued Megatron relentlessly. Megatron fired several shots at Optimus Prime, perhaps influenced by their former master-disciple bond, as he missed with each attempt, leaving the once vibrant lawn looking as though it had been stripped bare. Megatron sprinted toward the Capitol, but was soon tackled to the ground by Optimus Prime. Both fell heavily, and despite his age, Megatron managed to rise first, pinning Optimus down. With a hand gripping Optimus's neck, the Autobot leader successfully broke free. Why? Megatron, why is this happening? For Cybertron, for our home, Megatron declared, seizing Optimus's windshield and forcefully slamming him against the statue, granite shards cascading down. We can rebuild what war has destroyed. But only through collaboration with the Decepticons can we achieve this goal. The energon blade pressed against Optimus's face, leaving scratches on his mechanical visage. No, that is not the only way, Optimus insisted, pushing the blade away, still attempting to reason with his former mentor. Since learning of Megatron's betrayal, even in the face of Ironhide's death, Optimus had yet to truly engage in combat against him, and Megatron had similarly held back. Both retained a semblance of restraint. Optimus vividly recalled the once venerable elder on Cybertron, who had clasped his hand and said, "You are the hope of Cybertron. You carry the bloodline of the Primes. For the sake of our home, you must bear the weight of responsibility." All of this was fresh in his memory, yet starkly contrasted with the current circumstances. This is our home too. We must protect humanity. You have truly lost your way, Optimus. On Cybertron, we are gods, but here they deem us mere machines. Surely you have heard this. Megatron ceased his oppression of Optimus and slowly stood, the blue optical components reflecting the surrounding flames. Optimus suddenly found Megatron's words eerily familiar. During the Chernobyl incident, Shockwave had uttered similar sentiments. Let humanity serve us, or else face annihilation. The celestial adversary cast one last glance at Optimus Prime before turning away, harboring a flicker of hope for his disciple. You are fortunate that I spared your life. Soon, you shall comprehend the rationale behind my actions. This matter is far from resolved. Optimus clenched his fists, perplexed by how circumstances had escalated to this juncture. Yet he recognized that he and the celestial adversary were no longer allies. Chicago, situated in the southern region of Lake Michigan, is one of the world's renowned international financial hubs. After the fall of the Washington District, the celestial adversary chose this location as the final descent point for Cybertron. Landmarks such as the Great Wall, the Sydney Opera House, and the Tokyo Tower have fallen under the dominion of the Decepticons, who are systematically placing transport pillars, brought from the far side of the moon, at strategic locations. Given the vastness of Cybertron, the 5 transport pillars in Chicago are woefully insufficient. As night descended, the slaughter commenced. Towering skyscrapers stood sentinel, while countless spacecraft drifted between them. If the ships resembled fish in water, then these buildings were the aquatic vegetation fashioned from steel and concrete. In this bustling city, many remained ensconced in their offices, laboring late into the night. "Hey, you lot are unbearable. I'm still drafting the proposal," grumbled a bearded veteran employee, irritated by the din created by the newcomers. However, when he turned to investigate, he was rendered speechless. Oh my God! The blinding light streaming through the transparent glass was akin to the beam of a searchlight, and the gargantuan spacecraft, seemingly materializing from nowhere, was so immense that it could not be fully encompassed by the width of the building. Dozens of barrel-like weapons trained their sights on the floor. Suddenly, the bearded man bellowed, "Everyone down, quickly!" The glass shattered. Whether it was just this floor or the entire building was uncertain, producing a cacophony reminiscent of thousands of bees buzzing in unison. All office desks were overturned, and thousands of A4 papers, filled with English text, danced in the wind. A scorching wave surged forth, flames crackling as they consumed wooden tables, echoing the sinister laughter of the harbinger of doom. The streets fared even worse. The Decepticons executed a campaign of indiscriminate slaughter, reminiscent of the initial foreign invaders confronting the naive and primitive indigenous peoples, devoid of any conciliatory measures or negotiation. "Quickly, my dear, hurry," a balding man urged, gripping his partner's hand as they navigated through a panicking crowd. "I can't go on," she gasped. "We must move regardless." His anger was ignited by love for her. "There's a vehicle ahead. Follow me." The couple stumbled upon an unattended car, and to their surprise, the doors were unlocked. The man slid into the driver's seat and swiftly ushered his partner into the passenger side. "We are safe, my dear. Stay calm. I will take you away from here." The man pressed the accelerator with great force, and the vehicle moved in a most peculiar manner. They felt no sense of forward motion, as the view through the windshield was inexplicably rising. What could possibly be happening? following a cacophony reminiscent of Kukakaki. The car underwent a transformation, hurling both the man and woman to the ground. They gazed up in terror at the colossal robot before them, its chest emblazoned with the alarming Decepticon insignia. The Decepticon fired upon them, and the couple had no time to emit a cry before they were reduced to mere dust. The subway was filled with young professionals returning from work, unaware of the calamity unfolding above. They could only faintly hear the sound of a tremendous explosion. What was happening? A terrorist attack? Could it be that these extremists had infiltrated Chicago? We pay so many taxes. What on earth is the government's military doing? Chapter 89. The Siege. A white-collar worker, donned in headphones, remained oblivious to the raucous conversation surrounding him. After a long day of toil, he merely wished to enjoy a moment of peace while scrolling through Twitter and listening to music. At some point, his feed had become inundated with news concerning Chicago, featuring images of collapsing buildings and alien-like objects drifting between the cityscape. Boom! A sudden explosion erupted from the front of the subway train, its sound overpowering the volume of the worker's headphones. Connecting the dots with the tweets he had just glimpsed, he drew a sharp breath. Oh, good heavens! The ground had caved in, and fallen boulders obstructed the subway's path. The conductor had no time to brake as the first car collided violently with the debris, the metal compartments crumpling under the impact. The driver was trapped between the steering wheel and the seat, his ribs shattered, and blood gushed from his damaged organs, nearly filling his chest cavity. Yet this was merely the beginning. The subsequent cars piled onto the first, and one after another, they followed suit, until soon enough, a car could no longer withstand the force and toppled onto the tracks, sparks flying between the rail and the wreckage, some reaching several meters in length. The entirety of Chicago's underground was experiencing similar chaos, as the government's subway system, painstakingly constructed with immense resources, was rendered inoperative within mere hours. "San, don't go. It's too dangerous." An American soldier tugged at his companion, as the rescue teams dispatched by the government had yet to arrive. These two soldiers had coincidentally been visiting the area. "We are soldiers. It is our duty to save civilians. That bus may still have survivors." Sean forcefully pushed his companion away and dashed towards the bus without a glance back. The bus's windows were shattered, its exterior charred black, and the door was warped by the intense heat. Sean exerted considerable effort to pry it open. Upon opening the door, he fell into silence. There were no survivors aboard the vehicle, or rather, not a single soul remained, only dust. Sean had witnessed this kind of dust before. When a person is struck by a Decepticon's laser, they are reduced to such remnants. Curse those Decepticons. Laserbeak, he might command, standing atop a towering edifice. Shockwave observed the unfolding chaos in Chicago, a city weeping in despair. Laserbeak, unable to comprehend his master's words, coiled around the structure with an imposing presence, its fearsome visage obediently resembling that of a loyal hound in Shockwave's company. Since returning from Hoover Dam, Shockwave had ordered Laserbeak to conceal the Allspark deep underground, at such depths. Only Laserbeak could reach it. Shockwave had his reasons for this. The situation was perilously chaotic, and the emergence of an artifact like the Allspark could lead to unpredictable developments. The Fallen appeared to have assumed the role of the protagonist in this narrative, leaving Shockwave to fulfill his own part as a formidable lieutenant under Megatron. Reflecting on previous encounters, Shockwave surmised that the next steps would involve first driving the Autobots away, followed by transmitting the Cybertronian forces. Although uncertain about the condition of the Cybertronian army after his modifications, he believed that the might of Earth's forces would suffice to contend with the five-faced menace. Ultimately, he envisioned replacing the newly acquired Allspark on Cybertron, bringing the endeavor to a successful conclusion, if all went smoothly. Having witnessed the Fallen's power in the film, Shockwave was aware of his eventual fate. He would not allow discord to arise between Megatron and the Fallen. At least until Cybertron achieved redemption, these beings remained allies. Explosions continued to erupt, tearing leaves from trees along the streets, with lives extinguished every second. Shockwave refrained from participating in the slaughter and destruction, believing such actions bore no significance in saving Cybertron, and he could not bear to indiscriminately slay innocents. Yet, he did not intervene, for he was now the commander of the Decepticons, unable to engage in actions that might undermine their morale. On Cybertron, he might have postponed conflict, as the warring factions were originally of the same lineage, compounded by the constraints of the Great Shutdown. However, on Earth, Shockwave found himself powerless. The Decepticons faced a frail and backward humanity, and these conquerors had already endured far too long in the shadows of the moon. System. It had been an age since Shockwave had called upon the system. Do you believe I acted correctly? What? By standing idly by during the slaughter? Warning. The traveler has forsaken their original identity upon arriving in the corresponding realm and should not impose previous emotions. I understand your sentiment, yet I still feel a sense of discomfort. Your thoughts are, in fact, quite normal. Sigh. Shockwave sighed, fully aware that Chicago would soon face calamity. Although he was currently in a state of indecision, remaining motionless and refraining from harming civilians, he knew that should the Autobots or the military intervene in Unicron's plans, he can no longer afford to remain idle. Next time, grant me a task that doesn't require such moral quandaries. There exist numerous methods for a time traveler to rescue Cybertron. This is merely one of them, albeit one that the traveler has yet to explore. I had a feeling. The shadows of Wheeljack and the Quintessence flickered in Shockwave's cerebral module, but it mattered little now, for all of this was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, Shockwave felt an urge for a drink, uncertain if his current form could still succumb to inebriation. The system emitted a knowing chuckle. At the Pentagon, the military command center remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the glow of computer screens. The rhythmic tapping of keyboards filled the air, and anxiety etched the faces of the staff donned in headphones. Uniformed officers, each older than the last and bearing increasingly senior ranks, continuously entered the room. Yet in such tumultuous times, pleasantries were forsaken. A fleet of alien spacecraft surrounded Chicago, and our long-range bombers had just been shot down. The enemy's advanced weaponry rendered us incapable of breaching their aerial defenses. Our satellites had also been compromised, leaving us unable to monitor enemy movements. The soldier describing this predicament remained oblivious to the fact that it was not the ground forces, but another satellite in space that had disabled their surveillance systems. Allbird's nest units were in retreat. The visage of Lennox appeared on the display screen, with the smoldering ruins of Chicago in the background. Chapter 90. A personal conclusion: the station airbase was approximately a 10-minute flight from the war zone. We dispatched special forces in an attempt to infiltrate the city. An infantry regiment was en route to the surrounding areas. Listen to me. Hey, listen to me. A senior officer wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. Can't we send in some reconnaissance?" "They keep shooting down our drones," explained Mickey. "We cannot ascertain the situation within the city," the commanding officer stated. "However, we still have a few small remote-controlled aircraft remaining, which we are about to deploy." The following day, Trump Tower. The sun rose as it always did, casting its generous rays upon every inch of Chicago's terrain. Yet, stripped of the night's protective veil, this once thriving city had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Megatron stood atop the skyscraper, exhilarated as he surveyed the Decepticons' handiwork. The city was sealed off. Humanity could not impede us. By afternoon, all other teleportation columns would arrive at their designated locations. At that moment, Cybertron shall descend upon this place, proclaimed Unicron. Decepticon brethren, Megatron bellowed. This is the victory I promised you many years ago. The cacophony of cheers surged like a tide from all directions, as the little titans reveled in the thrill of destruction. Together, we shall reconstruct Cybertron here. Perhaps it is merely habitual, but Megatron maintained that authoritative tone while conversing with Starscream. My willingness to collaborate with you is solely for the survival of our planet. Starscream seized Megatron's head and forcefully slammed it against the stone pillar behind him, declaring, "Yet I shall never bow to your command." During the preceding battle, Megatron had sustained an injury to his right cranial hemisphere, and his metallic exoskeleton remained unrepaired. Thus, Starscream's action was akin to pouring salt into Megatron's wound, causing excruciating pain to radiate throughout his being. In his previous confrontation with Optimus Prime, Starscream had not exhibited such ferocity. The reason lay in his lingering resentment over an old grievance. According to some unverifiable classified documents, it was well known that even before Starscream declared a dual reign, Megatron's covetousness for the throne of Cybertron was apparent to many. However, the true source of Starscream's suspicion towards Megatron stemmed from a mysterious assassination attempt. In that incident, although Starscream had miraculously escaped unscathed, the formidable assassin had severely injured several elite guards. Investigations subsequently pointed to Megatron, then the commander of the Defense Forces, as a potential suspect. although evidence suggested that the assailant appeared to originate from a parallel universe, upon encountering the perpetrator who bore an uncanny resemblance to Megatron. Starscream's apprehension burgeoned, planting the seeds of distrust between him and Megatron. Consequently, despite the initial parity and influence between the factions led by Megatron and Optimus Prime, Starscream had never regarded these two figures with equal favor when it came to succession. Starscream relinquished his grip, though release would be more aptly described as yank, as sparks erupted from Megatron's head, causing several fragments of his already damaged exoskeleton to fall away. The debris traced arcs through the air before plummeting to the base of Trump Tower. Megatron clutched his head. It had been long since he had endured such humiliation. Yet, now was not the time for infighting, and he was acutely aware that, in terms of combat prowess, he was no match for Starscream. If you possess any intelligence, you will discern the difference. Starscream's gaze and tone dripped with disdain. Air Force Base. Listen up, brothers. Lennox was conducting the final mobilization. Over 20 fighter jets had already departed from this location, yet none had returned. Do you wish to retaliate? Everyone present understood the nature of this mission. Their expressions were resolute, each face seemingly inscribed with a willingness to embrace death. We want to, Lennox declared. I cannot guarantee that each of you will return, but Chicago needs you. The world needs you. Sir, a young man raised his right hand. You need not guarantee my return. I will find a way back myself. He has resolved to find his own way back, implying that he is fully prepared to undertake this mission. Lennox has previously made plans to operate alone, and now, seeing others share his resolve, he feels a sense of comfort. Is there anyone else? Sir, I am. Colonel, I too. An increasing number of individuals raised their right hands. And in the end, not a single member of this hastily assembled flight team chose to withdraw. Good, very good. Lennox began to elucidate the details of the mission. We will enter using wingsuits. This is the sole method to infiltrate Chicago. Sir, whatever you command, we shall follow. Lennox gazed at the young soldiers before him. Memories of comrades who had once fought alongside him flooding his mind. He activated the radio communication. General Mose Haw, I request to initiate a feint in the southern part of the city. We will fly low from the north. You draw the enemy towards the east. The twin propellers of the transport aircraft began to spin rapidly, the sound of machinery igniting a surge of excitement. Hey, Lennox, have you forgotten your most formidable assets? The roar of engines and the screech of tires on the tarmac coincided, and as Lennox turned, he saw a convoy of luxurious vehicles behind him, models he knew too well, having spent countless nights at the nest base in their company. Dino, what's this? You don't recognize me. The red Ferrari had transformed, and I too. Crosshair stood up as well. Are you truly willing to confront the adversary? Lennox's question seemed directed at all the Autobots, yet his gaze was solely fixed on Optimus Prime. For most of the Autobots had little interaction with the foe. Only Optimus was his beloved pupil. He was once my mentor. Optimus slowly rose, having taught Lennox that every race has the right to freedom, yet it was evident that he had forgotten this principle himself. Lennox could see the complexity of emotions in Optimus. Ironhide is gone. We cannot allow the adversary to spill more blood. With unwavering resolve, Optimus gazed toward Chicago. I will personally bring this to an end. Then it's settled. We take to the skies while you proceed on land. We shall meet in Chicago. Chapter 91. Then you shall see. 20 minutes later, Optimus raced down the street, having dispatched the Thunder Rescue Team and Bumblebee to other locations. His solitary presence here was due to sensing a formidable enemy, one that only he among the Autobots could confront. Soundwave, where are you? Behind Optimus trailed a lengthy flatbed, his external flying apparatus, which would exponentially enhance his combat capabilities. Surrounding him were ruins, scattered flames flickering in the debris. Optimus scanned the vicinity, but found no sign of Soundwave. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The earth rose slightly, creating a massive fissure. The fissure extended in the direction of Optimus Prime, swiftly catching up to his wheels, as the colossal form of the driller erupted from the earth. With a resounding crash, the trailer was lifted by the driller's head and, upon detaching from Optimus Prime's front, crashed heavily to the ground. The trailer skidded across the surface, the screeching sound of metal scraping reverberating throughout the street. Shockwave. Due to the immense inertia, Optimus Prime was thrown out, adjusting his body mid-air and transforming before landing. Optimus Prime. The driller's steel back unfurled, and Shockwave emerged from within, having awaited Optimus Prime for this very moment. Ah, indeed. Shockwave chambered a bullet, turning back to fire a shot at the trailer. The external metal of the trailer was abruptly penetrated, leading to a series of explosions that soon reduced it to a heap of scrap. He recalled a similar plot from the movie, where Optimus Prime ultimately reclaimed his auxiliary flight apparatus, subsequently using it to vanquish a multitude of Decepticons. Therefore, Shockwave resolved that he would not permit Optimus Prime to regain his auxiliary equipment. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Optimus Prime retracted his mechanical hands, transforming into the form of a thermal energy axe. I know, I'm saving your homeland. Cybertron does not require such salvation. You are not Cybertron. How can you assert it does not need saving? Can you speak for all Cybertronians? For me? For Megatron? For Unicron? That does not justify slaughter. Humanity is innocent. TSK. In truth, the very words Optimus Prime uttered were thoughts Shockwave himself had contemplated, yet Shockwave embodied the soul of humanity, while Optimus Prime was the leader of the Autobots. Did you not feel such righteous indignation when you slaughtered your own brethren? Because you are evil. You instigated a civil war, leaving Cybertron in ruins. I have told you before, Optimus, if you wish to discuss other matters, I'm open to dialogue, but regarding the Civil War, there is no value in such discussions. Shockwave's crimson, I fixated on Optimus Prime. Do you believe you are the embodiment of justice? A victim? The spokesperson for Cybertron? What do you wish to convey? Ruins? Are the bullets of your Autobots not fired upon the soil of Cybertron? What are the previous Autobots? How did the Senate treat me? Have you forgotten all that? My Orion friend? Orion paused, having long abandoned that name. Optimus, awaken. You have lingered on Earth too long and lost your way. Shockwave continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. You may not know this, but in my youth, you were my idol. As he spoke, Shockwave's tone lowered, a confession to himself. In his childhood, he viewed Optimus Prime as the guardian hero of humanity, until he awakened in this world as Shockwave and realized that matters were not so straightforward. Between races, things are not merely black and white. If you join us now, it is not too late. The turmoil continues unabated. He does not expect to genuinely persuade Optimus Prime, but at the very least, he hopes to buy some time for Unicron and his allies. Decepticons across the globe are in a frenzy, for Cybertron is on the verge of arrival. Humans are my friends. Optimus Prime's voice resonates with a somber tone. Here it comes again. Soundwave begins to doubt whether someone has brainwashed Optimus, who considers you a friend. Those Americans who instructed you to obliterate supposed illegal nuclear facilities in the Middle East? We act to prevent humanity from descending into self-destruction. Yet you allow yourselves to be treated like dogs by the American Empire. Do not speak so grandiosely. Soundwave is uncertain if Optimus comprehends this sentiment. He is genuinely exasperated, feeling a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a wayward pupil. Let us assume, for a moment, that those extraterrestrials genuinely regard you as friends. You once stood as brothers with Megatron, and you were a mentor to Unicron. Can you guarantee that those humans will not betray you? You incessantly claim that Unicron has turned traitor, but to where has he defected? To the Decepticons, where he has harmed Ironhide. He remains on the side of Cybertron, alongside you and Ironhide, who are merely pawns of humanity, or perhaps you prefer the term Allied Forces. Regardless, in my eyes, you are but traitors, betrayers of Cybertron. No matter the circumstances, I shall not permit you to transform this place into a second Cybertron. Then give it a try, he retorts. In Chicago, over the ocean, enemies to the right, enemies to the right. Several transport aircraft skim the ocean's surface, their propellers stirring ripples in the water. Acknowledged, maneuvering from the left. Lennox and his tactical team are already clad in wingsuits, their faces etched with tension and solemnity. Lennox can hear a few individuals nearby taking deep breaths, while others draw crosses over their chests. Another enemy aircraft approaches from the left. Flank to the right, reroute. We will use the Willis Tower for cover. Once we descend to altitude, we shall jump. The sound of the propellers is deafening, compelling Lennox to shout at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. From above. Rear transport, evade. There is no time. A small spacecraft whizzes over Lennox's head, its bullets raining upon the transport aircraft behind, instantly obliterating its right wing, engulfing it in flames and thick smoke. Mayday! Mayday! The distress signal from the transport aircraft crackles in everyone's earpiece. The aircraft falters, careening wildly like a fledgling bird caught in a tempest, causing another transport aircraft on the right to suffer the consequences. Bang! The two transport planes collide. A resounding explosion fills every soldier's headset as the twisted metal and soldiers within plummet into the sea, sending water spraying high, several stories tall. God save us! God save us! Even before reaching the city, over 20 comrades have already perished, and the surviving soldiers feel the sweat pooling in their palms. Chapter 92. The Transport Aircraft. The flight continues. The success of such a surprise assault hinges significantly on fortune. In the vast expanse of the ocean reside the species of fish that, each year, embarks on a perilous journey upstream to their spawning grounds at a designated time. This endeavor, however, is fraught with challenges, as their natural predators lie in ambush along the shallow banks of streams, which are significantly less deep than the ocean. Many fish perish on their journey to the spawning sites, while others meet their demise on their return to the sea, rendered defenseless against their foes in such an environment. The birds, merely lowering their heads, can indulge in a feast that is typically elusive. Hence, the survival of these fish hinges on whether the birds take notice of them, or perhaps whether they are already clutching one of their kin in their beaks. At this very moment, Lennox and his team are not dissimilar to the spawning fish. After 2 minutes of flying at a low altitude, only 5 out of a dozen transport planes remain. The towering structures of downtown Chicago serve as a shield for the action team as the transport planes navigate cautiously between the skyscrapers to evade detection by the Decepticons' aircraft. All right, it's time to commence, Lennox declared, being the first to approach the rear of the transport plane, the hatch already ajar. A glance outside revealed the chaos that had befallen Chicago. Put on your helmets. Check your parachutes. Tighten your wingsuits. Lennox, the pilot's anxious voice crackled over the intercom. They're coming. Hurry. The enemy, indicated by the cockpit, was none other than the Red Spider. Initially, the pilot was intrigued by how this F-22 had breached numerous obstacles to reach the city center until it transformed. As the commander of the Decepticon guerrilla forces, the Red Spider had been patrolling the skies, and the Pentagon Command Center had previously lamented the inability of their fighter jets to launch an incursion into the city, a feat made possible by the Red Spider's efforts. His right hand morphed into a cutting tool, and he tore open a gash atop the nearest transport plane. Brilliant sparks erupted, and the edges of the horrific wound glowed with molten heat. The soldiers inside, upon raising their heads, were met with the mechanical visage of the Red Spider. Farewell, the Red Spider fired, and a barrage of bullets surged through the gash, piercing the soldiers' bodies and continuing forward, imbued with fresh blood, until they ultimately punctured the transport plane's fuel tank. Jump! Although the attacked transport plane was not the one they were aboard, Lennox swiftly commanded his team to leap, realizing that since the Red Spider had uncovered their plan, none would be spared. Jump! The wind howled above the city, drowning out the soldiers' heartbeats. Lennox was the first to leap, intending to instill courage in his men. Yet by a stroke of fortune, he became the most fortunate one. As he descended, the previously struck transport plane began its descent, engulfed in smoke and flames, a sight that seared into the eyes of every soldier behind him, who could even hear the anguished cries of their comrades. Down, down. Do not look any further. It is imperative for their survival. Help! I am trapped. Jump quickly. Shadows began to appear in the sky, initially a mere dozen, but soon they multiplied, unfurling their wingsuits to glide swiftly like bats. Ascend. Reach higher. I cannot continue. The propulsion system has failed. The pilot of the last transport aircraft was making a final desperate attempt, but the aircraft had become as uncontrollable as a wild stallion. Crashing violently into the nearby World Trade Center, the propeller shattering glass into a myriad of fragments. Ultimately, after surmounting countless challenges, all 5 transport planes that had entered the Chicago metropolitan area exploded, their wreckage raining down like fish scales sliced by a razor. Spread out. Maintain formation, maintain course. Navigate around the buildings. Do not let the Decepticons fixate on you. Lennox was still commanding when a chilling scream echoed from above, drawing closer. A soldier, engulfed in flames, plummeted towards the ground, his wingsuit charred beyond use, leaving no chance of survival from such a height. Turn left, turn left. At 600 feet above ground, everyone must stay alert. Lennox, though grieved, was a soldier and a leader to his subordinates. The urgency of the mission left no time for mourning fallen comrades. Watch out. It is Bumblebee and the others. No, there is also Starscream. Under Optimus Prime's directive, The remaining Autobots successfully navigated past Shockwave to reach the heart of Chicago, the primary control pillar looming before them atop a building. Of course, Starscream was also present. Autobots. Transform. Hound, Bumblebee, Dino, Wheeljack, Ratchet, and all others transformed simultaneously, gathering nearly the entire Autobots' might on Earth. Open fire. Bullets surged like a torrential downpour towards the transmission pillar. Not so fast. Starscream shielded the pillar with his immense shield, which had once deflected RPGs back at their launchers. But where is Optimus Prime? Clearly, Megatron was concerned about this. Was he afraid? Sending you to your doom? Optimus had originally intended to deal with Shockwave before regrouping with the other Autobots, never anticipating their entry into the city would be so seamless. This was a clever ploy by Starscream, who had deliberately informed the Eastern Fleet to grant passage to these individuals. Starscream, you traitor. Hound and Ironhide shared a close bond, making him one of the most resentful towards Starscream. I initially believed you were merely Optimus' subordinates, and thus I should not interfere. A murderous glint appeared in Starscream's eyes, yet even he was trained by me. I do not mind offering you guidance for free. Starscream could not fly. How would Megatron descend? If he were to take the stairs, he might find it difficult to suppress a laugh. Humph. Starscream leapt, and given his height and weight, even with the best stabilizers, such a jump could easily result in broken legs. But what left Megatron astounded was that Unicron thrust the Star Saber into the building, reducing the reinforced concrete to rubble, while simultaneously slowing his descent. With a thud, Unicron landed firmly, crushing the police car beneath his feet into a disk of metal. We do not wish to bully the elderly. Dino's steel claws were poised to strike. This is not good. At the other end of the city, Optimus Prime received a transmission from Bumblebee, learning for the first time that his subordinates had encountered Unicron. Dare you to waver in my presence? Shockwave charged towards Optimus Prime on his powerful drill. Chapter 93, Chaos. I shall deal with you first, before seeking out Unicron. With resolute determination, Optimus Prime activated his faceplate, obscuring his mouth entirely. The drill burrowed into the ground during its charge, the solid earth yielding as if it were mere paper before it. Shockwave landed with precision, the reactor's rate reaching its zenith. This is dire. Optimus Prime was acutely aware of Shockwave's cannon's might, with distance still between them. He had no choice but to fire to halt him. His left hand remained a hook, while his right transformed into a machine gun. He raised his wrist, aiming with utmost precision, the entire process needing to be completed within 5 seconds, lest he be reduced to ash. Though I am currently aligned with the Decepticons, I wonder if Megatron would hold me accountable should I eliminate Optimus Prime so readily, Shockwave pondered. The ground began to tremble, and Optimus Prime could distinctly sense something approaching beneath his feet. The pavement was torn asunder, and the drill emerged with its gaping maw, reminiscent of a lamprey, as if it intended to swallow Optimus Prime whole. TCH. While the drill's ambush proved effective, it also hindered Shockwave's ability to fire freely, as the proximity would inevitably endanger the drill, as should Optimus Prime escape, it would be akin to inadvertently eliminating a comrade in the heat of battle. Get away! Optimus Prime unleashed a torrent of fire into the drill's maw, the sound of bullets colliding resonating intensely. The drill's massive head could not advance. Yet a few smaller heads had already slithered closer to Optimus Prime, their movements eerily reminiscent of serpents hanging from the treetops of tropical forest. Bang! Shockwave had soared into the air, stray bullets hurtling down towards Optimus Prime, the street echoing with the shrill whistle of air being cleaved apart. Oof! Optimus Prime crouched low, concealing himself beneath the drill's colossal frame, his hook firmly grasping the drill's throat, rendering it immobile. One must admit, this leader possesses remarkable strength. Roar! Every component of the drill joined in the struggle, its 6 smaller heads ensnaring Optimus Prime as he attempted to conceal himself. Drill evade. Under Shockwave's command, the drill began to glide down the street with Optimus Prime in tow, the latter resembling a prisoner paraded behind a horse in a bygone era, utterly disheveled. Your throat shall be mine. Optimus Prime's right hand transformed into a radiant axe. After dispatching 2 smaller foes, he began to sever the throat of the Decepticon known as the Driller. Sparks flew, circuits shattered, and the Driller emitted a mournful wail before forcefully casting Optimus aside. A final farewell. The right arm of Shockwave coalesced into faint motes of light, growing larger, reminiscent of a constellation. No chance of success. Optimus altered his strategy, aiming to incapacitate Shockwave's right arm directly. The linkage device of his axe had already been severed, and now this weapon, typically wielded in close combat, was being employed as a projectile. The axe spun rapidly. Should it make contact, Shockwave's arm would surely be cleaved in two, necessitating a retreat that caused him to miss the optimal moment to launch his counterattack. Damn it! Shockwave felt the urge to curse. The energy was building, yet remained unspent. A most frustrating predicament. This was not the first time he had encountered such impotence in close quarters, having felt it acutely while confronting the tri-faced beast. However, if the distance was too great, he could manage against a battleship-sized target, but a smaller adversary posed a significant risk of missing entirely. Furthermore, Optimus was exceedingly familiar with his attack patterns, adding to Shockwave's woes. Chicago, Trump Tower. You all come at me. The adversary surveyed the surroundings with an air of utter disdain. Old fool, do not be so arrogant. We do not wish to bully you, but if you insist, we shall make this swift. Hound was the first to charge, his tires enabling him to glide across the battlefield with the grace of a skater. His right hand transformed into a blade, a weapon that had previously pierced the chests of countless Decepticons. Humph. The adversary scoffed before raising his shield. Hound's sword could not advance an inch. Had the Autobots truly fallen to such a state? Instead of slicing through Hound's form with his energy blade, he seized his chest armor, the vast difference in height rendering Hound akin to a mere toddler before him. Hound! Leadfoot surged forward, his bulk making him one of the heftier Autobots. When teaching others, I detest interruptions. The adversary delivered a swift kick, sending Leadfoot sprawling. Had one not witnessed it, no one would believe that a 6-ton behemoth could be sent flying so effortlessly. Oh, that hurt. Leadfoot crashed into a street lamp, which promptly snapped and tumbled into the nearby river. Taste this. Dino, reminiscent of his speed on the highway, hurled his dual steel claws, which latched onto the adversary's shoulders, connected by chains back to Dino, resembling Santa Claus leading reindeer. Dino understood that he lacked the strength of his adversary, yet if the adversary were to forcefully break free, his own shoulder armor would undoubtedly sustain damage. The immediate priority was to restrain him, then coordinate with Bumblebee to rescue Hound. Overestimating oneself, the adversary suddenly pivoted, his mechanical eyes radiating a chilling blue light, and effortlessly hurled Hound in Dino's direction, a motion that appeared as casual as a simple pass. Dino was taken aback by the actions of the adversary, for if he were to retreat from the impact of the horizontal cannon, the enemy would likewise sustain injury from the steel claws. Clearly, the enemy's maneuvers were beyond Dino's predictions. As he hurled the cannon, he drew forth the Yuan saber, swiftly severing the iron chains that bound him. Dodge! Cried the horizontal cannon. It was too late. Dino was sent sprawling. The two men brushed off the dust from their bodies and rose, supporting themselves against the ground. You rascal, I never realized you were so heavy, exclaimed Dino. It must be that old codger strength. Good grief, even Optimus Prime doesn't possess such might. Isn't he getting on in years? How is he still so formidable? Initially, Dino had thought the enemy could eliminate Ironhide merely through ambush, for Ironhide's prowess ranked among the elite within the Autobot ranks. However, now that he faced the enemy directly, he understood the true meaning of disparity. Bumblebee ascend, Dino signaled to the two individuals behind the adversary. It appears we truly must unite our forces. That sounds splendid. Bumblebee replied, though his words seemed to echo from some distant broadcast. Chapter 94, Pursuit Touchdown, Touchdown, bellowed Lennox. Despite the destruction of the transport craft and the loss of several soldiers, Lennox had finally led his team to the very heart of Chicago. Team 1, assist here. Team 2, follow me to attack the transport column. Team 3, aid Optimus. Team 2's mission was indeed pivotal. The other two teams were merely supporting this objective. Lennox did not expect these individuals to eliminate the adversary or Shockwave, but if they could secure even a moment's respite, it would enhance their chances of downing the transport column. Yes, Colonel. Team 1, during their flight, had already witnessed the enemy's valor, surrounding him with 7 men. Yet they could not gain the slightest advantage. Many of these soldiers were survivors from the nest base, and some had lost comrades at the hands of the enemy. So this mission was as much for vengeance as it was for duty. Hey, brothers, the enemy is right before us, with such a large frame. Hitting this fellow should be easier than scoring a perfect 10 at the training range, right? Shoot him down. Sir, There are too many Decepticons around. Follow me. We'll move to the adjacent building. Linux, fully aware of the challenges of a frontal assault, decided to leverage the advantage of the terrain. The group quickly ascended to the rooftop of their target building, their rigorous training yielding results. Do you see? Just ahead, Linux said, handing binoculars to a nearby soldier. Sniper team, prepare. The sniper unit readied their long rifles, chambering M24 ammunition. They squinted one while peering through the scope, and, as the image magnified, the team members were astonished to find Megatron gazing back at them. Retreat. Downstairs, quickly. A sudden explosion reverberated through the air, shards of glass slicing through the chest of a sniper. One must concede, Optimus Prime, your strength is truly formidable. Shockwave had been engaged in combat with Optimus for several minutes, initially believing he would easily prevail, yet to his astonishment, no victor had emerged thus far. Given that Optimus Prime's trailer had been rendered inoperative by Shockwave's assault, it is difficult to fathom what the outcome would have been had he possessed auxiliary flight capabilities. Team 3 had arrived at the designated location, encountering both Optimus Prime and Shockwave. The creature capable of burrowing underground was exceedingly large. Our ammunition might prove inadequate. Call command. We require Tomahawk missiles. The area is filled with buildings, and the satellites have been destroyed. How can we lock on? We shall guide it manually. 10 seconds later, the first wave arrived, locking onto the target. Optimus Prime, have some dignity. Are you actually calling for assistance? Shockwave had already spotted the missiles hurtling toward him. I could eliminate you single-handedly. Although Optimus' words were fierce, he simultaneously transformed into his trailer form. This was not the place to linger. We must quickly regroup with Jetfire. There is no time to explain. Get in the vehicle. Damn it, you actually ran away? Shockwave was at a loss as to whether to laugh or curse. Drillhorn. Drillhorn responded immediately. Its back framework began to contort, subsequently merging with Shockwave. Both entities delving underground before the axe could strike the ground. Boom! The street erupted with a deafening explosion. The already pockmarked terrain flattened, as if 6 meteor craters had suddenly appeared. Vehicles were hurled into the air, tumbling chaotically, while trees planted along the street were uprooted entirely. Hurry, the space bridge is nearly complete. I can sense it. A large truck sped along the road, surrounded by billowing smoke from the buildings. Optimus. There is something unusual ahead on the road. A soldier shouted. Bang! Drillhorn burst forth from the pavement once more, this time positioning itself directly in front of Optimus Prime. The screeching sound of tires against the surface reached every ear, as onlookers feared the weight of the Peterbilt 389 truck would cause it to topple. Yet, to their astonishment, Optimus managed to halt the vehicle and executed a turn. My goodness! Shockwave, witnessing the spectacle, was left speechless. Honestly, have you scanned the AE-86? What on earth is that? As Optimus raced toward the city center, he responded to Shockwave, sensing a hint of unfamiliarity in his voice. It's also a vehicle. Perhaps it might join your ranks in the future. Shockwave knew that was highly improbable, for in the Transformers film series, many characters were designed as luxury cars for promotional purposes. An outdated model, like the E-86, would likely only find its place on the slopes of Akina. In Chicago, a thrilling chase unfolds, one far more exhilarating than a mere pursuit of vehicles. The Decepticon, Shockwave, intermittently emerges from the depths, akin to a formidable boss intent on thwarting the protagonist of a role-playing game. Since earlier, Shockwave sensed something amiss, his projectiles consistently evaded by Optimus Prime. Given the advanced technology of Cybertron, one would expect not merely a series of kills, but at least some form of auto-targeting capabilities. Yet, the film portrays a similar trend. Despite the overwhelming might of the Decepticons, victory should have been assured with mere basic attacks. Yet against the Autobots, their marksmanship appears almost fortuitous. Buildings suffer considerable damage, yet the Autobot ranks remain remarkably unscathed. Contemplating this perplexity, Shockwave deduced the influence of a protagonist's aura. This aura even permeates the dimension he traversed. Facing a multitude of adversaries, he felt no such strain. Optimus Prime dare not flee. This life-and-death struggle unexpectedly takes on a comical undertone. I have more pressing matters at hand. Your sole intent is to prevent the arrival of Cybertron. Frankly, in my life, I have encountered countless individuals, from those seeking fortune in the city to the newly affluent, but none exhibit such a reluctance for home as you do. Even with the threat of Cybertron looming before you, you still wish to impede its arrival. Were you even saying, "My words are of little consequence. Consider them mere musings of my own"? Shockwave, already weary, reminded himself of his comrades, Hot Rod, Springer, who awaited his return. Cybertron has fallen. I must now safeguard Earth. Hot Rod and the others will understand. Very well. I anticipated you would respond thus. Shockwave relinquished his attempts at persuasion, recording the exchange into his system. Chapter 95. Shadow in the Sky. The battlefield is delineated into 5 sectors. Outside of Chicago, American forces strive for a surprise assault, yet the land routes prove insurmountable. With overturned tanks littering the outskirts of the city, squadrons of fighter jets have launched countless sorties, yet the majority fall prey to the aerial guerrillas led by Starscream. The Fallen engages in close combat with the Autobots, astonishingly holding his ground, if not gaining a slight advantage in the skirmish. Megatron stands guard beside the teleportation column, mercilessly gunning down any foe who dares approach, resulting in nearly half of Lennox's team being decimated. In a bid to prevent Cybertron's arrival, Optimus Prime transforms into a massive truck and races towards the city center, relentlessly pursued by Shockwave atop his Decepticon steed. Just as the tide of war reaches a stalemate, a colossal shadow looms in the sky. In an instant, it seemed as though all the dark clouds had converged, obscuring the sunlight and casting a pall of gloom over the earth. People looked up, their gazes drawn to an object that clearly surpassed their comprehension. What was this? Had Cybertron truly been transported here? The mission had failed. No one could accurately describe such a scene, for it was far too extraordinary. Above Chicago loomed something akin to a planet, its immense scale leaving onlookers in awe. The Pentagon was in disarray. The phone lines had erupted in chaos. With inquiries flooding in from the White House, the media, and concerned citizens, all clamoring to ascertain what had transpired. Yet, even the command center was in the dark. "Sir, it's a call from the White House. The president is on the line. Tell him I've gone to the front lines." The officer flung the phone aside, exasperated with the incompetence of those who could do nothing but complicate matters in times of crisis. "Retrieve all surveillance data from Chicago. I want our view to match that of those inside." "Sir, there is no need to adjust the surveillance." "What do you mean? We can simply go outside and see it." "Good heavens, follow me." Dressed in military uniforms, the officers exited the building, and upon gazing upward, they confirmed the enormity of the object visible even from their location. "Who has a telescope?" "I do." "My God." The hands of the old officer trembled slightly as he peered through the telescope. It was indeed a planet, and he could discern the steel cities atop its surface. At the news station, the focus was on a scandal involving a married sports star and his girlfriend. How many times had he strayed within his marriage? Who could say? All that mattered was the level of public interest. If it waned, it would be wise to pull back. Any news from the political department? It's time to warm up for the elections. What about this? A scandal involving the Republican candidate. Have you noticed that the sky has darkened? Perhaps it's going to rain again. In a conference room, the upper echelons of the news organization were fervently debating the latest hot topics. With the blinds drawn, they remained oblivious to the extraordinary events unfolding outside. If these journalists were likened to hounds, then the news that captured attention was their quarry. Their instincts needed to be razor-sharp to survive in this age of information overload. For the past 2 years, the public had been fixated on the massive iron blocks from distant planets. But as time wore on, the news value of the Transformers diminished, prompting a shift back to the trivial affairs of celebrities. "Everyone stop." A middle-aged man with a beer belly burst through the door, forcefully slapping a photograph onto the conference table. "Director? What is going on? What happened?" "Chicago is in chaos, and you're still here gossiping?" The director leaned both hands on the table, listening intently. "Forget about the political and life departments for now. Every department must transform into the Chicago division. All resources should be allocated to report on the conflict in Chicago and the sudden appearance of that celestial body. Additionally, open the blinds at once." "Yes, Director." The intern, who had just been taking notes, hurriedly pulled up the blinds. As the action was completed, his career was overshadowed by an object resembling a UFO suspended in the sky. This UFO bore a resemblance to the structures depicted in Independence Day, yet it was significantly broader, seemingly lacking boundaries and extending to the very edge of the heavens. "School." The incessant ringing of the bell, once a symbol of the signal to return home, now sounded jarringly to the students. Attention all teachers. Classes are dismissed early today. Please ensure the safe evacuation of students. No one knew precisely what was happening, yet an ominous premonition loomed in everyone's hearts, with some even linking it to the prophecies of the Mayans, casting a shadow of dread over all. Teachers, please ensure that every child is picked up by a parent. In special circumstances, contact the school immediately upon returning home. The White House. Mr. President, we have an urgent situation. Listen, I'm already aware of the events in Chicago. There is no need for further reports. What you should be focusing on now is how to resolve it. All available military forces from nearby bases had been dispatched. Yet concerns lingered. Hey, Evan. The president interrupted a senator's speech, calling for his secretary. What is it, Mr. President? My keys, where are they? Which ones? The office door key or the one for the cabinet? Neither. The one that can create a mushroom cloud. Sir, please consider this carefully. Civilian personnel, who had been queuing to report, now surged forward, their faces etched with anxiety. Listen, I'm speaking to you very seriously. I have heard enough of your reports. When it comes to solutions, you all become mute. I am well aware that our F-22s alone cannot drive that object away. Instead of hindering me, you should assist me in locating my keys. But, Mr. President, we have no idea where they are. Of course you don't. The president pulled out a small box from his pocket. After all, I am the president. Only I know its location. I have merely been hesitating on whether or not to use it. Church, the grass withers, the flower fades, because the breath of the Lord blows upon it. Surely the people are grass. The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God will stand forever. Chapter 96. How can this be? The pastor stood before the pulpit, holding a yellowed book, passionately proclaiming its contents to the congregation. Reverend, may I inquire if heaven truly exists? An elderly woman with silver hair suddenly raised her hand. The pastor was accustomed to such inquiries and felt confident in addressing them. Though clad in a robe and adorned with a crucifix necklace, exuding piety, he harbored the secret of being a staunch atheist. God? Heaven? What nonsense! It was laughable. Yet, the pastor found no disdain in his vocation, as it bestowed upon him wealth. Each week, a congregation of elderly gentlemen and ladies would gather, some seeking his sermons, others confessing their past transgressions. Regardless of their motives, all shared a commonality. By the end, they would contribute funds to the church for charitable endeavors. Of course, whether these funds were genuinely utilized for benevolence was ultimately at the pastor's discretion. Although the existence of heaven remained unseen, it undeniably resided beyond, accessible to those who nurtured faith. Thus, the pastor resumed his accustomed exhortations, despite his own skepticism regarding heaven's reality. But on my way here, I beheld it, she insisted. Indeed, I saw it, though I had yet to share it with you. What did you see? The pastor, bewildered, was drawn outside by the crowd. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a sight akin to a celestial city, one that ought to exist solely in murals or scripture. Lord, he murmured after a prolonged silence, trembling as he traced a cross over his chest. His expression transcended astonishment. Please forgive my past actions. The heavy tome tumbled to the ground with a thud, and the wind rustled its pages, finally halting at a page inscribed. The kingdom of God is as if a man should cast seed into the ground. He sleeps at night and rises by day, and the seed sprouts and grows, though he knows not how. The earth yields crops by itself, first the blade, then the ear, after that the full grain in the ear. But when the grain ripens, immediately he puts in the sickle, because the harvest has come. In Chicago, at the Trump Tower, how could it be so swift? The Fallen was still struggling against the onslaught of the Autobot Legion. From the reactions of Dino and others, he realized that Cybertron had indeed arrived, yet this contradicted his estimations. The 5 pillars, including the Matrix, continued to operate, their arcs of light darting like serpents between the pillars, signifying that they were still functional and signaling for assembly. Transporting a planet was far more complex than transporting an army. Previously, when the Fallen transported the Decepticon forces to the moon, only 5 pillars sufficed. However, now targeting Cybertron, he had commanded the Decepticons to disperse hundreds of pillars across the globe. 5 was manageable, yet previously they had all been at the Lincoln Memorial. Now, hundreds were scattered worldwide. Thus, the initial task of the main transport column is to synchronize its signal capabilities globally, subsequently pinpointing the cosmic coordinates of Cybertron. and finally establishing a spatial bridge to create a portal between Earth and Cybertron. At present, this first step has just been completed, and Cybertron has entirely transported itself above Earth, a perplexing phenomenon that inevitably raises suspicions in Unicron. Try this. Bumblebee's right hand transformed into a light cannon, and the projectile surged directly towards Unicron's chest. Get away. Unicron shielded himself, then swiftly darted to the side, altering the trajectory of the projectile in an instant. Akin to a skilled matador, deflecting an apparently unstoppable attack with merely a red cloth. Watch out, Hot Rod! Dino shouted loudly. Oh no! Hot Rod leaned back. Yet his lower body remained upright, with the projectile grazing his face as it sped forward. Hey, isn't that going to hit me? Dino, positioned behind Hot Rod, realized that if Hot Rod evaded the attack, it would mean disaster for him. In a hurry, Dino transformed into a Ferrari. With its striking bright red paint, he became the center of attention, eclipsing even Unicron's imposing presence. However, Hot Rod did not allow the projectile to continue its path. He spun around, and his right hand's blade traced a silver arc of light, cleaving the projectile in midair after it completed a perfect parabola, with one half crashing into a nearby building and the other plummeting into an abandoned bus. Boom! The building's entrance was utterly demolished, its white marble columns collapsing thunderously. The wrecked vehicle tumbled through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Hot Rod, you are absolutely incredible, Dino exclaimed excitedly, resembling the protagonist from The Matrix. Bumblebee, Hot Rod clearly wished to disregard Dino's flattery. Stop firing at our allies. Bumblebee, in a state of urgency, did not desire such chaos, but Unicron's defenses were overwhelmingly formidable. Hey, pay attention. The arrow of Cupid I launched was aimed at Lady Elena. The recorder could not adequately express Bumblebee's emotions at that moment. Yet his eagerness to clarify resulted in a rather incongruous response. All right, Bumblebee, I understand your point. Hot Rod swung his longsword. What I meant to convey is that unless we disarm his shield, bullets will prove ineffective against this foe. However, just as the Autobots were strategizing, Unicron suddenly froze, gazing blankly at the sky, his entire being rife with vulnerabilities. How could this be? Unicron's voice was frail, reminiscent of the weakness he exhibited before being awakened by Optimus Prime. Optimus, it seems Cybertron has already been transported here. What should we do? The transport truck sped down the road, with Optimus Prime pushing the vehicle to its limits, causing several seasoned soldiers aboard to feel a wave of nausea. Optimus Prime, halt at once. Shockwave is in pursuit, and along this path, the drill demon has undoubtedly burrowed through countless roads. Should the Chicago government ever decide to restore the city's sewer system, they will surely be astounded by their underground survey reports. As the sky became obscured, Shockwave was the first to gaze upward, for the outcome of his mission hinged upon it. Yet, upon his initial glance at the heavens, an ominous premonition enveloped him entirely. The planet that had been transmitted was not Cybertron at all. Chapter 97. The Arrival of Quintessa Shockwave. Your tricks are rather rudimentary. Optimus Prime continued to forge ahead, perceiving Shockwave's words merely as a stalling tactic for the complete arrival of Cybertron. Drill Demon. With no alternatives left, Shockwave was compelled to force Optimus Prime to a stop. Roar. The Drill Demon plunged him into the ground, subsequently burrowing beneath a skyscraper, which was already teetering from the bombardment of the Decepticon forces. With the Drill Demon's interference, the structure collapsed straight down. The sound of twisted rebar echoed through the streets, while shards of glass rained down like a tempest. Get inside. Cover your heads. Boom! The towering edifice, hundreds of meters high, made contact with the earth, sending plumes of dust swirling like a tsunami. Screech! Optimus Prime was left with no choice but to brake, causing the soldiers within the vehicle to nearly collide with one another, as none were in the mood to fasten their seatbelts amidst the chaos. The Drill Demon erupted from the center of the building, leaving an uncountable number of office computers in its wake. Kaka Cookie. Optimus Prime transformed just in time, ensuring that the soldiers aboard were safely placed on the ground. You certainly know how to run. Shockwave never anticipated that his ultimate showdown would unfold in this manner. Instead of wasting time, you might as well look up and see whether this is truly your homeland. As Optimus Prime cautiously observed Shockwave's movements, he hesitated before raising his gaze. The moment he beheld the descending object, his astonishment mirrored that of Unicron's. Quintessa? Quintessa? Ambulin was perplexed by the term uttered by the medic. This has a long history. You were born later, and Haven T spent much time on Cybertron, so naturally, you're unaware of Quintessa as significance. The medic explained to Dino while casting a glance at Unicron. But why is this happening? Horizontal Cannon inquired. Weren't we supposed to prevent the arrival of Cybertron? I'm not certain, but it is evident that this situation was unforeseen by Unicron as well. As Unicron's neural module momentarily faltered, he began to ponder where the flaw lay in the sequence of events. The primary transmission column remains operational, having recently synchronized with the global transmission network. This indicates that Quintessa's arrival is not directly linked to the actions of the adversary, or rather, it did not traverse through the spatial bridge established on Earth, which has only just formed. If this is indeed the case, it suggests that Cybertron will soon appear in proximity to Earth. However, due to the spatial paradox, Cybertron cannot land in the same location as Quintessa. This principle is quite straightforward. Quintessa is at least 4 to 5 light years from Earth, yet has instantaneously transported to the skies above Chicago. This necessitates the use of a structure akin to a spatial bridge, implying that, at this moment, a transcendent transmission space exists between Chicago and Quintessa, defying the laws of physics. Subsequently, the transmission columns controlled by the adversary also established a spatial bridge. However, as the route above Chicago is already occupied, this newly created passage must inevitably distort to another location. It appears we must contend with more than just humanity. The adversary murmurs. In China, Shanghai, it is now evening, and the Bund is bustling with tourists as usual. Several vessels navigate the Huangpu River, their vibrant lights reflecting upon the water's surface. Zhongshan Road is lined with Western-style architecture. This area was once a concession zone and now predominantly houses various banks' offices. Strolling along the Bund, one side showcases classic films, while the other features television dramas. The towering edifices of the Lujiazui Financial Center rise majestically from the earth, their dazzling lights momentarily creating an illusion of a cyberpunk future. What is the name of that tallest building? The one that looks like a bottle opener? A girl snuggles against a boy, the river breeze gently tousling her hair. That is the World Financial Center, the boy patiently explains, but it's not the tallest. The highest one is behind it, appearing taller due to the angle. Oh, I see. The girl follows the boy's pointing direction, realizing how diminutive the Oriental Pearl Tower seems in comparison. Well, after all, it's an older structure, much like how the Tokyo Tower is significantly shorter than the Tokyo Skytree. What is up there on the World Financial Center? She inquires, pointing toward the sky. Up there? That's just the clouds. What else could it be? The boy begins to explain, but suddenly falls silent. Simultaneously, the murmurs within the crowd grow louder. More people lifting their heads in curiosity. What is that? A UFO? Quick, take a picture. If a Cybertronian happened to be in Shanghai at that moment, they would surely be astonished to find their homeworld descending on the opposite side of the Earth, Chicago. Soundwave, how's it going? Shockwave anxiously attempts to establish contact with Soundwave, as he has urgent matters to confirm. Optimus Prime stands alongside Elita. Both making their way toward the Trump Tower, their previous enmity now inexplicably harmonious. It has been confirmed that Cybertron has descended upon the opposite end of Earth, though it has yet to entirely detach from the Centaurus region. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Initially, Shockwave believed that Unicron and the Quintessans were secretly colluding, but upon further reflection, he realized that such a conspiracy would be unnecessary. Moreover, based on the information from the film, Unicron's affection for Cybertron is profoundly deeper than that of Megatron. He has always regarded it as his ultimate sanctuary, making it inconceivable for him to engage in such treacherous acts. Thus, even though Quintessa has arrived on Earth, it does not impede the arrival of Cybertron. It is, as anticipated, not so simple. Shockwave suddenly comprehended the meaning behind the system's laughter. Compared to the Decepticon alliance, the Autobots and their human allies are woefully inadequate, especially with leaders like Unicron and formidable warriors like Shockwave. However, if the enemy is the Quintessans, the scenario transforms entirely. Aircraft carriers, combiners, boundless legions, and immeasurable weaponry. Each of these elements poses a significant challenge, especially now that the adversaries have brought an entire planet with them. These threats hang over them like the sword of Damocles, instilling great concern. One fears that neither Megatron nor Unicron could contend with such peril. Yet, Shockwave is more exhilarated than anyone else, for Cybertron is coming. To others, Cybertron may merely represent their homeland, but for Shockwave, it is his fortress. The combiners and triple changers are not only his subordinates, but also his most potent weapons. Chapter 98, Transmission Failure Wait. Shockwave suddenly recalled the previous encounter with the Quintessons on Cybertron. They first incapacitated all observation satellites surrounding Cybertron, subsequently sinking the largest Alpha satellite into the Sea of Rust. Consequently, all forces, including Shockwave himself, were drawn to the Sonic Canyon. Meanwhile, the Quintessons, alongside their aircraft carriers, lay in ambush beneath the energy pool. When Shockwave ventured alone to study the transmission pillars, they severed all his connections to the outside world. Had he not fortuitously been transported to the moon, he would have surely become nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. With such cunning, it is not difficult to surmise that Cybertron would descend upon Earth. Logically, the Quintessons on Quintessa would preemptively eliminate any threats, unless two scenarios are at play. One possibility is that Cybertron poses no actual threat to Quintessa, a notion Shockwave is loath to entertain. He has previously led his subordinates through a great war, and those once unruly individuals now acknowledge his position, even among the Autobots. Several wish to ally with him, with Jihu being one of them, if he were to return to his home planet only to witness the carnage. Shockwave genuinely wonders if he could maintain his composure. The second possibility is that the Quintessons have already foreseen the arrival of Cybertron and intend to thwart it. This is troubling. Shockwave suddenly gazed toward the Trump Tower. Unicron and his allies are in danger. In the sky, a faint blue light began to emerge. The Pentagon. Have they made contact? At last, both Russia and China have provided their data. Quickly, commence the calculations. All technicians have halted their leave, their glasses reflecting the intricate data and two models displayed on the computer screens. The results are in. Indeed, 2 planets. Good heavens. The generals, with their hands on their foreheads, had anticipated that the most significant extraterrestrial invasion would manifest as UFOs. Initially, they believed this to be the case. Albeit these UFOs appeared somewhat larger than expected. These battle-hardened officers could scarcely fathom that one day, 2 planets would descend upon Earth. "Sir, high-energy reactions have been detected over Chicago," exclaimed an officer. "What?" He rushed to the computer, demanding specific coordinates. The keyboard clattered furiously, and in this moment of urgency, even the most skilled online writers would feel inadequate compared to the Pentagon staff. "It's the Trump Tower," they concluded. "Chicago, Trump Tower. What shall we do?" Dino raised his hands in confusion. "Ambulance, you are the eldest, you decide. I believe we should remain still for now. Optimus Prime is seeking Shockwave. I trust he will return shortly, bearing the head of our adversary." Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the sky, akin to thunder striking the earth. Chicago, once shrouded in darkness, was illuminated as the dense clouds were torn asunder, revealing a dazzling blue light that resembled a pillar in the heavens. Shockwave recognized that blue light all too well. It had once subdued his prideful energy cannon. Instinctively sensing danger, Megatron leapt from the pinnacle, while behind him, the Trump Tower was pierced by the blue light. Decepticons retreat. It was evident that the adversary aimed for the transport column. Even with their objective revealed, Unicron and Megatron found themselves powerless, for none could withstand such cataclysmic devastation. "Transform, Autobots!" The Autobot team sensed the gravity of the situation and transformed. The roar of engines resonating in unison. The beam of light expanded dramatically. Initially, it penetrated the Trump Tower like a long pole, but it soon swelled, ultimately engulfing the adjacent 2 buildings as well. Debris had yet to touch the ground before being incinerated to ash. The brightness was blinding, leaving only dark silhouettes of the structures within, as Unicron faintly heard the shattering sound of the transport column. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the Earth, Cybertron's transport process stalled. At the very center of Cybertron, a circular line acted as a cutting edge, and the portion yet to fully detach from the space bridge began to collapse. Once appearing solid, Cybertron now resembled a distorted reflection in turbulent waters. At the core of the celestial body, something akin to a black hole emerged, consuming half of Cybertron entirely. The starry sky was left with nothing but void and emptiness. As the Shockwave arrived at the heart of the city, The Trump Tower had already been reduced to rubble. In this bustling epicenter of international finance, where towering skyscrapers should have stood, there was naught but emptiness. A few scattered stones were dislodged, and the nemesis emerged from beneath, appearing exceedingly weary. Cybertron was beyond reach. Since Shockwave had first encountered the nemesis, he had always exuded an air of arrogance, his power astonishingly formidable, a stark contrast to the frail figure before him now. The collapse of faith is indeed profound. Do not be hasty in surrendering. Nemesis, perhaps alternative solutions remain. No, the nemesis shook his head. Cybertron lies 4 light years away, and my Master S-Space bridge has been utterly destroyed. Such constructs cannot be easily replicated. Moreover, we are confronted by even mightier foes. The distant sound of a horn approached, and Optimus Prime arrived. You have achieved your objective, Optimus. The nemesis spoke with a tone laden with complexity. Now that the space bridge has been obliterated, Cybertron, your homeland, can no longer be reached, nor can I return. Then we must unite even more resolutely to defend Earth. Quintessa looms above us, and there is no time for hesitation, Optimus declared, clenching his fists. Shockwave scoffed, his voice a discordant mechanical rasp that grated on the ears. Listen, Optimus. Even if we were to set aside our conflicts to confront Quintessa together, my motivations would remain solely for my own survival, not for the preservation of this planet. Optimus, you have finally arrived, the nemesis remarked. Ambulances and Dino emerged, dust-covered and weary from behind a building. This place is perilous. We must depart. What on earth is happening? Lennox, accompanied by a team, also withdrew. They had much to thank Megatron for, as he had discovered their initial intent to remotely assault the space bridge from another building and had opened fire, necessitating Lennox's retreat. Although their squad was now halved, had they remained in that building, they would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. Chapter 99. The Dilemma. Let us regroup at the thoroughfare first, and then we can devise a plan, Optimus suggested. The Autobots transported the operational team away from the city center, the turn of events surpassing everyone's expectations. What troubles you, Nemesis? Megatron inquired, emerging from behind. You seem unwell. Do you still find time to gloat amidst such chaos? The Nemesis seemed to regain his usual haughtiness. Listen, Nemesis, Shockwave whispered. I ask you, is it true that as long as there exists a master space bridge, Cybertron can be teleported anew? That is indeed the case. But the master space bridge has been destroyed. If I told you that I still possess one, what? The Nemesis looked utterly incredulous. Shockwave, Megatron interjected, quickly grasping this revelation. What have you been up to during your time on Cybertron? Time is of the essence. I shall report to you later, Lord Megatron. Were it not for the lack of stringent requirements for the mission, and the fact that Shockwave himself is disinclined to stir trouble, he would have long since devised a plan to seize power, for the portrayal of Megatron in the films is ill-suited for a leader. At the very least, Shockwave would never betray Megatron during a decisive battle with Optimus Prime, only to be swiftly vanquished by him thereafter. Show me. The drill monster. No sooner had Shockwave spoken than the large head of the drill monster emerged from the side, shaking off the dust that clung to it. Its somewhat grotesque appearance, combined with a touch of endearing clumsiness, evoked an indescribable strangeness. The spine of the drill monster began to transform, revealing a space akin to a storage chamber once its spines and scales unfurled, from which 13 teleportation pillars floated forth, ultimately settling around Shockwave. How is this possible? There is no time for astonishment. The immediate priority is to reboot the teleportation array and form a spatial bridge. Bang! A sudden thunderous roar erupted from the sky, followed by a cacophony that repeated like a copied sound, akin to someone igniting a string of firecrackers, albeit with tons of TNT surrounding them. Humming. Several flying vessels above Chicago ignited in flames simultaneously, billowing smoke like phantoms rising swiftly, their turbines obliterated, rendering any adjustments to the power system a mere fantasy. A second later, they plummeted as if deep-sea behemoths exhaling their last breath, slowly sinking into the depths. With such rapidity, there was no need to contemplate the identity of the adversary. Shockwave, having traversed the Transformers' realm for some time, felt an unfamiliar twinge of dread. He sensed that this battle was not merely a brawl between robots or a cataclysm of ships, but rather a struggle for survival between planets. The towering Sears Tower, standing at 442 meters, was the first to suffer, a ship crashed upon its pinnacle, crushing the lofty edifice beneath its weight. The once sturdy structure began to disintegrate layer by layer, glass shards plummeting like a torrential downpour, swiftly erasing the honor of being Chicago's second tallest building. Decepticons, prepare for battle. Under the coordination of Megatron and Starscream, the remaining aircraft carriers and vessels quickly reformed their ranks. The resistance they faced had proven somewhat feeble, resulting in a sense of complacency among the pilots within. The Decepticon ships ascended while Quintessa's vessels descended, gazing upwards. It appeared as though an endless mirror had manifested in the sky, reflecting both Quintessa and her descending ships as shadows of Earth. Master, Starscream flew directly to Megatron's side, informing him that the enemy was contesting their aerial dominance. I have eyes, you fool. Starscream, rally the guerrilla fighters to assist the aerial fleet. We must buy ourselves time. Shockwave commanded. Understood. Starscream nodded in agreement, casting a final glance at the teleportation pillars beside Shockwave as he departed. Enough. Starscream swiftly divulged the method of operation. Time does not permit Shockwave any further circumlocution. UTND remained silent, and with a wave of his right hand, 13 teleportation pillars formed a circular array around him. Shockwave suddenly comprehended why UTND had been reticent to reveal the method of operating the teleportation pillars. The truth was that these pillars required no intricate usage instructions. Why did Megatron require UTND? Why was it that only UTND could wield control over the teleportation pillars? These were questions that had long perplexed Shockwave. Yet the answer was remarkably straightforward. The pillars operated on a code, a password configured by UTND, one that was unknown to anyone else. Although the reality was more complex, such as the password being dynamic and subject to change, or even being a biological sequence intimately linked to the transformative elements within UTND, stripping away these complexities revealed a fundamental simplicity. Simple, yet effective. UTND had successfully resurrected himself through this mechanism, earning immense respect within the ranks of the Decepticons. Shockwave had initially overcomplicated the matter. After all, a tool does not require its user to fully understand its operational principles. Otherwise, everyone would be capable of crafting their own smartphones. Shockwave opened his eyes, his voice tinged with an inexplicable sense of dismay. I cannot utilize this teleportation pillar. What? Megatron exclaimed. Isn't it yours? Indeed, I created it. But unfortunately, UTND interjected. Shockwave, did you discover within the Senate? Yes, Shockwave nodded. Then, that is correct. This is the original creation. It was with these 13 pillars that I successfully directed a star into Cybertron's orbit. But now you're using this to teleport from Cybertron, Shockwave replied. And there are troops at my disposal. Are the inhabitants of Cybertron still alive? If we account for Cybertron's forces, can this battle be won? Shockwave pondered, uncertain. Yet this was all he could presently grasp. No, the teleportation pillars can only be activated by Cybertron's energy. This is precisely why I later ceased their use. Their conditions are stringent and exceedingly unstable. UTND's meaning was clear. The 13 teleportation pillars that Shockwave possessed could only be utilized on Cybertron. Yet they found themselves on Earth. It was akin to someone who had never purchased Converse suddenly deciding to buy a pair, only to be informed by the sales clerk that due to purchasing restrictions, they must wear Converse shoes to buy the new model. Hope seemed to dissipate, casting a shadow over every heart. Wait, Shockwave suddenly realized something. UTND, you mean that as long as there is Cybertronian energy, it can be used, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be on Cybertron? What are you implying? Megatron inquired. Are you suggesting we rely on the Allspark? If that method truly works, I would not hesitate to dismantle the Allspark of those Autobots first. If that proves insufficient, yours will suffice. The adversary proclaimed that the force required must be immensely powerful, nearly akin to a stellar core. Even if the sparks of all the Decepticons were to be gathered, it might still be insufficient. In fact, utilizing it on Cybertron would pose no issue. No need. I possess alternative methods, replied Shockwave, his singular gaze resolute. However, you must disclose how to operate it. You are well aware that the current circumstances allow no room for secrecy. Leaning closer, young one, the adversary placed a hand upon Shockwave's head. Typically, Cybertronians transmit data wirelessly, but a physical connection, as the adversary employed, signifies the transfer of confidential information. The transmission concluded swiftly, And Shockwave smiled knowingly upon receiving the activation code for the teleportation pillar along with the adversary's biological data. No wonder this old fellow has always been so miserly. As Shockwave deciphered the data, he was astonished to discover that the adversary's transformation elements differed significantly from those of ordinary Cybertronians. This distinction was not merely due to the divide between Autobots and Decepticons. Shockwave was well acquainted with the structural anatomy of Autobots, having retained data from previous enhancements made to Spring and others. The adversary's configuration was considerably more unique. Thus, Shockwave surmised that this peculiarity stemmed from a Primus lineage. Regrettably, the data at hand was scant. Acquiring Optimus Prime's biological data would enable Shockwave to draw more definitive conclusions. However, the immediate challenges remained unresolved, and now was not the time for such contemplations. Otherwise, given Shockwave's nature, he would certainly have ventured to the lab for further experimentation. Suddenly, Shockwave sensed a threat descending from above. "Get down!" He forcefully pushed the adversary and Megatron aside, rolling away just in time. Sure enough, a moment later, a beam of blue light plummeted from the sky, leaving a deep crater where they had just stood, the ground charred in billowing smoke. "Coward!" Megatron seethed with fury, eager to confront the assailant personally. "Who are you referring to?" An elegant figure materialized before them, a specter wielding a long sword. The Quintessence warrior arrived ahead of the vessel, standing before the two formidable leaders. "Quintessence abomination, it truly is you. Haven't you all perished on Quintessa yet?" Megatron drew his weapon, questioning the whereabouts of Starscream and the Air Force. "Regrettably, I cannot die before dismantling you all," the Quintessence warrior retorted, her right hand spinning. A brilliant blue arc of energy manifesting, severing Megatron's weapon in twain, molten metal spilling forth from the freshly severed edges. "Adversary, why do you hesitate?" Megatron bellowed, though Shockwave had not noticed his own fixated state since the Quintessence warrior's arrival. Despite his advanced age, the adversary's reflexes remained sharper than most on Cybertron, rendering his demeanor distinctly abnormal. "Shockwave, it has been quite some time." The Quintessence warrior turned to regard him, her gaze a blend of pride and depth. "Who are you?" The adversary inquired abruptly. "Has the leader of the Autobots succumbed to the haze of age?" The five-faced creature has deliberately caused the other four metallic faces to display various expressions. "Oh, pardon me. I should now refer to you as the former leader, as you no longer belong to the ranks of the Autobots, do you? How did you come into possession of the Star Sword?" The adversary stepped forward, clutching the Primus blade tightly in his right hand. "The Star Sword? This is the first time Shockwave has heard of such a weapon. System, what is the Star Sword?" "The weapon Star Sword. File unlocked." The traveler may consult the memory module for further details. The information provided to Shockwave reveals that this sword was forged by the 13 Primes using the Forge of Solus Prime, designated as the exclusive weapon of the Primes. The hilt is embedded with a leadership module, following the internal conflict among the 13, to prevent its power from being usurped by Emperor Megatron. Primus divided it into 5 fragments, each held by one individual to be taken away from Cybertron. The Star Sword possesses immense power. Only those who inherit the title and matrix of leadership may wield it to its full potential, cleaving buildings in twain and effortlessly bringing down warships. Strange. If the system's description is to be taken at face value, then the five-faced creature should not be able to wield this artifact, considering the leadership matrix still resides with Optimus Prime. "Oh." The five-faced creature's gaze fell upon the 13 teleportation pillars. "You still possess these? Truly, why cling so desperately to this? Once Earth's resources are entirely consumed and Quintessa awakens, every galaxy will bow before the Cosmic Emperor. Why remain fixated on a mere Cybertron?" "What? You speak of the Cosmic Emperor?" Upon the utterance of this term, Shockwave and his companions were taken aback. The Cosmic Emperor, Unicron, is the quintessential villain of the Transformers universe, an entity that transcends time and dimensions, representing the most formidable and malevolent adversary in the series. He embodies darkness and destruction, the arch-nemesis of Primus, and a significant threat across all worlds and eras, forming the dual aspects of the multiverse alongside Primus. The Cosmic Emperor is synonymous with annihilation, the very personification of this concept, with the singular objective of returning all universes to their primordial state. However, accounts of the ultimate antagonist's true form vary across different narratives. Shockwave is most familiar with the cinematic portrayal in Transformers: The last night, spikes suddenly erupted across Earth, stretching to the horizon. These spikes serve as the Cosmic Emperor's teeth, siphoning planetary energy, suggesting that the film depicts Earth as the Cosmic Emperor, engaged in a battle against Primus, represented by Cybertron, until one perishes. As of now, Shockwave has yet to witness any spikes emerging from Earth, and based on the information currently at hand, he remains uncertain of any necessary connection between Earth and the Cosmic Emperor. As for Cybertron itself, it is even less likely to be the Cosmic Emperor. Otherwise, who then is Primus? If Shockwave were to successfully rescue Cybertron, only to later learn from the system that he had saved the wrong planet, and that Earth was the true Cybertron, he might well end his own existence with a single blast, for such a blunder is beyond human capability, even for the Cybertronians. Thus it becomes clear. Shockwave cast a glance at the celestial body above, deducing that in this dimension, Quintessa embodies the essence of the Cosmic Emperor. Chapter 101. Imitations. Why did the Quintessans originate from Quintessa? Why did they enslave the ancestors of the Cybertronians? These questions suddenly found their answers. This arrangement appears more coherent than in the films. However, new inquiries arose. What was Quintessa's purpose in journeying to Earth? The Quintessans claimed it was for Earth's resources, but such a statement felt overly vague, prompting Shockwave to recall a question posed by a friend during a film viewing. Why do aliens always seem to have a vendetta against Earth? Indeed, whether in the Transformers series or other science fiction narratives, if extraterrestrials intend to invade a planet, Earth is typically the first target. This conundrum is not difficult to resolve. If aliens bore no ill will towards Earth, the planet would lose its narrative significance. Without conflict, not only would it be challenging to recruit prominent stars for participation, but even advertising would prove difficult, as beings from other worlds do not consume Earth-esque dairy products. Have you considered this thoroughly? It turns out the Quintessans have yet to take action as they await responses from others. Join my grand army, and we shall dominate the universe. Shockwave mused upon the audacity of such claims, yet he found himself at a disadvantage in terms of power. The aerial battle raged on, and in the brief moments of their discourse, the Decepticons had already sustained considerable losses of spacecraft. Stealing a glance at the long sword held by the Quintessan, he noticed a notch in the hilt, which remained unfilled. Indeed, the Star Sword. Shockwave speculated that this notch was intended for embedding a leader module, indicating that the sword had yet to unleash its full potential. What a formidable weapon the Star Sword is. If Shockwave still possessed lungs, he might have inhaled sharply in astonishment. Records indicate that those capable of wielding the Star Sword inherit the title of leader. Yet Shockwave remained skeptical about the true nature of this designation. If the 13 told Shockwave he could be a leader, would that mean he inherited the title? Such a process seemed ludicrous. Thus, Shockwave believed there must be something more concrete at play, perhaps a lineage of Primus. So, what exactly have you done to Cybertron? This question weighed heavily on Shockwave's mind. Cybertron? Forget it. That place no longer holds your interest. The Quintessan cast a meaningful glance at the teleportation pillar beside Shockwave. Shockwave, where have you concealed it? What are you referring to? Shockwave suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Do not feign ignorance. Surrender the Allspark. I can sense its presence in Chicago. The Allspark? At this moment, the Decepticon was utterly astonished. You have brought the Allspark of Cybertron to Earth? His every utterance was steeped in hostility, which was hardly surprising, considering that Cybertron was the Decepticons' most cherished domain. If Shockwave had indeed transported the Allspark to Earth, it was likely that the Decepticon would resort to violence against him immediately. Shockwave, the solution you just mentioned, is it that the Allspark is indeed genuine, albeit not from Cybertron? With no alternatives left, Shockwave had no choice but to concede. Enough of this. Do not press Shockwave any further, for he knows that you would not believe him. The Quintessans flitted between the three of them. Do you not realize that the Allspark from Cybertron is actually a mere imitation? An imitation? The plot has indeed taken a series of unexpected twists, astonishing everyone involved. Decepticon, you have previously drawn other stars into Cybertron's orbit. Did you not then ponder how a once thriving planet could continue to survive solely by siphoning energy from others? The Quintessan's words struck like a revelation, addressing the very dilemma that had long plagued Shockwave. Earth has existed for countless years, yet no one had ever proposed the Star Hunt Initiative. The Creator exists, though no one knows his current whereabouts. He modeled Cybertron after Earth. Yet it is evident that it was a flawed creation, with Quintessa being the masterpiece. Upon hearing this, and reflecting on the information previously gathered, Shockwave began to form a coherent vision in his mind. Many years ago, Earth may have lacked carbon-based life, inhabited only by a group of relatively primitive silicon-based natives. The Allspark was both their source of energy and their spiritual anchor. It was to them what the World Tree was to the Night Elves. One day, the Creator discovered this race, or perhaps a branch emerged within it. Regardless, the outcome was that someone left Earth and fabricated a replica of the original Allspark. Thus, Cybertron was born. However, because the replica was imperfect, the life forms that initially emerged on Cybertron lacked high intelligence. The Creator roamed the universe, and subsequently created Quintessa. As the sibling of Cybertron, Quintessa harbored ambitions of usurping it, leading to the creation of the relatively more intelligent Quintessons, who were dispatched to both Cybertron and Earth. This was the origin of the distress signal from the Microns. Yet, neither the Cosmic Emperor nor the Creator himself could have anticipated that. After enduring a long reign under the Quintessons, the Cybertronians, mere imitations, would rise in rebellion, leading to an unprecedented reconciliation between the factions. What was once promised to be a galactic conflict had devolved into a fraternal strife. Shockwave mused inwardly. Therefore, if you surrender the Allspark, Quintessa shall become invincible, and the Cosmic Emperor will soon awaken. Only this final step remains. The Quintessons spoke with fervor, reminiscent of Hitler during World War II. Wait a moment. The Shockwave finally realized where the anomaly lay. How did you discern that the Allspark from Cybertron was a counterfeit? It is not unreasonable for the five-faced monster to know that the Allspark is not genuine. She might possess her own channels of information, much like the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan in Naruto, which only insiders are privy to. However, the issue arises because the five-faced monster was fully aware that it was a replica, yet still advanced with her army, nearly leading Shockwave to his demise in the energy pool. Thus, there is only one conclusion. The five-faced monster's initial objective was the Allspark from Cybertron. After exerting all her efforts, she finally acquired it, only to discover it did not yield the anticipated results. As for what this expected outcome truly was, after all he had endured, Shockwave had come to understand. Isn't Quintessa also a mere incomplete creation? Shockwave inquired. Chapter 102, Return to Cybertron. The five-faced monster regarded Shockwave with a cold gaze, offering no reply. Ultimately, both Cybertron and Quintessa are merely imitations, and indeed, both are incomplete. Shockwave recalled a previous cataclysmic earthquake. After it, Cybertron extended its enormous spikes and cannons, as if preparing to transform. They could only achieve completeness by consuming the other, correct? You are indeed correct, but Cybertron is evidently the one being consumed. Why? Why? Isn't that a question you should ponder yourselves? After enduring years of civil war, Cybertron had long since exhausted its resources and could no longer transform into a fortress mode. What if I were to replace it with the Allspark from Earth? Shockwave observed the shift in the five-faced monster's expression as he spoke, and as he anticipated, a flicker of panic surfaced on her previously confident visage. You seek death. The five-faced monster's tone was frigid as she brandished her sword, only to be obstructed by Optimus Prime. Shockwave, regardless of the method you devise, as long as it can revive our homeland, you are free to act, and I shall provide cover. Optimus glanced at Megatron. And you? I certainly will not align myself with Quintessa. Megatron tossed aside his hood, his fierce gaze laid bare. The leaders of the two factions joined forces to confront their adversaries, and Shockwave was nearly moved to tears by the sight. Laserbeak! Shockwave bellowed, and Laserbeak erupted from the earth. He leapt onto Laserbeak's back, and together they burrowed underground. Trying to flee? The five-faced monster swung her sword, and a beam of light surged forth like a crescent moon towards the direction Shockwave had departed. Do you hold me in such low regard? Optimus concentrated all his strength into his left hand, positioning his shield between them. With a hum, Optimus's left arm nearly lost sensation, and the shield almost slipped from his grasp. The once pristine surface of the shield now bore a charred mark, and Optimus staggered backward until his back collided with a pillar of a nearby bank. Unbelievable, it didn't shatter? This shield is crafted from the same material as the Energon blade. Severing it is no simple task. If you were aware of the materials that comprise this sword, you would likely not exude such confidence. The imposing presence of the five-faced fiend commands attention. Step aside, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. Are you attempting to orchestrate the command of a leader? The resolve of the Decepticon is already exceedingly unwavering. Regrettably, this leader is on the brink of demise. Laserbeak, hasten, and lead me to the location where the Allspark was previously concealed. Shockwave is in a state of urgency. At this moment, time is more precious than anything else. To evade detection of the Allspark, Shockwave had deliberately instructed Laserbeak to hide in a particularly deep location, now accessible solely to Laserbeak. The earth was excavated, stones, roots, and shards of glass were cast aside, all severed by the spiked form of Laserbeak. As a native of Cybertron, living beneath the surface, it now thrived in the softer soil of Earth. Even though he had distanced himself from the surface, Shockwave could still sense the tremors of the ground. Chicago remained engulfed in the flames of war. 5 minutes later, Laserbeak guided Shockwave to an underground chamber. Did you carve this out? Shockwave had merely instructed Laserbeak to safeguard the Allspark, yet had taken the initiative to create a space akin to an Allspark chamber. Laserbeak nodded eagerly, debris of rock and soil cascading from its massive head. Perfect. There is now a place to arrange the teleportation matrix. Shockwave dispersed the 13 teleportation pillars, with the principal pillar radiating a crimson glow as it levitated above the Allspark, seemingly resonating with it. Laserbeak, we are returning home. A waterfall-like cross-section emerged between the pillars. Arcs of electricity dashed between them like ferocious beasts, scattering fragments of sand and stone in the wake of this energy surge. The prior encounter with the Decepticon, where Shockwave's head was struck, not only conveyed the method of utilizing the teleportation pillars, but subtly cautioned him against constructing large-scale space bridges. Should the principal pillar under Shockwave's control react with hundreds of pillars across the globe, the five-faced fiend would swiftly ascertain his whereabouts. Although Shockwave was currently underground, the catastrophic power of the Star Saber could likely obliterate any thickness of Earth, and constructing a space bridge capable of teleporting planets is a painstakingly slow endeavor. Thus, Shockwave resolved to first teleport himself to Cybertron, and subsequently orchestrate a reverse transfer from Cybertron to Earth, mirroring the method Quintessa employed to arrive on Earth. The brilliance intensified, swiftly enveloping both Shockwave and Laserbeak. The latter appeared somewhat bewildered, prompting Shockwave to gently stroke its large head. Before venturing to Earth, Shockwave had harbored a sense of returning home, yet upon arrival, he discovered that the sentiment had transformed. The scenery remained unchanged. The surroundings had transitioned from colossal metal to humanity, but Shockwave felt no sense of belonging, as if he were an outsider, devoid of any connection to this land. As the return to Cybertron neared, Shockwave felt an unexpected sense of relief, akin to a lost lamb finally reuniting with its flock. The fabric of space began to warp, and the cacophony around him faded into silence. In a moment of brilliance, the red light of the main teleportation column reached its zenith, and Shockwave was instantaneously transported to Cybertron. What had become of Cybertron? The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by a few scattered stars that emitted a faint glow, while a blood-red aurora loomed on the distant horizon. Shockwave found himself in the Rust Sea, where the waters were choked with debris, the remnants jostling against one another, creating a hissing sound as the tides ebbed and flowed. With trepidation, Shockwave conducted a cursory scan of his environment, discovering that the debris was a remnant of the past, devoid of his subordinates. A gentle breeze swept past him, and the entirety of Cybertron felt desolate. Shockwave couldn't shake the feeling that this oppressive atmosphere was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the scene when he first awakened here. He pondered the possibility of a great stagnation. Meanwhile, the creature known as the Quintesson seemed to exhibit a sense of excitement, which was understandable, for this was also the place of its origin. Transforming, Shockwave assumed the form of Space Cannon and hastened towards the Allspark chamber. Previously, he had believed that the salvation of Cybertron depended solely on the Star Hunt initiative. However, he had failed to realize that this approach only addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause. After all, the 13 had previously introduced a star, yet Cybertron remained unrescued. Chapter 103. The Awakening Planet. But who could have foreseen that all of this stemmed from the counterfeit Allspark at the heart of Cybertron? A forgery will always be a forgery. Not every imitation has the potential to surpass the original, for not everyone bears the name Amiya. As Shockwave soared through the air, the quintessence burrowed into the ground, and remnants of collapsed structures and Cybertronian corpses were scattered about, echoing the very scene of Shockwave's initial awakening, albeit with many familiar faces now present. It was Mohawk. Shockwave hurriedly halted and descended beside Mohawk, transforming back into his robot form. Mohawk lay silently on the ground, devoid of consciousness, resembling a mere hunk of scrap metal. Scanning. The red light emanating from his ocular module enveloped Mohawk from head to toe, rendering him transparent, akin to an X-ray image of a human body. The Allspark still flickered, albeit ceasing to function, confirming Shockwave predictions regarding the consequences of the Great Stagnation. Previously, as Cybertron fell into inertia, it was likely that Quintessa experienced a similar fate, which prompted the Quintessence to devise a plan, ostensibly aimed at enslaving the remaining inhabitants of Cybertron. Their true objective was to seize the Allspark. Yet, upon acquiring the artifact, they discovered it was merely a counterfeit. It was only through a stroke of fortune that they learned the genuine Allspark resided on Earth. Regarding the concept of Quintessa and Cybertron consuming one another, it is a conjecture made by Shockwave based on the narrative of Transformers, The Last Night. The recent cataclysmic earthquake on Cybertron serves as a corroborating piece of evidence, for such a colossal spike appears to be designed for the capture of another celestial body. Thus, the entire situation is rather straightforward. Quintessa and Cybertron, representing the Cosmic Emperor and the Primordial Celestial Sovereign respectively, are in a relentless race to acquire the primordial seed of fire. Whomever secures it first shall awaken before the other, subsequently devouring their rival and attaining a true form of eternity. This is the ultimate method to rescue Cybertron. Shockwave is now prepared for the final confrontation. The notion of hunting stars? In simpler terms, it amounts to preying upon those who cannot retaliate. Invading Earth? There lies little satisfaction in conquering a lesser civilization. However, to consume a rival planet sounds far more exhilarating than the previous two endeavors. Shockwave proceeds towards the location of the seed chamber, leaving behind the corpses of his subordinates. He is uncertain whether the former version of himself would feel anguish over this. Yet presently, a sense of discomfort resides within him. I shall awaken you once more. His strides are resolute, regardless of the number of times he must repeat this. The Decepticon, known as the Laserbeak, remains oblivious to the thoughts of its master, silently trailing behind. Occasionally, it nudges its head towards the slumbering Decepticons, though they are not a source of sustenance. Fortunately, Shockwave acts swiftly to prevent any mishaps. Otherwise, Mohawk may awaken to find himself missing a leg. At this juncture, Shockwave has become quite familiar with the path leading to the seed chamber, and soon he arrives at the entrance with the seed of fire in tow. A kaleidoscope of bizarre electronic components rushes past him, their intricate circuits intertwining like the vines of a tropical forest. The deeper he delves, the more antiquated the circuit boards and matrices appear, exuding a sense of simplicity, as if they were the primordial forms of ancient Cybertronian life. The entire subterranean space is shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of desolation, with the wind's howl resonating mournfully. The cause is evident to Shockwave. At the heart of the seed chamber lies a vast, empty well, encircled by platforms reminiscent of motherboards. Yet, unlike before, this well is now devoid of contents. What sound is that? Since earlier, Shockwave has sensed an elusive noise, and as he approaches the seed chamber, it grows increasingly pronounced. Initially, he presumed it to be the wind, but now it seems otherwise. The sound resembles the final song of a white whale in the deep sea, or the muffled thud following the collapse of an iceberg. Regardless of its nature, it emanates an aura of desolation. Shockwave suddenly perceives that the current state of Cybertron resembles that of bygone from Investiture of the Gods, who had his heart plucked from him. With a flick of his right hand, the cube-sized seed of fire plummets into the depths of the well. 2 seconds later, the anticipated sound of the object striking the bottom is absent. Instead, a transformation noise resonates, one that should be familiar to every Cybertronian, yet distinctly different. It is as if the most primal pulse of life has awakened, reminiscent of the might of 1,000 galloping steeds. The clamor of metal colliding and components being exchanged resonates like the tumultuous waves of an ocean crashing together, intricately entwined. This is the grandeur of thunderous might, with blinding arcs of electricity surging skyward like waterfalls in reverse. the surface of the ignition source shattering into a form akin to a Rubik's Cube. Yet not a mere 9 by 9, but an astonishing 1,000 by 1,000, and then expanding to an astounding 10,000 by 10,000. With each rotation of the cube, its magnitude grows exponentially, while everything around it dazzles as if captured through a lens of flowing light, with azure luminescence cascading across the entire body of the Shockwave. Cybertron has come alive, and Shockwave can perceive this reality with utmost clarity. The Earth trembles, and all surrounding components spring into action, millions of gears whirling together in a grand symphony. The stagnant waters of the Rust Sea begin to surge, towering waves engulfing countless remnants, only to then crash upon the shore like a swarm of ants bearing black metallic debris. The peaks flanking the Soundwave Canyon suddenly stir as large boulders tumble down. In Freedom Plaza and the Energy Pool, Cybertronians awaken one after another, the sounds in their ears growing clearer, their vision expanding as the optical components power on. Headache. What's happening? Why am I here? Familiar faces surround me, and occasionally, Decepticons and Autobots lie together, instantly recoiling in disdain upon regaining consciousness. How long have I been asleep? What exactly transpired? I recall a figure with 5 faces. Yes, he sought to enter the ignition chamber. Quickly, let us account for our numbers. Is everyone present? What about Hot Rod? I'm here. Hot Rod emerges from the crowd, and the Autobots instinctively begin to gather around him, though a few exceptions remain. A group led by Blur does not align with Hot Rod, but also refrains from siding with the Decepticons. Blur, come here. Springer's voice gently reaches out to his friend. Forget it. I no longer recognize this individual as a leader. Blur replies haughtily, shaking his head. By the way, where's Shockwave? Have you seen him? Indeed. Where's Shockwave? This question spreads among the crowd like wildfire, as if nothing else at this moment is more pressing to ascertain. Chapter 104. The Return of Shockwave. Then we encountered the figure with 5 faces. That is the 5-faced monster, Hot Rod states. Your memory modules should contain relevant information. This is something every Cybertronian ought to know from birth. When the ignition source grants life to Cybertronians, it also imparts the tragic history of their ancestors' enslavement. A decision collectively made by the original leadership, specifically overseen by Master Titanium, with pertinent history stored within the magic sphere. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that she doesn't quite resemble the 5-faced monster I recall. Yes, I too sense that her gaze bears a resemblance to Optimus Prime S. How can that be? Her gaze was profoundly deep, and meeting her eyes felt as though one could be drawn in. No, I refer to a certain inherent leadership quality. Leadership quality? Yes, that innate sense of pride that arises effortlessly. What nonsense is this? Hot Rod interrupted the surrounding chatter. It was the tidal wave that perished at her hands. It was only then that the Autobots recalled that when the Quintessence advanced towards the forge, it was the tidal wave who first rushed forward to impede them, only to be cleaved in two by a long sword. As the pause subsided, everyone awakened, yet the body of the tidal wave remained there, its optical components dimmed forevermore. Why has Cybertron ceased operations again? Had we not already established a truce with the Autobots? The Decepticons certainly would not mourn the death of the tidal wave. They were more concerned with the cause of their own slumber. Indeed, has the truce proven futile? It seems the only solution is to annihilate all Autobots. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to incite war once more? Silence. The great train stepped forth. Having always admired Shockwave's character, and as one of the few triple changers, his words carried weight. Had you all forgotten what Shockwave previously stated? In days gone by, surely someone would have leapt forth to counter Shockwave, claiming, "What is he? Merely a commander, not even a true leader. Why should I heed his words?" But now, things had changed. Many had come to regard Shockwave as a figure of leadership, his standing even surpassing that of Megatron. Whereas Perceptor, the members of the space team finally realized their captain was missing. Perceptor is dead. Upon this revelation, the Cybertronians exchanged glances. Who spoke? They had vaguely discerned it was Shockwave's voice, for no one else in all of Cybertron possessed a voice so deep. Yet, neither Autobots nor Decepticons dared to confirm it. As many among them had witnessed the terror of the Quintessence, Shockwave had been trapped alone in the energy pool, and the odds were grim. "I'm Shockwave." His voice grew nearer, and the familiar space cannon materialized before them. Often, Cybertronians gazed at Shockwave's cannon with curiosity. pondering what exquisite craftsmanship could unleash such ferocity from hardened metal. It is Shockwave. Shockwave has returned. Master Shockwave. Master Shockwave is still alive. Mohawk could not resist transforming into motorcycle form, racing in circles around the Decepticon ranks, raising clouds of dust in his wake. Humph. Razorclaw let out a cold snort, remaining silent. I anticipated you would not perish so easily. Crosswise, with arms folded across his chest, his eyes brimmed with approval and relief. Excellent. Spring's heart, once suspended in anxiety, finally found peace, though he restrained his exuberance due to Hot Rod's presence nearby. However, what the Spring did not anticipate was that when his gaze fell upon Heatwave, the latter did not exhibit a look of disdain. Instead, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. In truth, Heatwave was also entangled in a conflict of emotions. Initially, his impression of Shockwave was far from favorable. The individual was known for his cruelty and lack of compassion, leaving one forever perplexed by the thoughts concealed beneath that singular eye. Yet, even when the Decepticons held an overwhelming advantage, Shockwave chose to call for a ceasefire. Subsequently, during the battle against the Quintessence, he led from the front, sacrificing his right arm to annihilate 3 of the enemy's subordinate warships. After the first grand shutdown, Shockwave was the first to awaken, and Heatwave would later reflect on this with trepidation, for he could have easily seized the opportunity to capture or eliminate all the Autobots while they lay in slumber. Yet he refrained from such actions. Perhaps it would be Shockwave who roused them once more. Do you find the scene familiar? Inquired a large train. Indeed. The entire convoy nodded in unison, recalling that the previous grand shutdown had unfolded in a similar manner. So, it was Shockwave who saved us again. The discussion about Shockwave dominated the conversation, overshadowing even the mysterious disappearance of Direct Current, save for his loyal confidant within the aerospace team. Lord Shockwave, the confidant began. Direct Current is aware that his captain's relationship with you is less than amicable, yet he firmly believes in your character. A being capable of embracing even Autobots surely would not be perturbed by trivial matters. Regrettably, Glide and the other members of the aerospace team, your captain has indeed perished. Slain by the Quintessence, Shockwave interjected, having overheard part of their discourse as he approached. He recognized that many of these individuals had encountered the Quintessence before. Furthermore, Flywheel had betrayed them, having always been a confidant of the Quintessence. The 3 warships were mere decoys. The Quintessence had infiltrated the energy pool while simultaneously bringing down the Alpha satellite, their true objective being the Allspark. Are we to fall into slumber once more because of this? Indeed, the Allspark has fallen into the hands of the Quintessence, and it is now likely situated on Quintessa. The Allspark is lost. On Quintessa? Wait, how did we awaken? Yes, Shockwave, why did he not succumb to sleep? What's happening? Help! Mohawk, still in motorcycle form, was circling around when he suddenly felt a disturbance at his tires. He turned back to see the previously flat ground erupting violently, the upheaval drawing ever closer. Enemy attack. The Quint-faced fiend must be beneath us. Mohawk shouted, prompting those around him to enter a state of alert, loading their weapons and aiming at the ground. With a roar, the lizard demon burst forth from the earth, its barbed maw resembling a series of sharp blades. It encircled Mohawk with its massive body, as its colossal head drew near. Lord Shockwave, help! Chapter 105. Let us go to Earth. Drill Demon. Cease your antics, Shockwave commanded. Everyone, relax and lower your weapons. This is not an enemy. Isn't that a drilling beast? Someone recognized the species of the Drill Demon. Indeed, I comprehend the reasoning, but why is this drilling beast so colossal? The curiosity of the crowd was piqued, their gazes scrutinizing the creature repeatedly. It must have consumed an innumerable amount of small titans like Mohawk. Exactly. Hey, don't just stare, Mohawk exclaimed, help the child. The reactions of those around rendered the Drill Demon uneasy, typically, whether human or Cybertronian. The initial response upon encountering it was to flee, not to approach cautiously. It arched its upper body like a cobra, its blades vibrating with intensity. I will discuss the Drill Demon later. Just know that it is not an adversary. Time is of the essence, and I must convey more pressing matters. Since his return, Shockwave felt a tinge of joy, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for reminiscing with his subordinates. Speak freely, Shockwave. We shall do what we can. They replied in unison. Indeed, we stand with you, added Blur, lazily leaning against the side, now indifferent to how Hot Rod might react. Very well, to be succinct, Shockwave levitated above them, recounting his encounters with the five-faced monstrosity to the Cybertronians. As he progressed, the expressions of those below grew increasingly astonished, particularly among the Autobots. When Shockwave mentioned the betrayal of Unicron and the current state of Optimus Prime, their faces reflected profound dismay. It is noteworthy that Hot Rod had steadfastly held on thus far largely due to his belief that Optimus would one day return to lead them in vanquishing the Decepticons. However, it seemed that Optimus had forgotten this, forming some alliance with humans to protect Earth. Wait, Hot Rod finally interjected, unable to contain himself. Your questions can wait. I have stated that time is critical, Shockwave replied with an unyielding tone. I simply cannot believe Optimus would. Precisely. Wide Load interjected. How can we trust that you are not attempting to sow discord among us? Ah, I anticipated such skepticism, Shockwave remarked, rubbing his temple. And after a crackling surge of static, Optimus Prime's voice resonated. Cybertron has fallen. I must now protect Earth. Hot Rod and the others will understand my decision. There was no deceit in his words. They were as genuine as could be, given that the faces of Cybertronians were metallic. Shockwave found it challenging to describe their current expressions as pallid. Yet that was the essence of their reaction. How could this transpire? First Unicron, now Optimus. We have persevered until now, but for what purpose? The pervasive atmosphere of negativity swept through the Autobots like a plague, with some even concealing their faces. Shockwave could not discern whether he was weeping, and ultimately he had no certainty about whether Cybertronians could shed tears. No, I refuse to believe that Optimus Prime would betray us. He must have his own reasons. Indeed, he finds himself in a precarious position on Earth, relentlessly pursued by Megatron, and cannot afford to form alliances with humans. Although only a handful of Autobots express such sentiments, it left Shockwave astounded. He thought to himself, how could you still be so willing to defend someone who has become utterly corrupt? In the eyes of these few, Optimus Prime was no longer merely a leader. He had ascended to the status of an idol. If Optimus were to host a concert on Earth, they would undoubtedly rush to wave their support banners in fervor. Alas, this is why I detest fervent fans. Shockwave found himself at a loss for words. Perceptor, how is it? Hot Rod inquired. Indeed, Perceptor replied with a heavy nod. It is authentic. The original audio track has not been altered in the slightest. Very well, Hot Rod sighed. In silence, Shockwave felt akin to an overburdened headmaster, trying to lecture while maintaining order. In any case, we must immediately set forth for Earth. Earth? Isn't it over 40,000 light years away? How do we get there? Indeed, we have a few who are not paying attention. Shockwave reiterated the matter of the teleportation columns. In truth, he wished to initiate the reverse transmission process directly. Before his departure, Unicron and Megatron were covering his retreat, but he was uncertain about their current status. Yet, given that war was imminent, it was imperative to ensure their combat readiness was at its peak. If they were to make a hasty journey to Earth, he felt assured about the Decepticons. But the Autobots might not heed his command. What if they teleported the Autobots to Earth, only for Optimus to emerge and deliver a speech that others would recognize as mere rhetoric? Yet, inexplicably, they might be so inspired by his impassioned address that they would rally to defend Earth alongside him, tears in their eyes. That would be quite awkward. Shockwave, did you just mention absorbing Quintessa? Yes, Shockwave nodded, pointing towards the tallest spire of Cybertron, which could penetrate Quintessa's core and extract its entire energy. As soon as he finished speaking, an unsettling thought struck him. Wait a moment. Shockwave surveyed the surrounding spikes and the central tower, feeling an odd sense of foreboding. What are we waiting for? Scorponok exclaimed. Let's head to Earth. Indeed, Apeface clapped his fists together with a resounding thud. Last time that scoundrel hid. This time, he cannot escape. The aerial bots were unyielding. Masterpiece turned to his team. Any objections? None. Let us move swiftly. In a similar vein, the battle teams of the war machines and the dragon-headed creatures played out a spectacle. As for the fearsome giant, although the tigers remained unresponsive, Shockwave exchanged a glance with the Claw, who in turn regarded him. Everything was understood without words. And what of you? Do you not desire to avenge the Great Wave? Shockwave's inquiry was directed at the Autobots, as he had been keenly observing Hot Rod's reactions throughout. Unexpectedly, this erstwhile rival of Shockwave, now serving as the acting leader, was the first to express his intentions. I will be heading to Earth. Who wishes to accompany me? Hot Rod declared, "There's no need to question my motives, Shockwave. I have my reasons for going to Earth, and there are numerous matters I wish to clarify with Optimus Prime." Chapter 106. Chaos. The term reverse transmission refers to the process of using Earth as a base for Cybertron's descent upon its skies. While this outcome aligns with the original plan of the Overlord, the primary transmission pillar is currently situated on Cybertron. 13 transmission pillars radiated from Shockwave, forming a circle, with the central crimson pillar resembling garnet floating before him. Surrounding the pillars flickered faint electric lights, which soon expanded into arcs of violet and azure, causing the surrounding sand and stones to tremble due to the sudden shift in the magnetic field. From this moment forth, at least on Cybertron, there would be no distinction between Decepticons and Autobots. All would unite as a coalition. Seizing the opportunity amidst the formation of the space bridge, Shockwave commenced his final address. "I have replaced the Allspark of Cybertron. Theoretically, it should endure indefinitely. Yet, at this very moment, within our solar system, a planet is plotting to consume our mother world. Can you endure this?" "Absolutely not." The response from below was astonishingly unanimous, including several Autobots. Moreover, those five-faced creatures that once enslaved our ancestors remain ever greedy. On Earth, our brethren are enduring their massacre. Our forebears once drove them away, and I have led you to vanquish their armies. But is that sufficient? Not nearly enough. We must eradicate this monstrous horde entirely. No, not just them. The entirety of Quintessa must perish. Indeed, Shockwave seized upon this sentiment amidst the chorus of voices. "Look upon our ravaged mother world. We lack the resources to restore it. If Quintessa seeks to devour Cybertron, let us see if it possesses the appetite. If not, then it is we who shall consume it. Let us devour it. Squeeze it dry." The Creator divided the primordial power into two. It is time to unite these forces once more. As Shockwave raised his right arm to its zenith, the space bridge began to coalesce. The serpentine arcs of electricity intertwined, swiftly forming luminous screens. Between these screens, countless molecules commenced to operate in defiance of conventional physical laws, reaching their utmost potential. Throughout the encounter, Shockwave remained silent. Contemplating the earlier words of Optimus Prime, he discerned a fundamental difference between the two, yet he found himself unable to articulate what that distinction entailed. If one were to liken Optimus Prime to a noble knight, then Shockwave would be akin to a bandit dwelling in the mountains. The spirit of Optimus Prime is undeniably pure, yet it fails to persuade the vast majority. In contrast, the bandit embodies humanity's most primal desires, which are inescapable. To defend humanity? To safeguard Earth? Shockwave harbors no such lofty sentiments. He merely wishes to tend to his own domain while plotting the annihilation of the planet that draws the attention of Cybertron. Earth. The transport pillars across the globe were simultaneously awakened by signals from the Centaurus constellation, emitting a deep, slow hum, reminiscent of a sovereign's arrival, as subjects bowed in reverence. As night fell, the stars in the sky sparkled like shards of diamonds. Yet amidst this celestial tapestry, a significant circular star appeared to be obscured by some unknown force, resembling a gaping void in the heavens from a distance. This extraordinary phenomenon compelled astronomers worldwide to seize their telescopes, and upon finally calibrating their magnification, they discovered that what they perceived was not a void, but rather a planet, Cybertron. Chicago. Once a prominent international financial hub, Chicago's allure emerged at night, alive with bustling traffic and the radiance of towering neon-lit buildings. However, following the devastation wrought by the Decepticons and the Five Faces army, the city now resembled a ghost town. The ground was strewn with rubble and shards of glass, while buildings toppled like a cascade of dominoes. The explosions resonated with the intensity of firecrackers on Chinese New Year's Eve, and in the aftermath, flames surged skyward as thick smoke roamed the city like a malevolent specter. The military had dispatched an unknown number of aircraft and tanks, which either lay shattered on the city's periphery or plummeted into the sea. Those few that managed to breach the city limits found their tracks dismantled by grotesque extraterrestrial entities within mere meters. Helicopters, fighter jets, and transport planes became wreckage, engulfed by the waves lapping at the shallows, while leaking fuel formed a slick on the ocean's surface. Random sparks ignited, transforming the coastline into a fiery dragon spine. Autobots, Decepticons, humans, and the Five Faces army clashed in chaotic combat, with one Decepticon often toppling a Five Faces soldier only to have its head severed by a missile in the next moment. It was a symphonic cacophony of gunfire and explosions, where every individual in Chicago played the dual role of performer and audience. After 2 hours of relentless fighting, the factions entered a peculiar state. Autobots and Decepticons ceased their hostilities toward one another, uniting against the Five Faces menace. Yet, for humanity, aside from the Autobots, all others were invaders, prompting laser-guided green dots to simultaneously target both the Decepticons and the Five Faces army. Optimus Prime, what exactly are these entities? The Wreckers maneuvered along the walls of a towering building, as the sheer number of adversaries on the ground proved overwhelming. The puppets of the Five Faces army. Optimus Prime pierced the chest of a mechanical soldier with a single strike, severing circuits and igniting sparks, while molten metal dripped like searing iron. The Dinobot, with its steel claws, ensnared the soldier's shoulder armor, both parties locked in a fierce struggle. The ambulance arrived to lend assistance, its right arm transforming into a chainsaw, deftly severing the knee joint of the mechanical soldier, which collapsed onto the ground in submission. That was a long time ago. The sound of a gunshot echoed as a bullet shattered the soldier's head. Delve into the memory module for clarity. I did not anticipate that these foes, undeterred, would extend their reach towards Earth. Confounded, Optimus picked up the soldier's head and crushed it in his grasp. How many is this now? Bumblebee felt fatigued, the chamber of his weapon heating up, every component straining under immense pressure. I cannot ascertain, yet it appears the enemy is inexhaustible. Fortunately, they are merely foot soldiers. Dina remarked. Be cautious, another wave approaches. The forces of the five-faced army slithered through the city like voracious serpents, swiftly changing course upon encountering buildings, while 3 squads of mechanical soldiers veered directly towards the Autobots. Everyone entered combat mode, bracing for a collision with the tidal wave of adversaries, but unexpectedly, they all halted simultaneously. Combine, combine, combine. Each mechanical soldier echoed like a broken record, converging as they transformed and ultimately merged. A mechanical legion loomed before them, towering thrice the height of Optimus Prime. Chapter 107. Autobots versus Combined Titan. What in the world is this? They combined? Can he even do that? I was unaware of such a capability. Hey, little Juga, what do you think about our combining? Questioned Wheeljack. Oh, you truly make me nauseous, retorted little Juga, feigning disgust. Even if you two could combine, you wouldn't match the size of our hand. Leadfoot interjected with a hint of mockery. Get lost, you rotund fool. Wheeljack and little Juga responded in unison. Enough. This is not the time for jesting, Optimus declared with a grave expression. Autobots, prepare for battle. Always ready, came the reply as Wheeljack chambered around. The combined Titans advanced, their sheer numbers causing the ground to tremble. Aim for their feet, commanded Optimus. Understood. In his current form, Hound embodied an athlete in a figure skating performance, the battlefield serving as his stage. An annihilation barrage from the foremost combined Titan launched a gliding missile, trailing a long plume of smoke as it hurtled towards Hound. He leaned back tactically, the missile narrowly grazing his visage. The already uneven ground erupted in a deafening explosion, sending debris cascading like fireworks in every direction. Oh help! Little Juga and the rotating wheel were diminutive in stature. The debris that posed no threat to other Cybertronians was utterly lethal to them. The trajectory of the horizontal cannon was both swift and serpentine, akin to a venomous snake on the attack, effortlessly discerning and evading the movements of the combiners. Your foot is now mine. The right hand of the horizontal cannon transformed into a slender sword, its blade tracing a dazzling arc of silver light. Among the Autobots, the horizontal cannon was perpetually the most agile and graceful, reminiscent of a medieval knight. With a flourish of his movements, the horizontal cannon, brimming with confidence, did not glance back, anticipating that within 2 seconds, the combiner behind him would collapse in a resounding crash. Yet, this did not transpire. Although the physical sword of the horizontal cannon was swift, it lacked the destructive power of Optimus Prime's high-heat energy axe. Thus, while it was adequate against ordinary mechanical soldiers, it was insufficient against such a colossal foe. The combiner was encased in thick armor, and inflicting a fatal wound with such a slender projectile was a formidable challenge. Annihilate! The combiner retaliated, reaching for the horizontal cannon, who narrowly evaded the attack. However, Dino was not so fortunate. Initially, Dino aimed to employ a familiar tactic, using his steel claws to immobilize the Combiner's movements, then coordinating with other members of the Autobot Legion to eliminate it. Unexpectedly, the moment his claws grasped the Combiner, it yanked him forward with its iron chains. Weighing several tons, Dino's mass felt as light as a toy before the Combiner, and he began uncontrollably hurtling towards the enemy ranks. "Dino, let go!" Bumblebee shouted. "I wish I could, but I'm stuck. Dodge!" Optimus Prime infused all his might into his right hand, resembling a tautly wound javelin thrower. In the next instant, a dazzling axe, half the size of Dino, was hurled forth, its radiant trajectory akin to an orange-red shooting star. The iron chains were severed, and the axe, after spinning in the air several times, landed with a thud against the wall of a building. Dino plummeted, the impact jarring him significantly. "Thank you, Chief," he said, clutching his waist. "Do not be complacent." Optimus Prime activated his faceplate, signifying his seriousness. He was in dire need of a tow. With the auxiliary flight device, he would truly soar. Yet the tow had been obliterated by the Shockwave, leaving him with no alternatives. Meanwhile, the encirclement of the Combiner continued to tighten, resembling towering walls that obstructed Optimus Prime and his companion's path. The NASCAR armed vehicle transformed from the lead foot, spun, and retreated like a top. It had intended to break through, but was forcefully kicked back by a Combiner, leaving its hood crumpled. "Steady, brother." Ambulin and Bumblebee stood guard behind him, initially planning to catch the lead foot, but the latter's momentum proved too overwhelming, forcing them to evade before making contact. Bang! After a muffled thud, a streetlight was toppled, and the unweighted base came to an abrupt halt. "You ungrateful lot. Optimus Prime, what shall we do?" All attempts to break free have failed, except for the two trembling little ones, Xiao Zhuge and Zhuanlun, who are cowering in a nearby building. The Autobot forces have retreated to the center, their backs turned to one another, each focused intently on the front. Optimus Prime upward glanced for a response, but finding none, he turned to see the leader gazing skyward. Following his gaze, Upward discovered a new celestial body had appeared in the firmament, a vast expanse that seemed oddly familiar. "Shockwave, is that you?" Optimus Prime murmured. "Annihilation. Annihilation." The green glow in the Combiner's eyes intensified as they advanced step by step toward the Autobots, yet their eyes remained fixated on the heavens. Dozens of small dots emerged in the sky, growing larger, clearly approaching their position. All Autobots began to take note of these dots, magnifying the images captured in their camera modules, with the clarity remaining intact even under 100x optical zoom. After noise reduction, the Decepticon insignias on those figures became strikingly apparent. New foes? Bumblebee reached for his weapon. "Wait!" Optimus Prime restrained his restless hand. "Let us observe first. Do you see? In the sky?" The team of Combiners was engaged in jovial conversation. "Is this Earth? The place isn't bad, although Chicago has suffered greatly from the ravages of war." In the eyes of the Autobot leader, who has witnessed the rise and fall of Cybertron, this level of damage could only be deemed superficial. "Our home planet was far more beautiful in its prime," said Shockwave. Indeed, the Predacon nodded. As soon as Cybertron arrived in Earth's atmosphere, Shockwave assigned tasks. The mission was straightforward: cut off the connections of the five-faced monster and his subordinates, then collaborate with several prominent leaders to annihilate him. For this, Shockwave required Optimus Prime. Although he was no longer considered a Cybertronian, it was precisely this fact that would compel him to defend Earth against the onslaught of the five-faced army. Chapter 108, Combine. Transformers. "Look, aren't those Autobots? Today is Optimus Prime's day of reckoning." Boom! A cacophony of impacts resounded as the aerial bots, battle chariots, Bruticus, and Dragonhead monster descended to the ground, each guarding a corner to obstruct the path of the Combiners. Perhaps someone among them had previously witnessed the might of these Decepticon Combiners, for the five-faced army unexpectedly halted their advance. The most anxious ones must be the Autobots, as they were unaware whether the newcomers were friends or foes. If the Decepticons intended to take advantage of their plight, they would find themselves encircled by two threats. "Optimus Prime." Razorclaw spoke first. "Shockwave has summoned you. We have come to rescue you, poor Autobots." "Rescue us? You can barely save yourselves." Dino adjusted his waist, feeling the sting from the recent fall, though he found solace in knowing that this group was not there to take his life. The unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. Yet neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons broached the subject, for they were united in facing a common adversary. The armor of these combiners was exceedingly robust, rendering ordinary blades or artillery ineffective against them. I have conducted an analysis, Hound cautioned. Their vulnerability lies at the joints. A precise strike to their knees could incapacitate them. In this dire situation, Ratchet disregarded any distinctions and declared, of course, if you could manage to sever their heads, that would be ideal. No need for that, came the reply. What are you talking about? That sounds overly complicated. The clamor escalated. Observing that the newly arrived foes did not launch an immediate assault, the five-faced army could no longer contain themselves, striding swiftly towards the center of the encircled adversaries. They were ensnared within a figurative iron barrel, with Autobots and Decepticons alike trapped with no escape. Be cautious. The Decepticons had grown overly complacent. Hey, little Juga, how long do you think it will take to dismantle them? Wheeljack asked with a gleeful tone. Based on my astute judgment, I would say 5 seconds at most, replied little Juga, shaking his head, for this group was utterly oblivious to the true nature of power. Autobots prepared to assist. As their leader, Optimus Prime was unwilling to remain shielded by former foes. Approaching Ravage, he inquired, "What does Shockwave want with me?" "You may ask him yourself," Ravage replied coldly. "Leave this to us." Optimus Prime, "It's good to see you," growled another imposing member. "Enough chatter, Predaking. Let us confront the enemy." "Understood," Predaking responded. "I am known as Skyfire." The mechanical beasts, formed from silicon, coalesced into a brand new transformer, Skyfire. His form exuded an unconventional beauty, despite being mechanical. The lion's head that jutted from his chest and the massive wings on his back emanated a primal ferocity. Transformed? At this juncture, Dino believed he had seen it all: betrayal by Unicron, the fall of Chicago, and the arrival of Quintessa instead of Cybertron, followed by being encircled by the Combiners. Thus, when the Decepticons arrived to lend their support, his heart remained largely unmoved until he witnessed the members of Predaking merge into a colossal transformer wielding a longsword. Aerial bots transform. The Kenworth reinforced truck, Lamborghini Countach LP 500S, Porsche 928, Formula One race car, and Ferrari 308 Jeep B converged before the audience, each extending their docking apparatus, irresistibly drawn to one another like opposing magnets. At the core stood the automotive master, with the other supercars as its limbs, gradually coalescing into a colossal Decepticon. The aerial Decepticon, impervious and invincible, exuberantly bumped fists, towering over the combined might of the five-faced Autobots. How could this be? The ambulance pondered this perplexing question, recalling that during the Chicago defense, all Decepticons from the Lunar Alliance did not possess the ability to combine, while those capable of merging had remained on Cybertron. The image of the one-eyed Decepticon flickered in the ambulance's mind as he gazed up at the second celestial body that had descended upon Earth, murmuring, "Shockwave. What have you done? Transform combat team." The commands erupted amidst a cacophony of assault, explosions, whirlwinds, deception, and clamor as their transformed forms. The missile hauler, Leopard 1 tank, military shuttle, military jeep, and SEAL Mk-88A armed helicopter commenced their astonishing metamorphosis. The whirlwind formed the left arm, its rotor blades effortlessly slicing through incoming bullets. The shuttle became the right arm, equipped with a gliding cannon. The military jeep and tank constituted the left and right legs, robust and remarkably balanced. The fearless Mixmaster brandished a sonic stun gun, his shoulder-mounted missiles brimming with lethal intent. Dragonhead transform. Compared to the other squad members, those within Dragonhead exhibited a hint of madness. Hungry Dragon, Two-Headed Dragon, Shredder Shark, Throat Cutter, Stain, each radiating a bloodthirsty desire. Rain Demon, crush them. Optimus Prime harbored numerous questions. Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. The immediate priority was to break through. He sensed that Shockwave had something of great importance to disclose. Five-faced Autobots, fire. Before engaging in close combat, the combined Autobots raised their machine guns, though termed laser guns. The bullets they unleashed could easily be likened to those pouring from a tank's cannon, given their massive proportions. The aerial Decepticon has arrived. The battle had only just begun, yet the aerial Decepticon began to exhibit signs of instability. "Get down, or you'll lose your life," yelled the spinning one from behind. The barrage was too dense. There was no way to evade it. Stop shouting. The lead-footed one interjected. Indeed, given the aerial Decepticon size, even crouching would not spare him from the torrential hail of bullets unleashed by the five-faced Autobots. Such a conclusion was evident without the need for ballistic calculations. Yet, he was not prepared to hide it all. Currently aboard the train, I have nearly concluded my affairs here. I shall return home tomorrow to resume updates. Chapter 110. Transformation Day After Tomorrow. It is noteworthy that the armor adorning him can withstand the high-caliber artillery fire from the claws. Bullets incessantly rained upon the body of the Sky Tiger, the symphony of steel clashing resonating in a fervent dance across the battlefield, while sparks erupted in dazzling hues of orange and red, only to vanish moments later. The sleek metallic surface of the Sky Tiger bore countless scratches, yet the armor remained unscathed. Annihilation. The five-faced army ceased their fire, and the seemingly cumbersome combinatorial giant moved with the precision of industrious ants as they reformed their ranks. A colossal machine gun, reminiscent of a Gatling, bifurcated in the center, its circular cross-section forming a cannon-esque mouth, its components whirred into action, loading rounds in a mere 2 seconds. Such ammunition, regardless of the armor's protection, could topple foes merely by the force of the shockwave. Not to mention the barrage of dozens fired in unison. Boom! The cannon of the five-faced army erupted like thunder, projectiles hurtling towards the Sky Tiger from all directions. Bring it on. If the Sky Tiger were an aircraft carrier, its operator would surely be shouting at the top of their lungs about a high-energy reaction detected on the dashboard. However, he was not. He was the most reckless among the combinatorial giants created by the shockwave, forever refusing to evade. This fellow has lost his mind. Dino sheltered himself in a location beyond the reach of stray bullets. The Decepticons truly are insane. The horizontal cannon also opted to observe for the time being. Suddenly, a phantom streaked past the side of the Sky Tiger. In an instant, a near-perfect semicircle appeared before him, luminous and ethereal, akin to moonlight. Centered around that arc, the surrounding air began to vibrate at varying frequencies, and a simultaneous, intricate sound enveloped everyone's ears, reminiscent of thousands of bees fluttering their wings in unison. Boom! Dozens of shells detonated upon contact with the semicircle, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that swept away the dust from the ground, rendering the spot where the Sky Tiger stood a pristine void. Humph! Chung Yunxia casually flicked his hand, holding the sound speed sword, uttering little else. Mind your own business. The Sky Tiger clearly did not appreciate the sentiment. Optimus Prime, perhaps you should go ahead. The ambulance suggested, we can manage here. Initially, the Autobot faction felt they had little chance of success, yet upon witnessing the descending Decepticons, they suddenly felt emboldened. Caution! At some point, the nearby aerial forces began to converge upon this location, and the small spacecraft of the five-faced army flitted through the air like a swarm of bats, presenting the Autobots with an inescapable net. Currently trapped in the midst of it all, nearly everyone lacked the ability to fly, and without a tow truck, Optimus Prime faced an uphill battle to escape. However, just when all believed they were at an impasse, a helicopter successfully broke through the fleet of ships. Humans. Impossible. Optimus Prime shook his head, realizing that the human aerial forces could not possibly reach this place. Yet, there was no Decepticon insignia above. The helicopter transformed its rotor blades into weapons, spinning rapidly like a razor, severing the 5 military spacecraft it came into contact with. Well done. Leadfoot could not help but applaud. The helicopter descended steadily, devoid of a pilot, and just as Optimus Prime felt a sense of familiarity with its color scheme, it suddenly transformed. Springer, the only triple changer among the current Autobot ranks. Optimus, are you all right? Springer? The appearance of Springer filled the Autobots with warm familiarity. Is that really you? How did you become a helicopter? It was Shockwave who modified me, Springer replied. Shockwave? The mere mention of that name instilled vigilance in all Autobots. You haven't betrayed us, have you? Wheeljack inquired cautiously. How on earth did you end up with Shockwave? The thought of that one-eyed visage sent shivers down Dino's spine. Where did he force you? Just tell me, and I will avenge you. Updraft declared fiercely. Unpredictable. Bumblebee's remarks often seemed to resonate on a different frequency from others. What about the others? Optimus was primarily concerned about the defenders on Cybertron. Juamim, no. I have received too much information, and I am unsure where to begin. In any case, I am not alone. Autobots from Cybertron have also arrived. Originally, I was supposed to aid the others like the other triple changers, but I feared that the 4 combiners alone wouldn't be enough for you to break through. So I came alone. Kid, what did you just say? Rainmaker exclaimed as he punched a combinational bot to the ground. Are we really not enough on our own? The sonic disorientation gun of Soundwave, mixed with the chaotic sounds of battle, sent enemies plummeting down, ultimately landing atop the combinational bots. Skydive remained silent. Yet where the sonic sword struck, limbs flew asunder, and dark green oil splattered forth. While the others were still entangled with the enemy combiners, he had already single-handedly dispatched 4 foes. Triple changer? What on earth is that? Springer's words had surpassed the Autobots' understanding. It means one that can transform into 3 different forms. Rainmaker interjected amidst the chaos. 3 forms? Who are you trying to fool? As soon as little Juga uttered those words, he regretted them. For the Decepticons before him were also formed from several individuals, which was itself an extraordinary feat. The roar of engines echoed from all directions. Tires screeched against the pavement in a haunting wail. The combiners predominantly gathered in the north, while the other areas were primarily occupied by ordinary mechanical soldiers. It was nighttime, and the high beams pierced the inky darkness like spears of light. Dull thuds reverberated as mechanical soldiers were sent flying. A Mercedes-AMG GT surged ahead, its black and red color scheme seamlessly blending with the night. Dral Dino instantly recognized the true form of the vehicle. Among the ranks of Autobots, they were renowned for their speed, often engaging in friendly competitions. Geo continued to surge forward, but the mechanical soldiers ahead quickly reacted, forming a tighter barrier to obstruct Geo's path. You are all but mere ants, Geo declared, halting, transforming, and drawing his sword in one fluid motion. Under the illumination of the headlights from the other Autobots, Geo's long blade left afterimages, his steps light, yet his attacks exceedingly swift, mowing down the mechanical soldiers as if they were mere blades of grass. Ratchet, Optimus Prime said with a grave expression. Did you clearly observe Geo's transformation? No, but I captured it using a high-speed camera, Ratchet replied, analyzing the footage in his mind. I know Geo has always been fast, but this speed exceeds that of any Cybertronian, unless he has undergone significant modifications. Chapter 111. Infiltration. Could it be that Ratchet hesitated, casting a glance at Optimus Prime? There can be no mistake. It must be Shockwave. Optimus articulated the unspoken truth. Yet both were acutely aware that the crux of the matter was not merely Shockwave's modifications to Cybertronians, but the fact that such alterations now extended to the Autobots themselves. Given the nature of these individuals, they would never willingly submit to Shockwave's alterations. However, if they were indeed voluntary, the implications were rather terrifying. In the wake of Geo, the ranks of the Autobots, Hot Rod, Charger, Reckless, Stealth, Blue Streak, Red Alert, Hoist, Slingshot, Break, Loquacious, Cup, Divergence, Hinterland, Taxi, Wide Load, Spotlight, and Pursuit assembled, unexpectedly outnumbering the nearby mechanical soldiers. Hot Rod. For Optimus Prime, Hot Rod was both a subordinate and a friend. Seeing him again stirred an emotional response in Optimus after such a long separation. Indeed, Hot Rod replied, his tone unexpectedly aloof. How fares Cybertron? Cybertron? Hot Rod scoffed lightly. Ah yes, that planet. How should I put it? It pales in comparison to Earth. If one were to describe his tone and words in human terms, it would suggest a certain sardonic edge, which Optimus, unable to discern, could not fathom. He would never consider that during their battle with Shockwave, the latter had taken the time to record their encounter. Hot Rod, what troubles you? Nothing. I've come with my team to help defend Earth, Hot Rod stated deliberately. Indeed, Optimus nodded. Chicago lies in ruins. We cannot allow the flames of war to spread to other cities or nations. Although Hot Rod had heard the recording, and although the sensors confirmed its authenticity, he still found it hard to believe that Optimus would truly abandon Cybertron. Yet Optimus's response nearly ignited his engine. Me? Optimus was equally bewildered, sensing something was amiss with Hot Rod, or perhaps it was not just him. Others such as Spring and Geo also exhibited a certain strangeness. Optimus Prime found himself perplexed by the underlying reasons behind the circumstances, so he hastily attributed the chaos to Shockwave's machinations. Nonetheless, this was not the moment for such deliberations. The surrounding mechanical soldiers, deterred by their numbers, refrained from advancing. However, reinforcements were rapidly converging from all directions. To utter another word now would diminish their chances of escape. Once these minor foes were dealt with, I shall have a multitude of inquiries for you. Your forces are also assembled, Optimus Prime. Now you may proceed, spoke Thundercracker coldly. Will you not assist Shockwave? Optimus Prime inquired, noting the formidable strength of their group. We shall refrain from joining, responded Rainmaker, as he dispatched a mechanical soldier with a single shot. With spaceships, aircraft carriers, and such an array of combiners, we have numerous tasks ahead of us. Shockwave aims to confront that five-faced adversary. Our presence would only hinder his efforts. For once, the typically arrogant Mirage acknowledged the truth in this statement. The combiners excel in size and destructive power, yet such advantages are rendered irrelevant against the agile five-faced creature. This is a duel befitting a leader, the aerial bot remarked as he cast a glance back at Optimus Prime. I understand, nodded Optimus Prime. Autobots, to the breach. Cybertron. Are we all prepared? Shockwave stood at the center of the teleportation array, his enormous singular eye scrutinizing the assembled warriors. The ethereal blue light emanating from the teleportation pillars illuminated the armor of each participant. Among them, apart from Shockwave himself, stood a cadre of triple changers, Metroplex, Gas Skunk, Rampage, and Lightning. We are ready. After reversing the teleportation of Cybertron to Earth, Shockwave had dispatched nearly all his forces to Earth, including spaceships and symbiotes, leaving only these few trusted allies behind. Shockwave, what precisely do you intend for us to do? Rampage remained unable to fathom Shockwave's intentions. Steal the source. Shockwave's tone was unexpectedly enthusiastic. Steal? Metroplex clearly did not grasp this terminology employed in their strategic game. Indeed, Shockwave elucidated. Since the five-faced creature has been pilfering the replicated Allspark from Cybertron, it stands to reason that Quintessa must possess a similar energy core. Gas Skunk smacked his forehead, realizing the oversight. Our objective is to infiltrate Quintessa, seize the energy core, and ultimately transfer it to Cybertron's Allspark chamber. Merging it with the Allspark I discovered on Earth, Shockwave outlined his plan. But if the five-faced creature learns of this, Lightning voiced his concerns. There is no need for the five-faced creature to be informed, interjected Rampage. Now that Cybertron hovers above Earth, the five-faced creature has surely deduced that the original Allspark resides here. She will undoubtedly come. In any case, we shall first proceed to Quintessa. We can discuss the particulars along the way. Time is of the essence, and Shockwave was loath to squander any further moments at this juncture. Very well. Let it be so. Shockwave, we trust you. Decepticons, transform. After a crisp sound of metallic collision, all individuals transformed into their flight forms, igniting the flames of their thrusters and propelling themselves to peak velocity within a mere second. Originally, the Shockwave intended to utilize the teleportation column. However, it was uncertain whether it was due to the recent transportation of a celestial body that the column exhibited signs of overload, rendering it inoperable for the immediate future. Consequently, Shockwave had no choice but to soar through the skies, fortunate enough that their flight speeds ranked among the elite on Cybertron. Thus, I deployed all available forces to Earth. Shockwave activated the internal communication channel, although the source of the information obtained by Quintessa remained a mystery. It was clear that her aim was directed towards the Allspark on Earth. Fortunately, I had previously extracted it from Hoover Dam and buried it deep beneath the ground of Chicago using the power of the Decepticons' drilling technology. In her perspective, Cybertron had become a wasteland devoid of the Allspark, with Earth as her true target. Observe, Quintessa has not dispatched any new aircraft carriers, indicating that her forces are concentrated on Earth. Given this, I must hold them at bay. Thus, the others began to comprehend the rationale behind Shockwave's meticulous arrangements. The chapter titled Underground Passage unfolded, revealing the apprehensions of the five-faced monster train, who had previously witnessed the formidable power of Quintessa. With both Unicron and Megatron joining forces against him, it was likely that Optimus Prime would soon enter the fray. The three leaders united on a common front, not necessarily seeking to eliminate her, but at least to delay her. I had previously shared the Earth data collected by Soundwave with you, so your database should also encompass the tale of the three heroes battling Lu-Bu. Shockwave's plan was intricately woven, its complexity astounding even the triple changers. In light of previous events, a thought suddenly emerged in their minds. What if Shockwave were to ascend as the supreme leader, rather than merely a military commander? Yet, what if, in a hypothetical scenario, The combined might of the three was still insufficient to contend with Quintessa. If Optimus were to fall victim to a toxic gas bomb, would that not be preferable? Shockwave interrupted the discourse, asserting, "I believed you were not inclined to witness the demise of the Autobots." Despite having retracted his crimson single eye in his space gun form, the toxic gas bomb felt as if he could still perceive Shockwave's profound gaze. "You are mistaken. Have you forgotten that it was I who brought down the Tower of Babel? I merely wished to prevent a civil war between the factions of Frenzy and Barricade. As for Optimus Prime, his death could benefit the peace of Cybertron, provided it does not occur at my hands, or rather, at the hands of any Decepticon." Understanding this, they felt reassured that Hot Rod would grasp the implication without needing it articulated. As they drew closer to Quintessa's position, Shockwave resolved to maneuver from behind for safety. "Truly, a hallmark of the creator," Shockwave remarked in admiration. "Regardless of the historical records or the descriptions of predecessors, Quintessa has long been regarded as a malevolent planet. Its surface reminiscent of hell, bubbling with molten rock and inhabited by grotesque creatures. However, upon witnessing it firsthand, Shockwave discovered that the reality diverged significantly from the accounts. The Quintessa before him, although architecturally distinct from Cybertron, bore an uncanny resemblance in layout. It could be likened to the dichotomy between Radiant and Dire in Dota 2. Shockwave even speculated that if the two planets were unfurled like a world map, their respective sections might align perfectly. As he had anticipated, the surface of Quintessa was nearly devoid of defenders. The majority of ships and mechanical soldiers had initially descended upon Earth, likely engaged in fierce combat with the forces dispatched by Soundwave. Doubts crept into his mind about whether he alone could fulfill the operational plan. The internal situation remained uncertain, so caution was paramount. Each of the triple changers was an elite among elites, while their destructive capacity might not match that of the combined might of a Gestalt. Their overall prowess far surpassed that of ordinary Cybertronians, coupled with their agility, making them ideally suited for such covert operations. Let us proceed. Although Quintessa's surface lacked the ravages of war that marred Cybertron, it exuded an inexplicable desolation, akin to a dead sea, devoid of any semblance of life. Scanning, analyzing, magnifying, simulating. The team activated their optical components, coordinating with their neural modules to conduct a comprehensive scan and analysis of the entire planet. While scanning a single domain would be manageable, the computational demands of scanning a whole planet were monumental. Fortunately, Shockwave had already devised a solution. Data from the squad members was promptly transmitted to him, which he then relayed in real time to Soundwave, hovering in the skies above Earth. To the untrained eye, Quintessa's surface appeared singular, yet Soundwave had, through reflective simulation calculations, outlined the entire 3D structure of Quintessa. Shockwave could now discern the number of passages beneath a particular building. "How are you?" Even at this distance in space, Shockwave maintained wireless communication with Soundwave. The scanning progress reached 98, yet one area remained shrouded in darkness. "Your reflective signal appears to be obscured. Can you sense any energy presence?" Shockwave surmised that this might be the chamber of the Allspark. "No, it is not obscured. It resembles a black hole rather than something radioactive." The principle of reflective simulation involves enveloping the target area with virtual particle signals and delineating its structure based on the feedback received. However, there was a location where, no matter how Soundwave scanned, the signals seemed to vanish as if devoured by a beast. "All right, send me the coordinates." 265, 361. Shockwave paused upon receiving this coordinate, for if it were placed on Cybertron, it would precisely correspond to the location of Triptychon, directly beneath which lay the chamber of the Allspark. Beneath the entrance, numerous guards stood watch, yet these mere foot soldiers swiftly became nothing more than scrap metal under the might of the three-changer warriors. "I cannot shake the feeling that the defenses here are excessively weak," remarked Big Train. "Your thoughts lead you to the truth," replied Shockwave, continuing forward. The location of the Cybertron's Allspark appeared nearly unprotected, yet within lay the very essence of the original spark. "Indeed," agreed Toxic Gas Bomb. "We are all in a state of desperation now." The Dragonhead of Rampage's right arm severed the neck of a mechanical soldier. Shockwave transmitted the location data to his allies, who advanced along the solitary path into the depths below. The intricate circuitry was suffused with the stench of decaying iron. Initially, Shockwave mistook a suspended object above for a wire, only to discover it was an arm. Looking up, he saw that the entire underground passage was constructed from countless mechanical life forms remains. The sensation was reminiscent of Shinji Ikari's first descent into Nerve's subterranean labyrinth, where the iron curtain lifted to reveal a translucent crimson fluid brimming with the corpses of Rei Ayanami. Did you hear that? As they ventured deeper, the rhythmic sound akin to a heartbeat intensified, echoing the primal pulse of life. Toxic Gas Bomb inquired about the surrounding mechanical soldiers' cadavers, noting that their poses were eerily uniform. Let us illuminate the area with a light source, suggested Rampage. Rampage switched ammunition, launching a soccer ball-sized white orb into the air. Its radiant glow transformed the dim subterranean space into a realm of daylight. At last, they beheld the entirety of the scene before them. Despite their optical components having automatically adjusted to a night vision-like state, nothing could compare to the awe inspired by the current illumination. All the mechanical soldiers extended their hands, their gazes directed toward the exit, as if striving to break free from some unseen restraint. They are fleeing, stated Shockwave. Chapter 113. Dread, what do they fear? Need one ask. Shockwave gestured toward the heart of the chamber, where the most profound source of dread lay. Were they truly creations of a divine architect? The ape-face perceived the atmosphere here as entirely unlike that of Cybertron. The Allspark granted life, while the Matrix bestowed wisdom. Yet Quintessa resembled a marauder instead. I have a sense about this, Shockwave declared. There is no need for guardians here. It is we who ought to be protected. Who knows the terrors that lurk within? Toxic Gas Bomb's gaze was fixed upon the inky abyss. It is precisely for this reason that I require your strength. You are my most formidable warriors. It appears that Quintessa's energy core cannot be easily extracted, but everyone is prepared for battle. Big Train nodded in agreement. The once radiant point of light, akin to a miniature sun, is now fading at a visible pace, casting a pall of dimness over everything surrounding it. The manner in which its brilliance dissipates is far from uniform, resembling a dark beast emerging from within, consuming it entirely. What is happening? The Decepticon leader, Shockwave, pondered, for this was not the usual duration. It is no longer an ordinary time. With a wave of his hand, Shockwave signaled for the others to proceed. Unbeknownst to them, after a few of their number had advanced several dozen meters, the lifeless eyes of the fallen mechanical soldiers suddenly ignited with an eerie green glow. Earth, Chicago. The fallen knelt upon the ground, utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Cybertronians do not require respiration, yet the fallen's current state was merely a manifestation of overexertion. His power core resembled an antiquated bellows. The shield bore numerous grotesque gashes, a testament to its formidable resilience, capable of rebuffing even RPG assaults. Astonishingly, even the once indomitable Matrix blade now bore a chink, an ancient relic, and yet it still persevered. The fallen's adversary, Quintessa, glided gracefully between Megatron and the fallen, her demeanor far more composed than either of the two leaders. You must be of considerable age as well, she remarked, followed by a cough. The fallen nearly choked on his own oil as he struggled to maintain equilibrium, gripping the Matrix blade embedded in the ground. What exactly are you? Megatron inquired, having sustained prior injuries, now relegated to a supportive role in this duel, taking shots at Quintessa during the brief intermissions of combat. At one point, Megatron narrowly avoided being cleaved in two by the Star Saber's radiant waves, all of which were deflected by the fallen, not out of any particular fondness for Megatron, but rather because he understood that he could not defeat Quintessa alone. Despite this, Megatron found himself in a disheveled state. His already battered cranium bore silent witness to further damage, while ghastly wounds marred his chest, revealing glimpses of the intricate mechanisms within. I am a quintessence, an existence that a lowly Decepticon like you cannot comprehend, she retorted, having observed closely. The fallen finally rose to his feet. It seems you harbor disdain for the Decepticons. Otherwise, your previous statement should have reference to the base Cybertronians. May I inquire as to why? Do you wish to ally with the Autobots? The fallen was acutely aware that Quintessa had no intention of joining the Autobots. His inquiry was merely a tactic to buy time. He was uncertain of Shockwave's ultimate intentions, yet inexplicably felt a sense of trust towards this young being, a sentiment he had never experienced even with Optimus Prime. Furthermore, Cybertron had now descended upon them. Gazing upon his war-torn homeworld, The fallen was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. This was his homeland, the very place he yearned for in his final moments of slumber. At last, it has arrived at its side, albeit in a form entirely different, for beside Cybertron lies Quintessa, a planet intent on devouring it. The term Autobot? Upon hearing it, the expression of the five-faced creature suddenly faltered. Frankly, I do not perceive you as a five-faced being. Megatron and Starscream exchanged a knowing glance, preparing for their next onslaught. My neural database informs me that five-faced beings are grotesque entities, with each face more repulsive than the last. Are you attempting to flatter me? No, I'm merely intrigued. Megatron discreetly concealed his hands behind him. If you are indeed a five-faced creature, what are the others on Quintessa? Where have they all gone? I see only mechanical soldiers. One after another. Right now. Starscream crouched slightly, and all his components began to operate at full capacity. His current stance resembled that of a samurai drawing his sword. To ensure swiftness, he discarded his large shield to the ground. The Star Saber and his form became almost one, tearing apart the dust and air before him, creating a temporary vacuum around him. Such extraordinary speed and ferocity, even a modified Iato practitioner would feel inadequate in comparison. The bloodline of the Seekers bestowed upon Starscream an innate superiority over ordinary warriors, without the need for any enhancements. Overconfident, despite Starscream's rapid approach, the five-faced creature anticipated his movements. Her right hand gripped a sword, the blade's tip glimmering with starlight. Just as Starscream was about to make contact with the five-faced creature, he surprisingly hurled the Star Saber, which spun rapidly in the air like a high-powered cutting machine. At such a distance, the five-faced creature had no time to gather her strength. With a resounding hum, the Star Saber and the Celestial Blade, both weapons exclusive to their leaders, collided. The outcome of this struggle was already predetermined. The seemingly delicate form of the five-faced creature concealed immense power. The once unstoppable Star Saber was forcefully halted, tracing a line in the air before embedding itself into the ground. Meanwhile, Megatron had completed his transformation, his arms splitting into countless tiny components. After a grand and precise assembly, his hands morphed into a formidable cannon. The cannon, slender in appearance, resembled the muzzle of a tank, yet contained the potential for devastation 100-fold. For Cybertron, this was a full-force shot. Megatron could keenly feel the intense heat emanating from the cannon's mouth, promptly reverting from his transformation, noticing smoke rising from both hands. Chapter 114, Light. The five-faced creature truly did not anticipate Megatron's sudden assault. The shell spiraled forth, reaching her in an instant. Having just deflected the Star Saber, the five-faced creature had not yet regained her stance and could only brace herself. With a thunderous explosion, the shell detonated, sending plumes of dust and debris swirling into the air, the immense sound resonating like a clap of thunder. The smoke obscured the vision of the celestial adversary, prompting the optical components to swiftly switch to infrared mode. Through the monotonous interface, the celestial adversary discerned the shadow of the quint-faced beast. Thus far, he charged forward, slicing through everything around him like a swift blade, his right hand morphing into a steel claw that lunged directly at the chest of the quint-faced beast. Just as the tips of his fingers were about to make contact with the creature's body, he found himself unable to advance even a fraction further. Sensing that his wrist had been seized, the quint-faced beast's ethereal blue eyes were fixed upon him. Yes, this was indeed the end. After uttering these words, the quint-faced beast raised the star sword high, this time aiming at the celestial adversary's neck. In this moment of life and death, a sudden disturbance emanated from the depths of the earth. The ground bulged as though it had grown a spine, and vast fissures rapidly approached the quint-faced beast's direction. With a roar, the diamond demon erupted from the soil, sending rock fragments scattering like fireworks. To increase its odds, the Shockwave had dispatched its intimate companion to Earth, and the diamond demon had been lying in wait for this very moment. It opened its massive jaws, intending to swallow the quint-faced beast whole, its throat lined with inverted blades producing a spine-chilling metallic grinding sound. The quint-faced beast had no choice but to release the celestial adversary, wielding her sword with both hands. The glimmering light at the sword's tip soon radiated as brilliantly as the stars, engulfing the smoke and the diamond demon alike. A crescent-shaped blue sword aura soaring into the heavens. The diamond demon's body was exceptionally resilient, Although it could not compare to the likes of the Flying Tiger, it was more than capable of withstanding ordinary bullets. Yet, before the brilliance of the Star Sword, such ironclad defense crumbled as easily as parchment. The Diamond Demon's colossal form severed in two. Its assault was instantly dismantled, the two segments of its body crashing to the ground. Yet each half continued to writhe in a desperate struggle, akin to a decapitated serpent. Now, it is your turn. The quint-faced beast levitated, her new target being the celestial adversary. A Peterbilt 389 truck barreled onto the battlefield, speeding without any intention of braking. TSK, another one, the quint-faced beast mused. Altering her approach, the Star Sword danced freely, unleashing several sword auras that carved deep rifts before the truck. As the final sword aura was about to strike, the truck had no choice but to flip over to evade, yet in its rolling motion, it completed its transformation. The supreme leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, entered the fray. The celestial adversary seized a large shield and a primordial blade, while Megatron recalibrated his weaponry. Optimus Prime transformed his hands into a light axe and light blade. The three great leaders united for the first time. What brings you here? The celestial adversary inquired. Have you considered my words? Shockwave sent me, Optimus Prime replied. Moreover, I merely wish to drive Quintessa from Earth. As for what follows, I shall personally come to understand your existence. The disappointing response from Optimus Prime was anticipated by Megatron, and it now hinges on your capabilities. A fierce wind swept across the battlefield, dispersing the dust and smoke, revealing the five-faced monster standing amidst the three, her expression remaining impassive. Unlike before, she now appeared to be injured. Megatron's projectile had struck her chest directly, causing slight damage to her external armor, and at the very center of the wound, a faint insignia was discernible. Why does that resemble the Autobot emblem? Where's Shockwave? The five-faced monster spoke, yet no one responded. I know what you are thinking. He has stolen the Allspark that rightfully belonged to the Fallen, and subsequently transported it back to Cybertron, which now hovers above Earth. Therefore, Shockwave must be there. You shall not escape our grasp. Unicron was already prepared for a second round of close combat. Escape? It seems you have misunderstood something, the five-faced monster sneered. I was merely toying with you. However, you have delayed me for far too long, and I no longer intend to indulge you. The Star Sword was raised, her noble stance reminiscent of a Night King from Celtic myths. Light gathered, light surged, light roared. This is a relic of Cybertron, forged by the only female leader among the 13 primes. She had once wielded this sword to ignite the rebellion. It is a weapon and also a token of freedom. All surrounding energy particles broke free from their constraints, and the pure, piercing light engulfed the night, momentarily blinding Unicron and his companions. Why was Megatron rendered speechless in astonishment? It was not just him. Optimus Prime also found the scene before him utterly astonishing. The energy waves conjured by the Star Sword were so fierce that it would not be an exaggeration to say it could level an entire city. She held the Allspark. Unicron adjusted the light transmission and, through energy detection, identified the small cube in the five-faced monster's right hand. Having entered the Allspark chamber multiple times himself, he was certain of his assessment. Indeed, what she possessed was the Allspark, a counterfeit that she had stolen from Cybertron. Yet even as a replica, the energy contained within it was immeasurable, for it had once powered an entire planet. How could she wield the Allspark? This question loomed in Optimus Prime's mind, as he understood that such immense power could lead to disastrous repercussions if mishandled. In the first Transformers film, Megatron perished when the Allspark was forcibly inserted into his chest, overwhelming him with its might. However, there was no time for the three to ponder the reasons behind this. Their immediate survival was at stake. In the face of overwhelming power, any skill would prove futile. It is not that they do not wish to thwart the five-faced monster's energy accumulation. Rather, she finds herself utterly unable to approach. Everything surrounding the five-faced monster is engulfed in peculiar fluctuations, the air contorting and the scenery appearing distorted. This is a tempest of energy, with the five-faced monster itself as the eye of the storm. Hold firm. The celestial enemy drives the Yuan saber into the ground, his state akin to a candle flickering in the wind as the shock waves resonate. Regardless of your actions, you must act swiftly. Chapter 115, Kuntasa, Core. Have you heard? Yes. The sound of the ignition. The individual sound is faint, yet densely packed. Increasingly so. Initially, The shockwaves and a few tri-transform warriors perceived only the tremor from the abyss, akin to the heartbeat of a colossal whale, deep and resounding. Now, what everyone senses transcends mere disturbances. The reception module is filled with the sounds of ignition, as if countless life forces are stirring. They have awakened. The shockwave glanced back. They? The poison gas bomb inquired, perplexed. Who? A few individuals. The ape-faced one still has yet to grasp the situation. The earth trembles, and a chilling roar surges forth from all directions like a tidal wave. A pair of dark green eyes flickered to life, followed by another pair, and then hundreds, even thousands of eyes illuminated in eager anticipation, their gaze fixated upon the shockwave, unabashedly revealing their bloodthirsty yearning. The green light swarmed densely, akin to fireflies on a summer night, drawing ever closer. Shockwave, move forward. The great train will load the ammunition. We shall hold the rear. Understood. The shockwave merely nodded, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries, for he could effortlessly unleash a high-heat ray to obliterate a line of mechanical soldiers. Yet he trusted the tri-transform warriors he had personally modified, choosing not to squander energy in this moment. Decepticons, transform. All tri-transform warriors shifted into their flight mode, their most formidable form. In less than a second, 5 aircraft simultaneously emerged within the narrow passage. Jets, fighters, and spacecraft unleashed a barrage of fire. The golden sparks from their impact against the mechanical soldiers' armored shells, mingling with the green glimmers in their eyes. The heat-seeking missiles, akin to venomous serpents, lunged towards their pre-locked prey, igniting crimson blossoms in their wake. However, this display merely projected an imposing presence, as the enemy's numbers surged like a tide of corpses, leaving one to wonder who had disturbed a hornet's nest. The Dragon in jet form was equipped with 2 gyroscopic guns, while lacking destructive power. These weapons could significantly disrupt the enemy's sense of balance. Under the relentless barrage of these guns, throngs of mechanical soldiers began to move erratically, as though intoxicated. The mechanical soldiers ahead came to a halt, yet the offensive of the 5-faced army persisted, as those comrades who had lost their balance trampled over their own. Poison gas bomb. I am aware. The gas projectile transformed into the shape of a truck, its trailer serving as a massive fuel tank. The gas projectile opened the tank's large valve, unleashing a torrent of fuel upon the mechanical soldiers. Liquid fire, as the crowd unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The intensity of their assault intensified, sending sparks flying in all directions. The fuel ignited, and thousands of fire serpents roared and danced, engulfing the mechanical soldiers in flames. The scene resembled a hellish inferno. Shockwave, do not look back, bellowed Big Truck. Enough, Big Truck, the rampant dragon chuckled. Shockwave will not turn back. Big Truck glanced over his shoulder, only to realize that Shockwave's figure had already been swallowed by the darkness. Shockwave soon arrived at a metallic platform, above which dangled severed power lines, while below lay a deep well. The earlier, thunderous heartbeat had emanated from this very abyss. Even standing at the edge of the well, Shockwave could not discern what lay beneath. It resembled a black hole, drawing his gaze irresistibly downward. To think I could arrive here. Who's there? Shockwave exclaimed, startled by the unexpected presence of another voice. After a prolonged silence, a response emerged from the depths. I am the Cosmic Emperor. Stop with your theatrics. If you have the audacity, show yourself. Show myself? I am the will of this planet. Where do you expect me to emerge? Are you suggesting I am conversing with a planet? You may interpret it thus. While Shockwave had previously visited the core of Cybertron, the entity he conversed with had never claimed to be the will of the planet. Now he found himself engaged in dialogue with the illustrious Cosmic Emperor, leaving him feeling quite disoriented. Shockwave, serve me, and unlike Cybertron, you shall attain everlasting life here. Are you implying I would become like those mindless mechanical soldiers? Shockwave waved his hand dismissively. I'd rather pass. You dare reject such an honor? The voice from the well carried a note of displeasure, and Shockwave could sense the growing ire of the entity. Before Shockwave lay a perplexing dilemma. He had initially believed that Quintessa's core was a cube, akin to that of Cybertron, only to discover it was a speaking black hole, rendering it impossible for him to extract it. He had intended to insert something akin to Cybertron's towering pillar into Quintessa to siphon energy, but Cybertron was not a spaceship, and it could not be manipulated as he wished. So what now? I had initially planned to grant you 4 faces, but I already possess a dog. So it is unnecessary. You may as well perish. As Shockwave pondered the meaning of that statement, he suddenly felt an irresistible force emanating from the depths of the well. Countless components scurried across the ground. Dozens of iron pillars bent under pressure, and the sound of metal deforming was excruciating to the ears. The twisted circuits were pulled taut, and within mere seconds, they snapped with a cacophony of crackles. The Shockwave perceived itself surrounded by countless vacuum cleaners, all operating at maximum capacity, threatening to engulf it. Its feet began to deform, components splitting from the knees and forcefully embedding themselves into the ground, akin to the way the treads of a starship's tank transform into supports. You seem to relish in this, don't you? The Shockwave raised its right hand, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Nuclear fission commenced. The atomic nucleus, upon absorbing a neutron, split into 2 or more smaller nuclei, simultaneously releasing 2 to 3 neutrons along with a tremendous amount of energy, prompting further nuclei to undergo fission. This process perpetuated itself in an endless cycle, resulting in a chain reaction. As the atomic nucleus underwent fission, it released an immense energy known to the world as nuclear energy. Amidst such intense fluctuations, the Shockwave had to synchronize its left hand for calibration. If anyone were to witness the operation of the reactor on its back, they would undoubtedly intervene, for the cooling system had completely collapsed. A faint lavender energy gathered at the barrel. Even the modified right arm struggled to withstand this surge. Fire. Chapter 116, Sharp Skyhawk. A beam of purple light, as thick as a load-bearing pillar, surged forth, while arcs of electricity danced frantically around it, resembling a colossal lightsaber wielded by the Shockwave, which then pierced straight into Quintessa's heart. To the Shockwave's astonishment, the lightsaber was neither deflected by any AT field-like barriers nor absorbed directly. Instead, it became distorted, reminiscent of the fusion card's imagery from Yu-Gi-Oh! The ground beneath the Shockwave's feet began to tremble. It reinforced the deformed structure, only to realize that the looseness was not in the veneer but in the very ground itself. A series of explosions erupted from within the abyss, leading the Shockwave to speculate that its intense thermal rays had struck the remnants of mechanical soldiers previously consumed. The explosions ignited thousands of fiery blossoms. But the brilliance was fleeting. The output continued. The fission reaction within the reactor was potent enough to obliterate an entire continent. Yet its adversary embodied an unfathomable darkness akin to an ink tide. The ground, pressed beneath the Shockwave, finally succumbed, cracking open a fissure through which large metal panels were violently uprooted, exposing intricate circuits. The Shockwave attempted to latch onto a nearby iron pipe with a hook, but everything around it collapsed like a cascade of fallen dominoes, its body lifted as if caught in a breeze. Metal scraps and unknown components scraped against the Shockwave, while the gyroscope emitted alarms, and all directional control modules failed. This is utterly maddening. With 30 seconds remaining until the next loading, the Shockwave realized it could not afford to wait. It sensed that its attacks were indeed effective, yet its opponent aimed to absorb it before it could unleash another strike. Thus, the Shockwave decided to act recklessly once more. His right arm had been modified with the metallic structure of a 5-faced monster ship's cannon, and the cooling system was still operational. If he were to suffer another breakdown this time, it would likely entail more than just losing an arm. However, the present moment was not the most opportune for launch. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, seemingly infinite. Yet as he ventured deeper, the fluctuations of energy became increasingly pronounced. The Shockwave surmised that there must be something akin to a core within, and upon making contact with it, everything would be obliterated, not in a physical sense, but rather reduced to a lower dimension. The Shockwave awaited that fateful moment of contact with the core. 15 seconds later, he distinctly sensed an elevation in the surrounding tumult, as if even sound had been muffled. Now is the time. The Shockwave forcibly activated the nuclear reactor, akin to attempting to drive a dilapidated vehicle that had been abandoned for years onto a highway. No one could predict when it would come to a halt. A purple luminescence emerged amidst the ink-black chaos. Unlike before, this lightsaber was notably shorter, a realization that struck him as the blade had pierced into the heart of the core. The gravitational pull suddenly ceased, and everything around him plummeted like torrential rain. Yet the destination of their descent remained uncertain. Indeed, Whether there was a point of landing was itself questionable. However, this momentary suspension lasted less than a second. Just as the shockwave intended to catch his breath, the gravitational force abruptly re-emerged, even stronger than before. This was a clear indication that his assault had borne fruit. Much like a whaler using a harpoon with a tethered line to strike a whale's back. If successful, the whale would instantly become frenzied, capable of shattering a small vessel with a single tail swipe. Yet the difference lay in the fact that the whaler could afford to bide his time. As the whale struggled to plunge into the depths, its blood would swiftly drain, the tethered line exhausting it. In contrast, the shockwave was in a dire predicament, positioned at the very maw of the whale, on the verge of being consumed. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of ice cracking resonated through the shockwave's audio module, a crisp sound, as if the entire world had fallen into silence. Bang! The core fractured, and before the shockwave could comprehend the situation, he was engulfed by the encroaching darkness from all directions. Chaos, tranquility, an abyss of darkness. Nothingness enveloped him, leaving only emptiness and void. The shockwave recalled this sensation. It mirrored the scene upon his initial transcendence. He attempted to move his limbs, finding that his bodily functions remained relatively intact, yet curiously, he could not discern what lay beneath him. It felt as though he had entered outer space, yet it was not entirely devoid of sensation. For there seemed to be something ephemeral flowing nearby, like water, yet akin to sand, grasping tightly, yet finding no substance. What was this? It was time. The shockwave was initially engaged in a soliloquy when, to his astonishment, a voice responded. The source of this response was indeterminate, seeming to emanate from both the front and the rear, while the positioning system of his audio module indicated anomalies all around. Who are you? Shockwave initially speculated it might be Quintessa or perhaps the Cosmic Emperor, yet he had previously heard the ominous and resonant voice of the Cosmic Emperor, which bore no resemblance to this more primal tone. And who might you be? Shockwave. Shockwave? Are you a Cybertronian? The interlocutor hesitated momentarily. Yes, I am a Decepticon commander. Decepticon? Ah, a military faction. You have yet to reveal your identity. Me? I'm called Righteous Skyhawk. Righteous Skyhawk. Shockwave momentarily faltered, unable to place the name. Yet he was aware that in the realm of Transformers, any name containing Sky was not to be taken lightly. Such individuals often bore the bloodline of the primal race. His cognitive module automatically retrieved information regarding Righteous Skyhawk, categorizing him under the entries of the 13 original primes, a name that resonated with great significance. Righteous Skyhawk was the first beast transformer of Cybertron and the progenitor of all beast transformers, renowned among the primes for his spiritual essence, harmonizing with the creatures of the natural world and the intangible realm of souls. According to the covenant of Primus, Righteous Skyhawk ultimately returned to the well of all sparks alongside the microcosm and the 13th prime, leaping into the well to create life. In fact, within the extensive records of the covenant of Primus, references to Righteous Skyhawk were scant, compounded by the fact that he had not performed any earth-shattering deeds. Thus his renown paled in comparison to figures such as Master Titanium or the Primal Prime. But did you not leap into the well of all sparks? Yes, this is the well of all sparks. Chapter 117. Connection, this is the well of all sparks? Shockwave was taken aback. Was this not Quintessa S. core? Quintessa? Righteous Skyhawk S. tone also conveyed perplexity. This is Cybertron. Very well, I can no longer elucidate this to you. Shockwave surveyed his surroundings. Could you illuminate this place? It is exceedingly dark. You desire light? You may create it yourself. How do I create it? Imagine it there. Shockwave felt as though Righteous Skyhawk were jesting with him. Yet he complied, even snapping his fingers for a sense of ritual. Indeed, as if heralding the dawn, everything around Shockwave illuminated, and he could finally see his own form. How peculiar. Shockwave distinctly remembered his right hand being rendered inoperative, with smoke billowing from the reactor on his back. However, now he felt no affliction, and most astonishingly, his right arm remained a pure purple, untainted by any modifications into a silver-purple amalgamation. I know you have many questions. Then can you elucidate what is transpiring? It is not that I wish to withhold information. Rather, the reasons behind this are exceedingly intricate. Is it that you simply do not wish to speak? The resonance wave suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. You only need to understand that the interior of the spark source transcends conventional understanding. Perhaps it cannot even be termed a space. Here, all things virtual can be quantified, and all tangible entities may vanish in an instant. For instance, consider this. The resonance wave still could not discern the whereabouts of Rui Tianxiao, yet he sensed that the latter seemed to have undertaken some action. A stream-like phenomenon swept past his right arm, elusive and intangible. However, an astonishing transformation occurred. The resonance wave's right hand abruptly became gaunt. Its external armor twisted as though compressed by some unseen machinery. He recognized this state. It was the aftermath of his right arm sinking 3 aircraft carriers of the Five-Faced Army. The transformation continued, and the damaged hand began to repair itself, morphing into a blend of silver and purple hues. This is what I have become after my modifications, the resonance wave mused, only to suddenly realize something. Stop it! Rui Tianxiao did not respond, and soon the resonance wave's right arm predictably began to undergo another phase of transformation. Large fissures appeared on the lustrous armor, and the silver-purple paint was marred with charred patches. Now do you understand? What has coursed in my right arm was time, right? The resonance wave remarked with irritation. You truly are an excellent teacher. Me? Rui Tianxiao took the resonance wave's words seriously. I am hardly a teacher. Only someone like Master Titanium could impart knowledge. The resonance wave inquired. Where are you? Why can I see you? You merely generate light in your own world. There is no illumination in mine, Rui Tianxiao explained. Are we not in the same world? We are, yet also not. Do cease your riddles. I'm feeling dizzy. The resonance wave felt as though he were conversing not with one of the 13 ancestors of the Golden Warriors, but rather with a venerable monk from some temple, who might soon recite the Diamond Sutra on the spot. Why are you here? This time, it was Rui Tianxiao who posed a question, gradually emerging from the radiant barrier. The first sight to meet the eye was the iron hooves resembling horseshoes, followed by the majestic legs, imbued with metallic and primal beauty. Rui Tianxiao's form was extraordinarily imposing. Even these 2 legs surpassed the height of the resonance wave. Behind him were a tail and wings forged of steel, and a face adorned with metallic spikes exuded the authority of a leader. Is it you? The resonance wave instantly recognized him. This was the Cybertronian with steel feathers he had first encountered in the spark chamber. You have seen me? Rui Tianxiao regarded the resonance wave with unfamiliarity. Of course, I have seen you. In the spark chamber, you even spoke to me, the resonance wave exclaimed eagerly. You told me we fell into slumber because Cybertron entered a great period of dormancy, attributing it largely to the Civil War. Civil War? A deepening look of confusion spread across Rui Tianxiao's face. The resonance wave found himself at a loss for words, sensing that he and Rui Tianxiao were engaged in a cross-realm conversation. Let us proceed, Shockwave suggested Rui Tianxiao. First, enlighten me about the temporal context in which you find yourself, and what transpired before you entered this realm. Reluctantly, Shockwave complied, recounting the classification of the 2 factions of Ombo and the outbreak of civil war. He then spoke of the Great Shutdown era, followed by the Chicago bloodbath and the arrival of Vintata, culminating in the assault of the Quintessence. Throughout this narrative, Rui Tianxiao maintained a furrowed brow, and Shockwave became increasingly convinced that this individual was utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Then I was drawn into that black hole and awakened here. Although I am unclear as to why these events occurred, I can ascertain that you have indeed transcended your previous timeline. It is likely that approximately 12 million years have elapsed since the period you mentioned. 12 million years? Shockwave exclaimed, astonished at the notion of time travel. Suddenly, he recalled the system that seemed to serve little purpose beyond issuing tasks. System, are you there? I am here. The system responded in a mechanical tone reminiscent of a virtual assistant. What is the meaning of all this? Every occurrence within the realm must be explored by the traveler. No hints may be solicited from the system. Then what is your utility? The system solely concerns itself with task issuance and, when necessary, providing contextual explanations. Isn't this one of those necessary times? When the traveler's world possesses clues relevant to the enigma, the system will refrain from offering guidance. At that moment, Shockwave comprehended that his system diverged significantly from those depicted in online literature. It essentially allowed him to navigate freely. To illustrate, it was akin to playing The Witcher 3, where other games might offer hints for main and side quests, while it merely instructed him to save the world and then set him loose in an expansive world. Shockwave refrained from pursuing the matter further, and the system offered no additional responses. The two exhibited an uncanny synchrony in their mutual disregard. Shockwave? Ah, it's nothing. I was merely lost in thought. Shockwave resumed his dialogue with Tan Shao. What do you suppose is the reason for my transportation to this time? You mentioned that Untarsa and Cybertron are creations of the same progenitor? Indeed, that is correct, Shockwave affirmed with a nod. Then it stands to reason that their internal energy cores may also be interconnected. Tan Shao articulated his hypothesis. Interconnected? Shockwave pondered the implications of Tan Shao's assertion, suddenly realizing the plausibility of this notion. Are you suggesting that I entered through Kuntasa and emerged in Cybertron? More or less. Yet a new conundrum arises, Shockwave continued. Even if that were the case, I should remain within my own time and not be transported to some 12 million years in the past. If we were discussing conventional transportation, that would certainly hold true. However, you also mentioned that prior to being drawn into the core of Untasha, you had attacked it. Thus, the fabric of time has become distorted. Indeed, why do such events always transpire in my life? Previously on Cybertron, Shockwave was inadvertently transported to the moon by the space bridge due to his inability to activate the teleportation array. This indicates that similar occurrences have already transpired in his life, albeit at that time it was a disruption of space, whereas this time it is a disruption of time. Nevertheless, Cybertron awaits my salvation. Throughout all, Shockwave has been singularly focused on accomplishing this mission, never anticipating the myriad of obstacles he would encounter. Rui Tianxiao remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. As one of the original 13 primes, Rui Tianxiao harbored profound feelings for Cybertron, which is why he willingly plunged into the Allspark, sacrificing his own life to ensure the continuation of Cybertron's existence. Witnessing a Cybertronian, millennia later, so ardently devoted to his home planet fills Rui Tianxiao with immense satisfaction. In truth, the method you proposed is not entirely unfeasible. Which method? The transformation of Cybertron. Really? Shockwave exclaimed in astonishment. He had always surmised that Cybertron could indeed transform. Otherwise, such peculiar entities would not have emerged following the cataclysm. However, he lacked the knowledge to execute it. The information related to this within the Allspark is scant, as any alternate forms of Cybertron would have existed prior to its current planetary state, and the Allspark was born after Cybertron had assumed this form. Thus, the lack of detailed records is understandable. Indeed, it is possible, but it necessitates two conditions. Rui Tianxiao raised two steel claws. First, the prime lineage. Second, the leader matrix. All right, Shockwave shrugged. I possess neither of these. Do not be hasty, allow me to explain. Although he is an ancestor of all the beast warriors, Rui Tianxiao's patience is remarkably commendable, and he speaks with a cultured and amiable demeanor. Shockwave speculated that perhaps Rui Tianxiao, having spent an extended period within the Allspark, had reached a moment of enlightenment. The so-called prime lineage is a concept articulated by your kind, meaning the descendants of the 13 Cybertronians, myself included. At this point in Rui Tianxiao's explanation, Shockwave suddenly recalled that Cybertronians do not reproduce like humans. Life can be created here, requiring only the later bestowal of intelligence through the Allspark. During his time on Cybertron, Shockwave had once forcibly altered the genome of his subordinates to combat the quintessence. And combining this with Rui Tianxiao's assertions led him to a conclusion. The prime lineage can indeed be acquired. Wait, Shockwave interrupted Rui Tianxiao. If such a potent lineage could be conferred postnatally, why wouldn't the holders of that lineage utilize it to enhance their armies? Initially, Shockwave suspected that the leaders sought to secure their own dominion, but upon reflection, even in the direst of circumstances, neither Megatron nor Optimus Prime had sought to transform their subordinates, suggesting that the situation is not so straightforward. This lineage is irreplicable. It can only be bestowed. To illustrate, if the formidable adversary wishes to bestow bloodline upon individuals who are not direct descendants of the Primus lineage, he cannot achieve this through mere transformation of the individual in question. The elements of transformation and molecular composition signify that we, the 13, embody the original will of Cybertron, a will that lacks discernible order, unless he is willing to sacrifice himself and share his own spark with another. However, such an act would ultimately be devoid of significance. For even if the bloodline were conferred, that individual would undoubtedly lack the extensive combat experience of the adversary himself. rendering it an unappealing proposition for him. Currently, the illustrious Skywarp has only sighted the adversary, neglecting to mention Optimus Prime, who is also a leader bearing the Primus bloodline. Shockwave recalls a prior conversation with Skywarp regarding the adversary's actions, during which Skywarp exhibited a look of appreciation. It seems you hold the adversary in high regard. Indeed, for the survival of Cybertron, one must be willing to set aside their identity as a leader and collaborate with former foes, enduring the disdain of past subordinates. Such audacity is something I may not be able to accomplish myself. Curiously, Shockwave remembers from the film that in the original 13, the character known as Megatronus, later infamously referred to as the Fallen, sought to annihilate a star harboring life, prompting the other 12 Transformers to unite against him. Thus, Skywarp should vehemently oppose such actions. I understand what you intend to imply. I merely admire the adversary's resolve, though I do not entirely endorse his methods. Even when facing resource depletion on his own planet, he cannot justify the slaughter of innocents. So, you agree with Optimus Prime's approach? Optimus Prime? Huh. Skywarp chuckled, considering the leader positioned against his own homeworld. It is best to refrain from such thoughts, particularly since he is under human command, lacking the essence of true leadership. Very well. Shockwave contemplated Skywarp's words. Realizing that all he had articulated was ultimately futile, the adversary would not grant his spark to me. Even if he were inclined, it would be after a span of millions of years. Who could possibly meet the conditions you propose? Initially, Shockwave had envisioned Optimus Prime undertaking this task, as he embodies both prerequisites. However, Shockwave finds himself ensnared in the past, and given Optimus's current state, it remains uncertain whether he would act for the sake of Cybertron. I can, Skywarp declared. You? Shockwave was taken aback, struggling to articulate his surprise, as he realized the individual before him possessed the most unadulterated and primal Primus bloodline. I cannot facilitate your return through time, but I can accelerate the passage of time here. Yet, your body would be ill-equipped to endure the changes of millions of years. However, I can. If you accept my spark, I can grant you both the bloodline and the opportunity to return to your own era. Chapter 119. Come here, Shockwave. How can I possibly accept this? The essence of Shockwave is now laid bare, revealing genuine emotions rather than the coyness of a child receiving a red envelope during the New Year festivities. He has contemplated the spark of Raiden, yet his opponent is one of the original 13 Titans. In terms of sheer combat prowess, Shockwave would be no match for him, let alone against this formidable figure. Yet, at this very moment, the unexpected offer of unconditional gifting arises. Why? Shockwave still yearns to inquire. Because I need you to save Cybertron. But you could easily undertake this task yourself. No, Raiden shakes his head. Although this is our first encounter, from your words, I am confident in your capabilities. Furthermore, I have lived far too long. Life holds little meaning for me now. In truth, I am merely a specter of the Allspark. Shockwave comprehends, realizing this scenario mirrors that of a martial arts tale where the protagonist encounters a master on the brink of death. Typically, the protagonist shares a meal with the master, who, moved by the gesture, imparts wisdom and gifts. You lack a physical form? I cease to exist the moment I plunged into the well of all sparks. In essence, you too lack a physical form. Then, there is no need for concern. I think, therefore I am. Raiden's metallic claws rose high, and with one hand, he plunged into his chest, wires snapping and sparks flying, extracting a cube the size of a palm. The sight was agonizing, reminiscent of the heroic act of bygone's heart extraction. Though Raiden's actions were for the sake of Cybertron, Shockwave felt a stirring of emotion, having benefited from it. The cube emanated a blinding blue light, its engraved patterns resembling a roaring beast. Shockwave soon realized that Raiden's spark was a miniature version of the Allspark. Remember, Raiden entrusted his spark to Shockwave. If two versions of you exist in the same timeline, do not allow the other to realize that you are, in fact, you. Understood. Despite Raiden's convoluted words, Shockwave swiftly grasped their meaning. In Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, Jetfire made a similarly great sacrifice, enabling Optimus Prime to be reborn, which subsequently led to his overwhelming triumph over the Fallen and Megatron. The conclusion was a return to peace on Earth, yet Cybertron remained in disarray. For Cybertron, Raiden's form continued to stand before Shockwave, gradually becoming more transparent. For Cybertron, Shockwave nodded, finally recognizing the weight of the burden Raiden had entrusted to him. This was Raiden's Spark, one of the original 13 lives that birthed Cybertron, a lineage of the Primes, a mission to rescue Cybertron. Within the confines of the Allspark, no one else was present, yet Shockwave felt an overwhelming gaze upon him, as if he were a new monarch being crowned, with nobles, the clergy, and the populace all watching him intently. The shadow of Ruishiangxio transformed into a radiant golden light, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind only emptiness and void within the boundless core of fire. Holding the fire seed in both hands, the Shockwave could feel the overwhelming power resonating within. Its purpose was to merge this force with its very essence. Without the need for external assistance, the primordial fire seed possessed an astonishing adaptability. It underwent a transformation the moment it entered the chest of the Shockwave, decomposing, reorganizing, and refining countless molecular elements engaged in a grand metamorphosis. Such energy was naturally cataclysmic. Even the most eminent physicists on Earth could not confine it to such a minuscule scale. The Shockwave found itself unable to articulate its current sensations. It was as though flesh and blood had been stripped away, yet the excruciating pain of being torn apart was strikingly vivid. Its cognitive modules seemed to have lost their computational capacity, while a deafening hum reverberated within its auditory receptors. This weariness emanated from each transformed molecule. And before it could catch its breath, another cataclysmic event occurred. The reactor on its back fractured, spewing forth components like malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Rare metals merging in a frenzy, reminiscent of a time-lapse video of the construction of the Hong Kong-Zhai-Macau bridge accelerated thousands of times. Suddenly, wings of steel materialized. Its legs underwent similar transformations, its feet morphing into hooves, while its hands evolved into indomitable claws, a metallic tail adorned with menacing barbs sending chills down one's spine. Had a mirror been present before the Shockwave, it would have marveled at its own reflection, nearly indistinguishable from Ruishiangxio. Power, once an ethereal concept, now felt palpably within its grasp. This was the essence of the primordial lineage. No wonder the likes of UTND and Optimus Prime possessed an innate leadership quality. It was something coursing through the innermost circuits, impervious to the tides of time or circumstance. Suddenly, the Shockwave recalled an important detail. With a mere thought, a resonance erupted between the two wings on its back. Each wing's base housed a reactor, connecting to the Shockwave's arms. Transforming, the claws retracted, revealing obsidian cannon muzzles between its hands. A purple point of light coalesced at the cannon's tip. But this violet glow lasted less than a second before being engulfed by a dazzling golden radiance, the cannon's end resembling a multitude of miniature suns. Ruishiangxio bestowed upon me 2 solar furnaces, or perhaps treasures of immense worth. The Shockwave mused to itself, uttering remarks incomprehensible to others. Much like Optimus Prime, the Shockwave donned an additional layer of armor. With it, it bore Ruishiangxio's visage, yet upon its removal, the distinctly recognizable red optic would once again emerge. At this moment, the Shockwave found itself 20 million years prior to its original timeline. Ruishiangxio had told it that while time travel was impossible, time could be accelerated, implying that it must remain here for an interminable span of 20 million years. Let it begin. Without the means of memory transfer or an instruction manual, Shockwave instinctively began to manipulate the flow of time in this realm. Silence enveloped him, akin to an individual descending into the profound depths of the ocean, where solitude and tranquility permeated the surroundings. The weight upon his shoulders grew ever heavier, as if some unseen force surged rapidly around him. Shockwave even fancied himself standing beneath a cascading waterfall, immersed in a form of meditation. This sensation persisted for an eternity, devoid of any fluctuations, reminiscent of a soul languishing on a sofa, engrossed in an endlessly unfolding soap opera. In this vast universe, he felt as though he were utterly alone, and perhaps that was the essence of it. After what seemed like an indeterminate span, the passage of time abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. Initially, Shockwave believed time had reached its conclusion, yet upon reflection, he discerned that this was not the case. Gradually, the threads of understanding unraveled before him, and he softly uttered, Come fort, Shockwave, Chapter 120. Here, and now in truth, Shockwave had initially contemplated whether it would be more advantageous to emerge at another point in time. perhaps before the onset of civil war. However, he swiftly realized that the torrent of time could not be halted at his whim. Coupled with the words spoken by Rui Tianxiao, he began to grasp the underlying reasons. If two versions of oneself coexist within the same timeline, one must ensure the other remains oblivious to one's true identity. In the realm of science fiction, once time is woven into the narrative, complexities arise. Time paradoxes, for example, or the convergence of timelines. The specific mechanics of these phenomena eluded Shockwave's comprehension, yet he sensed an impending event characterized by both certainty and uncertainty. The former often stemmed from occurrences that had already transpired. Much like the iconic lines exchanged between Jiang Wan and Chow Yun-fat in the film Let the Bullets Fly. At that time, at this moment, why would the uncontrollable torrent of time suddenly come to a halt? This was the core of the Allspark, and if the Allspark ceased its function, it could only herald one event, the advent of the Great Shutdown. It is crucial to note that Cybertron had only endured one such great shutdown since its inception, the very one preceding Shockwave's awakening. Shockwave sought to break free from the constraints of the Allspark, or rather, he needed to engage in dialogue with a singular entity, himself. Extending his hand, a fissure appeared in the abyss of darkness. This narrow opening belonged to the embodiment he currently inhabited, yet he traversed through it. The vista before him was strikingly familiar, a colossal deep well, within which lay the Allspark, etched with ancient patterns. However, Shockwave now understood that this Allspark was a mere imitation, a construct simulated by the Creator, while the original resided light years away on Earth. He glanced down at his form, still resembling Rui Tianxiao, and donned his mask once more, rendering him indistinguishable from anyone else. Indeed, it resembles a television with poor reception. The visage of the Shockwave remains translucent, the virtual imagery occasionally warping. Who is it? An echo reverberates through the vast subterranean world, the voice emanating from the vocal apparatus in a tone remarkably detached. The source of the sound lies directly ahead, drawing ever closer. With a dark crimson, singular eye and a colossal cannon, it is none other than himself approaching the Shockwave. The question of my identity is of little consequence, the Shockwave asserts. The response from the other Shockwave lacks any fluctuation. The Shockwave recalls that during his initial traversal, he was still influenced by his own emotions, hence his manner of speaking was notably cold. He remained unaware that due to the fusion with the ember of Ruishiangxiu, he now communicated in ancient Cybertronian, albeit automatically translated by the counterpart. Are you not curious? My foremost concern is the current state of Cybertron. Your summoning of me must pertain to this matter, correct? I shall inquire directly. Why has everyone else succumbed to slumber? They are not asleep. They are in a state of suspension. Suspension? Indeed, we are in an era of great suspension. All life on Cybertron has halted its functions. A process that has endured for a decade, and you are the first to awaken. What has precipitated such a phenomenon? You refer to the civil strife on Cybertron? Precisely. The ongoing internal conflict has not only inflicted physical damage upon the planet's exterior, but has also severely impacted its internal energy reserves. Is there any remedy for this predicament? The internal energy of Cybertron remains adequate to rouse all life on this planet. The Matrix must be reactivated. However, even if the Matrix were to resume operation, Cybertron could not endure for long. Could it? Is there a permanent solution to the energy crisis? The Shockwave of Steelwing emits a derisive snort, beginning to grasp the system's sentiments. Indeed, the entitlement of the idol is vexing, even to himself. For heaven's sake, at the very least, elucidate how I might reignite the Matrix before vanishing again. Dust to dust, earth to earth, resonates the final sound from the perception apparatus. Dust to dust, earth to earth. The world returns to tranquility, and the interior of the Matrix illuminates, marking the conclusion of this brief interlude. Time resumes its passage, albeit at a significantly slower pace than before, for the Shockwave understands this as a precursor to the impending conclusion. Where shall it ultimately emerge? During his time within the Matrix, the Shockwave had been pondering this question, since he resides within the Matrix. The final location should logically correspond to where the Matrix itself is situated. He reflects on prior experiences. Apart from his initial moments in the Matrix chamber and the eventual entry into the quintessence core, he has not encountered Ruishiangxiu during this span, indicating that during this duration, he too would remain absent from emergence. Thus, after excluding these time periods, the emergence of the shockwave in terms of time and place should occur only after entering the core of Quintessa. Although this process is exceedingly intricate, the outcome is essentially that the shockwave ventured into a certain secret realm, subsequently enhanced its lineage, and then manifested seemingly out of thin air. In such a temporal context, the appearance of the shockwave would not strike anyone as abrupt, for in this world, there exists but a singular shockwave, who, despite having attained the venerable age of 12 million years, has sprouted wings. The source of the allspark that the shockwave inhabits is a replica crafted by the creator. This particular source initially resided in Cybertron, was later pilfered by the Quintessons, and subsequently vanished without a trace. He mused that if the final resting place of the allspark was indeed Quintessa, it would simplify matters considerably, allowing him to descend upon Quintessa like a divine being. Thereafter proclaiming with the fervor of Doctor Strange, "Cosmic Emperor, I have come to negotiate terms." However, what the shockwave did not anticipate was that Quintessa, in her desire to facilitate the Quintessons' endeavors, permitted her to carry such a precious artifact. Nor could he have foreseen that the Quintessons' very form could indeed channel the energy of the Cybertronian core. Ahead, a faint light beckoned. The energy of the allspark began to ripple, initially manifesting as a mere undercurrent, which soon escalated into a cataclysmic tsunami. Time unraveled, space collapsed, and everything surrounding the shockwave fragmented into countless minuscule shards. She clutched the allspark. The shockwave was astonished to hear the voice of Unicron here. Chapter 121, Star Sword vs. Star Cannon. Hold firm. Unicron thrust the Matrix blade into the ground, his state akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Shockwave, regardless of your current endeavors, you must hasten. This was not merely Shockwave amplifying the power of the sound emitter to its zenith. His utterance resonated as though proclaimed through a multitude of loudspeakers. Have they arrived? The Quintessons still brandished the sword. The Star Sword now resembled an enormous cannonball, while the energy released from the allspark served as its ammunition. The resplendent auroral hues appear to be nearing their conclusion. Yet unexpectedly, two radiant beams of golden light akin to suns erupted from the allspark. Initially, it seemed to be mere light, but soon it materialized into a tangible form. An exquisite pair of wings, reminiscent of the phoenix's magnificent plumage. The shockwave emerged, embodying the stance of the Starseeker. Legends regarding the 13 original primes are widely disseminated, with pertinent records inscribed within the sphere of magic. Yet no one truly knows their appearance. Nonetheless, as the shockwave manifested before the three great leaders, they could perceive an essence that transcended time, emanating from the ancient past. Unlike the elegance and composure of the Quintesson, the shockwave's current demeanor exuded majesty and primal ferocity, though the innate regal bearing remained an unbroken lineage. What manner of entity is this? Megatron exclaimed, clutching his wound. I shall elucidate further in a moment. The shockwave discerned that the Quintesson's charge had reached its critical juncture. The Quintesson murmured to himself. In the blink of an eye, the sky was illuminated by all the stars, those celestial spheres radiating light from countless light years away, seemed to respond simultaneously to the call of the enigmatic entity. This force surpassed mere creation. It was a cosmic dance of celestial bodies. Concurrently, the entity known as the shockwave raised its hands. Metallic hooves were firmly anchored to the ground, and the wings behind it fluttered gently, while two reactors beneath its wings operated in unison, casting a brilliance akin to GN particles around the shockwave, as if it were the nucleus of a miniature sun. The cannon's mouth gathered orb after orb of light, these luminous cells consuming each other like a voracious swarm, growing in size until the surrounding air was scorched and warped. In that critical moment of impending doom, the shockwave suddenly recalled an essential detail. It had neglected to bestow an impressive name upon its ultimate technique. The aurora-colored sword energy surged towards it with devastating force, its grasp appearing exceedingly broad, encompassing 4 individuals, including the shockwave itself. The beams from the twin cannons converged, producing a might that no solitary warrior could wield. Even the combined firepower of 3 aircraft carriers would pale in comparison. With no time to ponder, the shockwave hastily concocted a name: Explosive Burst. The aurora and golden energies collided like wild beasts, tearing the earth asunder in an instant, creating a terrifying rift akin to thousands of frenzied bulls plowing the land simultaneously. Boom! At the moment the light beams met the sword energy, a cacophony erupted, reminiscent of 1,000 thunders reverberating in all directions. The energy waves radiated outward from the point of contact, expanding uniformly and swiftly. Dust and debris were violently displaced, and the once uneven terrain, after being stripped of its top layers of cement and soil, appeared remarkably smooth, an effect unattainable even by the most skilled road construction crews. However, this was merely the first shockwave, followed by a second, then a third, and a fourth, arriving with the inevitability of the tidal waves of the Chiantang River on the 18th day of the 8th lunar month. The ground was peeled back once more, this cycle repeating 5 times, leaving the area where the shockwave stood significantly lower than its surroundings, resembling a colossal meteorite crater. After enduring multiple impacts, the foundations of the buildings finally crumbled, causing the towering structures that once made Chicago renowned to collapse with a thunderous crash. Did you slay the Diamond Demon? The shockwave glimpsed the severed remains of the Diamond Demon nearby. And what of it? The struggle of energies persisted, the two adversaries engaged in a cosmic tug-of-war, bound by the peculiar rule that whoever could push the red line across first would claim victory. The power of the fire source was indeed formidable. Had the shockwave confronted the enigmatic entity solely with its own corporeal form, the outcome would have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, it had fused with the formidable Ru Tianxiao and had dwelled within the fire source for an astounding 15 million years. If the five-faced creature were to lower its gaze, it would discover that a significant portion of the energy of the shockwave emanates from the source of the fire seed. To illustrate, it is akin to two individuals drawing water from the same pond, subsequently launching jets of water at one another with fervor. The very fabric of space contorts, as the ethereal hues of auroras intertwine with the rich gold, resembling two serpentine dragons entwined, spiraling upwards towards the heavens. The clouds are pierced, the atmosphere torn asunder, and from a distance, it appears as though this azure planet has sprouted a tail. What close call! The sound wave had departed the vicinity 3 minutes prior, otherwise, it would have been reduced to mere cosmic dust. The brilliance engulfed everyone, akin to millions of high-watt incandescent bulbs igniting simultaneously, and 5 seconds later, the heart of Chicago returned to its former state. Did you control the trajectory of the explosion? The five-faced creature inquired icily. I was unable to direct the beam toward your side, so I could only push it skyward, the shockwave replied, shrugging his shoulders, reflecting on the overwhelming strength of this gift. With such a high-powered output, in his previous form, even 10 arms would have succumbed, yet now, aside from a slight increase in temperature, he felt no abnormalities. Suddenly, the five-faced creature knelt upon one knee. What is this about? The shockwave questioned, somewhat bewildered. Yet he noticed that the creature's expression was one of profound agony. The anomalies did not cease there. On other battlefields in Chicago, the Quintessa army was also in disarray. Help! Little Zhuge cried, clutching his head with both hands. He had initially sought refuge beneath an abandoned vehicle, which was then overturned by a combinational transformer. The enemy's haunting green eyes immediately locked onto him, and a massive fist was raised. The other Autobots, including Hung Pao, were engaged in combat, while the Decepticons, such as the mischievous leopard, were even less likely to notice a diminutive robot like Little Zhuge. Even if they did, they would likely offer no assistance. However, just as Little Zhuge believed his end was nigh, the combinational transformer suddenly froze in its motion. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he noticed that the enemy's eyes had dimmed. Chapter 122. The Celestial Champion Inside Quintessa. What is happening? I do not know. These creatures have gone mad. The battle among the Trifecta warriors raged on, having severed countless mechanical soldiers, yet the numbers of these machines seemed inexhaustible, with one wave crashing upon another. The great train incessantly shifted between 3 forms according to the battle-less demands, with spent casings littering the ground. Where's the shockwave? Inside. Why hasn't it emerged yet? Initially, these mechanical soldiers charged forward recklessly. Even the elite among the Decepticons found themselves struggling against the sheer volume of their foes. Suddenly, the movements of all the mechanical soldiers came to a halt, creating an eerily surreal scene. Imagine being encircled by thousands of zombies, having painstakingly navigated to your vicinity. only for them to freeze just as their hands were about to graze your face. I sensed that this anomaly was undoubtedly linked to the shockwave. I monitored the energy within. How does it look? Toxic Gas asked, glancing at the dashboard. You can see for yourself. The dashboard operated similarly to an electrocardiogram, capable of detecting nearby energy fluctuations, which typically exhibited mild undulations. Yet now, the lines on the display had clearly spiraled out of control, more exhilarating than a roller coaster. The peak fluctuation value is 1 million Zikin. Is that so high? The ape mask remarked in astonishment. No, it's just that my device's limit is 1 million Zikin. Toxic Gas replied, shaking his head. They're going to flee. After a brief pause, all the mechanical soldiers suddenly turned tail. Their movements astonishingly synchronized as they dashed towards the exit. What could they possibly be afraid of? Hey, remember when we first arrived? Lightning reminded. Back then, they were motionless, and they looked just like this, ready to escape. What should we do? Of course, we run. Wild Dragon exclaimed. Listen, brother, this is beyond our capacity to handle. But the shockwave is still inside. Rest assured, the shockwave has faced 5 monsters alone and managed to emerge unscathed. Perhaps he is currently exchanging pleasantries with Kindisha. Look, the fleeing horde exhibited the most primal of instincts. Often one mechanical soldier would be trampled underfoot by another as they attempted to escape, creating a hellish tableau that left everyone uneasy. Yet this was merely the beginning. Before the initial wave had completely subsided, the mechanical soldiers fell into a second state of paralysis. They seemed to have anticipated this, stretching out their hands towards the exit in a gesture of profound reluctance before losing consciousness. The energy fluctuations have changed. The dashboard of Toxic Gas blared an alarm. All energy in the vicinity appeared to have been drained, yet the energy within was increasing. What on earth has the shockwave done? Wait until he emerges. You can ask him yourself. We must make our exit. Decepticon, transform. Earth, Chicago. Oh, what troubles you, poor fish? Red Spider darted through the skies of Chicago, having lost count of how many small spacecraft he had downed. In comparison, the aircraft carrier presented a formidable challenge, its armor exceedingly resilient, and its weaponry far surpassing that of Red Spider's transformed F-22. He had been entangled with this steel leviathan for approximately half an hour, inflicting little tangible damage while nearly losing his own life. However, it appeared that the fish had been struck by lightning, coming to a standstill in midair. 3 seconds later, the massive aircraft carrier plummeted suddenly, akin to a whale falling from the sky. Not merely this vessel, but the entire vibrant force of Chicago succumbed to incapacitation almost simultaneously. A dozen aircraft carriers and over 100 small ships plunged toward the ground, wreaking further havoc on streets already ravaged. The spacecraft scraped against skyscrapers, shattering hundreds of layers of glass, unleashing a veritable downpour of glass shards across Chicago. The guerrillas celebrated a resounding victory, while the Red Spider rubbed its hands in the air. Have we triumphed? The Overlord rose slowly, acutely aware of the stirring around him. The Decepticon army rejoiced, and the ships in the sky were also brought down. Yet, most crucially, right before him, the state of the six-faced beast appeared exceedingly frail. She knelt partially, her star sword plunged into the ground, her disheveled appearance reminiscent of the Overlord's former self. Until now, Megatron had yet to ascertain the identity of Shockwave. I am Shockwave, Lord Megatron. Shockwave removed his mask, revealing his crimson single eye before all. Shockwave? Optimus Prime uttered incredulously. How did you come to look like this? I shall explain it to you later, but know this, Optimus Prime. Shockwave's tone had unmistakably shifted. We are merely allies for the moment, not friends. I am fully aware, Optimus nodded. Should you contemplate further aggression against Earth, I shall personally obliterate you all. For reasons unknown, had Shockwave been in a film, he might have found Prime's words somewhat stirring. Now, however, he merely felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. I have not yet been defeated, the six-faced beast proclaimed, asserting her leadership amidst the ruins of mechanical soldiers, combiners, and spacecraft. Remarkably, she still possessed the strength to speak. Do not feign strength, Shockwave mused, believing his earlier tactics had led to their unchallenged victory. This battle bore no fundamental difference from Dota. Regardless of the methods employed, victory was secured by toppling the opponent's base. The six-faced beast had reached maximum level with optimal gear. Shockwave could not confront her directly, and thus resorted to clandestine tactics. However, Quintessa's core was not a mere game base waiting to be dismantled. The six-faced beast declaration of "I have not yet been defeated" was not intended for Shockwave, but rather for the Cosmic Emperor. "I can still rise," she stammered, managing to stand, albeit teetering on the brink of collapse. "You're no longer needed." The voice resonated from the heavens, akin to a divine decree, demanding the return of all that had been granted. "What is this?" Optimus looked skyward, uncertain of the speaker's identity. "It is Quintessa," Shockwave replied. "It is the Cosmic Emperor. I shall join the fray myself." As the Cosmic Emperor's words echoed, the six-faced beast's form began to disintegrate, with the most peculiar aspect being that her iconic five faces were the first to shatter. "Is it you?" Beneath the facade of the so-called five-faced monster lies none other than one of the 13 primes of Cybertron, Skyfire. In Chapter 123, Obey Me, Shockwave inherits not only the power of Skyfire, but also a fragment of his memories, which explains his familiarity with the sole female among the 13 primes. No wonder you wield the Star Sword. If the true identity of the five-faced monster is indeed Skyfire, then everything falls into place. Skyfire appears to be in a dire state, struggling even to stand, her armor peeling away and her frame riddled with wounds. The Chaos Bringer is reclaiming his power. Shockwave realizes that the reason the Quintessan army has come to a standstill is due to his blast directed at the Star Core. Previously, the Chaos Bringer could simply wait to reap the rewards, as all tasks were handled by this five-faced monster. However, now that it has been wounded, he can no longer afford to wait. But why would Skyfire, one of the 13 primes, become an ally of the Quintessans? Suddenly, Shockwave recalls the words of the Chaos Bringer. "I originally intended to grant you 4 more faces, but since I already possess a dog, it is unnecessary. You may as well perish." Shockwave concludes that Skyfire must be under the control of the Chaos Bringer. Indeed, once all 5 of Skyfire's faces disintegrate into dust, her true visage appears utterly exhausted. "Where is this?" Skyfire looks utterly bewildered. Before Shockwave can explain, a new catastrophe unfolds. A chilling shriek pierces the sky, followed by the sudden descent of hundreds of massive tendrils from Quintessa, plunging toward the ground under the cover of night. Their target is the source of the flame. Shockwave shouts. Faced with this new crisis, the 3 leaders brace themselves for the confrontation, while Skyfire remains motionless. What is happening? Unbeknownst to Shockwave, Skyfire has long since reached her limits. Her previous strength was a boon granted by the Chaos Bringer, and now that power has been reclaimed. The fact that she is still alive is a remarkable feat. The metallic tendrils surge toward them, resembling a multitude of vicious drills howling in fury. "Get up now!" Shockwave cries out. The steel wings sweep through the air, severing the massive tendrils with ease, as if they were mere chives. However, this is merely a result of Skyfire's razor-sharp wings. On the other hand, Optimus and his allies struggle significantly. The tendrils writhe violently, and Optimus raises his shield for protection, the shield cracking under the assault. What on earth is this? Optimus wields a blade in his left hand and an axe in his right, the 2 weapons whirling amidst the tendril swarm. Damn it! Optimus initially thought that his strikes would cleave the tendrils in 2, but after carving a notch, he finds himself unable to advance further. Enraged, the tendrils surround him, effectively trapping him in place. "Optimus, duck!" Megatron bellowed, his hands not yet fully repaired. But the current situation left him no room for contemplation. His body transformed once more, the upper arm separating and reconfiguring into a colossal cannon. Without a trace of hesitation, the projectile was launched in a flawless straight line towards Optimus Prime. 1, 2, 5 tendrils were pierced by the shell, their movements abruptly halted. Oomph! With turbocharged legs, Optimus Prime surged to his feet, the power output at his waist reaching its zenith, the acceleration generated akin to that of a fighter jet. His movements were both fierce and intricate. Wielding his axe and blade, he precisely located the points where the tendrils had been breached and, like a skilled butcher, severed them cleanly along those wounds. Optimus glanced briefly at Megatron, who returned the gaze, and though neither spoke, their silence conveyed volumes. The Fallen suddenly felt an illusion wash over him, as if they were no longer on Earth but on Cybertron. Standing at the forefront with Optimus Prime and himself flanking either side, beneath them lay countless Cybertronian citizens. United, the Transformers of Cybertron. In our endless night, you have entrusted your faith in me. Now, dawn breaks, and the war is over. Yet, Even in this newfound era of freedom, dangers persist. Our world remains untamed and perilous. History's lessons remind us to prepare for the unforeseen. Thus, Cybertron will be governed by two independent bodies, striving towards a singular objective. The Autobot Science Division, led by the sagacious Optimus Prime, will delve into our past and enhance our existence. Meanwhile, the Cybertronian Defense Force, commanded by the valiant Megatron, shall safeguard our future. We shall unite as one, as one, as one, with both of his disciples by his side, who are also each other's closest brothers. Cybertron thrived, filled with hope. Somehow, it had transformed into this. The brutal civil war ravaged Cybertron, ultimately causing a rift between master and apprentice. This was but a blurred vision in the eyes of Starscream. She faintly perceived several figures battling against something, their faces strikingly familiar, yet she could not recall their identities. Memories within her neural module were a chaotic tapestry, countless disjointed images cycling through her mind. Pause, analyze. Ignoring the energy deficiency alarms blaring from her body, Starscream forcefully began to revisit those fragmented memories. In the vast cosmos, she drifted aimlessly, her energy levels exceedingly low, her overall condition not much improved from the present. She could not remember her previous actions, only that after completing a certain task, she had sustained grave injuries, wandering the universe until someone spoke to her. "Submit to me, and I shall grant you eternal life and boundless power." Saitiangio found herself unable to discern the precise origin of the sounds surrounding her. For before her lay a planet with which she had never engaged in dialogue. Though she wished to refuse, her strength had waned, and ultimately, the gravitational pull ensnared her. Giant tendrils emerging from within the planet drew her towards the ominous black core. There, Saitiangio underwent a transformation. She could only recall the sight of hundreds of intricate mechanical arms wielding various instruments to adjust her form, after which her memories faded into obscurity. The capacity of her memory system extended far beyond this, yet the remaining images were shrouded in darkness. Aware of her necessity to unravel the truth, she commenced a forceful interpretation. Chapter 124. And subsequently, Saitiangio beheld all the actions she had undertaken after transforming into a five-faced monstrosity. How could this be? As a denizen of Cybertron, she found herself engaged in actions detrimental to her own kind, a source of profound regret for her. Had Shockwave assessed Saitiangio's energy levels, he would have discovered that her internal reserves had been entirely depleted, rendering her far more drained than Unicron, whose energy was merely exhausted from self-use. In contrast, Saitiangio's essence had been siphoned by the Cosmic Emperor, and considering her greater age, she should theoretically have succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet she remained aware, cognizant of the tasks that lay ahead. With trembling hands, Saitiangio cradled the Allspark. Shockwave, naturally, understood her intentions. Having previously struck Quintessa's core, he now faced the impatience of the Cosmic Emperor, who sought to reclaim energy. However, mere reclamation would likely prove insufficient. He also required the replicated Allspark. The Allspark and Quintessa's core were, in essence, creations of the same architect, akin to the duality of yin and yang, seemingly at odds, yet intrinsically intertwined. Should these two entities merge, the ramifications would surely be catastrophic. The movements of the tendrils shifted, as if they recognized that Shockwave posed the greatest threat at that moment. Dozens of vines surged towards him like venomous serpents, momentarily easing the conflict among the three leaders. Shockwave, akin to a ranger, had now adeptly mastered this form. Yet the onslaught of his adversaries was relentless. He refrained from deploying the null ray, for no one could fathom the consequences should the Allspark be destroyed. A notification appeared within his field of vision. A sudden surge of high-energy activity was detected from the left rear. Dozens of laser-guided green dots manifested upon Shockwave, indicating a dense and intricate array, evidently the result of human intervention. Turning to investigate, he discerned a squad of American soldiers directing their fire towards him. Meanwhile, far above the sea, the Kid-class destroyer received an urgent directive from the Pentagon, unleashing its railgun towards the heart of downtown Chicago. American Bomber 090. You are cleared to deploy joint munitions on target area. In the sky, an unexpected formation of over a dozen bombers appeared, their munitions precisely targeting the area where Shockwave resided. Optimus Prime, take a good look at what your allies are doing. Shockwave bellowed. The formidable shock cannon abruptly unleashed its firepower, unleashing slender beams of light that wove through the air like swords. The spectacle resembled colossal units from a galactic battle suddenly transformed into aerial combatants. The light swords spun with astonishing velocity, severing all incoming projectiles in half, igniting a magnificent display of fireworks both on the ground and in the heavens, with a cacophony of explosions that shook the very earth. Red Spider, what are you doing? Megatron seethed with fury, wishing nothing more than to dismantle Red Spider and feed him to the mini-transformers. As the guerrilla leader, it was his duty to eradicate the Air Force, yet humans had cunningly exploited a gap in their defense. The battlefield was in a state of flux. In the fleeting moments that Shockwave was distracted by the humans, a massive, transformed appendage took on the shape of a spear and pierced through Cytian's chest from behind. Immediately, the source of ignition in her grasp was also seized. Hundreds of steel tendrils retracted simultaneously, ensnaring the ignition source at their core, while the rest continued to engage the ground forces. Damn it, I've been outmaneuvered, Shockwave thought, questioning whether this entire scheme was a collaboration between humanity and the Cosmic Emperor. He soared through the air, desperately pursuing the direction in which the tendrils had retreated. Though Shockwave's speed surpassed that of a rocket, he still had to confront adversaries along the way. As the distance between the ignition source and Quintessa diminished, Shockwave grew increasingly anxious. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hesitate. The shock cannon recalibrated, its nuclear reactor reigniting, while the cerebral module, after meticulous calculations, locked onto its target. This time, Shockwave aimed for the ignition source. He had contemplated severing the tendrils with his light sword, yet these entities seemed inexhaustible in their relentless growth. Shockwave even considered launching a direct strike at Quintessa, but he knew, despite his enhanced lineage, that posing a threat to a planet from this distance was overly naive. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the sky, reminiscent of thousands of buildings collapsing simultaneously. Then, Quintessa appeared to disintegrate as a colossal appendage emerged from within her. Shockwave recognized it instantly, yet he could hardly believe it. A hand? Indeed, Quintessa had not crumbled. Rather, she extended a hand of such immense scale that it obscured the sky itself. The phrase to block out the heavens with one hand was merely a hyperbolic expression, but at that moment, in Chicago, it became a startling reality. Decepticons retreat. This was overwhelming power. Nothing could rival it. Not even the Primal 13 could withstand its might. The colossal hand swept towards the Shockwave with an overwhelming force. From a distance, this spectacle appeared to unfold at a leisurely pace. However, those who faced it up close understood the sheer magnitude of its destructive power. At the Chicago coast, aboard a U.S. Navy destroyer, the personnel in the command room witnessed the scene above, but their view was obstructed, leaving the officers unable to discern its reality. Some rushed to the deck, and upon glimpsing that titanic hand, their eyes widened in astonishment. What expression should one wear at such a moment? What words should be uttered? No one knew, for the events unfolding before them had transcended their comprehension. Just prior to this cataclysm, an atheist soldier had been engaged in a debate with his comrade regarding the existence of God. Now he found himself alongside that very comrade, tracing a cross upon his chest. "My children," an elderly officer removed his hat, inhaled deeply, and smiled at the youthful faces before him. "It brings me great joy to work alongside you." Some remained bewildered by the meaning behind their commander's words until they turned to witness the impending tsunami. Could this truly be categorized as a tsunami? The colossal waves, propelled by an immense force, surged upward, forming walls towering hundreds of meters high, racing toward Chicago. Chapter 125, The Tsunami. The frothy white crests surged like cavalry from the depths, as if they were the progeny of Poseidon, determined to usurp all life upon the earth. Schools of fish, caught unawares, were swept up by the monstrous waves, countless small fish flung into the air, their delicate scales glinting in the moonlight filtering through the gaps between Quintessa and Cybertron. For the first time in their lives, they felt the wrath of the ocean. Yet, the cause of this aberration was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. Before the waves arrived, the waters at the city's edge had already begun to rise. The transport aircraft that had previously settled upon the shallows were now submerged, with oil slicks floating higher as the water level ascended. The fiery dragon that had sprawled along the coastline for thousands of meters also began to rise. I am equally delighted to serve under your command, General. The destroyer began to rock violently. Given the current turbulence of the sea, it would certainly not endure for more than 10 seconds. God bless Chicago. God bless America. The ship tilted, causing those on deck to fall instantaneously. Life preservers tumbled into the sea, and the ropes securing them were swiftly severed. The sound of metal being deformed by some external force echoed from the hull. Crew members clung desperately to anything they could grasp. When they looked up, the towering wave, reminiscent of a celestial barrier, loomed before them. The sheer volume of water was unfathomable, and when it converged, it wielded a force capable of obliterating life itself. Dive! Dive! Below the destroyer, a nuclear submarine blared a piercing alarm, the red lights casting an eerie glow upon each face. Commander, the orders from above are clear. Damn it. Forget about what comes from above. Survival must come first. The commander forcefully discarded his hat. There's an ancient Chinese adage that states, when a general is outside, military orders may not be adhered to. Do you understand? The crew executed a standard military salute. Yet, before he could carry out his orders, an immense external force slammed him against the control panel, and the entire submarine capsized, unleashing a cacophony of wails within its confines. Above Chicago, a squadron of F-16 fighter jets engaged in combat with the ground forces of the Decepticons. Following the arrival of the Quintessence, the battle between the Cybertronian Air Force and the Quintesson Air Force reached a stalemate, during which countless aircraft from both sides plummeted. The Quintessons held a decisive numerical advantage. They could have entirely depleted the Decepticons' aerial units, preventing human forces from advancing. However, these puppets had not anticipated that the Quintessons would siphon their energy en route, effectively leading to their demise after aiding humanity in eliminating a significant portion of the aerial forces. Thus, the commanding officer promptly issued an assault directive, and the fighter jets that had long been awaiting their cue in the outskirts took to the skies simultaneously. Oh God, what is that? The sudden appearance of two planets in Earth's atmosphere was already astonishing, but witnessing the scene in Chicago from a high vantage point was even more breathtaking. One of the celestial bodies extended a hand, bearing a divine command that pronounced a death sentence upon the entire city. Evade, evade. The colossal hand swept across the skyline of Chicago within mere seconds, uprooting trees as if they were mere blades of grass, and causing buildings to collapse with deafening crashes. Abandoned vehicles spun chaotically in the air, akin to tops whipped by a lash. The fighter jets narrowly escaped the grasp of the hand, believing they had successfully evaded disaster. However, a gust of wind, reminiscent of a tsunami, disrupted their instruments, leading to a loss of control. Some jets spiraled downwards, colliding with their comrades before crashing. At the Pentagon, a grim report echoed through the room. We have just lost the USS Kidd destroyer and the USS Michigan submarine. Report, Commander. We have lost contact with Colonel Williams' flight squadron. A deep sigh escaped the defense secretary's lips. All others in the room donned military uniforms. While he remained in his suit, his expression no less troubled than the rest. Have the surveillance feeds been accessed? We are retrieving them. Most street cameras have been destroyed, with only a few still operational. Got it. This footage comes from a camera in the city center, typically used for traffic monitoring, but after this catastrophe, its perspective has shifted to an upward view. Fortunately, its circuits remain intact. What is this? The defense secretary furrowed his brow tightly. A pillar? The object he referred to as a pillar spanned the skies above Chicago, leaving devastation in its wake. Report, Commander. This is Colonel Williams' aircraft speaking before the signal was lost. A hand, a colossal hand. It was the hand of God. The sounds emanating from the playback device were cacophonous, and the more the Secretary of Defense listened, the graver his expression became. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed, a mixture of polished shoes and high heels, male and female alike. Apologies for the interruption, gentlemen. The door swung open, and an officer, initially intent on preventing the newcomer from disrupting their proceedings, fell silent upon recognizing the face before him. A visage frequently seen on television, now the spokesperson for the United States. Mr. President, why are you not at the White House? Inquired the Secretary of Defense, stepping forward. In extraordinary times, one must adapt accordingly. The President gestured to an empty chair beside him. May I consider this my desk? Of course. Tell me, what is the situation? The President took his seat, while the others remained standing. The outlook is grim. We have suffered severe losses. How grim? The president gazed intently into the Secretary of Defense's eyes. You need only tell me if it is necessary to employ that key. Yes, Mr. President. The Secretary of Defense positioned his laptop before the president. I was just about to inform you of this. What is it? Our analysts have scanned the internal structure of this planet. It contains a substance resembling an energy core. For this reason, we need to deploy a nuclear device inside. Chicago. The assault by the Cosmic Emperor was evidently directed at Shockwave. Under such formidable firepower, Shockwave posed no threat to the retreating Vines. Helplessly watching as the Allspark was taken away. Such a single hand possessed immense destructive power. If it were to fully transform, the apocalypse might be imminent. By the way, Shockwave suddenly recalled Ruin's words. Cybertron could also transform. After enduring prolonged internal strife, Cybertron's overall condition paled in comparison to Quintessa's. Even with a new Allspark, it still could not awaken the consciousness of Primus. Two conditions were essential. One was the bloodline of the Primes, and the other was the matrix of leadership. Chapter 126. Hammer of the Chosen, are you Ruin? The faint inquiry came from Starfall, who had entirely shed her monstrous form, though the wound on her chest continued to drip oil. Shockwave quickly flew to her side, sensing that Starfall seemed on the brink of death. I'm not. That makes sense. Starfall coughed violently, her internal mechanisms evidently nearing their end. Your eyes are distinctive compared to his. Indeed, Shockwave found it difficult to articulate his current feelings. His previous troubles had indeed stemmed from this individual, yet she too was under control. You have met Ruin, Haven TU? Yes. Very well. He must have shared with you the method to transform Cybertron. Sai Tianjiao continued to speak with great effort, but Shockwave noticed that the edges of her wound had already begun to turn gray, and this transformation was spreading throughout her body, reminiscent of the fate that had befallen the metal skin previously slain by the celestial enemy. It was truly astonishing that this individual would share their own spark with you. Yet, even if you truly achieved this, given Cybertron's current state, it would still be no match for Quintessa. Struggling, Sai Tianjiao withdrew the star sword that was embedded in the ground, acknowledging the need for a formidable weapon. But I cannot wield a sword, she thought. Shockwave contemplated the dire consequences of engaging Quintessa with Cybertron. Even if the star sword possessed immense power, it would ultimately prove insufficient against the planet. Do you know why people say only I can forge the star sword? Sai Tianjiao sensed Shockwave's inner inquiries and, with one hand propped against her sword, she finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. I do not know, she confessed, because only I can wield the hammer of Tianjiao. They believe I crafted this weapon with it. However, that is not the case. The hammer itself is my weapon. As she elucidated this, the star sword emitted a resonant hum, and then, before Shockwave's eyes, it began to disassemble. The intricate circuitry within was so complex that even a scientist of Shockwave's caliber could not decipher its principles. Shockwave realized that the star sword had never been forged by the hammer of Tianjiao. Rather, it had transformed from it. What the hammer's original form was remains a mystery, one that perhaps only Sai Tianjiao herself could unveil. The sharp blade fully unfurled, and the hilt began to reconfigure. In merely a second, this legendary sword, which had instilled fear in countless hearts, had astonishingly morphed into a hammer. But I cannot wield a hammer, Shockwave remarked deliberately, already aware of Sai Tianjiao's intentions. Sai Tianjiao remained silent, simply extending the hammer of Tianjiao towards him. Shockwave accepted this legendary artifact with both hands. It appeared unremarkable, yet seemed to harbor immense energy and vitality. It was only upon touch that Shockwave truly felt its pulse, akin to a living organism. It is nothing. He is your next master. Sai Tianjiao spoke to the hammer, and for the first time, Shockwave perceived a hint of tenderness in her demeanor. Before he could examine it closely, the hammer of Tianjiao underwent another transformation. Countless components began to activate like cells, splitting into a myriad of iron shards that swarmed over Shockwave's right arm like a colony of ants. He felt a series of sharp pains in his arm. Yet when he looked again, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. His right arm was as it always had been. This was still beyond his comprehension. At the crucial moment, utilize it. As Sai Tianjiao concluded her words, it seemed as though she had expended her last vestige of energy. Her once immaculate and radiant armor had succumbed entirely to a rust-like substance, and her visage was no exception. The rust, in places, had transformed into mere ash, and her arm lay on the ground, indistinguishable from the dust surrounding it. Soon, the only female leader among the 13 primes vanished before the presence of Shockwave. "If circumstances permit, I would still like to converse with you," Shockwave murmured. "Who is she?" the Fallen inquired as they approached. "It matters not who she is," Shockwave replied dismissively. "What is paramount is the matrix of leadership which you possess, Optimus Prime." "What is it, Shockwave?" "I require it." The actions of the Chaos Bringer were too swift. Preventing him from devouring the energy of the Allspark had become an impossibility. Thus, Shockwave was left with no choice but to employ his final strategy to reshape Cybertron. This confrontation transcended mere clashes of armies and nations. It had evolved into a true interstellar war. "What do you intend to do?" "I lack the time to explain in detail, but I must stress that if Cybertron is to endure, you must surrender the matrix of leadership to me." Shockwave's words brooked no dissent, as if he were addressing not a leader, but merely a bystander. "Oh, I remember now. The fate of Cybertron seems to bear no weight upon you. So let me be clear. Should Quintessa be allowed to reshape, your so-called second home will also be reduced to ash. Of course, you may choose not to comply, in which case I shall seize it by force." "Do not underestimate me, Shockwave," Optimus Prime retorted. "I, like you, hold my home dear, though each of us guards our homeland in our own manner. Once I did not trust you, but now I believe you are capable of sacrificing everything for the sake of Cybertron." In truth, according to Ru Tianjiao's assertion, Optimus Prime perfectly met the criteria. However, Shockwave harbored reservations about entrusting him with such a monumental task. "But you may not realize that the matrix of leadership is not something just anyone can wield." Indeed, the Fallen interjected, the matrix and the Allspark originate from the same root. To use it, one must possess the bloodline of the original 13 primes. "You need not worry on that front. Aside from her, there is no one in the universe whose lineage is as pure as mine," Shockwave asserted, referring, of course, to the deceased Sai Tianjiao. The Fallen refrained from countering. He had always taken pride in his noble lineage. Had he heard Shockwave's words under different circumstances, he would have scoffed in disdain. Yet, without further elaboration from Shockwave, he found himself wholly convinced by the latter's claims. "Nevertheless, let it be known, should you harm Earth, I will not spare you." Optimus placed his hand upon his chest, whereupon his armor unfolded, revealing the softly glowing matrix of leadership as it drifted forth. Chapter 127. "The President, I shall focus solely on saving Cybertron. For all other matters, you must consult Megatron." The Shockwave received the leader matrix, which subsequently settled within his chest, yet he remained grateful. At the moment the leader matrix entered Shockwave's body, the tumultuous energy within him seemed to be soothed by an invisible hand, becoming remarkably docile. The audio module transmitted sounds with exceptional clarity, allowing even distant soldiers on the outskirts to be heard distinctly. His vision expanded, akin to a standard lens evolving into an ultra-wide angle, yet the imagery presented no distortion. Shockwave could effortlessly crop and magnify a segment of this visual without any post-processing. Indeed, the real-time imaging surpassed the standards of optical zoom. Confronted with the immense power of Starsaber, Shockwave felt a sense of disorientation. It was as if he had been unexpectedly gifted a magnificent steed. Though it was indeed a thoroughbred, he was not an elite rider. The purpose of the leader matrix was to instantly elevate the rider's prowess to its zenith. "What are your intentions next?" he inquired. "I intend to journey to the core of Cybertron. If Quintessa possesses her own consciousness, then Cybertron must surely have its own as well. But the Allspark is already—" "I am aware," Shockwave interjected. He comprehended the implications of what the Fallen intended to convey. The consciousness of Unicron resided within Quintessa's core. By extension, it was highly probable that the essence of Primus lingered within the Allspark that had been seized. If this were the case, it was likely that Unicron had consumed Primus before he could awaken. Even if the worst were to transpire, Shockwave remained resolute. His words were imbued with an undeniable conviction. "I shall become the will of Cybertron." In that fleeting moment, Megatron perceived a transformation in Shockwave, not merely in form, but in the very essence of his being. He had evolved from the cold commander who once pondered only the logic of his actions. "I must seek out Lennox," Optimus Prime stated, gazing at the wreckage of the aircraft. "I must persuade humanity to direct their ire towards Quintessa rather than us." "Very well, yet I must caution you," Shockwave replied. You may persuade them to align with us, but they will ultimately never regard you as one of their own, thus rendering you vulnerable to betrayal. Betrayal? Optimus initially failed to comprehend, but his cognitive modules swiftly retrieved the definition from the internet. No, Shockwave, you misunderstand humanity. There are those among them who are indeed reliable. It is you who misunderstand humanity. Throughout the cosmos, there is perhaps no one who comprehends both humans and Cybertronians as I do. In the brief interlude of their discourse, Quintessa had entirely consumed the Allspark. It was not for lack of desire to intervene, but before that colossal hand, none could devise a plan. Fortunately, Unicron's hand ceased its devastation of Chicago, and Shockwave surmised that it aimed to safeguard the process of assimilating the Allspark from disruption. Very well, continue your feast. Once you are finished, I shall compel you to relinquish it, sparing me the need to seize too. Shockwave's strategy, in gaming parlance, was known as fattening the prey before the kill. Quintessa was indeed nearing her saturation, yet this was a course of action born of necessity. Time is of the essence. I must return to Cybertron. Take care of yourselves. Is there still time to go? Optimus Prime was not overly concerned about anything else. Although this distance could be traversed by a fighter jet, it was highly likely that before Shockwave could reach his destination, Quintessa would have already completed her final transformation. Shockwave gracefully unfurled his wings and, akin to a shooting star, ascended into the sky. He diminished in the sight of the onlookers, soon vanishing entirely. Such speed was unparalleled by any aerial unit. What has he truly endured? Unicron pondered as he observed Shockwave's departure. I cannot say for certain, Megatron remarked. Yet I feel he has changed since we last left Cybertron. No, this is the Shockwave I remember. Optimus Prime's mind conjured the image of Shockwave in his original form, untainted by torment and manipulation, when he, Megatron, and himself were still friends. We are of little aid now, Unicron expressed his frustration, knowing that this war was pivotal for the survival of Cybertron. We have our own tasks to attend to during Shockwave's return to Cybertron. We must buy him as much time as possible. Initially united against a common foe, the three leaders now found themselves in an awkward silence with the death of the five-faced beast and Quintessa's temporary retreat. Fight? It is impossible to engage. With a formidable enemy at hand, none wished to weaken their forces, for any further injuries would be more detrimental. Negotiate? That too is unfeasible. The conflict between Optimus Prime and Megatron has endured far too long, and even if Megatron regarded Optimus as a brother, it would be unreciprocated. As for Optimus and Unicron, although they once shared a close mentor-student bond, the murder of Ironhide had left a lasting rift in Optimus's heart. Decepticons, heed my command. Megatron activated the communication channel. All ground units converge at Chicago Center, tighten the defensive perimeter. Aerial units proceed directly to Quintessa without sparing your ammunition. Do you see? Unicron pointed skyward. Human forces? The Pentagon. Inside the entire building, personnel scurried about like ants on a hot skillet, yet amidst this unprecedented chaos, the operations remained orderly and focused. The president himself was present, while other White House elites busied themselves with various tasks, calming the media, evacuating the surrounding populace, calculating financial losses, and seeking assistance from neighboring countries. A machine named the nation operating at full throttle. In the command center, nearly everyone wore headphones, listening to the frantic cries of frontline troops, interspersed with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Helicopters are needed for support. There are many Decepticon ground units remaining. Report your coordinates. The Predacons will arrive shortly. We are currently reaching out to the nearest airborne early warning aircraft. When will the fighter squadrons arrive? Wait. The president suddenly rose from his seat, capturing the attention of everyone present, including the Secretary of Defense. Mr. President, he said, reorganize all forces against the Decepticons in Chicago. Ground troops are to return to the military district, and air units should concentrate at the nearest airport. The president furrowed his brow and inquired, by the way, what is the name of the head of the nest base? Chapter 128, Provocation, Linux. Very well, assist me in contacting him. The president patted the Secretary of Defense on the shoulder. When it comes to warfare, you possess more experience than I do. Yet I know you have been restrained in your actions. The Secretary of Defense remained silent. In truth, he had already contemplated the strategy the president had just articulated. No sacrifice, no victory, the president stated. Indeed, Mr. President. How do you wish to proceed? Will you require a few nuclear warheads? 2. The Secretary of Defense indicated with 2 fingers. As you mentioned, concentrate all forces vigorously against the initial celestial body, with the Advanced Air Force paving the way. This endeavor will undoubtedly incur heavy casualties. Thereafter, subsequent fighter squadrons armed with nuclear weapons will penetrate the planet's interior to obliterate it completely. Excellent. The heaven shall bless our valiant soldiers. The nuclear warheads shall be entrusted to Lennox. The President pondered deeply, aware of his good rapport with the Autobots. Optimus Prime would undoubtedly lend assistance, adding another layer of assurance to our victory. The President's deliberation was indeed profound. However, why do you require 2? If we truly can penetrate the planet's interior, 1 should suffice. Mr. President, the Secretary of Defense narrowed his eyes. There are many more Decepticons in Chicago. In the territorial waters of the United States, aboard an aircraft carrier, it was a day of great significance. Although it was some distance from Chicago, everyone on the carrier was in a state of heightened tension. The commander fixed his gaze on the communications officer, who was intently monitoring the screen, both awaiting a signal from the Pentagon. Got it. The communications officer pressed the Morse code key with his left hand while translating the incoming message into his notebook with his right, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The message read, "This is the Secretary of Defense. To the Northern Command General, initiate emergency procedures. Blackbird 1195. General." The communications officer removed his headset. "We have confirmed the airstrike order from the Secretary of Defense. Assist me in contacting the nearest Air Force base." At the Air Force base, the sun had risen above the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over all the aircraft. The expansive base was filled with F-22 Raptors, the world's premier multi-role fighter, renowned for its stealth, agility, precision, and situational awareness. Attack group, assemble. Personnel boarded the aircraft in an orderly fashion, donning their breathing masks. Be mindful of your right side. The cabin hatches slowly closed. Ready. The roar of engines echoed throughout the base as their revolutions quickened. Take off. A jet of flame erupted, distorting the very air around it. Moments later, over Chicago, it became evident that your allies have finally realized who poses the greatest threat. Megatron gazed at the sky. Since just moments ago, all attacking forces on the periphery of Chicago had temporarily retreated. Tanks, armored vehicles, and action teams distanced themselves from the Decepticons, while fighter jets from various airbases sped towards Quintessa's direction. They were marching towards their demise. As the words of the Decepticon leader echoed, the metallic tendrils that had previously assaulted them extended once more from the surface of Quintessa. A squadron of F-16s, unable to evade in time, collided directly with the massive vines, igniting a spectacular explosion of fireworks filled with the debris of aircraft in the sky. Air Forces assemble, commanded Megatron. All Decepticon air units converged above him. Upon a brief count, he noted that nearly half of the small spacecraft had been lost, and only 2 secondary carriers remained. Yet, among the assembled ranks, there was no sign of Starscream. Guerrilla forces, Megatron bellowed. Where is your commander? Has he perished? Lord Megatron, Starscream has fled the battlefield, came the reply. That coward. How fitting of him, Megatron mused, having anticipated this possibility. Nonetheless, given his current mood, he would have preferred the notion of Starscream's demise. Soundwave. A communication signal reached space, and Soundwave promptly responded, I am here, Megatron. Scan the 3D structural blueprint of Quintessa and relay it to all aerial combat units. Transmission complete. Unbeknownst to Megatron, Soundwave had already scanned Quintessa when Shockwave and the Triple Change team launched their surprise attack, so his current task was merely to transmit the information. Is the mission clear to you all? Ascend to the highest point and launch a fierce assault on Quintessa. We must sink him before he can transform. Yes. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ruins. Hey, Optimus Prime. Lennox? Upon seeing his human friend, Optimus Prime felt a wave of relief wash over him. Are you unharmed? Of course. Lennox was not unscathed. His combat suit was caked in dirt, and his cheek bore a cut. Yet in this brutal battlefield, surviving with even a single life was a stroke of fortune. I'm fine. Listen to me, Lennox panted. I've just received an urgent mission that requires your assistance. What mission? The Pentagon is planning to drop a nuclear bomb into Quintessa's interior, but our fighter jets cannot approach at all. Therefore, I need your help. Lennox, I wish to assist you, but my trailer was destroyed by Shockwave, and I currently lack the capability to fly. Lennox could see the dilemma etched on Optimus Prime's face. Casting a glance at the looming Megatron behind him, he quickly devised a plan. "Hey, Megatron, are you seeking death, human?" Megatron was far from cordial. His cannon trained on Lennox. Were it not for Optimus Prime's presence, he would have likely been reduced to mere ash beneath Megatron's firepower. We now possess an extraordinarily formidable weapon. If it can be launched into the core of Quintessa, it is certain to obliterate it. Lonox himself is uncertain whether the nuclear bomb will be effective, as no one has ever attempted to employ it against the planet since its invention. However, this is a desperate measure. The Pentagon would not issue such orders without dire necessity. Does humanity truly wield such a powerful weapon? Megatron scoffed disdainfully. Indeed, we merely refrained from deploying it against you to prevent Chicago from becoming a barren wasteland. Such audacity, he retorted, is called a nuclear bomb. As an individual well-versed in human knowledge, you should be aware of its destructive potential. Megatron searched his cognitive module for this term and discovered that similar technologies had long been developed on Cybertron, yet their catastrophic impact on land had prevented widespread implementation. We must launch the nuclear bomb into the planet's interior, and for that, we require your spacecraft. Megatron had no desire to engage. What, are you afraid? Lonox taunted. Are you worried that we humans could obliterate that planet and then turn our attention towards you, leaving you utterly defenseless? Chapter 129, Icarus, I fear nothing, you wretch. Lennox's words and deeds struck a nerve, igniting Megatron's fury. Then prove it to me. Fool. Megatron bent down, his blade-like fingers gesturing ominously beside Lennox's head. Do you think I would fall for such a trick? Lonox was drenched in sweat, while the pilots were undoubtedly elite. They could not match the agility of the Silicon-based Cybertronians in such a perilous situation. Furthermore, few of the Autobots allied with humans possessed the ability to fly. Megatron conceded. It is also for the sake of Cybertron, Optimus Prime interjected. Silence. Do not utter that name. You insult Cybertron with such words. Megatron's anger flared as he glanced at Starscream, who appeared to share a similar sentiment. Megatron, if the Chaos Bringer awakens, our homeland will be the first to suffer. Starscream voiced his concerns. Once Quintessa is vanquished, we will have ample energy to conquer this planet at our leisure. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron relented. Very well, I shall agree, but I have one condition. What condition? Besides Optimus Prime, I must also board the spacecraft, and you. Megatron pointed at Lonox. You cannot escape. Defense Minister. Did you hear that? Lonox shouted into his headset. I heard. On the other end of the communication, the Defense Minister promptly began mobilizing troops, sending Lennox's coordinates to the escort team. The operation officially commenced, codenamed Icarus. Icarus, the seeker of the sun in Greek mythology, one day soared into the heavens, wielding the wings crafted by his father Daedalus. Initially, he ascended without hindrance. However, as he drew nearer to the sun, the intense rays ultimately melted the wax, binding his feathers, causing them to loosen. Unbeknownst to Icarus, his wings had completely disintegrated and tumbled from his shoulders. The unfortunate child, in a moment of despair, flailed his arms in the air, but he could not sustain himself and plummeted into the vast ocean, where he was engulfed by the cerulean waves. Though this operation carries an ominous connotation, it simultaneously reflects the pilot's unwavering resolve in the face of death. Acknowledged. We are en route to downtown Chicago. Has the advance team calculated the coordinates? Team 3 remains silent. Team 2 has suffered heavy losses. The path lies between Team 1 and Team 4, where the number of tentacled monsters is comparatively sparse. Very well, let the subsequent units follow. We shall navigate through the gap between Team 1 and Team 4. Team 5 acknowledged. Team 6 acknowledged. Listen, no matter the cost. You must ensure that the ship carrying Lonox reaches its destination unimpeded. This is a route paved with billions of dollars and countless lives. Even the Defense Minister trembles as he clutches the phone. Quintessa is undergoing a transformation, if it were likened to a Zerd base. Its larvae appear to be growing at a visibly rapid pace, their rhythmic heartbeats intensifying. As the eyes of all mechanical soldiers in the corridor dimmed, the three transforming warriors metamorphosed into their flight forms, blasting a path with missiles and escaping before the exit sealed shut. I have an unsettling feeling that this entity is coming to life. The remnants of mechanical soldiers still cling to the wings of the gas bomb. It is not a question of whether it will live, it already has. Did you not see that appendage? Said the frenzied dragon. But what exactly is it? The ape-faced ones, entrenched within Quintessa, possess a narrower perspective than those on Earth? I do not know. It appears to resemble a great train, I hesitantly remarked, extending a hand. A hand? How could that be? Are you suggesting that this planet can assume a humanoid form? It is a possibility. I once heard Shockwave mention that our planet Cybertron was once in humanoid form and bore its own name. It seems my memory module contains similar information. I recall it being called Primus. So that is it. Lightning appeared to grasp the concept. If Cybertron was originally an independent life form, then Quintessa's ability to transform is not surprising. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The gas bomb interjected, emphasizing the urgent need to determine how to halt it. Furthermore, Shockwave has not yet emerged. Could he have been consumed? No. A simultaneous communication from the three transforming warriors resonated through their audio modules from space. Soundwave? Indeed, it is I, as the highest-ranking intelligence officer of the Decepticons. Soundwave has diligently fulfilled his duties, relaying messages across various war zones. Shockwave has not been compromised. He is currently en route to Cybertron and is estimated to have already arrived. Cybertron, what purpose could he have there? When did he depart? And why did we not witness his journey? The situation is urgent, and there is no time for explanations. I must convey to you the forthcoming mission. The flight squad composed of triple changers navigates the intricate terrain of Quintessa. Though Quintessa is not ravaged by war like Cybertron, the entire planet exudes a stifling atmosphere, reminiscent of a desolate city. Speak, we are listening. Next, Lord Megatron intends to travel with the Autobot leader, carrying a specific weapon to your location. You must ensure they are not attacked en route. The Autobot leader, Unicron? No, it is Optimus Prime, Soundwave replied coldly. Optimus Prime? The triple changers were taken aback by Soundwave's words, left speechless after having endured a series of inexplicable events since their last encounter with Shockwave. The unfolding situation has surpassed their expectations. Indeed, Soundwave added, furthermore, you will encounter numerous human aircraft along the way. Do not engage them for the time being. What do you mean? The first to express discontent was Thundercracker. Have the Decepticons become allies of humanity? I said. Soundwave retorted, avoiding further debate for now. Move aside. Lightning suddenly shouted at Thundercracker. No sooner had he spoken than a building beneath Thundercracker collapsed with a thunderous roar, followed immediately by a massive horn emerging from the rubble. The metallic horn burst forth like mushrooms after rain, and within mere seconds, it rivaled the height of the tallest structures nearby. Just as the triple changers believed it had reached its limit, the horn continued to ascend. Chapter 130. I have returned. What in the world is that? Thundercracker exclaimed as he climbed higher, wishing to avoid a collision with the formidable object. It is likely a part of Quintessa's anatomy. Soundwave, you mentioned that Lord Megatron would be carrying a weapon? Yes, a human weapon, a nuclear bomb. Will this be effective against Quintessa? Apeface expressed skepticism. I recognize its power, but using it to destroy a city is one thing. Obliterating a planet seems rather excessive. The humans, having invented such devices, are indeed aware of this. Hence, they have dispatched an advanced team to pave the way. Just those antiquated aircraft? The Decepticon remarked sarcastically. Are they scouting or marching to their doom? I understand now. They intend to insert the nuclear bomb into Quintessa's planetary core, Grinder proposed. Precisely. Based on the scanning results, Quintessa's core harbors immense energy, making the nuclear bomb merely a catalyst. Indeed, that catalyst is quite substantial. Lightning felt slightly reassured. Wait, Grinder interjected. Do you genuinely believe Quintessa will be detonated? What do you mean? How do you think Shockwave's handheld cannon compares to a nuclear bomb? The crowd immediately grasped the significance of the great locomotive. Others may remain oblivious, but we have personally ventured into the depths of Quintessa, a place akin to a black hole. Perhaps the energy generated by a nuclear explosion could also be absorbed by Quintessa? Indeed, that is my concern. What shall we do? The Dinobot inquired. Are there any alternative solutions? This ominous entity continues to morph, and by the time it achieves its final form, it may be too late for us to even consider deploying a nuclear weapon. Shockwave has returned to Cybertron, and I believe he has discovered a method. At the mention of Shockwave, the previously anxious group found a sense of calm, as if these 3 syllables possessed a soothing enchantment. It is unclear when it began, but the Decepticons on Cybertron had come to regard Shockwave as a figure of mental fortitude. Earlier, When he had ventured alone into Quintessa, his comrades expressed concern and even jested about his potential demise. Yet each felt an unspoken belief in his ability to navigate perilous situations. Triple Changer Team, do you read me? This is Shockwave. The familiar voice resonated through the group's communication modules. Shockwave, is that truly you? Where are you? I heard from Soundwave that you returned to Cybertron. What transpired? We will discuss it in due course. For now, heed my forthcoming directives. Understood. Listen carefully. Quintessa has already consumed the original Allspark of Cybertron. Once it fully absorbs the Allspark, it will transform. Shockwave spoke directly, relaying information closely tied to the Triple Changers, while omitting details such as the true identity of the five-faced creature and his own experiences. We are aware of this. This creature has already extended one horn. Oh, wait too. The primal corrected. Thus, we must evacuate swiftly. Evacuate? Indeed. Once it completes its transformation, neither Autobots nor Decepticons will stand chance. What if we employ human weaponry? The locomotive suggested. We have just received a mission to assist Megatron and Optimus Prime in deploying a nuclear device into Quintessa's core. What? Shockwave exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected plan that had emerged so soon after his departure from Earth. When did this occur? Just moments ago, through Soundwave's communication. We were en route. Listen to me. A gas bomb, Shockwave instructed. You must rendezvous with Megatron immediately and ensure he returns to Earth at once. Understood. I knew we could not rely on human resources. What if Megatron refuses to comply? Then you must retreat on your own. And what about you? The locomotive pressed for further information, only to find the communication abruptly severed. What transpired? Did Shockwave cut the transmission? No, it seems unlikely. It appears to be an external interference. External? Is he not on Cybertron? At this distance, the signal should be transmitting properly. I'm not entirely certain. Yet there is no need to dwell on it. Let us proceed to meet Lord Megatron. Cybertron, the Allspark Chamber. Shockwave has lost count of how many times he has visited this place, with its tangled wires above, the ancient ground reminiscent of a CPU motherboard, and a vast, deep well. Everything is strikingly familiar. Within the well lies the Allspark source that Shockwave procured from the Hoover Dam. This should represent the most primordial form of the Allspark and the quintessence core. The creator fashioned two planets of starkly contrasting styles based on its appearance. The Allspark hovers silently, its surface adorned with bizarre, natural patterns, exuding a faint white glow. Shockwave recalls his initial visit when Starscream elucidated the concept of the Great Shutdown and its causes. Reflecting upon it now, he realizes that this so-called Starscream was, in fact, himself, stirring profound emotions within him. Though it was said that Cybertron must undergo transformation, Shockwave remains uncertain of the precise methods to achieve this. Yet, he possesses an innate sense of a profound connection between Cybertron and himself, like a tree of which he is but a leaf, and he has now arrived at the roots, the very birthplace of life. This sensation is unprecedented for Shockwave, and, contemplating Starscream's words, he speculates this may be attributed to the Primus bloodline. He slowly approaches the Allspark, each step feeling akin to a homecoming, as every component of his being seems to respond to a call, energy coursing through him like a mighty river. I have returned. For reasons unknown, Shockwave feels compelled to utter this phrase. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the Allspark undergoes an immediate transformation, as if his declaration serves as a command, unlocking the vault. The transformation begins. The surface of the Allspark disassembles into countless interlocking cubes, which appear to move of their own volition, gradually revealing a metallic sheen. The crisp sounds of collision reverberate throughout the Allspark chamber, and Shockwave senses the circuit boards beneath him beginning to stir. After an indeterminate number of transformations, the cubes surge towards the central point of one face of the Allspark, ultimately revealing a recess directly in front of Shockwave. Chapter 131. I am Cybertron. Just as Shockwave is enveloped in confusion, his chest plate suddenly shifts, and the leader matrix he acquired from Optimus Prime floats forth, perfectly aligning with the recess in the Allspark. This key is unique in the universe and cannot be replicated. Thus, it becomes clear why the leader matrix is essential. The Allspark seamlessly reassembles, as if the recess had never existed. Yet, merely a second later, the face before Shockwave begins to disintegrate. Previously, Shockwave had assumed that the Allspark was some form of mechanical structure, its transformation principle akin to that of the Cybertronians, reliant on the interchange of parts. However, it was only after the matrix of leadership integrated with it that he realized his error. The other 5 facets of the Allspark remained unchanged, yet one facet began to exhibit undulating patterns reminiscent of ripples in water, a phenomenon beyond the capabilities of any intricate mechanism. It was as if the Allspark embodied the very essence of transformation itself, devoid of any specific rules, capable of shifting its form at will. Following those ripples, the intricate and nearly unquantifiable elements of transformation began to whirl in a vortex, at the center of which a void emerged, expanding rapidly until it could accommodate Shockwave's height. He found this phenomenon somewhat reminiscent of the space bridge on Cybertron. Yet he could not discern the destination on the other side of the aperture, for it led into the vast cosmos. As the diameter of the vortex's opening approached the edge length of one of the Allspark's facets, its expansion finally ceased. An ancient and enduring call resonated within Shockwave's mind. A peculiar sensation as the voice seemed to emanate not from his audio module, but directly from his cerebral core, akin to the whispers of primordial deities. Dismissing any distractions, he stepped through the threshold. The moment his body crossed the portal, a wave of coolness enveloped him, reminiscent of being doused with cold water during the height of summer, an invigorating comfort coursing through him. The vortex began to contract, the transformative elements consolidating once more, and the circular portal sealed. Yet, within, Shockwave felt no trepidation. It was utterly dark, a void unlike the aggressive darkness of Quintessa's core, but tranquil and serene, as if the universe itself had dimmed its lights. Initially, Shockwave anticipated the presence of an elder imparting wisdom, but upon entering, he soon realized that was not to be. The previously reminiscent call he had perceived was, in fact, the breath of countless celestial bodies. Planets, devoid of lungs or features, were animated by the myriad lives upon their surfaces, collectively forming a vast consciousness. This was the awareness of the planets. Having previously engaged with the world of Azeroth, Shockwave remembered that each planet, like Azeroth, possessed its own soul. At first, he struggled to comprehend this notion, as the enormity of such entities felt distant and unfathomable to one of his stature. However, within the Allspark, he began to sense the whispers of the planets, Earth weeping, akin to a wronged woman, the moon watching over like a loyal knight, and the sun, ever tumultuous, reminiscent of a gladiator with boundless energy seeking an outlet. He gradually understood the underlying reason. Just as humans could comprehend each other's speech and animals their own, his ability to perceive the consciousness of other planets stemmed from his immersion in the thoughts of Cybertron. There are neither elders nor manuals, nor is there any so-called novice guide. Everything must be explored by Shockwave himself. I think, therefore I am, resonates in Shockwave's mind, a phrase once uttered by Rishon. I am Cybertron. After murmuring to himself, the world around Shockwave began to clarify, his vision extending in a full 360 degrees, revealing Earth within arm's reach. Every building in Chicago discernible. Opposite him lay Quintessa, where the consciousness of the Cosmic Emperor had awakened, and the transformation of Quintessa was complete. Cybertron transform 10 minutes earlier, in space. Thus, I assert that the Autobots are of inferior stock, incapable even of flight. Megatron piloted the spaceship, with Optimus Prime seated in the co-pilot seat. They headed towards the nearest Air Force base, but upon Megatron's arrival, armed soldiers began to fire. It was only through the intervention of Optimus Prime and Lennox that casualties were averted. Following the highest orders from the Pentagon, the Air Force transferred the nuclear missile originally intended for the fighter jets to the Decepticon ship, a process that left every face grim. Moreover, before Megatron departed, he ominously declared, "I will remember those of you who fired. You shall wait." True to Megatron's character, had anyone dared to shoot at him, he would have retaliated immediately. He even contemplated hurling the nuclear missile at Washington, but given the current circumstances, he could not afford to shoot himself in the foot. Though humanity is frail, it possesses a degree of resistance. After battling the five-faced army, the Decepticons suffered significant losses, making it unwise to cultivate new enemies at this juncture. The American military felt similarly. As Megatron approached, 2 squadrons of fighter jets were preparing for takeoff, and the captain nearly issued the order to fire, only to be halted by a phone call from the Secretary of Defense. This forced cooperation felt uncomfortable for both parties. Yet, your penchant for plunder and slaughter is deeply ingrained in every Decepticon. That is far preferable to being someone else's dog. Megatron retorted, "Look at you now. You bear no semblance of a leader. I chose to ally with humanity for the sake of peace. Oh, how laughable. How many of my subordinates perished at your hands? Why did you not speak of peace back then? You initiated the conflict. You disregarded my counsel." The Decepticons paused momentarily before Megatron continued. "We were once brothers, Optimus." Indeed, Optimus nodded, but that was merely in the past. Their dialogue persisted, perhaps surpassing the sum of their words exchanged since the onset of hostilities until boarding this vessel. Lennox, as a friend of Optimus, often engaged in conversation with him at the nest base. Yet now he found himself unable to interject, silently guarding the nuclear missile from the rear. Chapter 132. The Shockwave. Due to the necessity of breaching the atmosphere for this mission, Lennox wore a specialized mask. "Look, Quintessa seems to be on the verge of collapse." At Lennox's prompt, Optimus Prime and Megatron gazed ahead, and indeed, as Lennox had stated, Quintessa was undergoing disintegration. No, this was not mere collapse. Its transformation was nearing completion. The Earth split apart, countless structures crumbled with a thunderous roar, and the tectonic plates, having coalesced over millennia, were torn asunder like paper. Quintessa was showcasing a catastrophe akin to that depicted in The Day After Tomorrow. Sound could not travel in space. Yet Lennox felt as if he could hear the deafening clash of buildings colliding, experiencing the apocalyptic upheaval of Quintessa. Through a narrow perspective, he could discern glimpses of the transformation. Although not in close proximity, Quintessa was a planet, and thus Lennox could only observe its changes in fragments. For instance, the surface facing them had begun to fissure, extending outward, while colossal spires emerged from the edges of the plates, their tips as sharp as bone spurs. Wings unfurled from the planet's rear, presenting a spectacle of grandeur reminiscent of the arrival of Satan. Even the priests within churches, perceiving this ominous sign, began to pray fervently before the crucifix. Once the wings completed their transformation, the lower portion of Quintessa also began to cave in. It was then that Lennox dismissed his earlier thoughts, for these were true monumental pillars. The skeletal structure of the wings paled in comparison, now reduced to the size of mere fingers. The U.S. military stationed in Chicago observed the enormous platform above them undergoing a transformation, yet to their eyes, it still resembled an immeasurable fortress. Initially, when the fighter pilots received their orders to confront the planet, they did not think much of it. Only upon close approach did they realize the absurdity of their mission. Its target was far too colossal. The newly emerged structure seemed akin to two gargantuan aircraft carriers, dwarfed by the massive UFO that had overshadowed America in Independence Day. Its origin loomed over Chicago, extending southward, crossing Cuba, traversing the Caribbean Sea, and finally ceasing in Venezuela. Who could have anticipated that such a colossal entity was merely a leg of the Cosmic Emperor? Did it still possess a core? Though uncertain of Quintessa's ultimate form, it was evident that the objective had transcended that of a mere sphere. Lennox pondered whether the mission could continue. "Yes," Optimus Prime asserted. "Since our sparks reside within our chests, it stands to reason that the Cosmic Emperor's spark must also be situated within its torso, akin to the human heart." Megatron scoffed, having just received the latest scans from Soundwave, which confirmed Optimus's hypothesis. However, he refrained from voicing it, questioning why one would reveal such vulnerability before humanity. "Lennox is my friend. I hope you do not add the word once to this sentence in the future. It remains uncertain whether it is due to a state of transformation, but the formidable steel tendrils that previously claimed the lives of dozens of pilots have suddenly diminished, rendering the path ahead significantly more navigable for the Icarus squad." Soundwave calculated the swiftest route for a surprise attack, yet failed to determine the safest one, as real conditions necessitate verification through direct engagement. For every lost squadron of fighter jets, the Pentagon would relay the information to Lennox, who would subsequently communicate the suggested route to Megatron. Lennox possessed a dashboard, each illuminated indicator on the screen representing a fighter jet. He watched in sorrow as those lights extinguished one by one, tears streaming from his cerulean eyes beneath his breathing apparatus. "Watch ahead," Lennox exclaimed as he spotted a formation of aircraft emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia charging towards them. Instinctively perceiving them as foes, They're one of us, you fool. Among the approaching figures, some were familiar to Megatron, while others were strangers. Decepticons, transform. The entire team of triple changers came to a sudden halt, subsequently shifting into humanoid form, arrayed in a line that effectively blocked the Icarus squad's path. What are you doing? Megatron was compelled to cut the engines abruptly. Lord Megatron. The first to greet him was the brash Scourge. Scourge? It wasn't until the figure stood before him in humanoid form that Megatron recognized him. Did you not transform into a dinosaur? How did you become an aircraft? That's a long story. In brief, we now possess 3 distinct forms. 3. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron expressed astonishment at the revelation from the combiners. A notion that seemed utterly implausible until Optimus recalled the earlier combiners, allowing him to regain some composure. Enough of the idle chatter. Lonox gripped the dashboard tightly. Every second we waste costs a pilot their life. Your tone is rather disrespectful. Human, Megatron retorted, his own impatience rising. If the transformation of the Cosmic Emperor were to complete, he feared he would be crushed before even reaching the all-spark chamber. Nevertheless, his pride would not permit such a manner of address, especially from a mere human. Moreover, particularly after Optimus declared that Lonox was his friend, Megatron's discontent towards him intensified. Was it Soundwave who sent you to assist me? Megatron prepared to restart the ship, intending to address other matters later. The immediate priority was to deliver the nuclear warhead into the hands of this individual. No, the gas grenade interjected. It was Shockwave who instructed us to prevent you. Shockwave? Lonox recognized the name. Prevent me? Megatron inquired. Did he not return to Cybertron? That is indeed the case. He communicated with us to inform you that this plan is unfeasible. What is happening? We once ventured to the core of Quintessa, where its ignition source differs from that of Cybertron. It is a substance akin to a black hole, from which no energy can escape. We are aware that humanity intended to detonate a nuclear bomb to ignite the star core. Yet the shockwave analysis suggests that the energy produced by the explosion would be instantaneously absorbed, posing a danger to you as well. Have you been inside Quintessa? Why have you not reported? Megatron had previously expressed curiosity about the absence of a few Decepticons upon their arrival on Earth. It turns out they were assigned to other missions. It was Shockwave who directed us there. Chapter 133. The Sunlight of Cyber City, Part 1. Who indeed is the true leader of the Decepticons? Megatron finally erupted. He felt a profound discomfort within, yet he could not articulate the reason for this disquietude. Of course, it is you. The stubbornness in his voice did not stem from fear, but rather from respect. Very well, I hope you will forever remember this. Megatron's tone softened slightly as he recognized his earlier lapse in composure. I had instructed Shockwave to remain on Cybertron. Now that you have returned to the fold, you must heed my command. But, Lord Megatron, it is far too perilous for you to proceed. I now command you to accompany me to the core of Quintessa. The triple changers appeared somewhat troubled. Are my words ineffective? Megatron suppressed his anger. Should I contact Shockwave to relay this message to you? No, you misunderstand. The trainbot patiently explained. When Shockwave entered the core of Quintessa, we did not intervene. It was unrelated to any orders. You ventured out on your own? A pack of cowards. Though Megatron's words were harsh, his mood inexplicably lightened considerably. If Shockwave could enter and exit the Quintessa core unscathed, then, as the supreme leader of the Decepticons, he too could achieve the same. Megatron had long been intrigued by the source of Shockwave's incredible power. It was known that their 3 leaders had previously struggled against the might of Starscream, yet Shockwave had managed to hold his own and even gain the upper hand. He now speculated that this prowess was linked to the Quintessa core. Thus, this journey was imperative. Moreover, Megatron had 2 additional reasons for needing to go to Quintessa. First, to re-establish his authority in front of the Triple Changers, ensuring that his orders could not be defied. Second, to preserve his dignity. Although the Triple Changers had painted an ominous picture of the dangers within Quintessa, Shockwave had already traversed it, and he could not retreat now. I ask you, will you go or not? I regret, Lord Megatron, but we truly cannot accompany you, and I advise you against it as well. Among the 5, the trainbot shared the closest bond with Shockwave, yet his words stemmed not from personal ties, but from genuine concern for Megatron's safety. Do you all concur? Megatron surveyed the other 4, his gaze sharp as a blade. Indeed. My apologies, leader. Well, tell me, without deploying the nuclear bombs, what else can we utilize to awaken Quintessa, or rather, the Cosmic Emperor? Shockwave has already returned to Cybertron. claiming he has a plan. We trust him. Everyone, get out of my way. Megatron expressed his growing impatience. For the first time, he found his once reliable subordinates to be exceedingly bothersome. The Decepticons exchanged glances, ultimately conceding and clearing a path for Megatron's ship. When I return, I will deal with all of you. He cranked the ship's power output to its maximum and sped toward the heart of Quintessa. Is this truly acceptable? Thundercracker pondered anxiously. Shockwave relayed our message. We transmitted it. Yet Megatron disregards it. I feel powerless. In the past, many would have quaked in fear at Megatron's final threat. For none among the Decepticons were unaware that he had emerged from the gladiatorial pits, his hands stained with the oil of countless Cybertronians before ascending to leadership. Yet now, the likes of Starscream found a newfound courage, believing that even in defiance of Megatron's orders, they would face no repercussions, for Shockwave was among them. Look, another fighter jet approaches. Is it human? Why is it alone? No, it's Starscream. What is he doing? Inside the ship, Megatron's tone shifted noticeably. I can sense the underlying reasons for their remarks. Optimus Prime said he too felt the changes in Shockwave. To be honest, Megatron, have you ever contemplated what it would be like if Shockwave were to lead the Decepticons? No, that is impossible. Megatron retorted vehemently. I am the leader of the Decepticons. Always have been, always will be. Unbeknownst to Megatron, both he and Optimus Prime were entangled in a debate about Decepticon leadership, while Shockwave himself had, long ago, been nearly recognized as the commander of the Cybertronian coalition. Among the Autobots led by Hot Rod, many had already acknowledged Shockwave's position. Well, let us set aside the question of leadership for now. However, I sense there is validity in their words. I can feel that this crisis is beyond our individual capabilities. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then leave. I can manage alone, but you must leave this human behind. Who knows what tricks he may play? I am not afraid. I will continue to execute this mission, though my motives differ. What do you mean? While the intent behind Shockwave's return to Cybertron remained unclear, it was evident that he sought to avert this calamity. Alone, he was woefully outmatched, and our deployment of nuclear bombs might merely enhance our chances of victory. Now that sounds like you, Megatron remarked. In some foolish matters, you appear less timid. When was the last time the two had engaged in such a calm discourse? Neither could recall, but it felt as though ages had passed, perhaps a lifetime's worth. Megatron, what has caused you to become this way? After a prolonged silence, it was surprisingly Optimus Prime who took the initiative to speak. This is a question I wish to ask you as well. Initially, the venerable Optimus intended to address him as teacher, but the haunting memory of Ironhide's demise surged into his mind. At that time, he was elsewhere, never having had the chance to see Ironhide one last time. By the time he returned to the nest, his longtime companion had already been reduced to a pile of ashes on the ground. When Unicron entrusted us with the joint governance of Cybertron, I once believed our days could continue in this manner indefinitely. Joint governance? Megatron's code. Do not presume I am unaware of what Unicron privately confided to you. What are you implying? Optimus retorted, feigning ignorance. You are not as adept at deception as Starscream, my former brother. Nevertheless, since the opportunity was rare, feel free to express your thoughts candidly. After that meeting concluded, Unicron instructed us to return, yet he chose to keep you behind. You both stood atop the Iron Fortress, gazing at the star that had just been introduced to Cybertron. He spoke to you. You were there that day too. I was most certainly present. I have never departed. Optimus responded with indignation. And do not interrupt me. Very well, Megatron conceded. Unicron remarked upon our current Cybertron, and I understand your desire to undertake substantial endeavors. Do you see it now? The future promises to be even brighter than the past. Optimus, this era of illumination shall be ushered in under your leadership. Megatron recalled that day vividly. The city of Iacon, shrouded in darkness for countless days and nights, finally welcomed the light. The radiance from the star generously enveloped every inch of Cybertron's terrain. Unicron and his favored disciple stood together, conversing about Cybertron's future. Yet Megatron's presence was conspicuously absent among them. However, I declined. Optimus remembered the astonishment and trepidation he felt when Unicron sought to entrust this burden to him. His immediate response was one of refusal, stating, Unicron, I cannot do this. Regardless of your persuasion, I believe, in terms of my spark, there is no distinction between my friends and myself. Optimus's refusal marked a pivotal turning point in Cybertron's fate, laying the groundwork for the subsequent dual monarchy and the ensuing civil war. You could accept it, Megatron suggested. Accept? Optimus questioned. But Optimus, you truly do not comprehend how fortunate you are. What you so easily dismissed is the aspiration of others. Are you referring to the position of leadership? Perhaps. But it encompasses more than that. Megatron paused, as if concealing a burden. Do you know, although Unicron publicly proclaims me as his successor, I am acutely aware that he has never regarded me with any genuine recognition. Optimus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, for Megatron's assertion was indeed the truth. The Decepticons were unique. They emerged and flourished later, while initially Cybertron knew not of the Decepticons, only civil and military factions. The vast majority of Cybertronians are civilians, primarily Autobots, and there exists no military presence within the leadership ranks. This is due to the fact that military robots were originally created by the Quintessence for their own convenience and to facilitate their dominion. Consequently, despite the superior weaponry of these military constructs, their status has remained notably inferior. In light of this prevailing circumstance, the rebellion against Quintesson rule was ignited by figures such as Starsaber. Upon realizing their own limited strength, they recruited the military robots, whom they had initially scorned, into their ranks. It was only with the eventual involvement of the Autobot aristocracy that this revolution ultimately triumphed. Following the war, the status of military robots did not improve. After a succession of leaders on Cybertron, the military robots finally came under the command of Megatron. It was during this period that Megatron's subordinates proclaimed, "From this day forth, there shall be no military robots. We shall bear a new name, Decepticons." Under Megatron's leadership, the power of the military robots grew increasingly formidable, soon rivaling that of the civilians. While some viewed this combat capability as a safeguard for Cybertron security, others perceived it as a looming threat to their own dominion. The then supreme leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime, became acutely aware of this potential peril. He sought an audience with Megatron and engaged him in a lengthy discourse that lasted throughout the night. This was not their first encounter. Long before, shortly after Megatron had emerged from his original form, Optimus had witnessed his prowess during a routine inspection. This inspection included a group training session where Optimus instructed the original beings in various combat techniques, initially intended merely as a demonstration. However, that moment left an indelible impression on Megatron, many of his later maneuvers in the arena having evolved from Optimus's movements. Thus, even after becoming the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron retained a profound respect for Optimus Prime. He graciously accepted the invitation extended by Optimus and was elated upon learning that Optimus wished to take him as a disciple. However, the reality was that the Autobot leadership, after a decisive meeting orchestrated by the astute Optimus Prime, resolved to integrate the Decepticon faction. Optimus's intention was to stabilize the Decepticons first and gradually diminish their strength. Unexpectedly, not long after, Cybertron was engulfed in rebellion. This unrest was sparked by Optimus's plan, in collaboration with scientists like Ratchet, to bring a star into orbit around Cybertron. A faction of Cybertronians viewed this as nothing more than a ruse, leading to the outbreak of war. Through the combined efforts of Optimus Prime and Megatron, the conflict was eventually quelled, and the star was successfully introduced into Cybertron's orbit. However, this confrontation made Optimus acutely aware of his advancing age. Recognizing his waning vitality and the persistent threat posed by the Decepticons, he hastened to designate Optimus Prime as his successor. At that moment, Megatron had already sensed Unicron's intention to abdicate. He had been patiently awaiting an opportunity, believing himself to be more capable than Optimus Prime. This anticipation stemmed not only from a thirst for power, but also from a resolute determination to bear the heavy burden on behalf of his master. After rejecting Unicron, Optimus had mentioned Megatron to him. During that eavesdropping, Megatron's emotions were at their peak of tension. Yet, Optimus's proposal was met with nothing but a scornful smile from Unicron. Remember, Optimus, Megatron is ultimately just a military robot, his violent nature deeply ingrained, whereas you are different. You carry the pure bloodline of Primus. This was Unicron's response to Optimus, a statement that Megatron has stored in the depths of his memory module, unable to forget a single word. It was then that Megatron realized that from the very beginning, Unicron had never truly regarded him as a student. In the background, Lon Knox had been quietly listening, unaware that these two had such a history. A sudden pang of regret welled up within him. Had it not been for these upheavals, perhaps they could have been friends. He mused. Megatron had entertained similar thoughts in the past, but now, as a leader, many decisions were no longer within his control. As for Optimus, Megatron did not expect him to think this way. He always believed that since arriving on Earth, Optimus's thoughts had become rather skewed. That day, Megatron shattered the silence, remarking on the brilliance of the star over Cybertron. Well, you two could step out of the shadows and bask in the light with us. He shook his head in self-mockery. I'm not of your kind after all. Perhaps, came the reply. Chapter 135. The Death of a Leader, Part 1. Be careful. Lonox shouted at the top of his lungs. The hand that had once stirred a catastrophic tsunami extended once more, but up close. It appeared to the onlookers as a colossal battleship. What an inconvenience. Megatron pressed the launch button, and a dozen missiles mounted beneath the ship were instantly fired, trailing azure flames like shooting stars on a summer night. Upon contact with the body of the Cosmic Emperor, the missiles detonated with violent explosions. However, the debris floating in space was predominantly that of the missiles themselves, with the Cosmic Emperor seemingly unaffected. Megatron then understood that in the face of such a behemoth, all strategic deployments were futile, and even his prideful combat skills were rendered useless. What they required now was but one thing: sheer destructive power. Megatron, ascend. Optimus commanded. TCH, I don't need your guidance. Megatron retorted, yet complied. Fortunately, the enormous scale of the Cosmic Emperor's hand allowed them to slip through the gaps between his fingers. Why is this so easy? Optimus Prime felt a tinge of confusion. If the Cosmic Emperor truly intended to capture them, a mere clenching of his fist would suffice, rendering escape nearly impossible given the ship's velocity. Do not overthink it. Megatron attempted to dispel his doubts. Soundwave relayed to me that he has yet to fully awaken. Even at this juncture, several among them still lacked a tangible sense of their adversary. They perceived him merely as a larger fortress. The ship darted about like a sparrow, while Lonox clung tightly to the railing. Fortunately, having once been part of the Air Force, he found the turbulence manageable. Ahead lay a city. Where are we? Lonox inquired, pointing towards the towering edifices. The ship's windshield unveiled a metropolis forged of steel, with skyscrapers densely packed, their proximity creating a labyrinth of intricate piping woven through the metallic landscape, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. The city's layout was remarkably coherent, with each sector meticulously delineated, presenting a symmetrical beauty akin to the Forbidden City, albeit transformed from crimson walls and green tiles to rare earth metals. This appears to be the core of Quintessa, Megatron observed, studying the scanning images on the display. Here, Lonox questioned, perplexed, as he imagined a planet's core should reside within its depths, or at least be accessed through some passage. It must have restructured itself after transforming. Optimus Prime suddenly noted an indentation concealed amidst the skyscrapers. There, at the city's heart, obscured by towering buildings, lay a vast chasm, devoid of any transition, as though a colossal meteor had violently struck, creating a jarring dissonance with its surroundings. Do you hear that? The heartbeat? Lanix's initial response was instinctive. Logically, in such an environment, he should not be able to perceive sound. Thus, he pressed his ears tightly, only to find a volume unchanged. No, Megatron refuted. That is the rhythm of the Allspark. A realization struck Optimus Prime. He discerned a peculiar awareness of Cybertron's presence. The Allspark had been seized earlier, and it was likely ensconced within this very place. I, too, share this familiar sensation. The trio's gaze fixated on the chasm, which seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, drawing them in irresistibly. This must be the planet's core. We only need to cast that object into it to trigger an explosion. Correct? The solid ground, mere minutes prior, had been in a state of collapse, revealing an unfathomable abyss beneath, with fissures widening to a breadth comparable to the Yangtze River. The Icarus team had reached their destination. Team Wing 1, returning home. Team Wing 2, wishing you good fortune. As the communicator crackled to life, the voice of a comrade resonated within Lanix's ears. He understood that this was the farewell from the advance team, which had previously ventured forth to scout the path ahead. The F-22, after all, was not a space shuttle, unable to ascend to the heavens as they had. Nevertheless, they had executed their duties to the best of their abilities. Although these words of blessing conjured an illusion of abundance, Lonox, fixated on the signal source, was acutely aware that many squads had been reduced to but a single individual. and collectively, the members of Wing would scarcely be sufficient to fill a single team. The term Wing referred to the wings that Icarus's father had sealed with beeswax. They gradually disintegrated as Icarus drew nearer to the sun, plummeting into the vast expanse of the ocean before their master. Lonnox knew that following this day, Arlington National Cemetery would see the addition of countless white markers. You may return. The ensuing task shall be entrusted to me. Icarus, this is the Pentagon. The voice over the headset was somewhat garbled, but after numerous adjustments, Lonnox finally managed to decipher the message. Please report your status. We have arrived at the energy core of Kinshasa and are about to execute our mission. Excellent. Just as your communications commenced, Kinshasa has undergone further transformations. The once even cityscape contorted dramatically, reminiscent of a scene from Inception, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them. Fortunately, the ground ceased its movement after forming an almost 90-degree angle with another surface. Otherwise, Lonnox feared they might be crushed between two walls, suspended in the void of space. Lonnox could not hear a single sound throughout the ordeal, yet this silence only intensified the suffocating atmosphere. A killer approaches in the dead of night, knife in hand, his footsteps drawing nearer. Such a scenario may evoke fear. However, if one were to merely observe the assassin's silent advance, with neither his steps nor the whisper of the wind against the curtains breaking the stillness, one might simply faint from terror. Galvatron. The communication module is inundated with sound wave signals. The transformation of the Cosmic Emperor is nearing completion. You must vacate the area immediately. As if echoing the words of the sound waves, the great chasm at the city's center began to constrict, the ground surrounding its seemingly sprouting legs as it surged towards the abyss. Towering structures toppled one after another, merging with the ground upon impact, transforming into external armor. The mission is not yet complete, Lonnox exclaimed, urgency coursing through him. He refused to allow the sacrifices of his comrades to be in vain. Do not panic, humans. Galvatron has ramped up the ship's output to maximum. I have no intention of retreating. Chapter 136. The Death of a Leader, Part 2. We charge in, declared Optimus Prime. The entrance to the stellar core is nearly sealed. If we proceed at full speed now, we might gain entry, yet the question of our exit remains uncertain. It is evident that Lonnox alone cannot accomplish this mission. Fortunately, 2 leaders are present, their weapons and munitions potent enough to forge a path through. A muffled rumble emanates from below, indicating that the inverted surface has seemingly completed a certain operation, tilting further towards another side. Soon, the spacecraft will be compelled to navigate through a canyon-like crevice. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is fervently strategizing, hearts racing with anticipation. The success or failure of Lonnox directly impacts the fate of humanity. The Air Force Base has provided Lonnox with top-tier equipment, which could fetch an unimaginable fortune on the black market. Nonetheless, achieving real-time video transmission poses considerable challenges. Under ordinary circumstances, it might not be too troublesome, but now, every second is exceedingly precious. We have reached the entrance, Lonnox declared, just as the door behind them sealed shut, plunging them into darkness. Very well, proceed inward. It is not yet the optimal moment for deployment. The defense minister furrowed his brow. The location of the stellar core must be at the very center. Merely detonating at the periphery would surely yield inadequate results. Thus, the decision-makers are compelled to push for the extreme. I have a question, Megatron interjected, his tone laced with disdain. In such perilous yet pivotal tasks, should not the leaders be at the forefront? This query momentarily caught Lonnox off guard. Indeed, he recalled that during missions, Optimus Prime always led the charge, while figures like presidents remained ensconced within the White House. Reflecting further, Lonnox recognized that generals and presidents differ. Some must charge bravely into battle, while others, as national heads, must ensure their own safety. Generals? Presidents? Megatron scoffed. In our realm, such distinctions are trivial. There is only leadership. How do we detonate this? Optimus Prime inquired. We will throw it inside when the time comes. The detonator is with me, Lonnox replied. Understood. The subterranean world lay vast and tranquil. As the lighting system activated, the corpses of mechanical soldiers appeared to be in a state of crawling outward, a testament to their lives having been abruptly snatched away, leaving no room for resistance. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced a rhythmic pulse became. and Lennox felt his heartbeat being ensnared by its cadence. The scale of the nuclear explosion will be immense. We must retreat simultaneously as we throw it in. Afterward, you and Megatron must find a way to open that door. Once we emerge, I will detonate it, and we will use the shockwave to escape this place. That sounds like a commendable battle plan, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Yet the risks are considerably high, he added. What, are you afraid? Megatron taunted. Not at all. I merely harbor some concerns. At the Pentagon, a colossal screen loomed before all, displaying images transmitted from satellites. On the screen, a winged steel giant was beginning to awaken. The real-time communication with Lennox was broadcast through the loudspeaker, ensuring that all personnel present were prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. However, suddenly, amidst a cacophony of static, the call was severed. What on earth is happening? The defense minister bellowed. I don't know, sir. It seems there is an issue with the line. A female staff member nervously explained. Fix it at once. Just then, a black man in military cap approached the minister. Is everything ready? The minister inquired softly in his ear. Yes, the man nodded. The previous connection has been terminated, and communication has just been redirected to the conference room. Very well. The minister's expression turned grave as he swiftly made his way to the president. Mr. President, please come with me. What is the matter? Has something gone awry? No, nothing of the sort. Accompanying the president were the chief of the general staff and the president's security agent, while others hurried about. These four men discreetly entered a conference room. The security agent carried a briefcase, but was barred from entering by the defense minister. Allow me, the president said, taking the briefcase from the agent before proceeding into the conference room with the other two. Inside the conference room, a long table sat in the center, devoid of any attendees. It was then that the president heard Lennox's voice. But isn't the communication device malfunctioning? It is not broken, Mr. President, the defense minister replied. Do you know why I have dubbed this Operation Icarus? Time is of the essence. Spare me the riddles, the president urged. Because neither the wings nor Lennox himself will survive in the end. Mr. President, the detonator Lennox possesses is a fake. I never intended to relinquish the activation time to him. To ensure the mission's success, the switch to detonate the nuclear device has always been with me, and, simultaneously, to eliminate the Cybertronians. I fear that this ulterior motive is the ultimate goal, the president remarked. I am well aware that Lennox cannot detonate the nuclear device. His so-called detonator is merely a communication device to signal us. After all, that code is known only to me. Given the current communication status, Lennox will likely arrive at the core position in 3 minutes, at which point they will commence their evacuation. When they return to the door, they will activate the detonator, and you will detonate it as per the original plan. What we wish for you to do is to advance the detonation. Timing is crucial. It is possible that new complications will arise when Lennox and his team withdraw. Moreover, those two Cybertronians are also present, Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons. If we could seize this opportunity to eliminate him, the defense minister and the chief of the general staff exchanged words, and soon the president grasped their intent. Mr. President, I request your permission, the defense minister stated. Permission for what? I request that you allow us to take Lennox's life. The chief of the general staff interjected sharply. The former president had previously remarked to the defense minister that without sacrifice, victory was but an illusion. Yet, that was a matter of sending his troops in a battle rather than personally taking the life of any among them. This distinction is of profound significance. Nevertheless, he rose to his feet. You have turned your backs. Indeed, both individuals saluted the president simultaneously before turning away. The president opened the briefcase, a vessel he had scrutinized alone through countless nights, yet had never truly opened until this fateful moment of decision. Minister, we have reached the Star Core. Concurrently, communications from Lennoxus were received. Chapter 137. The Death of a Leader, Part 2. Gentlemen, I reiterate, without sacrifice, how can one speak of victory? Should this matter be revealed to the world, you may candidly declare, it was I, the President of the United States, who pressed the button. The President input the password, a sequence known only to him, and then exited the conference room, closing the door behind him. The sound of the door closing resonated with a somber gravity, as if he were sealing not merely a door, but a coffin. The defense minister and the chief of staff remained silent. The atmosphere in the conference room as still as a mortuary. Quintessa, I have reported. All that remains is to deploy the nuclear device at the first available moment. I shall activate the detonator. I am eager to witness the destructive power wrought by human ingenuity. Lenoxus, if, suddenly, without warning, the nuclear bomb detonated. Centered around the spacecraft, the searing temperatures incinerated everything in an instant. Optimus Prime's primordial lineage could reconstruct the metallic framework with its shape-shifting molecules, yet the speed was woefully inadequate, akin to attempting to extinguish a raging forest fire with a mere garden hose. As his consciousness began to blur, he realized that Megatron's form could also undergo a semblance of self-repair. Optimus, flee! A thought struck him. If Unicron had known Megatron's true identity, would the outcome have been different? Damn humanity! This was the final utterance of a Decepticon leader in his lifetime. The deuterium's outer electrons broke free from the nucleus's constraints, leading two atomic nuclei to attract and collide, culminating in nuclear fusion. A new, more massive helium nucleus was born, unleashing a torrent of electrons and neutrons that released tremendous energy. A dazzling golden fireball eagerly expanded outward, with X-ray radiation heating all surrounding matter, sending shockwaves capable of annihilating an entire city racing outward. Initially, the spacecraft and its passengers could discern their form, but in an instant, they were engulfed by a solar-like brilliance, leaving not even a trace of iron behind. As a descendant of the Primes, this Cybertronian could never truly perish. Take Megatron, for instance, who had previously been cast into the Laurentian abyss. Even under the relentless pressure and frigid temperatures, he could ultimately be resurrected. However, his current state transcends conventional death. It is obliteration, leaving not a trace of this Cybertronian in the universe. Since departing from Cybertron, Optimus Prime has tirelessly fought to protect humanity and the Earth, yet it was humanity that ultimately led him to his grave. Thus, two legendary leaders have fallen. The explosions persist, with billions of seeker energies continuing to expand. Due to the prior positioning of the spacecraft deep within, the edges of the explosion threaten to encroach upon the core of the star, and the Icarus operation seems poised for success. Yet, inexplicably, it halted. The energy waves became entrapped, akin to smoke ensnared within a glass dome, unable to escape despite the tumultuous transformations occurring within. This state endured for approximately 3 seconds before the energy waves began to collapse and disintegrate, shattered by an indescribable external force. The core of the star darkened profoundly, subsequently generating immense gravitational pull. The weapons humanity devised for urban destruction ultimately served as a delicacy for the Cosmic Emperor. The internal passage rapidly cooled, devouring not only energy, but also the light birthed from the explosion. At that moment, the Minister of Defense exited the conference room, standing alongside the President in the Operations Command Center. This is Houston, came the communication from the space station. We are unsure of what has transpired, but that entity appears to have awakened. The astronaut's voice was laced with anxiety. What? How could this happen? The minister's heart sank. It seems our nuclear arsenal is ineffective. The president sighed in resignation. Had we contacted China or Russia earlier, perhaps pooling all available nuclear weapons could have satisfied the chief of staff's reluctance. It is futile. The president patted his shoulder. You should understand by now that this is not something humanity can confront. What then shall we do? You all continue to command from here. I must arrange for the evacuation. I have already extinguished one life, and saving even a few is something. With that, the president departed the Operations Command Center. Minister, how shall we proceed with our strategy? The communications officer, adorned with a headset, awaited the minister's next directive. Recall all wing teams. The minister's demeanor resembled that of an elderly man nearing the twilight of life. Understood. The fighter jets, circling above, finally received the command to return. Yet just as they prepared to turn, an enormous crisis loomed from behind. 3, watch your 6. Oh my God, what is that? A colossal aerial fortress descended rapidly upon them, its unique shape complemented by 5 long cannons protruding from its sides. That is the hand of that fellow. Quick, take cover. There was no time to react. A dull thud resonated from above the cockpit, and in an instant, every fighter jet was pinned beneath the weight of the Cosmic Emperor's hand. The pilots yearned to free themselves. Yet no amount of exceptional piloting skill could withstand such an extraordinary gravitational acceleration. In short, any aircraft struck by the so-called aerial fortress was destined to crash. However, the descent of the fortress outpaced the fall of the planes. Rob, A pilot shouted hoarsely, but his comrade had already been rendered unconscious by the earlier impact. The transparent canopy, stained with his crimson blood. Altitude 6,000 meters. Altitude 4,000 meters. Good grief. Within 2 seconds, all the fighter jets plummeted into the sea. Their canopies shattered, and briny water surged into the cockpits. Initially, the pilots hoped that submerging might grant them a glimmer of survival. Yet the giant hand showed no signs of halting. Propelled by its force, the aircraft continued their rapid descent into the depths, where immense water pressure distorted the tail wings. Before they could even feel the water fill their lungs, all the pilots succumbed to unconsciousness from lack of oxygen. The indigenous creatures that had long dwelled in the deep sea finally welcomed their guests, yet this arrival threatened to obliterate their home. Chapter 138. The Arrival of Doom, Part 1. A submarine volcano, poised to erupt, was flattened by the mighty hand, mud surging and sulfur scattering. At that moment, being colossal became a disadvantage. Several great whales let out a mournful cry before being mercilessly crushed into pulp. From the heights of Chicago's skyscrapers, the Cosmic Emperor's arm appeared as a colossal pillar connecting sea and sky. The wing squad was utterly annihilated. Today, the inventory of American fighter jets plummeted to the lowest in the world. Hey, what is that thing? Dino found himself at a loss for words. It seems to be a hand, Bumblebee remarked. Now is not the time for idle chatter. We must flee. The horizontal cannon had transformed into a sleek Chevrolet concept car, its shiny silver finish strikingly flamboyant. I didn't expect you to show such hesitation. I merely maintain my composure at all times. I believe there's no need to run. Spring interjected, having just disengaged from helicopter mode. I observed that if a second hand descends upon Chicago, given our speed, we would be unable to escape. If that is the case, then we must rise to combat. Ki brandished his long sword. Kumba, how do we fight? Leadfoot retorted. The enemy is a planet. What can we do? Scratch it? A true warrior must die in battle. Ki scoffed, dismissing any further conversation with the diminutive figure. Enough of this bickering. We should contemplate our next course of action. Optimus Prime, how are you faring? Hot Rod had been preoccupied since earlier. Is it going to rain? In the outskirts of Chicago, a soldier opened the tank's hatch and gazed vacantly at the sky, perplexed by the sudden gloom. Close the hatch, quickly, the driver shouted frantically. In an instant, the colossal aircraft carrier that had once descended upon the sea now loomed ominously above Chicago, heralding destruction. A pall of despair and suffocation enveloped the entire city, rendering escape impossible. It was coming. The cannon released its vehicle form, and, as the spring had rightly stated, if it truly intended to attack Chicago, then the entire city lay within its grasp. There was nowhere to hide. Heatwave, the spring prodded him from behind. Hey, Heatwave. Heatwave finally grasped the severity of the imminent crisis. Optimus is not here. We need someone to command. Command? Heatwave looked skyward, where that gigantic hand descended at a visible pace, likely to flatten Chicago in less than 10 seconds. Under such circumstances, what tactics could possibly be employed? Autobots, load your weapons and fire with all your might. Fire? Is that even effective? While some questioned the efficacy, the spring had already pulled the trigger, though it remained uncertain whether the bullets would pose a genuine threat at this distance. Soon enough, gunfire echoed throughout other parts of Chicago, like an awkward performance. The audience stood in stunned silence, until applause erupted from an unknown corner, gradually swelling into a thunderous ovation led by the initial instigator. Was it useful? In truth, everyone present understood that it would have no effect, yet at least in these final moments, they could vent their emotions. Much like the rescue team in The Wandering Earth, who shouted defiance at Jupiter while firing at it. The center of Chicago illuminated with lasers. From a distance, the beams appeared as slender as needles. However, soon similar lasers ignited in other locations. Then, not only lasers, but also beams of various kinds. Ray beams, rotating beams, ion displacement beams, high heat particle beams, and atomic shattering beams raced skyward from all directions, converging like a kaleidoscope of vibrant light. Shockwave shells, compressed air rounds, heat-seeking missiles, air-to-air missiles, sonic disorientation missiles, shoulder-mounted missile cannons, and sound barrier-breaking projectiles spiraled toward their targets, creating a spectacle akin to a grandiose leap of fish beneath the surface. Humanity had ultimately joined the fray. The tank's cannon was adjusted to its maximum range, and after a muffled roar, the hatch abruptly recoiled. Soldiers without tanks drew their M4s, aiming skyward. This was the final resistance they could muster. It is not that no one has contemplated seeking refuge within the confines of the building, but it was not until they beheld that colossal hand that they realized the futility of such a strategy before absolute devastation. Any purportedly sturdy structure proves to be in vain. The will to survive knows no bounds of race. It is a universal instinct inherent in every living being. The skies above Chicago reverberated with a cacophony of explosions, reminiscent of the festive chaos on New Year's Eve, flames dancing in a relentless ballet. Yet, the advance of that hand seemed impervious to any disruption. Curse your crow's mouth. Yes, it is all your fault. The diminutive bots, Xiao Zhuge and Zhuanlun, huddled together. And as soon as you mentioned its approach, it truly manifested. Shell casings littered the ground, and Hot Rod could feel the heat radiating from his weapon. Optimus Prime, I wonder if you still draw breath. My own life is rapidly approaching its conclusion. If given a chance, there are countless queries I long to pose to you. Yet alas, time is not on my side. Hot Rod had come to terms with his fate. Meanwhile, atop Trump Tower, the foe known as Unicron discarded his firearm. This weapon, however, felt remarkably adept in his grip. The massive metallic platform loomed ominously overhead as he unsheathed his blade, determined to engage the Cosmic Emperor in a fateful confrontation. The hand of the Cosmic Ruler had not yet fully descended, yet the shockwave it generated was nearly tearing the city asunder. Those buildings that had endured days of warfare and managed to survive now stood no chance against this onslaught. The rooftops were the first to succumb, giving way to a cacophony akin to a battalion of bats in flight, as glass shards plummeted like scales stripped from a fish by a blade. The meticulously engineered steel and concrete structures, the result of global architects' ingenuity, crumbled in an instant. Dust and debris surged forth, enveloping Chicago in a storm that raced away from the city. It was as if a hurricane swept through the streets, causing abandoned vehicles to tumble and tearing leaves from their branches, ultimately uprooting entire trees. The once impervious pavement, having withstood the weight of vehicles for over a decade, suddenly collapsed, revealing the Earth's raw visage beneath. The apocalypse had arrived. This was the sentiment shared by all. Chapter 139, The Dawn of Doom, Part 2, 3 seconds later. The city was poised to be reduced to mere dust. Yet that unstoppable hand abruptly halted. What was happening? It stopped. No one comprehended the cause of this phenomenon. The hand now hung above them like the sword of Damocles, a constant threat to their very existence. Mr. Secretary, shouted the Pentagon-esque communicator with uncontained joy. The hand has ceased its movement. What is the reason? Have you discovered anything? Not yet. Our satellites have all gone offline. Damn it. The Secretary of Defense paced anxiously. Report. NASA has established a connection. Is there news from the space station? Yes. Put me through immediately. Pentagon here. This is Houston. The communication was swiftly established. Aside from sound waves, it seems that no one in the universe possesses a perspective as advantageous as these astronauts, whose distance is perfectly calibrated. Not too far, yet not too close, akin to sitting in the 7th row of cinema. Report your status. Another planet, which had previously remained unchanged, has now transformed. It is he who is thwarting Quintessa's assault. It is hardly surprising that the astronauts are familiar with the name Quintessa, for earlier, Lennox had reported all this information to the higher-ups while in Chicago. Cybertron has also undergone a metamorphosis? The defense minister furrowed his brow in concern. Minister, is he protecting Earth? This inquiry posed by the chief of staff echoed the thoughts of everyone present. No, wait. The minister suddenly realized. He is safeguarding the Cybertronians in Chicago. Given that Cybertron was originally sent by Unicron for invasion, he should have no motive to protect a foreign city, making the defense minister's assumption quite reasonable. Disaster loomed. The minister abruptly recognized the implications. The submergence plan was to be canceled, and those involved must return. The so-called submergence plan did not literally entail sinking a continent, but rather deploying a second nuclear bomb in Chicago to annihilate the Decepticons and Autobots present. No one had anticipated the assault of the cosmic tyrant, prompting the defense minister to consider eliminating the enemies he could manage first. Now, with the cosmic tyrant's hand descending upon Chicago, the submergence plan could inadvertently inflict some damage. However, the situation has changed. Although the reason for Cybertron's transformation remains unclear, it is evident that he is fighting to protect his own people. Should all the Cybertronians in Chicago perish, he would have nothing left to safeguard. At that point, not just Chicago, not merely America, but the entire world would become their battleground. Thus, for humanity at this moment, protecting the Cybertronians in Chicago equates to safeguarding themselves. Though this may sound absurd, it is the stark reality. Sometimes, the tides of war unfold in the most miraculous of ways. Atop Trump Tower, gazing at the colossal hand hovering mere meters away, Unicron exhaled a sigh of relief. You truly accomplished it, Shockwave. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but worry about his former disciples. He wondered how Optimus Prime and Megatron were faring. Unicron recognized that this was not the time for sentimentality. He quickly regained his composure and leaped, the Star Saber carving a gash into the surface of Trump Tower from below. Everyone, please take note. I am Shockwave. In the vastness of space, the satellite transformed from Shockwave was now distinctly different from its usual form. Its solar panels were fully extended, and both receiving and transmitting devices operated with unprecedented vigor. Shockwave, what is happening? The impatient Blitzwing inquired. Due to obstructed views, those in Chicago were unable to discern the situation above the giant hand. However, the inquiries did not solely originate from the likes of the Mixmaster. After all, in the face of such circumstances, curiosity is a natural response. This time, Soundwave not only accessed the Decepticon communication channels, but also decrypted the encrypted messages of the Autobots. In an instant, the entire populace of Chicago was privy to Soundwave's discourse. He single-handedly managed hundreds of communications, providing varied responses tailored to different inquiries, ensuring that each reply was delivered privately, thus guaranteeing that anyone could receive a prompt answer. Whereas Optimus Prime, without a doubt, the one posing this question was Hot Rod. Optimus had previously entered the core with Megatron, and following a nuclear explosion there, I could no longer detect his signal. Why has Cybertron transformed? This was a question posed by the vast majority. Shockwave had entered the All-Spark chamber, and he had now become one with Cybertron. Shockwave? Where has he gone? Apparently, he's engaged in significant matters. I knew he would come to our rescue. Similar inquiries and responses had transpired thousands of times. Yet due to Soundwave's simultaneous processing, the entire exchange took less than 5 seconds. Let's cease the questions for now. It is time to announce the battle plan, Soundwave continued. We must leave Chicago, leave America. Isn't this akin to a retreat? The Decepticons never waver. I shall avenge Optimus Prime. We must assist Shockwave. At that moment, a cacophony of voices surged into Soundwave's information system. Within a second, he filtered through the messages and provided responses. You must understand, this is not solely my sentiment, but also Shockwave's. This is a confrontation between worlds, transcending our ability to intervene. Soundwave's words were grounded in reality. In truth, everyone was aware. Yet none were willing to acknowledge it. I ask you, Decepticons, do you trust Shockwave? Of course, others replied without hesitation. If that is the case, what reason do we have to disregard his commands? Let's allow him to take the leap. Though reluctant, Thundercracker found himself without options. He had previously attempted to sever the colossal hand looming above with the shockwaves of his sonic sword, yet the once indomitable blade now felt akin to striking against cotton. In the vastness of space, I am destruction. What manner of being is this, whose form spans an expanse equal to 2 continents? With menacing horns and wings that left only a metallic skeleton to cleave through the void, he epitomizes chaos and the primordial void. Those aware of his existence have coined various titles for him. Heart of Darkness, Lord of Chaos, Source of Evil, King of Eternal Night, Son of Nihility, Progenitor of all demons, God of Destruction. Yet, these titles scarcely encapsulate his ambition. Thus, he proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe. Chapter 140, The War of Worlds, Part 1. Meanwhile, the transformation of Cybertron had been completed. When the shockwave had completely seized the will of this planet, he suddenly experienced a profound sense of contradiction. On one hand, there was an overwhelming power, similar to the sensation he felt when he obtained the spark of the Radiant Skyfire. Yet, compared to this, that earlier experience seemed trivial, akin to an ant gaining enhancement. No matter how much it was strengthened, it remained merely an ant. Now, however, The Shockwave felt as if he had evolved from an ant into an elephant in an instant. On the other hand, there was a freshness akin to the birth of a child. Standing at a greater height, he saw further. This was a wisdom inherited from ancient sages. Yet for the Shockwave, the notion of standing higher seemed inadequate to describe his current perspective. The vistas before him were entirely novel, as if the universe itself were encompassed within his gaze. In his childhood, while watching Ultraman, the Shockwave often pondered why the monstrous creatures, so terrifying, could not frighten Ultraman away. Now he comprehended fully. Viewing the monsters through Ultraman's eyes was vastly different from seeing them through a human's perspective. Just like when he first beheld the Cosmic Emperor, not only did the other Cybertronians and humans feel a sense of hopelessness against such a formidable foe, but even the Shockwave himself perceived the odds of confronting such an enemy as exceedingly bleak. Yet now, viewing his adversaries through the lens of a Cybertronian, that sense of dread had vanished entirely. Previously, the Shockwave had read fantastical novels where, as the story progressed, the combat power of the characters would swell exponentially. A single thought could blossom and command the world. Two supreme beings clashed at the edge of the universe, with star cores shattering and even the path of the great Tao being obliterated. With every gesture, it felt as though the universe was being reborn amidst the tumultuous chaos. At the end of the celestial path, who would stand as the pinnacle? Upon encountering their true forms, all would turn to nothingness. All paths of existence lay beneath their feet, declaring, "I am the Celestial Emperor." Each time he encountered such descriptions, the Shockwave could not help but smile. Who could have anticipated that he was on the brink of a similarly monumental confrontation, and not an ounce of it was exaggerated? The sound wave spoke truthfully. This was neither a war of factions nor a confrontation between nations, but a genuine planetary battle, a life-and-death struggle in which no one could intervene. The Cosmic Emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected someone to intervene and thwart his actions. His wrist was firmly grasped by another hand, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction. When he looked up, he was astonished to recognize the owner of that hand. So familiar it was. For countless millennia, they had been two enemies bound by fate. Two wills, one illuminated and the other shrouded in darkness. Yet for Cybertron and Quintessa, the primordial celestial being and the Cosmic Emperor, the dichotomy of good and evil seemed incapable of categorizing them. For the universe was initially a chaotic expanse. Destruction was a precursor to rebirth. Annihilation was a form of eternal existence. Within this seemingly contradictory exposition lay boundless philosophy. There were twin souls under the hand of the Creator, the yin and yang taught by Giguzi, the statues at the Valley of the End from Naruto, and the figures of Kiritsugu Amiya and Kenneth Archibald El Meloy from Fate Zero. Regardless of the purpose or the rationale behind it, from the very moment of their inception, they were destined to be adversaries. I should have consumed you whole. The ancient language of Cybertron resonated from the vocal apparatus of the Cosmic Emperor, transforming into a sort of chant. Coupled with his gaze and intonation, it resembled a venomous curse, O primordial celestial sovereign. Meanwhile, the sound wave, observing from distance, endeavored to decipher the Cosmic Emperor's utterances. He could distinctly sense that the other party was indeed speaking, as the surrounding electromagnetic and shortwave frequencies exhibited varying degrees of turbulence. In a vacuum of space, where no medium exists to transmit sound, this turbulence appeared to be the method through which the Cosmic Emperor communicated with Cybertron. Yet, regardless of how Soundwave analyzed it, the turbulence seemed devoid of any discernible pattern, leading him to doubt whether the Cybertronians could even hear the Cosmic Emperor's words. The Shockwave, too, felt a difference. It was akin to a person engaging in an inner monologue, though no words were spoken aloud. Every letter and syllable of that phrase was vividly simulated in their mind. You have mistaken your target. I am not the primordial celestial sovereign. Shockwave grappled with his thoughts, contemplating that since this was the ultimate showdown, perhaps he ought to utter something more imposing, akin to for the Alliance. From Warcraft or for humanity, we offer our hearts. From Attack on Titan. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to remain true to himself. Who are you? On the other side, the Cosmic Emperor seemed to sense the distinct aura emanating from Cybertron. Previously, Cybertron had exuded an air of radiant virtue. Yet the current demeanor of Shockwave made the Cosmic Emperor distinctly uncomfortable, as it appeared that something else had infiltrated that brightness. I am Shockwave, an ordinary Cybertronian, he declared while attempting to remove the Cosmic Emperor's hand from above Chicago. This struggle was a matter of life and death for tens of thousands of American soldiers and all Cybertronians. You wish to save them? They're my subjects. Shockwave naturally articulated this sentiment. He did not refer to them as subordinates, for he had transcended the role of a leader, nor did he call them comrades, as they existed on the same plane. By calling them subjects, he embraced and cared for all. Ha, ah, ha, ha. The Cosmic Emperor erupted into laughter. Then you shall not prevail over me. His 5 fingers spread wide. A second later, an unprecedented blackout engulfed northern Mexico, southern Canada, and all of the United States. The neon lights of the Las Vegas casinos ceased to flicker, and the once vibrant New York was plunged into darkness. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The throngs of cars desperately fleeing away from Chicago suddenly halted, resulting in a catastrophic series of collisions involving 2 or more vehicles at nearly every turn. The nuclear plant workers hidden deep within the mountains were overwhelmed with frantic activity, for a calamity more severe than a nuclear leak had transpired: nuclear decay. It was an absurd occurrence. In an instant, it seemed as if the energy from every nuclear facility had been entirely siphoned away, causing areas marked with ominous radiation symbols and signs prohibiting entry to see radiation levels plummet below 2 Rincon. All energy came to a standstill, plunging the nation into a state of paralysis. In the Pentagon, officials who had been diligently working abruptly ceased their tasks, rendered nearly primitive after losing all means of communication. Meanwhile, within the White House, politicians planning for evacuation discovered that their phones were utterly inoperative. They congregated in the president's office, their eyes filled with helplessness and concern. Chapter 141. The Star Wars, Part 2. Since the advent of modern society, humanity had never felt so powerless. The shockwave was palpable. As the grip of the cosmic overlord tightened, soon to transcend his control, all missiles launched in unison. Transformed, Cybertron had morphed into a colossal fortress, with Shockwave's exterior brimming with an array of weapons, cannons, and launch pads densely packed as if they were a forest. No one could adequately articulate such a scene, yet, if forced to draw a comparison, it would be akin to every inch of Earth's terrain unleashing Dongfeng missiles, albeit the weaponry aboard Cybertron was indisputably far more advanced. The barrage surged relentlessly towards the cosmic overlord, who found himself encircled from all sides, leaving no escape route. However, Shockwave could not have anticipated that the first life snuffed out by this full-force assault would belong to the insect icon, Barricade. Damn it, Barricade had remained concealed on Earth, surviving even as the aerial forces were nearly annihilated, due to his role as a guerrilla leader quietly observing the events unfolding in Chicago. During his time on Earth, having witnessed Megatron's actions, Barricade reached a startling conclusion. Megatron was unfit to lead. While he might suffice in guiding the Decepticons against the Autobots, Megatron's inherent brutality rendered him unsuitable, especially since Cybertron's resources had dwindled. To continue expanding, they must seize the resource-rich Earth. Barricade was not Optimus Prime. He was not foolish enough to forge an alliance with humanity. He pored over extensive historical records, acutely aware of the nature of this species. To dominate humanity, one must first foster unity, possess overwhelming strength, and adeptly wield cunning. Barricade prided himself on his intellect. However, he recognized that in terms of sheer power, he could not rival Megatron. To usurp him, he had no choice but to resort to stealthy tactics. Thus, he trailed Megatron and Optimus Prime, biding his time to strike once they completed their mission and obliterate their ship. Little did he know, before he could act, both leaders would fall victim to human machinations. Confronted with such conclusion, the inner turmoil of Red Spider is indeed profound. He could never have anticipated that these 2 legendary figures would meet their demise in such a manner. However, what Red Spider could not foresee was that he too would soon be reduced to mere scrap metal. The commander of the Decepticon guerrilla forces was consumed by the missile of Shockwave amidst a cacophony of inaudible screams. Yet, in comparison to Megatron, Red Spider's death appeared trivial. As the only being to mourn him, the direct current had already succumbed to the blade of the celestial hero. The explosion commenced, a relentless barrage of fire illuminating the void, initially enveloping the Cosmic Emperor in a golden sheen, momentarily rendering him akin to a miniature sun. The entire process was utterly silent, yet even those on Earth could feel the earth-shattering tremors. The explosion was akin to a soundless symphony, where despite every listener donning earplugs, they could still witness the perspiration of the drummers and the impact of a violinist shattering their instrument in the throes of passion. The detonation lasted for a protracted dozen seconds, achieving a magnitude unattainable by the entire arsenal of the planet. A tempest arose across the surface of the Americas, as the clouds that conspired to unleash a torrential downpour upon Mexico were ultimately swept away by this gale. As if God had wielded a colossal broom to cleanse the heavens. The waters, having coexisted amicably with the coastline for decades, could no longer restrain their agitation. They coalesced to form a tsunami of a scale surpassing that of the previous catastrophe in Chicago. Millions of tons of water surged into the city. Fishing vessels were summoned back from afar, marking the first instance they entered the inland metropolis without the aid of tow trucks. For the water level had risen above the Statue of Liberty. Amidst the clear sky, sparks ignited like a multitude of meteors simultaneously plummeting. Metallic fragments enveloped in flames streaked across the horizon. Some were incinerated by the atmosphere before reaching the ground, while others transformed into weapons descending from the heavens. The Golden Gate Bridge in New York was now crammed with private vehicles, their occupants bewildered as to where to escape. Yet all understood that this place was no longer a sanctuary. However, at a certain juncture, both electric and fuel-powered vehicles became ensnared in a state of stagnation. Desperate individuals attempted to call for help, only to discover, after frantically pressing the home button, that their once fully charged phones had succumbed to darkness. Finally, the people disembarked from their cars. Whether they were owners of a Beetle or a Bugatti, they could only proceed on foot. The principle articulated in the Declaration of Independence of 1776, that all men are created equal, was epitomized in this moment. A lady in luxurious high heels, after being jostled several meters by those behind her, could no longer contain herself and discarded her shoes into the abyss below. Almost simultaneously with the sound of her heels splashing into the water, the heavens unleashed their wrath. Fiery metallic remnants descended like meteors, trailing long tails of flame. As the rushing wave of air tousled the hair of every individual present. Bang! Unfathomable echoes of thunder reverberated endlessly, intermingled with the primal roars of men and the piercing screams of women. Within a mere 10 seconds, the Golden Gate Bridge, a monumental edifice spanning 27 kilometers and embodying the dedication of countless engineers and designers, was left riddled with devastation. This magnificent structure succumbed to the tumultuous waves and the clash with the Cosmic Emperor, obliterated in an instant. As the smoke lingered, the Cosmic Emperor emerged as if freshly emerged from a sauna, enveloped in searing vapors. The Shockwave spared no mercy, not seeking to merely vanquish the Cosmic Emperor on the spot, but at the very least to render him gravely injured. Amidst the thick smoke, the light in the Cosmic Emperor's eyes remained undiminished. Suddenly, the Shockwave felt a force emanating from his wrist. Looking down, he discovered that the hand he had employed to restrain the Cosmic Emperor was now firmly grasped by the latter, his wrist contorted under the pressure. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the Shockwave distinctly perceived that following the barrage of attacks, the adversary's strength had markedly intensified. Plunder and occupation, ultimately transforming into possession, signify an immutable truth in the cosmos, survival of the fittest. It was only when the Cosmic Emperor uttered this revelation that the Shockwave recognized the origins of the Decepticons' predatory nature, tracing back to the very quintet of monstrosities that had once enslaved them. A rupture in the circuitry sent an agonizing sensation from his wrist to the core of his being, ultimately transmitting to the cognitive module within the Shockwave's mind. 3 seconds later, the right hand of Cybertron was brutally severed by the Cosmic Emperor's grip. In Chapter 142, The Galactic War, Part 2, the Cosmic Emperor clutched the severed hand of the Shockwave, grinning wickedly as he regarded his trophy, before discarding it as if it were refuse. The atmosphere ignited around the colossal fragment, its surroundings glowing red from the intense heat. This seemingly primitive conflict spelled catastrophe for Earth. In the Mount Rushmore National Memorial, a drunken man gazed skyward at the flaming golden orb, involuntarily uttering a curse. The false spirits of intoxication clouded his senses. He initially believed himself to be inebriated, shaking his head vigorously. Yet upon looking up again, he noticed the fiery mass expanding, its brilliance blinding. Behind the inebriated figure stood a mountain, adorned with the visages of 4 American presidents, each towering 60 feet high: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln, embodiments of the nation's historical legacy over 150 years. Washington bore a serene expression. Jefferson seemed to gaze into the future. Roosevelt appeared resolute, and Lincoln's visage was shrouded in somber hues. "Hey, gentlemen," the drunken man swayed, "do you see? Today marks the end of America." Even if the statues could respond, the presidents would remain silent, for they were engulfed by the blinding radiance. Subsequently, the impact akin to a meteor's descent would gradually erode the rock, revealing the primordial form of what had once been a meticulously crafted artifact by human hands. The inhabitants nearby have ultimately abandoned their attempts to flee, for no matter how swiftly they run, they cannot reach a sanctuary. Groups of adults huddle together, weeping. Some are kin, while others are complete strangers. Yet in this moment, the distinction of acquaintance or blood relation has become inconsequential. Today, South Dakota in the United States has witnessed the emergence of a new landmark, the hand of Cybertron. Shockwave is momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his clash with the Emperor of the Universe would commence in such a manner. Since his arrival in this realm, he has acquired several enhancements: the Primus bloodline bestowed by Riptide, the Matrix of leadership granted by Optimus Prime, and the Hammer of the Elite given to him before Starscream's demise. Thus, Shockwave believed that upon transforming into Cybertronian form, he would at least be a formidable adversary, if not an outright superior. However, the current scenario reveals that although their physical statures are comparable, their strengths seem to exist on entirely different planes. Even during the Quintessa core incident, Shockwave discerned that neither lasers nor missiles appeared to affect that black hole-like core in any significant way. Previously, Soundwave had informed him that the Emperor's core had withstood a nuclear explosion. Yet, the Emperor's condition now does not resemble one who has survived such an assault, but rather that of a being who has just died. Shockwave comprehends the implications of the Emperor's words. Resources are finite, yet population can expand. Faced with a limited populace, a species has no recourse but to seek outward expansion. Historically, northern nomadic tribes adopted this approach. Their flocks required sustenance, yet the fertile pastures were scarce. Thus, whenever the major clans faced a dearth of food, war was inevitable. Warriors brandished their blades and mounted their steeds, charging into enemy encampments. Men were slain mercilessly, while the young and beautiful women were spared, and the elderly were left behind. After months of conflict, the resource crisis was finally alleviated, and the once bloody grasses flourished anew in the following year. Yet, after a time, such tragedies would inevitably replay. History is astonishingly repetitive. This adage is not merely a lament, as similar events unfold daily even to this day. I am well aware of what you speak. However, it was only upon entering this crucible, upon truly merging with Cybertron, that Shockwave grasped the fundamental differences between Cybertron and Quintessa. He had always believed that Cybertron and Quintessa, the primordial celestial and the Emperor of the universe, represented starkly opposing facets, one embodying light and the other darkness. Yet, the actions of the adversary illuminated the fallacy of this belief. What kind of luminous planet requires the plunder of stars from other galaxies to sustain its existence? The Creator fashioned these two planets using Earth as a template, thus establishing an intrinsic brotherhood between them. Brothers cannot be fundamentally dissimilar from the moment of their inception. The true distinction between Cybertron and Quintessa lies in their developmental trajectories. The former gave rise to the Cybertronians, endowing them with intelligence, exemplified by the original 13 primes. In contrast, the latter has achieved little beyond the creation of a lazy quintessence. To this day, despite enduring a protracted civil war, the Cybertronians have persevered, while on Quintessa, only the remnants of mechanical soldiers remain. Led by Unicron, the Cybertronians possess both a will to survive and a profound affection for their homeland, which compels them to strive tirelessly to ensure the survival of their planet amidst an energy crisis. With their formidable technology and capabilities, they could easily select another planet to propagate, yet they remain unwilling. Cybertron has granted them life and wisdom. Thus, their attachment to it is deeply ingrained in their very essence. Conversely, the Quintessons, resembling the tyrannical Unicron, despite their own intelligence, are fated to meet an inevitable demise due to their narrow-mindedness and selfishness. Shockwave once mistakenly believed that the Primes were akin to the Quintessence and assumed that the others were merely biding their time on Quintessa. However, this was not the case. Shortly after being driven away by the Cybertronian uprising, they all perished. Had Shockwave observed the core of Quintessa closely, he would have discovered many metallic faces buried beneath the bodies of the mechanical soldiers. The reason is simple. Unicron would not grant them a single spark of energy. They were created solely to enslave Cybertronian life, and with their mission failing, they became obsolete. As for the Quintessence themselves, inheriting Unicron's traits, they were incapable of coexisting harmoniously, and their limited resources were swiftly depleted, leading them into a prolonged period of dormancy. Unlike the situation on Cybertron, during the stagnation, their homeworld, Quintessa, still possessed ample energy, yet they never awakened again. You plunder for yourself. I do not, Shockwave stated slowly. Chapter 143. The Ancient Will, Part 1. Since his arrival, whether responding to Hot Rod's gaze or addressing the queries of Ravage, Shockwave's answers have consistently centered on one theme: for Cybertron. In truth, had he traversed through time as himself, his character might not have harbored such noble aspirations. Perhaps he would have been satisfied merely with a leadership role. However, that burdensome system assigned him the task of saving Cybertron, leaving Shockwave no choice but to employ every means necessary to achieve this ultimate goal. Yet, throughout the process of fulfilling his mission, his initial heart gradually transformed. A person's perspective often expands with elevated status. While mutual coexistence is ideal when it is unattainable, the necessity of plunder becomes an unavoidable reality in the face of Cybertron's resource scarcity. If one plunders solely for personal gain, then he is an irredeemable sinner. However, if he plunders for the sake of a community, he becomes a hero, and his name shall be etched in the annals of history. It may sound like a convoluted rationale, yet this is indeed the profound realization of Shockwave at present. Primordial Supreme One, your lingering concern for those so-called subjects of yours on Earth ensures that you shall never emerge victorious. Firstly, I'm not the Primordial Supreme One, Shockwave corrected. I am Shockwave, an ordinary Cybertronian, and I feel a twinge of shame for my modest contributions. Yet, you will never grasp this truth. It is akin to planting seeds. If you consume all the seeds while Cybertronians choose to bury them in the soil, now is the time for harvest. Planting? The Cosmic Emperor still speaks in the ancient Cybertronian tongue, oblivious to the meaning of the syllables Shockwave articulates, for he could hardly fathom that the entity before him, embodying the will of Cybertron, was once a mere earthling. Within the matrix of leadership, Shockwave clenched his right hand, and the metallic structure underwent an instantaneous transformation. As countless intricate components awakened and began to reshape, the Warlord's hammer, although named by the Warlord herself, was not her creation. It shared a lifespan with her, birthed alongside the other 12 original primes from the Matrix. It is a weapon, a tool of creation, and the very essence of transformation itself. Not only Shockwave, but even the shattered right hand of Cybertron began to regenerate at a visible pace. It resembled the unit 01 from Neon Genesis Evangelion, where every transformation shattered the so-called laws of convention. Yet, the awakening of Unit 01 stemmed from Shinji Ikari's so-called awakening, while the metamorphosis of Cybertron was the culmination of countless Cybertronians laying the groundwork. Shockwave was merely one among them, yet he also held the key to awakening their souls. The vista surrounding Shockwave remained the vast cosmos, yet he was no longer solitary. You have succeeded. The voice belonged to the Warlord, who had previously met Shockwave under the guise of the five-faced beast, even when revealing her true form. She appeared as if on the brink of fading away. Now, she stood before Shockwave in her most authentic guise, prompting him to realize that even by human aesthetic standards, the Warlord was an embodiment of grace and nobility. I was right all along. The imposing figure of the Warlord materialized. You are not Shockwave, felt a surge of joy. Although he had only met the Warlord once, she had played the role of a venerable mentor, allowing him to experience the thrill of the Warlord's canon. Thus he felt a genuine gratitude. I think, therefore I have conveyed this to you before. The Warlord stated, form may perish, yet consciousness endures. Shockwave certainly did not anticipate that this progenitor of the beast would possess such profound philosophical insight. I can perceive it. You possess wisdom beyond the ordinary. Master Titanium stroked his chin, adorned with a metallic beard reminiscent of the formidable adversary, giving him an air of venerable wisdom. No, compared to you. My achievements are trivial, he humbly remarked. The sentiment expressed by Shockwave was genuine, for he, too, was a scholar of sorts. And Master Titanium was indeed an unparalleled expert in his field. Many of his groundbreaking accomplishments were inspired by the arcane energy sphere, thus solidifying Master Titanium's esteemed image in Shockwave's mind. A promising disciple indeed. Master Titanium spoke in pure Mandarin, without the veil of translated Cybertronian. Just as Shockwave was taken aback by the unexpected exchange. Suddenly, Shockwave recalled the monumental achievements, the establishment of Cybertronian civilization, the selection of successive leaders, the safeguarding of Cybertron and its governing modules, and his eventual retreat to the Iron Fortress archives after the hierarchy was solidified. With the prophetic quill, he chronicled Cybertron's history in the covenant of the Celestial Sovereign, culminating in the fusion with the arcane energy sphere. Was this not the narrative of a protagonist? Could it be that he, too, was a traveler from another realm? As these thoughts swirled in Shockwave's mind, Master Titanium cleared his throat softly, further validating his speculation. Is this our progeny? In stark contrast to other prime ancestors, the entity known as Mirage seemed to be in a state of instability. Even now, Shockwave could not discern his true form. The transformation elements coursing through him were highly developed, his height and shape in constant flux. Most astonishing to Shockwave was Mirage's fluctuating properties, oscillating between liquid and solid states, an endless cycle of change. Not particularly impressive, rather unappealing, akin to the visage of Skyfire. Shockwave mused, observing Mirage's head sway and his eyes scrutinizing him intently. Pay him no mind, a voice echoed, though Shockwave could not ascertain its source. Right here, before him appeared a minuscule particle, nearly imperceptible without close observation. Fortunately, his enhanced physique allowed for an infinite magnification of the image, ensuring clarity. I am Microstar, the entity announced, the progenitor of all minicons. In an instant, surgical instruments and chaotic imagery flooded Shockwave's mind. Previously, the scalpel had lamented its stunted growth, prompting Shockwave to research and discover that there indeed existed a diminutive branch of Cybertronians, adept at intricate tasks due to their size. To uncover the secrets of the combiners was no small feat. The 5 individual entities conversing with Shockwave soon amalgamated into a colossal transformer. I am Celestial Weaving, the first of the combiners on Cybertron. Is that so? Shockwave replied, a tinge of disappointment in his tone. I had presumed the first combiner was a creation of my own. In a sense, you are correct, for we share a singular consciousness. And your ability to unite disparate beings is something I could scarcely conceive, the entity replied. Your form was assembled by my design. The appearance and demeanor of Yinshinzing bear a striking resemblance to that of Master Tai, evoking an inexplicable sense of reverence. Is it not still a matter of safeguarding the sword of Xinjue Tian from falling into the hands of outsiders? Jing Tianwei retorted, asserting that had I not divided myself into 5 parts and taken the star sword into the vast cosmos, it would have undoubtedly fallen into the hands of wrongdoers long ago. Yet, in the end, did not the star sword fall into the hands of wicked individuals? Xinjue Tian chuckled. Who do you consider to be the villain? Said Seixianjiu. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. Very well, I shall not argue with you. Xinjue Tian spoke to Seixianjiu with a tone reminiscent of an elder brother indulging a younger sister. Your essence has drawn Wuchang Tian closer to Zendangbo, whose form is rather unique, adorned with numerous metallic streamers trailing from his body, reminiscent from a distance of the murals of Dun Huang. Indeed, quite distinctive. Is that so? Zendangbo felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. How peculiar! Wuchang Tian furrowed his brow. I sense a human essence within your soul. That must be your misperception, my old friend. Master Tai patted his shoulder. You previously claimed there was a human essence within my soul, and in the end, it was proven that you were mistaken. Wuchang Tian found himself at a loss for a retort. In truth, he was the most perceptive among the 13 original Vajras, but since Master Tai had said so, he could only doubt whether he had erred once more. Zendangbo surveyed the surroundings and, after a rough count, realized that these predecessors totaled only 9. We're the promised 13 original Vajras. If you were to inquire about Emperor Maxim, he is currently being pursued and is likely fleeing in some distant corner of the universe. Huan Tianling shrugged. Maxim is the eloquent advocate among the 13 celestial sources. And for him, the manipulation of language and distorted logic is far easier than causing destruction. He possesses a captivating oratory that enables him to adeptly promote his ideas to opponents, skillfully organizing his language and expressions to perfectly meet their needs and dispel their doubts. Moreover, even if he were to lose his silver-tongued abilities, Emperor Maxim remains one of the 13 original Vajras, a direct descendant of the primordial celestial sovereign. And thus his combat prowess should not be underestimated, leaving Zendangbo unable to fathom who could be relentlessly pursuing him. And what of Shi Tianshui? He is busy hunting down Maxim. Very well, Zendangbo replied with resignation. 113 celestial source pursuing another, indeed. I can only tell you that many convoluted events have transpired, far too intricate to elucidate in mere words. In truth, even without Master Tai's explanation, Zendangbo could surmise a portion of the tale. After all, there were also 13 disciples under Jesus, and he was ultimately betrayed by one among them. So it would not be surprising if a similar occurrence befell the 13 celestial sources. As for Zhen Tianzuan, you should know he is the fallen Vajra. Whenever this individual is mentioned, the expressions on everyone's faces seem to shift. He is no longer one of us. The Shockwave nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment. But wait, isn't there still one more? One who is your dear friend, Master Titanium remarked with a smile. My dear friend? Shockwave could hardly recall having befriended any of the 13 original primes. Though his physical form had perished, his essence, as one of Cybertron's primordial beings, would never dissipate. The Allspark would summon him. In truth, he had long been present, merely reluctant to reveal himself. Master Titanium turned to look back. Is it not the 13th prime? Optimus Prime? Shockwave followed Master Titanium's gaze, and a familiar visage of Optimus Prime materialized within the optical array. How can it be you? You two have perished? Optimus was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Shockwave's inquiry, particularly in light of the nuclear detonation that had been prematurely triggered. Stop being foolish. You are well aware of where the error lay, Shockwave asserted with gravity. Very well, Optimus conceded, unable to counter the point. It was evident that humanity had orchestrated the early detonation in a bid to eradicate them. However, why are you also one of the 13 primes? I cannot say, Optimus replied, bewildered. The last image etched in his memory was that of Megatron engulfed in flames and light. Upon regaining consciousness, he faintly sensed a voice calling to him, the experience akin to a dreamlike state. During Cybertron's resource scarcity, the 13th prime, along with Raiden and Micronus, had plunged into the well of all sparks. After a lengthy passage of time, he was reborn as Orion Pax. And then, what transpired afterward I am aware, Shockwave continued. He was wounded, and I was the one who repaired him. In fact, I even modified him, creating a slot for the matrix of leadership. Yet, it seems you would have been better off placing that slot within yourself. Throughout his existence, Optimus had always held a position of superiority, but after experiencing humanity's betrayal, he had become somewhat disheartened, even beginning to question his own leadership abilities. Thus, why do you find yourselves here? Shockwave's curiosity was piqued. Because you have awakened our will, the firstborn replied. When Cybertron faces peril, we shall awaken. This was a program set by Master Titanium. He seemingly anticipated this day. For Cybertron, the soul signifies power. We have sealed our souls here for millennia, awaiting the moment they would be needed. Then why did you remain inactive during the Great Shutdown? Have you forgotten? Raiden interjected. That voice calling to you. But that was my own voice, Shockwave argued. Indeed, we shall not interfere with what you are capable of. What do you wish for me to do now? Extend your hand, said the 13th prime. Shockwave complied immediately, and soon all present placed their hands upon his. What is this for? He had never witnessed such a grand spectacle until now, and a sense of trepidation began to envelop him. Cybertron bestowed upon us life. Cybertron granted us strength. Cybertron endowed us with wisdom. We have long awaited this moment to return all gifts to our mother planet, for the continuation of Cybertron, for the descendants of future generations. We shall sacrifice our very souls. Yet, the will of the primordial celestial master has waned. This power has lingered in vigil for far too long. Thus, we have resolved to entrust it entirely to you, Shockwave. Chapter 145. For the sake of Cybertron, the bodies of the primal titans shimmered with a mottled radiance, dazzling like the sun and resplendent as a constellation of stars. Shockwave's right hand transformed into a receiver, and a torrent of immense energy surged into his being, saturating every component with unprecedented fullness. He surmised that had he not previously accepted the leader matrix and the spark of the valiant Skyfire, he might have faltered under the weight of this gift. So it is. The structure of his right hand underwent a metamorphosis. The celestial hammer that had integrated into his body now assumed the role of a distributor. The myriad attributes of the 13 primal energies were entirely distinct. If they were to flood into one being simultaneously, it could easily transform into a battleground. Shockwave embraced power. It was also the primordial soul and will of this planet, and a cacophony of voices echoed in his ears as a myriad of scenes flashed before his eyes. He beheld the figure of the first seer vanquishing foes, the valiant Skyfire raising the banner of resistance, and the furrowed brow of Master Titanium, who diligently pursued technological advancement. Within mere minutes, Shockwave witnessed the entirety of their legacies. However, these visions contained not only the beautiful moments but also the agonizing trials. Throughout the eons, the Cybertronians had been stripped of their freedom by the Quintessence, who relentlessly sought to enslave all life on Cybertron. Moreover, as of today, the creator of those Quintessence, the Cosmic Emperor, remained unrepentant, yearning to extract Cybertron's energy. I implore you, Shockwave. Following a cascade of golden light, the primal titans who had just conversed with Shockwave vanished without a trace. He understood that this time they had truly departed. What is happening? The Cosmic Emperor had locked onto the core of Cybertron, the very heart of its energy, rendering resistance seemingly futile. His right hand morphed into a claw, rushing toward the source of the spark. As the thrusters on the Cosmic Emperor's wrist ignited with flames, this seemingly mundane strike was indeed earth-shattering. Yet as he was on the verge of triumph, he suddenly found his hand unable to advance even a fraction. The Cosmic Emperor looked up, and Shockwave met his gaze. The two planets locked eyes. For the sake of freedom, every minuscule component of his right arm, from the joint to the fingertips, joined the struggle. The strength emanating from his palm surged like the tides, each wave more powerful than the last, as that hand, once capable of siphoning the entirety of America's electricity, became utterly vulnerable in this moment. With missiles rendered ineffective and lasers obstructed, the necessity for conventional weaponry dissipated. The Shockwave itself became the weapon. The armor of the Cosmic Emperor was grotesquely deformed, circuitry shattered, and the metal framework could no longer sustain its form, ultimately collapsing. The formidable pincers, known as power, severed his right arm. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this once subjugated planet wield such formidable strength? How could it be? He was undeniably weaker. The tone of Shockwave dripped with mockery. Perhaps it was true at the outset, but now the circumstances had drastically changed. Had the Cosmic Emperor refrained from absorbing the energies of all 5 monsters from the beginning, perhaps this race would have thrived and ultimately flourished, bestowing benefits upon their home planet. Yet even if he grasped this truth now, it was far too late. For the sake of survival, the deformed elements derived from the hammer of the primes extended throughout Cybertron, morphing into a colossal blade capable of cleaving the heavens. The long sword, reflecting the brilliance of the sun, executed a devastating arc across the lower half of the Cosmic Emperor, severing the legs that had once traversed Mexico and Venezuela in an instant. The cross-section of the severed limbs revealed a state of molten metal, intricate structures laid bare, sparks crackling within. A pained howl escaped the Cosmic Emperor, a torment he had never experienced since his inception. Shockwave now comprehended that the so-called Cosmic Emperor was merely a larger foe. In terms of cunning, this star soul, who merely basked in the fruits of others' labor, was inferior to the Cybertronian he had transformed. For the sake of Cybertron, the blade forged from the hammer of the primes continued its assault, shearing off the Cosmic Emperor's towering horns, which careened towards the moon, ultimately obliterating the satellite that had accompanied Earth for over 4 billion years. Stop. We share a common origin. A profound sense of crisis enveloped the Cosmic Emperor. You are right. Plundering and occupying, ultimately leading to possession. The principle of the survival of the fittest remains immutable in the cosmos. Shockwave grasped the Cosmic Emperor's shoulder, and pulled him close, questioning what it felt like to become the object of invasion. With a decisive strike, Shockwave's right hand cleaved downward, instantly fracturing the armor at the Cosmic Emperor's chest, revealing a terrifying cross-shaped wound from which a torrent of viscous oil burst forth, akin to the surging yellow river. Return the Allspark. Shockwave's right hand morphed into a claw, plunging deep into the wound. The sensation of solid substance confirmed it was indeed the Allspark. Shockwave's 5 razor-sharp claws whirled like a cutting machine, severing all connections between the Allspark and the Cosmic Emperor. This was excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 electric currents coursing through the Cosmic Emperor's core. With one hand, Shockwave extracted the now-integrated Allspark, raising it triumphantly, embodying the stature of a victor. The once mighty Cosmic Emperor, now reduced to a mere stick figure, still harbored dreams of resistance. However, the defiance in his eyes dimmed swiftly, fading into eternal obscurity. Today, the Creator's twin beings have dwindled to but one. Shockwave gazed at the object in his hand, murmuring to himself that it was all over. Congratulations. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, causing Shockwave to instinctively brace for yet another adversary. It took him a mere 2 seconds to realize it was the insufferable system that merely advised traversers to explore independently, offering no hints or assistance whatsoever. Quintessa, or the Cosmic Emperor, the ultimate threat, had been vanquished by the Traveler, and the Allspark of Cybertron had been reclaimed, marking the conclusion of this mission. Wait, Shockwave paused. Was it not said that the objective was to save Cybertron? Was reclaiming the Allspark all that was required? Merely replicating it would not suffice. Yet, the Traveler had successfully unearthed the original Allspark hidden within Hoover Dam, ensuring the continuation of Cybertron's existence. Now, the only task left was to eliminate the threat posed by the Cosmic Emperor for the mission to be deemed a success. How easy it is for you to speak.